In the year 2165, Earth faced its darkest hour. Dozens of high-dimensional portals, like blades tearing through the sky, suddenly appeared around the world. From these portals, an endless horde of insects surged forth, pushing human civilization to the brink of collapse. Humanity fought back fiercely, only to find that these terrifying creatures evolved at a speed far beyond imagination, even developing the ability for interstellar travel and combat. Even the most advanced weapons struggled to keep up with the insects' rapid evolution. Confronted with such a formidable enemy, human technology could not make significant breakthroughs in a short time, forcing humanity to abandon Earth, leave the solar system, and venture into the vast universe in search of a new home. In the face of this existential crisis, the government demonstrated extraordinary foresight. They secretly established a base on a hidden asteroid, evading the insects' notice, and quietly built 250 colossal warships, known as the Polaris fleet, each over 5,000 meters in length. These massive vessels would bear the responsibility of relocating over 1 billion people, becoming the ark of hope for the continuation of human civilization. To buy time for the construction of the Polaris fleet, the military, under the leadership of their commander, engaged in a grueling 20-year battle against the insects. However, the military's technological advancements lagged far behind the insects' evolution. The space forces fought valiantly, repeatedly averting crises, but at the cost of losing many young, skilled soldiers. On the first day the insects emerged from the high-dimensional portals, the director of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and numerous academicians foresaw that humanity's battle against the insects would inevitably end in failure. The only way out was to escape the solar system. To execute this escape plan, Director Su Xiaodong led a team of academicians in planning the Shadow Project, constructing the massive Polaris fleet to prepare for the entire nation's interstellar exodus. Hu Yu was originally a diligent planetarium guide, but a challenge from his friend Wen Zhonghua prompted him to resolutely set aside his star charts and join the front lines against the insects. From an ordinary pilot to a leading figure in the military, Hu Yu witnessed countless comrades' sacrifices and experienced humanity's most perilous moments during the 20 years of desperate struggle. His journey epitomizes the grand interstellar epic. Now, standing by the window of the Polaris, Hu Yu's gaze extended tens of thousands of kilometers to the desolate surface of Sedna. The fleet's powerful searchlights cast a spotlight spanning several kilometers onto Sedna's terrain. This dwarf planet, the last to achieve hydrostatic equilibrium in the solar system, represented humanity's final trace in the cosmos. Crossing Sedna's orbit symbolized a farewell to the solar system. The once bustling base was now silent, leaving only dilapidated structures and endless desolation. The footprints of civilization covered the entire planet, and if nothing unexpected occurred, these traces would remain faintly visible millions of years later, proclaiming this place as once a domain of civilization. However, Hu Yu knew that the unexpected was inevitable. Within 10 years, the insects would surely reach Sedna and erase all traces of humanity. 7 months had passed since leaving Earth, and the massive fleet was gradually accelerating through the vast cosmos. The 250 ships of the Polaris fleet were spread across millions of cubic kilometers of space, like fireflies in the dark. Tens of thousands of J-85 fighter jets patrolled around the Polaris fleet, guarding humanity's last hope. The Polaris ships, each 5 kilometers long, accelerated very slowly. Despite being equipped with hundreds of engines, their acceleration was limited to less than 0.1 g, due to material technology and human physiological constraints. After months of acceleration, the fleet's speed finally stabilized at 8 million kilometers per hour. Within the boundaries of the solar system, speed had to be controlled within warning limits. Even a small pebble could cause catastrophic destruction. The fleet needed to travel 500 astronomical units at low speed before reaching the Kuiper belt, after which they would accelerate again. At that point, the fleet would continuously accelerate to 0.3 times the speed of light, and then take 20 years to reach Barnard's star in the constellation Ophiuchus. Hu Yu's gaze swept across the starry sky outside the window. The once familiar planets of the solar system had long disappeared, and even the sun had become a tiny, insignificant point of light in the sky, its brightness now at magnitude 1, devoid of its former grandeur and detail. Yet, despite the vast distance, its gravitational pull still dominated the interstellar space within a light-year radius. Sedna, hundreds of astronomical units away, along with countless Kuiper belt objects and interstellar dust, all obediently followed the sun's rules. If defined by gravitational influence, the sun's domain could extend up to a light-year away, with the Kuiper belt being just a fraction of this range, while the outermost part was the expansive Oort cloud. Reflecting on Earth more than 20 years ago, Hu Yu felt a deep sorrow. Back then, Earth was lush and vibrant, with picturesque landscapes, clear skies, and people living in peace. Hu Yu could have become a scientist striving for his ideals instead of a blood-soaked general. However, fate is unpredictable. From a soldier to a general, Hu Yu had fought in countless battles, losing comrades one after another. 20 years had transformed him from a spirited youth to a middle-aged man with graying temples, filled with melancholy and helplessness. Now, far from home, venturing into the vast universe with an uncertain future and unknown fate, Huyu felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on him, even though he was not a national leader. He sighed deeply, his heart heavy with melancholy and helplessness. At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. "General, what's on your mind?" asked Colonel Yang Fan, one of Huyu's longtime subordinates. Despite having also endured the brutal war, Yang Fan remained optimistic, perhaps due to his youth. "Oh, it's nothing. How's the fleet?" General Huyu asked, his eyes scanning the various screens in the command room. "General, everything is normal. You can rest assured," Yang Fan replied confidently, standing at attention. Huyu's brow furrowed, and his tone turned serious. "We must not let our guard down. The J-85 squadron must remain on high alert at all times. We're still not completely out of the solar system. After years of war with the insectoids, the solar system is filled with countless debris. Even a tiny piece could cause significant damage to the fleet." Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively. "General, you can trust me. Nothing will go wrong. Besides, we have 200,000 J-90s leading the way. If something does go wrong, I'll take full responsibility." Huyu's gaze sharpened. "Take full responsibility? Your head isn't worth much. If something goes wrong, you won't need me to execute you, you'll handle it yourself." "Yes, sir, General," Yang Fan quickly responded, bowing his head. Huyu's tone softened slightly. "All right, go. You and Chun Peng must always have one of you on alert in the Vanguard fleet. Only then can I feel a bit more at ease." "General, that's how we've always operated. Chun Peng is out in space right now, and I'll relieve him in a few hours," Yang Fan replied earnestly. Huyu nodded and turned to look out the porthole. Apart from the distant starlight and the occasional J-85 or J-90 patrol squadron passing by, everything was eerily silent. This cosmic quiet was unsettling. Out here, even the smallest issue with the fleet could be fatal, as there would be no chance for resupply or rescue. "Goodbye, Earth. Goodbye, Sun," Huyu silently mouthed, then ordered the J-85 squadron to release 2,185 flares to commemorate the day they left Earth. The flares burned brightly in the void, illuminating the entire fleet but unable to reach the distant Earth and Sun. The people in the fleet were also saying their goodbyes to the solar system in their own ways. Many shed tears, especially the elders, whose longing for home was even more profound. Many cried out, facing the direction of the Sun and Earth, "Goodbye, Mother." Everyone understood that this departure meant a final farewell. As the flare's glow gradually faded, only the endless darkness of space remained, along with the deep yearning for home in people's hearts. "General, there's a call from the leader." A staff officer's voice shattered the silence on the Polaris's bridge. Huyu immediately straightened up, his gaze fixed on the suddenly lit holographic projection. The leader's face appeared, his voice steady and brief. "General Hu, report to Ship 1 for an emergency meeting." "Yes, leader. On my way." Huyu responded crisply, then cut off the communication. He frowned slightly, a trace of doubt surfacing in his mind. It had been over a year since they left Earth, with countless meetings conducted electronically, each person participating from their own ship. The leader's request for an in-person meeting indicated something extraordinary was afoot. Without delay, Huyu quickly boarded a small shuttle. The Polaris's hangar doors opened slowly, and the shuttle shot out like an arrow, heading straight for Ship 1. Huyu's eyes scanned the vast expanse of space. The 250 Polaris ships were not in a tight formation but spread out into 10 small groups, each tens of thousands of kilometers apart, forming a three-dimensional array. This deployment avoided the risk of the fleet becoming an easy target while maintaining flexible defense capabilities. The shuttle smoothly approached Ship 1. Although J-85 or J-90 fighters were faster, the Polaris's limited docking ports were occupied by busy patrol missions, so Huyu opted for the more practical solution. 20 minutes later, the shuttle docked steadily in Ship 1's hangar. Huyu walked briskly toward the bow, his heartbeat unconsciously quickening. "Leader." Huyu entered the conference room, finding not only the leader but also Defense Minister Luo Zhigao, Deputy Minister Fang Xinyun, 1st Army Commander Li Wenfei, 3rd Army Commander Wu Haifeng, Academy of Sciences President Su Xiaodong, Academicians Zhang Xiaoyuan and Xiao Yi, and a dozen other high-ranking officials already seated. The leader gestured for Huyu to sit down, his expression grave, a barely noticeable worry etched on his brow. This expression had never appeared even during the arduous wars with the insectoid race. "Everyone, take a look." The leader pointed to the large screen. A single dot was hurtling toward the fleet at an alarming speed, with an estimated impact time of just 10 minutes. The group exchanged glances, a mix of confusion and growing fear. The leader slowly recounted the anomaly from 30 minutes earlier. The dot had suddenly appeared on his private screen, unnoticed by the other ships. More disturbingly, the fleet's main control had been quietly taken over. When Luo Zhigao suggested maneuvering the fleet to avoid it, the leader shook his head helplessly. It's no use. We've already lost control of the fleet. This news hit everyone like a sledgehammer. Academician Zhang Xiaoyuan keenly pointed out that the dot was decelerating, likely controlled by some intelligent entity. Suppressing his shock, Hu Yu reminded, Leader, we can't just sit here. What if it has hostile intentions? The leader's reply was even more alarming. Not only was the fleet immobile, but the attack systems of their fighters were also compromised. All they could do now was wait and hope the approaching entity was friendly. Luo Zhigao, unable to accept this passive stance, slammed the table. Are we just supposed to wait for death? His voice was filled with the anger and helplessness of a soldier facing an unavoidable threat. Zhigao, the leader's stern voice cut through, calm down. We have billions of people to protect. Do not act rashly. Yes, leader. Luo Zhigao sat down begrudgingly, and the conference room plunged into a suffocating silence. Zhigao realized his impulsiveness and forced himself to calm down. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and tried to steady his emotions. Academician Zhang Jiawan pondered for a moment and suggested, Leader, perhaps we can try to make contact with it. The leader frowned slightly and asked, we can try that, but how do we make contact? Director Su Xiaodong thought for a moment and replied, to avoid misunderstandings, it's best not to use electromagnetic waves for now. Quantum communication isn't feasible either. We can only use a light signal system. Zhigao curiously asked, Director Su, why can't we use electromagnetic waves? Director Su explained, Minister Luo, electromagnetic waves can be used as weapons if the energy is high enough, without any other carriers. We've been researching this topic as well. Moreover, it might not understand the information carried by electromagnetic waves. To be safe, electromagnetic waves aren't the best choice. The leader nodded in agreement. Being cautious is always wise. Our power is not on the same level as theirs, so we can't take any risks. Director Su, proceed with the light signals. Yes, leader. Director Su immediately began preparations. The big screen displayed, contact time, 2 minutes. Everyone held their breath, watching the light on the screen. To everyone's surprise, the light dot's speed began to decrease significantly and made a forced turn in midair. In just 2 minutes, it decelerated from over 50 million kilometers per hour to 0, then turned around and accelerated again to match the fleet's speed. This scene left everyone in awe. Whether it was the massive Polaris or the nimble J-90 fighter jet, if they decelerated from such high speeds in the same amount of time, they would be flattened like a pancake. Yet, the light dot remained undamaged. As the light dot came to a stop relative to the fleet, its appearance was finally captured by optical equipment. It was a futuristic-looking spaceship, about 200 meters long and over 60 meters at its widest point, with pointed ends resembling a diamond shape. The entire ship was bright silver, with dazzling lights flashing along its 4 edges, though the lights had dimmed considerably, indicating that an intelligent being or system inside the ship had made adjustments. The Polaris began signaling with lights, displaying circles, squares, and triangles alternately in space according to Director Su's instructions. As everyone awaited the alien ship's response, a sudden electronic voice came through the screen. You don't need to use those primitive light signals. I am from a far more advanced civilization and know everything about you. Simultaneously, a creature covered in scales appeared in the holographic projection. It had 2 pairs of eye-like crystalline structures on its head and a mouth-like opening. Its upper body had 4 tentacle-like appendages, while its lower body had 4 legs resembling those of a mule or horse. The creature's appearance was reminiscent of a centaur from Greek mythology, but no one had the mind to study myths at this moment. Although humans had encountered extraterrestrial beings before, this was the first time they met an intelligent alien, let alone one that initiated contact. Faced with this being that had taken control of the entire Polaris fleet and appeared before them via hologram, everyone was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Finally, the leader regained composure and spoke. Hello, friend. Welcome, friend. The holographic alien seemed displeased. No, you are not my friends. Your civilization is too primitive. First, let me introduce myself. I am the inspector from Star Zone 98511, and you may address me as inspector. Though the leader felt uncomfortable with the presence of the self-proclaimed inspector, he bowed respectfully for the sake of his people's safety. Greetings, inspector. The inspector seemed pleased with the leader's respectful attitude and softened his tone slightly. Very well. You are from the 3rd planet of the LHCD 1123 star, correct? Oh, LHCD 1123 is what you call the sun. Yes, inspector, we are natives of the 3rd planet of the solar system. The leader replied respectfully. The inspector scoffed, barely stepping into the early stages of a stellar civilization and already forced to leave your home star. Pathetic. The leader cautiously responded, Inspector, I'm sorry, but I don't quite understand what you mean. The inspector rotated his crystalline eyes and continued, Don't understand? You were invaded by the Zerg and resisted for only 20 years before being forced to abandon your home, star to find a new planet to inhabit. Am I correct? He paused and added, don't wonder how I know so much. From the beginning, I took over your so-called computers and read your information. That's why I synthesized your language and voice. Although your computers are primitive, they contain a lot of useless information. I've only read a small portion so far, but it's enough. I don't need to waste time on the rest. The leader humbly responded, yes, Inspector, you are correct. Our computer technology is indeed very primitive compared to your civilization. The difference is like night and day. The inspector, feeling pleased, said, naturally. My home civilization has already advanced to a small star zone civilization. The leader's flattering attitude had clearly made the inspector more amiable. The leader cautiously inquired, respected inspector, we primitive civilizations do not fully understand the levels of civilization. Could you kindly explain them to us? In a rare moment of good mood, they'll let you primitive beings in on a secret. There are over 1 billion races in the Milky Way that can be considered civilized. The holographic image of the inspector floated in the center of the conference room, his voice dripping with arrogance and disdain. He detailed the classification of civilizations: planetary civilizations, stellar civilizations, galactic civilizations, and up to minor cluster civilizations. The capabilities and influence of each level left the human leaders in the room utterly astonished. When the inspector mentioned that a single one of his ships could easily obliterate a stellar civilization, a suffocating tension filled the air. The human leader, suppressing his inner fear, humbly asked the inspector about the purpose of his visit. The inspector impatiently explained that he was there to investigate a potential swarm dimension portal. Just when everyone thought the crisis might be averted, the inspector's eyes suddenly turned vicious. Damn, foolish humans, he roared. In the next second, an alien spaceship far away fired 12 white beams of light, precisely hitting 12 Polaris ships. Instantly, over 60 million people were reduced to a Shisa loss more devastating than the past 20 years of battles against the bugs. Defense Minister Luo Zhigao was furious, but the leader quickly restrained his impulsive actions. Facing the inspector's accusations, the leader tried to explain the reasons for carrying the bugs, but the inspector was indifferent. As punishment, I will eliminate half of your population, the inspector coldly announced. But you may choose which half to sacrifice. Don't thank me. I am rarely this generous. He gave the human leaders 2 minutes to make their decision, or he would choose randomly. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly froze, and everyone felt the life and death pressure. What? Wipe out half of our population? This is outrageous. Luo Zhigao's fury was palpable as he clenched his fists and roared at the overseer. Even if it costs me my life, I won't let you get away with this. As soon as his words fell, the atmosphere in the conference room became intensely charged. Everyone stood up in anger, chanting in unison, leader, leader, leader. Facing the seething crowd, the leader shouted, calm down, calm down, calm down. His voice trembled slightly, but he remained composed. He scanned the room, looking at each enraged face, took a deep breath, and continued. We have no effective means to resist, with control over our fleet and J-85, J-90 squadrons stripped away. Even if we did, the Overseer's technology could easily decimate our entire fleet. Such actions would only provoke them further, leading to the complete annihilation of the Chinese people. The leader's words were like a cold splash of water, quelling the flames of anger in the room. Realizing the severity of the situation, everyone lowered their heads. The leader composed himself, turned to the overseer, and respectfully said, Honorable Overseer, please spare our people. They are innocent. If someone must be held accountable, take my life instead. The overseer gazed coldly at the leader, with a hint of admiration in his tone. You are a commendable leader for your civilization. It is rare to see someone like you in a primitive society. However, my orders are unchangeable. Half of your population must be eliminated as punishment. The leader's face turned pale, but he remained resolute. Honorable Overseer, I cannot make such a decision. Though I am the leader, I have no right to determine the life and death of my people. The overseer's voice took on a mocking tone. If that's the case, I'll be the good guy and make the choice for you. Before the leader could respond, the overseer's ship emitted 4 blinding beams of light. In the horrified gaze of the onlookers, 4 Polaris ships exploded violently. The shockwave reverberated through the cosmos, shattering both the stars and the people's hearts. In the wake of the sudden loss of over 80 million lives, the leader and his subordinates were engulfed in deep sorrow. For the first time, tears welled up in the leader's eyes, though he fought to hold them back. The overseer, reveling in his control, taunted. So, still want me to make the choice? The leader remained silent, staring at the overseer with eyes full of anger and helplessness. The overseer, seemingly oblivious to these complex emotions, continued to enjoy his dominance over life and death. Another 4 beams shot out from the overseer's ship, heading towards distant Polaris vessels. People closed their eyes silently, bracing for their fate. At that critical moment, other beams of light suddenly appeared from the void, intercepting the Overseer's attacks. The two sets of beams collided in space, their brightness magnified several times. Yet, when the intensified beams reached the Polaris ships, the expected explosions did not occur. The ships continued their steady journey, as if nothing had happened. Amidst the confusion, a new ship, resembling AJ-90, appeared next to the Overseer's vessel. This newly arrived ship, about 300 meters long, was adorned with flowing blue lines and matched the Overseer's speed, flying side by side. The Overseer's tone abruptly shifted to one of respect. "Destroyer, sir." A dissatisfied voice emanated from the blue ship. "Overseer, how dare you disregard the orders of the Grand Star region and attack a lower civilization, especially a stellar level one? If I report this, humph." The Overseer hastily defended himself. "Destroyer, sir, I was merely disciplining them. They dared to carry a mother worm during interstellar travel." The entity known as the Destroyer retorted, "They are just a civilization at the early stellar stage, ignorant of the galaxy's dangers. Even if they carried a mother worm, you should only eliminate the worm, not slaughter their people." The Overseer continued to justify his actions. "Destroyer, sir, it's just a lower civilization. A lesson like this is beneficial, letting them understand the harshness of the universe early on." The Destroyer, growing impatient, interrupted, "Enough. This matter is no longer your concern. Head to LHCD 123 star immediately and report back." Though reluctant to abandon his game, the Overseer dared not disobey his superior. "Yes, Destroyer, sir." The two extraterrestrial beings concluded their exchange swiftly. The Overseer's ship turned and sped towards the solar system. Though the leader and his people could not comprehend their conversation, seeing the blue ship save the Polaris vessels sparked a glimmer of hope. However, the recent tragedy had taught them that the universe's affairs could not be judged by Earth's norms. Everyone waited in silence, not daring to make a move, fearing that escaping one wolf might attract a tiger. The conference room was thick with tension and gravity, as each person pondered whether this mysterious blue ship represented salvation or a new threat. The holographic light flickered momentarily, and a new biological image suddenly appeared before everyone. Compared to the previous grotesque inspector, this newcomer had a more human-like appearance. It had a basic human-like outline, but with an extra pair of arms and no nose. Its exaggerated facial features were particularly striking: huge eyes that seemed to see through everything and a tiny mouth that gave an air of mystery. This unique form inevitably made one think about its home planet's environment. Perhaps it was a planet far from its star, with insufficient light shaping their appearance. Or maybe their ancestors were similar to Earth's nocturnal creatures, evolving such traits in the dark. The air was thick with tension, and everyone held their breath in anticipation. Finally, the mysterious being spoke in a deep and authoritative voice. "Who is the leader of your civilization?" The human leader bowed deeply once more and respectfully replied, "Hello, I am the leader of human civilization." "Hello," the being said calmly, "I am the destroyer of this star sector." The leader maintained a humble posture and quickly responded, "Welcome, Destroyer." Unexpectedly, the destroyer's tone suddenly became more relaxed, even showing a self-deprecating expression. "No need to call me sir. I'm just a minor destroyer, not worthy of such a title." The leader insisted, "Your civilization is far more advanced than ours. It is only right to address you with respect." The destroyer seemed indifferent to these formalities and got straight to the point. "Call me whatever you like. I apologize for the actions of the inspector earlier, which caused significant loss of life. Even as his superior, I can't punish him. He technically didn't break any rules, just used excessive methods." Hearing this, the leader quickly pleaded, "Destroyer, we dare not complain, but I beg you to spare our people. They are innocent. All responsibility lies with me." The destroyer's tone softened a bit. "Oh, don't worry. I don't share the inspector's bloodthirsty tendencies. Our civilization values peace. I'm here to carry out the orders of the Grand Star Sector civilization, to clear the insectoids from your home star system and inform you of the basic situation in the Milky Way. After that, you can leave." The leader looked somewhat puzzled. The basic situation in the Milky Way? The destroyer fell into a brief silence, as if organizing its thoughts. Moments later, it began to explain, "Yes, the story goes back over 2 million years. At that time, your ancestors were still primitive, with undeveloped intelligence, while the Milky Way was already facing disaster. About 2.3 million years ago, the number of civilizations in the Milky Way far exceeded what we see today. The entire galaxy resembled a colossal chessboard, with billions of civilizations competing, waging wars, and vying for territory. Interstellar battlefields spanned every corner of the Milky Way, with smoke and flames of war constantly rising. In this grand galactic war, civilizations were clearly stratified. The most numerous were planetary civilizations, which had not yet mastered interstellar travel and were confined to their home star systems. The true powerhouses were the stellar, galactic, and subgalactic civilizations. These key players had the capability to traverse interstellar distances, and their fleets roamed the galaxy, fighting over resource-rich star systems. Never before in the history of the Milky Way had so many civilizations coexisted simultaneously. In the past, advanced civilizations had to expend immense effort to find another civilization, making the galaxy seem relatively empty. But at this time, civilizations sprang up like mushrooms after a rain. At its peak, it is estimated that the number of civilizations in the Milky Way could have exceeded tens of billions. On average, every 20 to 30 stars would nurture a civilization, and even the harshest planetary environments could give rise to intelligent life. In multi-planet systems like the Solar System, it was not uncommon for 2, 3, or even more civilizations to emerge simultaneously. This density of civilizations was astonishing and sowed the seeds of conflict. Although each civilization could on average control 20 or so star systems, long-established civilizations had already occupied many resource-rich areas. New civilizations, in their struggle for survival and development, inevitably clashed with these older powers. The wars between civilizations were incredibly destructive. Once a civilization reached the galactic level, it had the power to destroy stars. Subgalactic civilizations could even capture and move stars, using them as weapons. Scenes of stars being obliterated were common in countless battles, plunging the entire galaxy into chaos. The war raged on for uncountable ages. During this time, even supergalactic civilizations occasionally intervened. Whenever such a civilization got involved, its power could shake the entire Milky Way, causing cataclysmic consequences. Fortunately, these interventions were extremely rare. Otherwise, the Milky Way might have ceased to exist long ago. The true strength of supergalactic civilizations is unknown, and no one dares to challenge them. There are very few supergalactic civilizations in the Milky Way, possibly fewer than 10. Most of these civilizations originated from the early days of the galaxy and reside near the galactic center. They act discreetly, neither expanding nor actively engaging with other civilizations unless provoked. In this complex hierarchy of civilizations, planetary civilizations, despite being the most numerous, are the weakest and often become prey for higher-level civilizations. Stellar civilizations often act as cosmic explorers and pioneers, with their activities mainly confined to their home star systems and the surrounding few dozen light years. Galactic civilizations have a deeper understanding of the universe. They expand territories, exploit lower civilizations, and control areas spanning hundreds of light years or more. Subgalactic civilizations have reached an almost unimaginable level of power. They may occupy only a few star systems, but their technological prowess and energy control capabilities are terrifying. There are about 100 subgalactic civilizations in the Milky Way, forming the upper echelon of galactic power. Rumor has it that above the supergalactic civilizations, there exist even more terrifying cosmic-level civilizations. However, very few have even encountered subgalactic civilizations, let alone understood the true strength of cosmic-level civilizations. Just as the war was reaching its peak, with more and more subgalactic civilizations being drawn into the conflict, an even greater disaster struck. The insectoids suddenly invaded the Milky Way through higher dimensional channels. Their scale and ferocity were far beyond anything Earth had ever faced. Unlike Earth, which took over 20 years to encounter less than half a unit of insectoids, at that time, the insectoids descended in multiple units simultaneously. One unit equaled the total mass of insects on Earth, and they appeared almost simultaneously in every star system of the Milky Way. Even more terrifying was that the invaders were not low-level insectoids, but high-level ones. In a short time, more than half of the star systems in the Milky Way were occupied by insectoids. Planetary civilizations stood no chance and became food for the insectoids. Stellar civilizations began a desperate escape, but most were eventually caught and annihilated by the rapidly evolving insectoids. In comparison, Earth's encounter with only the lowest-level broodmother could be considered fortunate. Even a single high-level insectoid could completely destroy Earth's civilization. The number of civilizations in the Milky Way plummeted, and the once thriving interstellar society faced an unprecedented crisis. The broodmother, an unassuming creature at first glance, is actually the cornerstone of the entire insectoid species. Despite lacking offensive capabilities and the ability for interstellar travel, they are the most numerous among the insectoids. By consuming each other or other substances, broodmothers can give rise to various high-level mutant insects. These advanced insects possess abilities far surpassing those of the broodmothers, and once they evolve beyond the 5th tier, they gain the capability for interstellar travel. I have witnessed high-tier insects exceeding the 20th tier, their colossal size defying imagination, capable of consuming entire planets and wielding destructive power that can bring about apocalypse. When these behemoths open their massive maws, they can even devour the light of stars. The origin and purpose of these insects remain a mystery. They spread across the galaxy like a sudden plague, forcing once thriving interstellar civilizations to set aside their differences and unite against this common enemy. However, the insects evolved far more rapidly than expected, their numbers and strength increasing continuously, making the resistance efforts of the civilizations largely ineffective. In a short span of time, the number of civilizations within the galaxy plummeted to less than 1 billion. If this continues, in a matter of thousands of years, the entire galaxy could fall under the dominion of the insects. At this critical juncture, the major star cluster civilizations finally intervened. 5 major star cluster civilizations displayed remarkable strength, their fleets sweeping across half of the galaxy overnight. Yet, even such powerful civilizations suffered heavy losses when faced with the relentless insect swarms. Ultimately, the major star cluster civilizations had to concentrate their forces to specifically target and eliminate the high-tier insect swarms. After this protracted war, the major star cluster civilizations were severely weakened, unable to continue large-scale battles against the insects. They convened all minor star cluster civilizations and galactic-level civilizations to join the fight, clearing half of the galaxy and establishing an extensive defensive line near the galaxy's center to engage in a protracted battle with the insect swarms. The insects seemed intimidated by this large-scale counterattack and refrained from launching major offensives. Instead, they occasionally sent small swarms to harass the defenses, with high-tier insects rarely breaching the defensive line. Rumor has it that the intervention by the major star cluster civilizations was led by a galactic-level civilization that once originated in the Milky Way but later wandered the universe. Otherwise, given the usual pride of the major star cluster civilizations, it is unlikely that 5 civilizations would simultaneously launch a war against the insects. Of course, this is merely speculation among the populace. As a member of a minor star cluster civilization, we are not qualified to participate in such high-level decisions, nor can we even dream of meeting that galactic-level civilization. Although the terms minor star cluster civilization and major star cluster civilization differ by just a word, the disparity in strength is vast. Perhaps 100 galactic-level civilizations combined could barely contend with a minor star cluster civilization, but even 1,000 minor star cluster civilizations together might not be able to match a major star cluster civilization. The birth rate of high-tier insects far exceeds the evolutionary rate of civilizations, and the insects seem to possess a strong sense of vengeance, specifically targeting the territories of major star cluster civilizations. Whenever a major star cluster civilization manages to recover some strength, it is soon depleted again in battles with high-tier insects. It is said that, after the war, the major star cluster civilizations rack their brains for a solution, ultimately having to swallow their pride and seek help from the wandering galactic civilization. However, even that galactic civilization lacked the means to completely eradicate the insects, only providing a possible direction for a solution. As the saying goes on your Earth, in this world, everything has its counterbalance. It may not be an elephant that defeats a lion, but rather a mosquito. Only by identifying the insect's weaknesses can they be completely eliminated. To this end, the major star cluster civilizations consolidated over 100 minor star cluster civilizations with their formidable strength, forming the Galactic Alliance. They hoped that the collective wisdom of the trillion intelligent beings within the alliance could devise a solution to the insect disaster. However, over 2 million years have passed, and none of the attempts have been successful. More than 50,000 years ago, the major star cluster civilizations noticed unusual activity among the insect swarms. Although the exact purpose of these movements could not be determined, a foreboding sense of danger left the major star cluster civilizations deeply worried. Consequently, they divided the half of the galaxy they occupied into countless sectors, each assigned with personnel for constant surveillance. If any sign of the insects is detected, it must be addressed immediately. Observers are the most basic personnel in this system, responsible for constantly tracking the insect's whereabouts. If the severity of the insect disaster exceeds the observer's capabilities, higher-level forces, known as destroyers, are called into action. Each destroyer typically oversees the safety of several star clusters. For an insect infestation of the scale seen in your solar system, observers are generally sufficient. Recently, however, the major star cluster civilizations have become increasingly cautious, which is why I have been dispatched to personally inspect the situation in your solar system. According to the policies of the major star cluster civilizations, lower-level civilizations are not part of the alliance system and are allowed to develop freely. Even if wars break out between these civilizations, the major star cluster civilizations will not intervene. They believe that the evolutionary trajectories of each civilization are unique, and maintaining this diversity might be the key to solving the insect disaster. It is said that this approach was also suggested by the mysterious galactic civilization. Therefore, when you venture beyond the solar system into the vast universe, you may face the risk of being annihilated by other civilizations at any time. Of course, if you possess sufficient strength, you can also choose to eliminate other civilizations. Only when you grow into a minor star cluster civilization will you be eligible to join the Galactic Alliance, at which point your safety will be somewhat guaranteed. The words of the destroyer struck the leader like a bolt of lightning, resonating deeply within him. The destroyer painted a vast and brutal picture of the universe. In the immense Milky Way, only 100 or so civilizations had risen to the level of minor star clusters over billions of years. Each civilization's growth required arduous trials, with no shortcuts available. High-tier civilizations do not interfere with the development of lower-tier ones. The destroyer's voice was low and authoritative. What we need are talents, new strategies to combat the threat of the bugs. The leader listened intently, realizing only when the destroyer shifted his tone that this was the true purpose of the discussion. High-tier civilizations were seeking ways to eradicate the bugs, hoping to find inspiration in the unique development paths of various civilizations. Lord Destroyer, the leader asked cautiously, the bugs in our solar system came through a higher dimensional passage. Is it the same elsewhere in the Milky Way? The destroyer's enormous eyes flickered slightly. Yes. The difference is that elsewhere, the bugs are deployed en masse, through both higher dimensional passages and higher dimensional bubbles. Regardless of the method, the number of bugs sent is beyond your imagination. What is the situation on the other side of the Milky Way now? The leader pressed on. The destroyer closed his eyes and uttered just one word, hell. This response sent chills down the leader's spine. He continued to probe. Has even the great high-tier civilization not found the source of the bugs yet? No. The destroyer shook his head. Dimensional technology is exceedingly complex, and even we have not fully mastered it. In terms of dimensional technology, the bugs surpass us. However, he added, I have heard that a wandering star-level civilization mentioned a possible location of a bug hive. Where is it? The leader asked urgently. The abyss. The destroyer's voice grew somber. That place doesn't seem to be within the Milky Way, and no civilization has been able to reach it. Even star-level civilizations speak of it with great caution. The leader pondered for a moment and asked, Lord Destroyer, with the power of high-tier civilizations, shouldn't it be possible to leave the Milky Way? The universe is vast. The bugs can't be everywhere. The destroyer let out a deep chuckle. Leave the Milky Way? Do you think it's that simple? The nearest galaxy, Andromeda, is 2.5 million light-years away. Even if a ship converted all its material into propulsion, it would run out of resources long before reaching it. Not to mention the energy required to relocate an entire civilization. He continued, it's a paradox. The more material and energy you carry, the more propulsion energy you consume. Within the Milky Way, we can resupply at will. But once we leave, we're helpless. Even if we rely on inertia to glide to another galaxy, the time required would be unbearable, even for us. The leader was thoughtful. Isn't dimensional or wormhole technology of high-tier civilizations capable of crossing such vast distances? The destroyer's response plunged the conversation into silence. The holographic image of the destroyer flickered, his voice echoing through the fleet command center. These questions shouldn't be answered, but given your heavy losses, I'll reveal a bit more as compensation. His gaze swept over everyone present, and he continued, our civilization values peace, so I'll tell you this. Although the major civilizations in the galaxy have not fully mastered dimensional technology, they have made significant advancements in spatial technology. A breakthrough in cross-dimensional travel could happen within the next tens of millions of years. Seeing the astonished expressions on their faces, the destroyer chuckled softly. Tens of millions of years seem long to you? You're overthinking it. Which of these old major civilizations hasn't been developing for tens of billions of years? Those who could have made breakthroughs have already done so. For them, mastering dimensional technology within tens of millions of years is considered rapid progress. At their level, every step forward is extremely challenging, unlike your lower civilizations, where progress is made daily. This, you should understand. A scientist gathered his courage and asked, Lord Destroyer, what is the purpose of the insects? From what we've seen on Earth, they neither possess technological means nor intelligence. How are they organized enough to launch attacks across the galaxy? The destroyer's expression turned serious. I don't know either. However, there's a widespread rumor that the insects are merely the pawns of a higher civilization, with a superior force controlling everything behind the scenes. This also explains why the major civilizations, despite having the power to fight, only eradicated half of the galaxy, leaving the other half to the insects. They might also be wary of the higher civilization behind the insects. He paused and added, and the sudden emergence of a large number of civilizations in the galaxy over 2 million years ago is another great mystery. Alas, the civilizations in our galaxy are still too low-level. As the destroyer prepared to leave, everyone quickly expressed their gratitude. The destroyer waved his hand. All right, no more questions. I've said enough. Originally, I was only supposed to inform you of the basic situation in the galaxy to give you a fighting chance. Now, I need to head to the solar system to deal with the insect problem. Take care and good luck. With those words, The holographic image flickered and vanished. In the distance, a blue spaceship completed its turn and shot off like a stream of light in the direction of the patroller, leaving behind a scene of devastation. In just half an hour, the fleet had lost 16 warships and over 80 million residents. Despite the heavy losses, the leader and everyone else suppressed their grief and began to regroup the fleet and calm the panicked populace. Once everything was settled, the fleet came to a slow stop, and everyone gathered again, awaiting the leader's instructions. The leader looked around and said in a grave tone, "Comrades, after this catastrophe, we need to reconsider our original plan to head to Barnard's star. Now, let's analyze the situation we are about to face based on the words of the destroyer and the patroller. This concerns our survival." Director Su of the Academy of Sciences stroked his graying beard and said, "Leader, I believe the words of the patroller and the destroyer are mostly accurate. Although the destroyer's words are speculative, there's no benefit for them to deceive us from their standpoint." The leader nodded in agreement. Indeed, deceiving us would be of no advantage to them. Moreover, as a minor civilization, they could easily plunder us if they wanted. But if what they say is true, we face an extremely severe situation. Director Su continued, "Yes, leader. According to them, nearly half of the galaxy has been occupied by the insect race. Moreover, the number of civilizations in the galaxy far exceeds our imagination, amounting to billions. Although most are lower-level planetary civilizations, the sheer number means that higher civilizations could be in the millions. We've only just entered the early stage of stellar-level civilization. Encountering any stellar-level civilization would be disastrous for us." Defense Minister Luo Zhigao added with a heavy expression, "Leader, we have no offensive capability and our defensive forces are far from adequate. The Jian-85s have been in continuous combat for years and lack proper maintenance. They were intended to be decommissioned after the Solar System defense mission. We only have 200,000 Jian-90s, barely fit for interstellar warfare, which isn't enough to protect our over 200 Polaris-class residential ships, let alone launch an attack. The Polaris-class ships are slow and large targets. If we get into a conflict with another civilization, the consequences would be unimaginable." The leader pondered for a moment and said, "We must reconsider our destination. If Barnard's star falls within the territory of a stellar-level or higher civilization, going there would be like walking into a lion's den." Luo Zhigao urgently asked, "So, leader, what should we do now?" The leader slowly stood up, surveying everyone in the room. His eyes were bloodshot, and after closing them briefly, he opened them again, looking as if he had aged 10 years in just a few hours. He spoke heavily, "Comrades, I find it hard to make this decision, but I have no choice." In unison, everyone responded, "Leader, whatever you decide, we will follow." The leader took a deep breath. "My decision is to split up. The fleet will be divided into 3 groups, each acting independently. Once we separate, it's uncertain whether we'll ever reunite." "Leader!" The crowd gasped, their voices filled with reluctance and worry. The leader raised his hand to signal for silence. "I understand what you're feeling and I know it's hard to accept, not just for you, but for the billions of our people. But if we think calmly about our current situation, only by dispersing can we avoid total annihilation." The room fell silent as everyone tried to calm their emotions. As leaders, they knew that decisions affecting the fate of their people couldn't be influenced by emotions. After much thought, Luo Zhigao broke the silence. "Leader, you're right, but how should we divide?" This question articulated the dilemma everyone was afraid to face. The leader explained slowly, "We won't just scatter aimlessly. We will develop our civilization in 3 different modes. We have 234 Polaris ships left, and we'll split them into 3 groups. The first group, led by Luo Zhigao with 50 ships, will focus on warfare and plundering. The second group, led by General Hu Yu with 100 ships, will adopt a steady progress strategy. The remaining 84 ships will be under my command, following a conservative development approach." Dean Su nodded in agreement, but General Hu Yu hesitated. "Leader, I'm not sure I can handle such a heavy responsibility." The leader responded firmly, "General Hu Yu, this isn't a last-minute decision. I considered this before we left Earth. You're brave yet thoughtful, capable of taking risks while minimizing them. You're the best person for this task." Under the leader's insistence, General Hu Yu accepted the mission. The leader then began assigning personnel. He allocated Li Wenfei and Fang Xinyun to Luo Zhigao, Wu Haifeng to accompany himself, and entrusted General Hu Yu's group with academicians Zheng Xiaoyuan and Xiao Yi for technological guidance. Dean Su requested to follow the leader, citing his old age. The 2 elderly men exchanged a knowing smile and nodded in agreement. Finally, the leader solemnly said, "After we split, each group will develop independently. But please, never abandon the essence of our Chinese heritage. If possible, we may meet again. I hope everyone survives." Luo Zhigao and General Hu Yu vowed to carry on the spirit of the Chinese nation, ensuring future generations remember their heritage. Just as everyone thought the meeting was ending, the leader suddenly announced, "Now, I have an important matter to disclose. Our Changhe plan can commence." Seeing the puzzled expressions, the leader smiled and turned to Academician Xiao Yi. "Academician Xiao, please explain." Academician Xiao Yi, who had been silent for a while, suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. As a pillar in the field of biology at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, his contributions were countless. Over a decade ago, he was tasked with executing the Changhe project. He worked tirelessly, day and night, and finally succeeded in completing this daunting mission. Taking a deep breath, Academician Xiao scanned the room and began to speak slowly. "Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to unveil this long-kept secret. I once thought it would die with me, never to be used again. Although I had suggested activating the Changhe project to our leader long ago, there were many concerns and complexities involved. But now, we can set aside all concerns, all for the continuation of Chinese civilization." After a brief pause, he continued, "For thousands of years, especially in recent centuries, a major obstacle to technological development has been the lack of talent. In a human lifespan of less than 100 years, it takes decades to learn, and by the time one has mastered their field, they are already in their twilight years, with life nearing its end. This is undoubtedly a significant regret for human progress." Hu Yu, a military officer who had transitioned from a literary background, echoed with emotion, "Yes, Academician Xiao. If our scientists could live a few decades longer, it would be a completely different scenario. What a pity." Academician Zhao's eyes sparkled, and he spoke with a firm voice. "However, from now on, this will no longer be the case." Everyone in the room exchanged puzzled looks, unable to grasp his meaning. The leader broke the silence with a smile. "Come on, Academician Xiao, stop keeping us in suspense. Everyone is eager to hear." Nodding respectfully, Academician Xiao continued, "Comrades, in our battle against the bugs, although we couldn't provide much assistance in the field of biology, I discovered a unique segment in their genes. I experimented by modifying the genes of lab mice according to this segment's combination. The results were astonishing. The modified mice not only showed significant physical improvement but also stopped aging and have lived on to this day. In a sense, they achieved immortality." "What?" the crowd gasped. Raising his hand to calm the room, Xiao continued, "Please, let me finish. After this discovery, under the leader's guidance, we conducted top-secret experiments. From kittens and puppies to monkeys and apes, the same results were observed. However, without human trials, we could not guarantee its safety. 10 years ago, with the leader's special authorization, I modified my own genes." Academician Zeng exclaimed. "Academician Xiao Yu." As a fellow scientist, Zheng Xiaoyuan knew the immense risks involved in such experiments. Even if proven safe in animals, the unpredictability when applied to humans was still a significant concern. Historical failures were numerous. Smiling reassuringly, Xiao said, "Academician Zeng, rest assured, I am fine." He looked around and continued, "Comrades, after modifying my genes, I obtained more accurate and reliable data. My body became extraordinarily healthy, with new cells and dying cells maintaining a balanced state. To put it simply, it's like an aircraft where, instead of replacing old parts with other old parts, we replace them with brand new ones every time. This way, the aircraft can maintain its vitality indefinitely." Luoji excitedly asked, "Academician Xiao, do you mean we will never age again?" Dean Su, stroking his graying beard, added, "Minister Luo, to be precise, we won't die of old age." "Really? That's incredible." The crowd couldn't hide their excitement. Academician Xiao continued, "Minister Luo, this plan has been top secret, known only to Dean Su, the leader, and myself. It's not an easy task and involves many issues." Luoji nodded in realization. "Oh, yes. It is indeed a complex issue." Xiao elaborated, "Comrades, after a decade of observation, I compared my cells with those from 10 years ago and found only negligible changes. At this rate, human lifespan could potentially reach 1,000,000 years. Moreover, I cannot confirm if these changes are signs of aging. They could be normal fluctuations in cell regeneration. The observation period is too short, and there aren't enough samples for comparison. In animal experiments, we found that growth in juvenile stages is unaffected by this gene modification. Growth involves cell division and proliferation, and this gene modification plays a crucial role only in the phase of replacing old cells with new ones. It has minimal impact on other aspects, including reproduction, intelligence, and behavior." Minister Luo asked, "Academician Xiao, is the modification process complicated?" Xiao replied, "Not at all. It only requires taking a pill. Moreover, producing this pill is very simple. The pills were supposed to be securely stored in the lab, but given the current situation, I have no choice but to carry them with me." Academician Xiao took a small bottle from his pocket and carefully showed it to everyone. Inside the transparent glass bottle, a few yellow pills lay quietly, emitting a mysterious glow. The leader looked around and noticed the anticipation in everyone's eyes. He took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. Comrades, we are about to part ways. Once we set off, each of you must thoroughly research the usage of this gene medication and any potential issues that may arise. So far, only Academician Xiao has used it, and the sample size is far from sufficient. He turned to Academician Xiao. Academician Xiao will accompany General Hu Yu. However, before that, he has shared all relevant data and key information with the other biologists. The leader's gaze swept across the room, his tone resolute. There's no need to worry excessively. Gene modification has become relatively straightforward. We've already discovered longevity sequences in the genes of jellyfish, theoretically extending human lifespan to 10,000 years. Ethical considerations have prevented us from implementing it so far. In reality, longevity, even immortality, is not an esoteric technology. Our scientists are fully capable of addressing any issues. His voice grew firmer. To survive in the harsh battleground of the universe, extending human lifespan is imperative. In the future, our intelligence will also need enhancement. Compared to civilizations that have developed for hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years, human history is very short. With longer lifespans, our talents can flourish, and our population can significantly increase. Although the current capacity of our starships is limited, this is only temporary. Once we find a new home, our population will surely grow exponentially. Hu Yu stepped forward and asked, Leader, rest assured, we will handle these matters properly. Now that we are about to part ways, which direction should we head? The leader pondered for a moment and explained, as you all know, our solar system is located on the edge of the Milky Way. Although we are unsure where the front lines of the major galactic civilizations and the insectoids are, the destroyers haven't allowed us to inquire too much. Our original course was roughly towards the center of the Milky Way. Therefore, on either side of us, there could be insectoid territories. However, this distance should still be quite far. Otherwise, it would be the fleets of major or minor galactic civilizations handling it, not the patrolmen and destroyers appearing here. He looked around the room and continued. I suggest you two teams head in opposite directions, spreading out towards the sides of the Milky Way. Until we are sufficiently powerful, avoid advancing towards the galactic center. That area is the hub of advanced civilizations and is currently beyond our reach. I will lead this team towards the edge of the galaxy. Though the resources there may be scarce, it is safer and more suitable for preserving the seeds of our nation. Luo Zhigao, feeling uneasy, said, Leader, even if we separate, our quantum communication can maintain real-time contact. You can still guide us. Honestly, I am not fully prepared yet. Hu Yu echoed. Yes, leader. My leadership experience is even more lacking. Despite sharing Luo Zhigao's sentiments, Hu Yu's tone carried a youthful confidence. The leader shook his head. Quantum communication? Do you really think it's reliable? Even within the close distances of the solar system, our quantum communication frequently malfunctions. The entanglement between two quanta often gets lost. On a cosmic scale, the environment is far harsher, with countless unpredictable factors. No matter how many quantum communication devices we bring, it will be of no use. He looked at Luo Zhigao and Hu Yu, his tone unwavering moreover. You two must not be daunted. I believe you will do even better than me. Hu Yu, looking somber, asked, then, leader, how do we contact each other once our quantum entanglement is lost? The leader gave a wry smile. Well, that will depend on fate. Let's be a bit romantic and agree to return home every 100,000 years, to reunite in the solar system. If we can't return, as long as we're still alive, we must find a way to send information back to the solar system. Understood, leader. Everyone responded in unison. The leader's gaze swept over the crowd, his tone impassioned. Comrades, for the sake of this promise, everyone must strive to develop themselves fully. I firmly believe that one day, our Chinese civilization will resound throughout the Milky Way. The entire galaxy will become our stage, and we will even step beyond it, into the universe. When that day comes, our reunion will be a grand spectacle. Standing tall and confident, Hu Yu declared, rest assured, leader, we will not tarnish the name of the Chinese nation. When that day comes, we will return to the solar system, rebuild Earth, and together admire the magnificent scene of a lone smoke straight in the desert, a round sun setting over the long river. The leader nodded, his expression serious. Good, comrades. This place has already attracted the attention of advanced civilizations, and we should not linger. Although it's hard to part, the sooner we leave, the better. Now is the time to say goodbye. Take care, everyone. Farewell. Leader. Everyone called out in unison, tears welling in their eyes. The sorrow of parting caused many to sob softly as they hugged each other, reluctant to let go. This farewell might be forever. Even if they meet again, it will be 100,000 years later. For decades, they had fought side by side, resisting the insectoids together, and the bonds they formed were beyond words. It was the truest friendship, and although it was their duty, Who could say it wasn't the sentiment of the Chinese nation? Go on, comrades, the leader said, waving goodbye with tears in his eyes. Everyone took one last look at the white-haired leader, feeling a pang of sorrow. Over the years, the leader had given so much, his body now slightly hunched. But for the sake of the nation, he would continue to lead the first team in their quest for survival in the galaxy, preserving the seeds of their civilization. Hu Yu walked into the control room of the Polaris 5 with heavy steps, followed by a group of officers and high-ranking officials. The room was filled with a tense and grave atmosphere, with everyone's faces reflecting a mix of anticipation and concern. Surveying the room, Hu Yu began. Comrades, we are facing a major decision. The leader suggests we move along the current river system's orbit, but the specific route needs our collective study. Our supplies and energy are limited, so we must replenish as close as possible to a star system. More importantly, our combat capability is very limited. We must develop it first in order to continue forward. Academician Zheng Xiaoyuan stepped forward with his suggestion. General, given the numerous civilizations in the Milky Way, we cannot ensure the safety of our route. I propose we first launch a batch of high-speed probes, maintaining at least a 6-month distance from the fleet. This way, we'll have room to maneuver. Hu Yu nodded in agreement and then asked, Academician Zheng, where do you think our first stop should be? After a moment of contemplation, Zheng replied, I recommend heading to Tian-Tsang-Wu. It's about 12 light-years away, and our energy reserves are sufficient to reach it. Observations indicate that Tian-Tsang-Wu has at least 5 planets, which can serve as stepping stones for resupplying our materials and energy. Hu Yu frowned. 12 light-years means around 40 years of travel. While the fleet's energy is enough, what if Tian-Tsang-Wu already has another civilization? Zheng acknowledged that risk cannot be entirely avoided, but at our technological level, we must find a suitable planet for replenishment. If Tian-Tsang-Wu is not feasible, we can immediately turn towards UV Ceti in the Cetus constellation. After a thorough discussion, everyone agreed to head to Tian-Tsang-Wu. Hu Yu ordered the fleet to prepare for departure, and the others gradually left, leaving Hu Yu, Zheng Xiaoyuan, and Xiao alone. Noticing Hu Yu's hesitation, Zheng smiled and said, General, your cautiousness now is quite unlike the bold and daring young captain you once were. Hu Yu responded with a wry smile, Academician, every step I take now concerns the lives of billions of people. The responsibility is immense. Zheng reassured him, don't worry too much. According to the destroyers, among the roughly 1 billion civilizations in the Milky Way, most are behind us technologically. The probability of encountering a higher civilization is actually quite small. Hu Yu nodded and then turned to Academician Xiao. Academician Xiao, what are your thoughts on the use of the immortality gene? General, I suggest initiating genetic modification for the entire population as soon as the fleet departs. In General Hu Yu's office, a high-ranking officer in military uniform was reporting with a sense of urgency. His eyes were determined, and his tone was filled with urgency. He listed 3 reasons. Firstly, this group of people is our seed. They have endured countless hardships and are the excellent inheritors of the Chinese nation. In the future, our descendants will need them to guide and educate. Secondly, although the fleet appears stable, there will inevitably be unrest among the people. Giving them a tremendous surprise can help everyone better identify with our leadership system. Lastly, and most importantly, our current talent pool is extremely lacking. The loss of any talent is an unbearable blow. Therefore, genetic modification is imperative. After listening carefully, Hu Yu nodded in agreement. He turned to another scientist in a white coat and said, I agree with Academician Zhao's suggestion. We must also immediately start a talent cultivation plan. After the Central Academy of Sciences was disrupted, it now needs to be rebuilt and start training technical personnel. This way, once we reach Tian-Tsang-V, we can immediately begin work and develop ourselves. He looked around and continued. There are more details that need to be researched. Academician Xiao, the task of genetic modification is up to you. Start immediately after the fleet sets sail. Academician Xiao smiled and nodded. Understood, General. Hu Yu stood up, his tone firm. You both can go ahead and get busy. I'll start preparing for the departure. Academician Zheng and Academician Xiao left the office, walking side by side towards their respective work areas. On the way, Academician Xiao whispered to Academician Zheng, not bad. He has quite a bit of the leader's demeanor from back in the day. Curious, Academician Zheng asked, You're referring to General Hu Yu? Academician Xiao nodded, reminiscing, Yes. You haven't seen the leader when he was expanding our territory in the solar system. The situation was quite similar to what General Hu Yu is facing now, with many challenges. But in the end, the leader overcame all obstacles and built a powerful space force, delivering multiple thunderous blows to our adversaries. Since then, no one dared to challenge China's authority in the solar system. They continued their conversation, discussing General Hu Yu's capabilities and future directions. The 2 leading figures in the scientific community were determined to fully support and contribute to the future of their nation. Meanwhile, the main control room was bustling with activity. The AI set the route and speed data, which was then double-checked by humans. This step was crucial because AI could make mistakes, and the star chart data was not always accurate. After half an hour of intense work, the data was finally set. Huyu sent the route to the leader, requesting permission to depart. The leader smiled gently and said only 2 words, "Take care." Huyu bid farewell with tears in his eyes. The fleet emitted a massive blue flame and slowly departed. He knew well the mix of reluctance, worry, concern, and reliance contained in the leader's brief words. From now on, Huyu would lead this fleet of 100 Polaris ships into the depths of the distant starry sky. The fleet accelerated again, expected to reach 0.3 times the speed of light within nearly 10 years. At the strong request of Hu Yu and Luo Zhigao, all the J-85 escort fighters were left with the leader. Now, the fleet's defense force consisted only of the 80,000 J-90 fighters carried by the Polaris ships. To conserve energy and for safety reasons, the fighters were not assigned patrol duties. However, Hu Yu still launched several small probes in the forward direction. These probes could accelerate to 0.5 times the speed of light, arriving at Tianzong V more than a decade in advance, providing the fleet with sufficient reaction time. Next, besides waiting, the primary task was handling internal affairs of the fleet. The first priority was establishing the Academy of Sciences. After discussion, it was decided to name it simply Academy of Sciences, rather than Chinese Academy of Sciences, to show respect for the leader. The Academy of Sciences would have multiple divisions, including biology, physics, materials, weapons, and warfare, each further subdivided into various fields. As more scientists joined, these branches would be further refined. The second important task was genetic modification. When Hu Yu announced this through official channels, the entire fleet was in an uproar. However, Hu Yu did not intend to distribute the genetic medication easily. He decided to use this opportunity to conduct a comprehensive progress review. The conditions for acquiring gene therapy have just been announced, causing quite a stir within the fleet. Apart from those over the age of 80 who can receive it for free, everyone else must make significant contributions to the fleet to obtain this miraculous anti-aging drug. This news spread like wildfire, igniting a collective yearning for eternal youth. The fleet is highly automated, and most people spend their days receiving ration supplies and idly passing the time. The cramped living spaces and limited activities only exacerbate the sense of boredom. However, the introduction of gene therapy has provided everyone with a new goal to strive for. Hu Yu and his team have meticulously designed various ways to earn contribution points within the fleet. Learning has become the most popular option. Whether it's theoretical knowledge or practical skills, obtaining a certification can be exchanged for the precious gene pills. For those who are older and less suited to studying, participating in various volunteer tasks is also a good option. Hospitals, schools, and communities all need helpers, and working in areas like sanitation and care can also accumulate contribution points. To encourage talent development, Hu Yu has specifically increased the contribution point rewards for learning theory and technology. He understands that even upon reaching Tianzong V, without a sufficient talent pool, it would be difficult to quickly commence operations. The decades-long interstellar journey is the perfect time to cultivate talent. The curriculum development is in full swing. All the data from Earth has been transferred to the fleet, and relevant departments are reorganizing it, selecting major disciplines, and arranging them to meet the learning needs of all age groups. Many people have already eagerly started searching for materials online, dusting off long-forgotten knowledge. Meanwhile, some automated equipment has been temporarily taken offline and replaced with manual operation. Although this reduces efficiency, it provides training for a group of emergency personnel preparing the fleet for unforeseen circumstances. Seeing the fleet come alive again, Hu Yu felt a bit relieved. This not only gave people something to do, but also effectively alleviated the oppressive feeling of the confined space. While Hu Yu was discussing the plan for mapping the Milky Way with several astronomers, a piercing alarm suddenly went off. Hu Yu immediately ordered an investigation, fearing any incident that could lead to catastrophic failure. "General, the fleet is experiencing intense radiation," an aide urgently reported. "What details?" Hu Yu asked with a frown. The aide quickly reported the specifics of the radiation, including various rays and high-energy particles involved. Fortunately, thanks to the armor layer made from the Chan element extracted from insects and the ring-shaped magnetic field design of the battleship, only a few instruments were damaged. Hu Yu inquired about the source of the radiation and learned it came from the direction of the solar system. A terrifying suspicion arose in his mind something might be wrong with the sun. "Initiate observation immediately," Hu Yu ordered. However, the external observation equipment on the Polaris had been disabled by the radiation and needed repairs. Hu Yu could only wait anxiously, filled with concern about the unknown dangers ahead. Hu Yu urgently said, 15 minutes, General. The sun will be gone." The advisor's expression turned grave, tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Are you sure?" "Confirmed, General." The advisor pointed to the screen. "Look, this is the image we observed 6 days ago." The sun is no longer visible. Mercury, Venus, Earth have all been engulfed by the sun's explosion. Uranus, Neptune, and the others have flown off along their orbital tangents. The solar system is no more. You stared at the image, seeing Uranus no longer orbiting in a circular path, but traveling in a straight line. He thought to himself, in the years to come, it might be captured by a new star and gain a second chance at life. Or it might collide with another planet or star and vanish, becoming part of other celestial bodies. The sun, that young star, had disappeared just like that. It was supposed to slowly dim and die out over billions of years, but instead, it released all its energy in an instant, ending its life in a spectacular fashion. You quickly concluded that it must have been the Watchers and Destroyers who blew up the sun to eradicate the insect invaders in the solar system. With their small stellar civilization's power, destroying a star was a trivial task. Using the sun's explosive energy to wipe out the insects was indeed the simplest and most efficient method. Damn those insects, who you thought through gritted teeth. If it weren't for their invasion, humanity could have peacefully developed technology and lived in the solar system. The sun wouldn't have met this fate, and we wouldn't be a wandering civilization with an uncertain future. Humans have always had a special bond with the sun. It was the sun's generous heat that allowed life to thrive on Earth. Even in modern times, humanity's dependence on the sun is undeniable. The sun, nurturing like a mother, had now prematurely ended its journey, leaving a sense of deep sorrow. A loud bang echoed as Hu's clenched fist hit the table. This isn't the Watchers or Destroyers' fault. It's those damned insects. I swear, one day, I'll wipe you all out. General. The advisor was startled by Hu's sudden action. Hu took a deep breath to calm himself. It's fine. Don't spread the news about the sun. We can't let it affect people's morale. Understood, the advisor responded. Hu stood up and walked to the thick porthole. The once brightest star was gone, leaving only a dark void. He pondered that in the distant future, the remnants of the sun's explosion might regroup. However, due to the sun's relatively small mass, the dispersed materials would spread across vast space, and even if some regrouped, they wouldn't achieve the mass needed to ignite a new core. Most likely, the materials would randomly scatter further into the universe, potentially being captured by other stars millions or billions of years later. Shaking off his sorrow, Hu returned to a rational state. As a leader, he knew he couldn't be swayed by emotions. The immense energy from the sun's explosion intrigued him, and he decided to consult with academician Zheng Zhaoyuan from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Academician Zheng, what methods can make a star explode? Hu asked directly. A star's explosion signifies immense power, a terrifying force. If such power could be harnessed, it would be a valuable asset for survival. Hu was deeply fascinated by this power. Despite the vast distance and the interference from planetary magnetic fields and the Kuiper Belt's dense materials, the energy that reached the Polaris fleet was still formidable. Without the Chan element armor, the Polaris might have been like a leaf in a stormy sea, powerless against the sun's explosive radiation. If they were any closer, within the solar system, extinction would be inevitable. Even hiding behind a planet would be futile. Academician Zhang replied, General, there are many ways to make a star explode, but we currently lack the capability to do so. The Watchers mentioned that a general stellar civilization can destroy stars, and a small stellar civilization can easily manipulate them. The academician smiled faintly and began to explain slowly. He clarified that while current technology cannot fully achieve it, there are already a few potential methods to destroy a star. First, by launching a large amount of antimatter into the star's core. This would cause a significant loss of material in the core and release immense energy. Although our current technology for producing and storing antimatter isn't advanced enough to destroy a star, improving these technologies and increasing production speed could make this method feasible in the near term. Second, by launching a small black hole into the star. The black hole would consume the material at the star's core, reducing central pressure and ultimately causing the star to collapse. At present, we can't create black holes due to insufficient energy levels. However, in the future, we might be able to attempt creating and nurturing micro-black holes by building ultra-high-energy colliders. The third method involves driving one star to collide with another. This could be achieved through a curvature engine, although there are still technical bottlenecks. The last method is to emit special particles or electromagnetic radiation towards the star, altering its internal fusion reaction rate and disrupting gravitational balance, leading to disintegration. This method is currently the most feasible. Hu nodded in understanding, as these methods were within his expectations. He then asked, So, what about creating a star? The academician smiled again, admitting that he hadn't deeply considered this question. He explained that, in a way, the fusion bombs and fusion engines we use today can be seen as miniature stars, though they differ greatly in lifespan and size from real stars. The amount of material required for an actual star far exceeds the capabilities of current technology. He continued, perhaps when we evolve to a higher level of civilization, we will have new insights and methods. By then, creating a star might be as simple as building a spaceship. The academician and the general stood in the command center of the spaceship, gazing at the vast expanse of the starry sky through the enormous observation window. General Hu Yu furrowed his brow, his voice filled with concern. Academician, the Voyager or the Destroyer can obliterate the sun with just one spaceship. Such power is both terrifying and fascinating. Given our current situation, any civilization with interstellar warfare experience could easily crush us. He turned to Academician Zhang beside him, his eyes gleaming with determination. We must accelerate our technological development, especially in the military sector. Over the years, the Zerg's harassment has severely hindered our progress. But now that we've ventured into space, we finally have more energy for research. Unfortunately, the fleet's conditions are limited, and many experiments cannot be conducted, leading to unsatisfactory progress. Hu Yu sighed, his gaze drifting toward the distant star fields. Everything will have to wait until Tiansong 5. Right now, we're like rootless duckweed, drifting with the current. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to Academician Zhang. By the way, Academician, you've been dedicated to researching warp travel. How is that progressing? Academician Zhang smiled mysteriously. Very well. Very well? Hu Yu asked eagerly. Academician, what stage does very well refer to? His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm for new technology. Academician Zhang responded leisurely. General, do you know the basic elements of warp travel? Hu Yu scratched his head sheepishly. Well, Academician, I returned most of my knowledge to my teachers long ago. All right, Academician Zhang nodded. Let me explain the basic elements of warp travel. After years of research, I've found that the key lies in space density. Space has density? Hu Yu asked, puzzled. Academician Zhang patiently explained. This density isn't in the conventional sense. It's a way of describing the degree of curvature in three-dimensional space. The greater the curvature, the more space is warped and compressed, which we describe as an increase in space density. Hu Yu suddenly understood. I see, that makes sense. Academician Zhang continued. The basic principle of warp travel is that regions of low space density will move towards regions of high density, carrying objects within that space along with them. Even if this movement exceeds the speed of light, it doesn't violate relativity because it's the space that's moving, not the objects themselves. How do we alter space density to achieve warp travel? Hu Yu inquired. Academician Zhang held up 3 fingers. There are 3 methods. First, increase the space density in front of the spacecraft. Second, create new space in front of the ship. Third, destroy the space behind the ship. Hu Yu frowned. Creating and destroying space? That sounds a bit far-fetched. Academician Zhang nodded in agreement. It is quite abstract. Our understanding of space is still very limited. Perhaps one day, close study of black holes will validate these theories. What is our current progress in the research? Hu Yu asked urgently. When can we put it into application? Academician Zhang smiled mysteriously. Don't rush. Let me explain slowly. We've extracted a large amount of Chan elements from the Zerg and discovered solid energy bodies within single Chan atoms. Although we can't explain their existence, experiments have confirmed that this is indeed solid energy. He continued, we can't extract this energy alone. We can only rearrange Chan elements into highly dense polymers. When we energize these polymers to a certain extent, a model spaceship without any propulsion moved. Hu Yu asked excitedly, as the lab achieved warp movement? Academician Zhang nodded. Yes, General. This breakthrough was actually made 10 years ago. At the time, you didn't have the clearance, and later you were too busy, so you were unaware. Now we can drive small spacecraft like the Gen 90 using warp travel. He added somewhat embarrassedly, but the speed isn't much faster than walking. Hu Yu was a bit disappointed. That's slow? Academician Zhang explained. Yes, we haven't found a way to provide higher energy to the Chan element polymers. In other words, the energy level we currently control is far from sufficient. Hu Yu furrowed his brow in thought, his gaze sweeping across the command center of the Polaris. He turned to the nearby academician, his tone tinged with a hint of frustration. Isn't there any other way, academician? If we could master warp drive technology, we could end this long journey and reach our destination much sooner. The academician shook his head, his fingers swiftly gliding over the holographic display to bring up a series of complex data. It's very difficult. I've done some rough calculations. To have the Polaris travel at 0.5 times the speed of light for a year using warp drive would require energy equivalent to 3 to 4 times its own mass. The energy efficiency of bending space is too low, with most of it dissipating into the void. He paused for a moment before continuing. Our project on magnetic field directional control was at a critical stage and could have had a breakthrough at any moment. However, the research team has now been split into 3, and we need to reassign personnel to continue the project. The academician sighed, his tone filled with regret. Hu Yu's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, magnetic field directional control? Could it be? The academician nodded in confirmation. Yes, it's about controlling magnetic fields directionally. Energy is invisible yet real, and ordinary equipment can't effectively contain it. Once we achieve directional control of magnetic fields, we can weave a massive net of magnetic lines to trap the energy within. This would allow for precise control of energy, enabling us to continuously inject energy into the net, raising its level enough to power large spacecraft. Additionally, storing antimatter would become much more efficient and straightforward, and creating antimatter weapons would naturally follow. Hu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? That's fantastic, academician. How long until we achieve a breakthrough? As a professional soldier, his desire for advanced weaponry was something others could hardly comprehend. Especially in his current state with limited resources, only over 80,000 J-90 fighters armed with high-energy particle beam weapons and a few large-yield fusion bombs on the Polaris. After encountering the surveyors, Hu felt that his current arsenal was barely better than sticks. Having potent weapons would provide much-needed confidence. Mastering antimatter weapons would undoubtedly be a significant advantage. The academician smiled reassuringly. General, don't be impatient. You know that academic research isn't like bricklaying. It can't be rushed. However, I'm confident that by the time we reach Tiansong V, we should have resolved all the issues and moved into the application phase. Hu responded enthusiastically. That's great, academician. Then, we'll share the plans with the leader and Minister Luo, ensuring everyone's safety. At this moment, Chief of Staff Wen Zhonghua interjected. Hey, old Hu, there might be a problem. As longtime comrades, Wen Zhonghua had volunteered to join Hu Yu's team and was now serving as the fleet's chief of staff. Hu Yu asked, puzzled. What problem? Wen Zhonghua explained, Old Hu, while checking for equipment damage, I also tried to contact the leader's fleet and Minister Luo's fleet, but there was no response. I suspect the intense radiation and particle streams from the solar explosion have disrupted the quantum entanglement states. You know, whether it's our instruments or those of the leader or Minister Luo, any malfunction would disrupt communication. Although the armor layer made from Chu elements can block 99.99% of the radiation and particle streams, a tiny fraction still penetrates the ship. Quantum communication devices are highly delicate, unlike regular equipment. As a result, most of the quantum communication devices in the fleets within the radiation range are now inoperative. Fortunately, a few Pathfinder probes further from the sun haven't lost contact. Hu Yu said urgently, switch to electromagnetic communication. We must contact the leader. When Zhonghua shook his head. Old Hu, we are over 1 billion kilometers away from the leader. Electromagnetic communication is barely sufficient within the fleet, let alone reaching the leader or Minister Luo. Plus, the ongoing electromagnetic interference from the solar explosion makes it impossible to contact them now. Hu Yu pondered for a moment and then suggested, in that case, let's quickly establish new particle entanglements and send unmanned spacecraft with new instruments to catch up with the leader and Minister Luo. The academician explained, quantum communication is different from ordinary electromagnetic communication. With electromagnetic communication, as long as both parties agree on the protocol, even if one device is damaged, another can still receive and interpret the information. However, quantum communication devices are unique pairs. If either device in a pair is damaged, the communication stops because quantum entanglement is one-to-one. When a pair of entangled particles is separated, changing the state of one particle will alter the state of the other, even if they're billions of kilometers apart. Now that the fleet's quantum communication devices are damaged, to re-establish contact, we need to extract a new pair of entangled particles, place them in two devices, and then send an unmanned spacecraft to deliver one to the leader and Luo Zhigao. The academician continued, General, it's unnecessary. I believe the leader wouldn't want you to do that. We are currently 10 billion kilometers apart, and while you can send a drone to catch up now, what will you do when we are separated by thousands of light years in the future? The leader divided us into 3 groups so that you could develop independent thinking for the future, not to consult him on everything. Otherwise, what's the point of splitting up? When Zhonghua agreed, Old Hu, I think academician Zhang is right. We need to truly grow and learn to be independent, so we don't fail the leader's expectations. Hu Yu fell silent, deeply contemplating. Finally, he made up his mind. Academician, I understand. Don't worry. I won't let down the leader and the people. I will rely on you for matters like warp drive and directional magnetic field control technology. The academician nodded in agreement. Yes, I promise by the time we reach Tiansong V, there will be enough technology to keep everyone busy. Hu Yu's gaze was firm and full of confidence. Good, academician. When we set sail from Tiansong V, the fleet will be an entirely different sight. The fleet has been silently navigating through the void for over 30 years. The accompanying asteroids have been thoroughly mined, with all useful materials extracted for supplies, leaving only debris, which has been discarded along the long journey, becoming interstellar waste. The Polaris and the entire fleet show the marks of time. Key components have been replaced multiple times, and the consumption of wear parts is enormous. Despite traveling in the void, the relentless onslaught of cosmic rays and continuous high-intensity acceleration mean the fleet requires daily maintenance. Electronic equipment, both for the ship systems and civilian use, frequently breaks down and is replaced at an alarming rate. Hu stood before the thick porthole, gazing at the eternal, unchanging starry sky. Many questions swirled in his mind. Material research was urgently needed, as the current steel and alloys couldn't withstand even a direct hit from a standard TNT bomb. The weapon systems needed upgrading. Breakthroughs in warp drive technology were essential, and fleet expansion was imperative. Solving these issues required a stable planetary base. Tiansong-Wu was their hope, with its 5 planets. If they hadn't been claimed by another civilization, humanity might be able to restart their journey there. But if they encountered a stellar-level civilization, they might have to divert to UV Ceti in the constellation Cetus. However, the massive star's influence on its surroundings made detection extremely challenging, making a journey there a high-stakes gamble. As Hu pondered, the excited voice of Chief of Staff Wen Zhonghua broke the silence. "Old Hu, come quickly. Pathfinder 1 has reached Tiansong-Wu." Hu immediately rushed to the large screen. The images transmitted by the Pathfinder showed that the first planet of Tiansong-Wu had a harsh environment with extreme temperature variations between day and night, but no signs of civilization. Over the next 2 hours, other Pathfinders sent back data, completing the survey of all 5 planets. "Great news, Old Hu." When Zhonghua exclaimed with joy, "We can confirm that Tiansong-Wu is a pristine planetary system, untouched by any civilization, and there are no signs of life." Hu exhaled deeply, his tense expression finally relaxing. "Zhonghua, proceed with the planned satellite deployment." "Understood." When Zhonghua responded firmly, immediately setting to work to execute the order. When the fleet decided to head towards Tiansong-V, Hu decisively ordered the engineering department to use resources from the accompanying asteroids to manufacture billions of miniature satellites. These watermelon-sized satellites had simple functions. They could only decelerate upon reaching their predetermined positions and detect moving objects within a range of tens of thousands of kilometers. Any anomalies detected would be immediately reported back to the fleet. Due to their small size and simple structure, the fleet could produce and store them in large quantities during the journey. As the fleet traveled at 0.3 times the speed of light, these satellites were launched via electromagnetic rails, achieving a speed slightly faster than the fleet after a secondary acceleration. They would be distributed in a spherical area with a 1 light-year radius centered on Tiansong-V. Although Hu wished to produce more satellites to cover a wider area, resource limitations meant this initial deployment would serve as the warning system. Thousands of satellites spewed from the fleet like a swarm of locusts, vanishing into the vastness of space in an instant. Hours later, the Pathfinders transmitted preliminary results from Tiansong-V, confirming no signs of civilization. Hu finally felt a sense of relief. Next, Hu led his team in the meticulous planning for the development of Tiansong-V, selecting mining sites, constructing factories, producing equipment, and building a new fleet hull needed to be finalized before their arrival. By the end of 2285, Tiansong-V finally came into view. This slightly smaller Thanson star, with its blazing flames, illuminated the entire planetary system. The interstellar travelers, long adrift in space, felt an overwhelming sense of returning home. The fleet arrived at the orbit of the 5th planet of Tiansong-V. This rocky planet, slightly smaller than Earth, was about 7 astronomical units from Tiansong-V and perpetually locked in extreme cold, with temperatures below -150 degrees Celsius. However, this planet held the richest mineral resources. Unlike the other 4 planets, the 5th planet had a high metal content, likely a wandering planet captured by Tiansong-V's gravity. Hu immediately dispatched all 80,000 J-90 fighter jets, detaching from the Polaris and heading towards the 5th planet. Designed for interstellar flight, these jets were unaffected by the atmosphere and quickly reached their target. Subsequently, a dense barrage of fusion bombs rained down on the planet's surface, marking the beginning of humanity's development of Tiansong-V. The fusion bombs generated temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees, instantly igniting the surface of Planet 5. The immense explosive force acted like a colossal plow, repeatedly churning the entire planet. Wave after wave of fusion bombs were deployed until the entire planet had been thoroughly scorched. But this was far from enough. The fleet then launched hundreds of kinetic drilling fusion bombs. These specially designed weapons drilled into the planet's interior at high speeds, then detonated, forcing vast amounts of magma to the surface. Hu stood on the observation deck of the command ship, watching this astonishing planetary transformation. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of technology within just a few hours. A wandering civilization at the early stellar stage could completely alter the landscape of a planet. There were 3 reasons for this approach. First and foremost, Planet 5 was to become an important mining base. Many scientists and technicians would live and work at the base here. Ensuring their safety was paramount, rather than spending months on exploration and research. A thorough high-temperature cleansing could effectively eliminate any potential microorganisms or viruses. Secondly, bringing magma to the surface had significant strategic importance. Due to Planet 5's strong magnetic field, this magma contained a large amount of metal. After simple refining, these metals could be directly used for construction, alleviating the fleet's initial material shortages. The third reason was practical necessity. The fleet lacked large-scale machinery, and the small mining equipment they carried was limited in capability. Using fusion bombs for deep tilling and high-temperature purification would clear obstacles for future mining operations. Once the transformation work was completed, you immediately dispatched landing ships for on-site inspections. As the flagship, Polaris could not land directly on the planet's surface, so it was necessary to select the most suitable locations for base construction and mining operations. As time passed, more personnel and materials were transported to Planet 5. Several makeshift smelting towers were prioritized and quickly assembled from the fleet's supplies. These smelting towers would be the starting point for everything. Due to limited space on the fleet, they couldn't carry more or larger equipment. But with these smelting towers, they could gradually produce steel, which would then be used to manufacture more and larger equipment, eventually building a larger-scale smelting base. This would create a positive cycle, producing increasingly more and higher-quality steel. After ensuring that the development of Planet 5 was on track, led the fleet to Planets 2 and 3 of Tian-Song 5. These two planets were located within the habitable zone of Tian-Song 5, and hoped to find a planet suitable for terraforming. Planet 2 was about 0.7 astronomical units from Tian-Song 5, while Planet 3 was at 1.2 astronomical units. Considering that Tian-Song 5 has about 80 of the Sun's mass, Planet 2 seemed more suitable based on distance. However, the reality was different. Planet 2 had no atmosphere, with temperatures fluctuating dramatically between 200 degrees and minus 180 degrees. In contrast, Planet 3 had a thin atmosphere, with temperatures ranging from 80 degrees to minus 50 degrees, relatively stable. This made Planet 3 more suitable as a short-term human habitation base. More importantly, Planet 3 likely had underground water. For the increasingly water-scarce fleet, this discovery was a godsend. Despite the fleet's efforts to recycle water, their reserves were continuously depleting. The situation had become so dire that even a hot shower was a luxury. Therefore, finding a water source was as crucial as building a base. After all, water is fundamental to human survival. Without it, all development would be impossible. In addition to these two planets, the scientific team also conducted detailed surveys of Planets 1 and 4. Planet 1 had an extremely harsh environment, with frequent volcanic and seismic activity, resembling a newly formed young planet. This phenomenon puzzled scientists after billions of years of evolution. Such intense and frequent volcanic activity shouldn't be possible. Planet 1 seemed to be a perpetually youthful planet, maintaining its primordial activity. Planet 4, on the other hand, was a massive gas giant, similar to those in our solar system. No wonder there was significant interest in Tian-Song 5 2 centuries ago, with some even speculating that it might harbor intelligent life. This gas giant was primarily composed of hydrogen and helium. With helium available, the fleet's energy concerns were effectively addressed. A few days later, the preliminary survey results of Tian-Song 5 were released. The entire planet showed no signs of life, with not even the most basic proteins detected. More worryingly, no water resources were found either. This outcome left the exploration team with mixed feelings. On one hand, the lack of life signs meant that humans would face more challenges in settling on Tian-Song 5, particularly the urgent issue of water resources. On the other hand, the absence of alien microorganisms made the colonization effort safer and more controllable. Meanwhile, the personnel and equipment responsible for infrastructure had arrived on the third planet. The process of building the base was unexpectedly simple. The engineering team only needed to dismantle the modular residential buildings from the ship, transport them to the third planet, and reassemble them. These residential buildings were designed with adaptability in mind, and their sealing conditions and protective capabilities fully met the environmental requirements of the third planet. Although the number of surplus residential buildings on the ship was limited, it was sufficient to set up a few initial bases. The plan was to settle a portion of the personnel first, with the rest to follow gradually. With the first batch of steel produced on the fifth planet, smelting facilities would also be established on the third planet. Despite the relatively low metal content on the third planet, the identified metal reserves at several mining sites totaled tens of trillions of tons, enough to support long-term human development. Due to the suitable temperature on the third planet, ordinary residential buildings could provide a comfortable living environment for humans. Therefore, most of the future production lines would be established here. In contrast, the harsh environment of the fifth planet would primarily serve as a mining base. The plan for the third planet was to build around 100,000 factories for producing various equipment and parts. This number, though seemingly large, was actually the result of multiple rounds of screening to retain only the necessary production lines. These factories varied in size, with the larger ones covering several square kilometers and the smaller ones requiring only a few square meters. The number of staff needed also varied. Some factories required a large workforce, while others might need only a few people to manage multiple production lines simultaneously. Training for personnel had begun when the fleet set out, and now was the time for those skills to be put to use. However, everything still depended on the official start of steel production on the fifth planet. 2 months later, the long-awaited news finally arrived. The first batch of steel from the fifth planet was successfully produced. This batch of 300,000 tons of high-quality steel led to a small celebration at the fifth planet base. Subsequently, the daily steel production stabilized at around 300,000 tons. With steel in hand, the foundation for development was secured. Soon, a batch of large-scale mining equipment was manufactured in makeshift factories, with the circuit systems directly using parts from the fleet's reserves, greatly accelerating production progress. As these pieces of equipment were put into use, steel production continued to rise until the small smelting towers reached full capacity. Meanwhile, a super-large smelting furnace with a daily capacity of 10 million tons was under construction. Before long, a continuous supply of steel would be transported to the third planet, supporting more construction projects. According to the plan formulated during the voyage, the fleet would produce at least 500,000 new warships, each 300 meters in length. Additionally, 200 large residential ships, each 20 kilometers long, would be built. These grand plans were in response to the inevitable population explosion after human lifespans extended to 1 million years. In the era of space exploration, without a population of hundreds of billions or even trillions, it would be difficult to effectively control and utilize a sufficient number of star systems. A larger population base also meant more technological talent, which would drive rapid technological advancement and create a positive cycle. However, neither the 300-meter warships nor the 20-kilometer residential ships could be produced on the planet's surface. On one hand, planetary gravity would affect the manufacturing precision of such large ships. On the other hand, the sheer mass of these ships made it difficult for them to take off normally from the planet's surface. To construct these large ships, it was necessary to do so in a zero-gravity environment in space or on specially designated bases on asteroids. Unfortunately, the search team found no suitable asteroids in the entire Tiansong 5 system. Faced with this dilemma, Hu ordered the 80-plus Polaris ships to dock together, connecting them with steel structures and installing various equipment to convert them into space docks. In this manner, 15 space docks of varying sizes were built in the orbit of the fifth planet in the Tiansong 5 system. The remaining Polaris ships were converted into transport ships, responsible for ferrying large quantities of steel produced on the fifth planet to the third planet's orbit, where smaller shuttle ships would then deliver them to the surface. Construction proceeded in an orderly fashion. 2 years later, the construction of all bases was completed. Dozens of towering, fusion-powered super-large, smelting towers stood tall on the surface of the fifth planet. Thick smoke billowed from the tops of these towers, but due to the lack of an atmosphere on the fifth planet, the smoke particles could only spread over a small area before falling back to the ground. At this point, the daily steel production had soared to an astounding 10 million tons. With a sufficient supply of steel, hundreds of large bases also sprang up on the third planet. These bases were filled with various machinery and production lines, and countless workers, like diligent ants, bustled about with enthusiasm, relentlessly striving for humanity's future in this unfamiliar star system. The demolition work on the residential buildings of the Polaris is nearing completion. Most of the construction materials have been transported to Planet 3 for the establishment of a civilian base. Only a few houses have been retained to provide temporary accommodation for the spaceship construction crew. All residents have relocated to Base 3, stepping once again onto solid ground. Despite being in a sealed base, through the thick, specialized glass, people can still feel the warmth and comfort of sunlight. This year, the hardworking scientific expedition team finally brought good news. In the cold and desolate area 200 astronomical units away from Tiansong, they discovered a small ice ball with a diameter of just over 50 kilometers. This ice ball, far from the heat and light of any star, is in excellent preservation and contains tens of billions of tons of water resources. Upon hearing the news, Hu's furrowed brows finally relaxed. Over the past 2 years, the fleet had been facing increasing water shortages, especially a severe lack of industrial water. Consequently, the public had voluntarily reduced their personal water usage, but the impact was minimal. Although planets 3 and 5 contained water, it primarily existed in molecular form within rocks and soil, making extraction highly inefficient, yielding only a few dozen tons daily. The discovery of the small ice ball was a godsend. After confirming its biological safety, Hu immediately dispatched 2 ships from the busy Polaris to the location of the scientific expedition. These 2 ships, tasked with the crucial mission of transporting water, carried sufficient engines to reach the asteroid, with plans to push it into an orbit within Tiansong. Although the journey would take over a decade to reach Planet 5, without ordinary residents, Polaris could achieve an acceleration of at least 5G, making a round trip in just 1 year. With the water resource problem resolved, the next step was to proceed methodically with construction tasks. Every day, hundreds of thousands of technicians in simple spacesuits worked diligently outside the bases on planets 3 and 5. Seeing all this, Hu felt somewhat relieved. He estimated that within a few decades, a brand new fleet would set sail from Tian-Song-Wu. However, Hu couldn't remain idle. He quickly made his way to the Academy of Sciences, now established on Planet 3. This enormous facility, no less impressive than the other bases, housed over 100,000 scientists engaged in various experiments. Hu entered the laboratory of Academician Zheng Xiaoyuan and called out, "Academician Zheng?" "Oh, General Hu. What brings you here today?" Academician Zheng looked up and asked, "Academician, about the warp drive you mentioned for the fleet's departure?" Hu hesitated. Academician Zheng sighed. "Ah, I boasted too much. I said we'd solve all the problems by the time the fleet reached Tian-Song-Wu, but it's been 2 years now, and I'm truly embarrassed." "So, Academician, how is the progress now? When will it be completed?" Hu asked urgently. "It's not that I'm in a rush, I just can't help it." Academician Zheng smiled slightly. "I understand. But as of now, all the problems have been resolved." After 50 or 60 years of hard work, he couldn't hide the pride in his voice. "Really? Quick, Academician, tell me in detail," Hu said excitedly. Don't rush, let me explain slowly," Academician Zheng said. "In the last 2 years of our voyage, we overcame the magnetic field orientation control technology and immediately tested using magnetic fields to constrain energy leakage, achieving excellent results. The energy levels within the magnetic confinement net have reached new heights, enough to propel Polaris to 0.1 times the speed of light. If it's a Gen 90, it could even travel at the speed of light. Then why didn't you tell me?" Hu asked, puzzled. "Ah, Comrade Hu," Academician Zheng explained. "Although this result is already remarkable, don't forget how large our new residential spaceships are. So, this energy level is still insufficient. The spatial curvature is too small in both range and degree. A small range can't move large ships, and a small curvature can't achieve sufficient speed." Hu suddenly understood. "Oh, I see. So, you've been continuing the research all these years?" "That's right," Academician Zheng nodded. "In the fleet, we lack large particle accelerators for related experiments. Just when I was troubled, an accidental inspiration struck me. If we can perfectly control magnetic fields, why not create a non-physical high-energy accelerator with magnetic fields?" "A non-physical high-energy accelerator?" Hu asked, puzzled. Academician Zheng Xiaoyuan showed Hu a palm-sized disc, which was a sample of the curvature engine. As Hu took the disc, he immediately felt a strong suction force. Even if he released his fingers, the disc remained firmly attached to his palm. "This is just the lowest power setting," Academician Zheng explained. "The magnetic field lines inside extend for 100,000 kilometers. At full power, it could immobilize you entirely." Curious, Hu asked, "Academician, won't the curvature of the pipes affect the particle speed?" "The bends look quite significant." Academician Zheng nodded in agreement. "That's true. However, due to the lack of friction, the energy needed to redirect the particles is minimal. This small design also aligns with the concept of the curvature engine. You can't exactly fly around with an accelerator that's thousands of kilometers in diameter, can we?" Hu gave a thumbs up in admiration. "Academician, you're amazing." Academician Zheng smiled and stopped him. "Hold on, there's more. As a leader, you need to stay calm." Hu earnestly responded, "In front of you, I wouldn't dare to act superior. You're my idol." Academician Zheng continued, "This is just a sample. The actual curvature engine will be larger, but no more than 100 meters. Otherwise, efficiency drops significantly. According to our calculations, this engine can allow a residential spaceship to reach 0.5 times the speed of light, and small warships can even reach 3 times the speed of light." Hu excitedly said, "That's fantastic. No more crawling along at a snail's pace. Can it go even faster?" Academician Zheng replied, "That's a conservative estimate. It might be slightly faster in practice, but not by much." Hu was thrilled. "That's already incredible. Doubling the speed for residential ships and increasing warship speed several times over. The key is that it eliminates the long acceleration time. It can reach 0.3 times the speed of light in seconds, something that used to take years." Academician Zheng added, "Curvature travel doesn't require conventional acceleration. By bending the space ahead, the ship moves forward naturally. Space itself moves faster than light, and the greater the curvature, the faster the speed." But Academician Zheng shifted the topic. "There's a catch. The high-energy particles in the engine can only be extracted from the element chong, found in worms. Other particles are less than 10 effective. Plus, these particles need to be replenished regularly, and our supply of chong is limited." Hu asked, "How long can our current supply last?" Academician Zhang answered, if used solely for travel with the new fleet's scale, it would last about 400 to 500 years. Yu was surprised. Isn't it meant for travel? Are there other uses? Academician Zhang explained. Of course, the curvature engine essentially creates immense gravity. With slight modifications, it can become a gravity bomb. The immense gravity released at close range can tear a warship apart. Additionally, it can provide artificial gravity for the ship, replacing the simulated gravity generated by rotation. All these uses consume Chong, especially during wartime, when consumption will multiply. Yu was astonished. It has such capabilities? Academician Zhang nodded. The gravity bomb's most formidable feature is its ability to bypass defenses and act directly within the ship. No matter how strong the external defenses are, the internal structure is hard to protect. Yu worriedly asked, won't our own ships be affected? Academician Zhang explained. No, our curvature engines are distributed all around, keeping the entire ship in gravitational balance. When all engines are activated, the ship moves as if on a glide path. The gravity bomb, however, releases intense gravity in one direction and randomly adjusts its power, tearing the ship apart like waves. With our technology, it's challenging to defend against it. As for other civilizations, we'll see in actual combat. Yu sighed in relief. I'm reassured by what you said. Academician, do you have any other new inventions? Show me everything at once. Academician Zhang laughed. You're getting greedy. But as the leader, you'll know eventually. Let me show you another big reveal. Yu was excited. Really? Tell me, tell me. He was so happy he almost wanted to pick up Academician Zhang and spin him around. The latest achievements in the weapons department are truly exciting. Yu stood in the lab, his gaze falling on the small device with a heart full of anticipation. This was the antimatter bomb, an unassuming yet incredibly powerful weapon. The maturity of directional magnetic field control technology means we can finally store antimatter perfectly, Yu explained to his colleague beside him. With the curvature engine, we can even achieve faster than light attacks. This is undoubtedly a game-changer for our future arsenal. He continued, currently, our weapon systems include 4 types: antimatter bombs, gravity bombs, laser weapons, and high-energy particle beam weapons. These are barely sufficient at the stellar stage. Yu frowned and added, the only issue is the limited number of antimatter bombs. We produce antimatter particle by particle, and accumulating 1 kilogram takes at least a year. That's slow, his colleague exclaimed. Can't we speed it up? Maybe build another super-large particle accelerator? Yu shook his head. There's no need. With the maturity of directional magnetic field control, regular accelerators become obsolete. The process is inherently slow because it relies on accumulating particles one by one. We're exploring faster methods for antimatter production, but no significant progress yet. He paused before continuing. But don't underestimate 1 kilogram of antimatter. It's enough to destroy a small asteroid. We usually use it in grams during combat. Plus, we'll be staying on Tiansong V for a long time, so producing a few dozen kilograms should suffice for 1 or 2 wars. Even after leaving Tiansong V, we can continue production within the fleet. This weapon is for strategic reserves and should be used sparingly unless absolutely necessary. His colleague nodded. I understand. I was too impatient. Yu patted his colleague's shoulder. No, your concern is valid. Given our current situation, we do need a large arsenal of superweapons. We don't attack others, but we can't guarantee others won't trouble us. I suggest using antimatter bombs only as a last resort, but when we do, it should cripple the enemy. I get it, academician, his colleague said thoughtfully. So, what's our future direction for weapon development? These few types don't seem enough. Should we prepare some conventional bombs as well? Yu shook his head. In interstellar warfare, everyone is highly mobile. Conventional bombs are ineffective unless they also have faster than light engines. However, they can be useful for creating defensive perimeters. He elaborated. Regarding future weapon development, I've discussed with the weapons division scientists. There are a few directions. One is space bombs, which could be the most powerful but also the hardest to realize. Then there are new conventional bombs, but these require us to master curvature travel without relying on Chan elements. Otherwise, our limited supply of Chan elements won't suffice. Space bombs? His colleague asked curiously. What are those? Yu smiled and explained, the curvature engine can alter space structure. If we increase the engine's power to the extreme, space might fracture, according to our calculations. If space itself breaks, everything within it will be obliterated. Think of space bombs as a more potent version of gravity bombs, but their power is incomparable. His colleague nodded thoughtfully. That sounds incredibly challenging. I can't imagine it being feasible anytime soon. Indeed, Yu sighed. Everyone has their tasks. I just wonder how our leaders and Minister Luo are doing, whether they've found suitable star systems to settle in. Yeah, his colleague sighed as well. It's been over 60 years. I hope they're safe. Let's hope so. Hu Yu said softly. Time flew by, and another 40 years passed. It had been 50 years since they arrived on Tiansong V. One day, Hu Yu was teaching his son, Hu Yunhang. By age, Hu Yunhang was nearly 100, but he still looked like he was in his 20s. Now, everyone had undergone genetic modification. Citizens over 18 years old with no criminal record could use genetic drugs after earning enough fleet contribution points. Some preferred to remain youthful, while others liked a more mature appearance. Overall, apart from the initial elderly, old faces were rare in the fleet. Hu Yu felt gratified, believing this made the fleet vibrant. Hu Yunhang had exchanged contribution points for genetic drugs at 25, and Hu Yu hadn't opposed it. Now, age had lost its original meaning. Meeting a young woman, she might be 70 or 80 years old, and calling her grandma would certainly get you scolded. You lazy kid. Always doing nothing. Hu Yu scolded. Everyone's busy. Can't you do something meaningful and make me proud? Hu Yunhang looked aggrieved. Dad, give me a break. I've been leading training all day, dead tired, and can't even relax at home. Hu Yunhang retorted, his tone tinged with defiance. Age may have caught up with you, but your maturity hasn't. You're still as youthful as your appearance. Hu Yu dismissed the comment, his eyes flashing with sternness. Lazy donkey pulling the millstone. I was a colonel commander in my early 30s. Look at you. After all these years, you're just a major. And I bet half of that rank is thanks to me. If it weren't for your general knowing I'm your father, there's no way you'd be a major. Hu Yunhang straightened his back, unwilling to back down. Dad, times have changed. There are no wars to fight now. If there were, you'd see how capable I am. Even though I'm just a major, I earned every bit of it. Our brigade commander said my military skills and combat abilities are more than enough for a brigade-level officer. Hu Yu sneered. Brigade-level officer? Keep dreaming. Why don't you claim you can be a general? Hu Yunhang shot back. If I had the chance, I could handle being a general just as well. He continued his tirade, unfazed by Hu Yu's authority. Despite his stern demeanor, Hu Yu knew his son's potential and hard work. If he hadn't been holding him back, Hu Yunhang might have already become a brigade commander. As a fleet leader, Hu Yu had to avoid any appearance of nepotism, even if it meant holding his son back. This way, Hu Yunhang would gain valuable experience at the grassroots level. In the midst of their heated exchange, Xiao Xiao emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray, looking exasperated. All right, enough. Can't you two ever stop bickering? Hu Yunhang immediately shifted the blame. Mom, it's Dad's fault. He's always nagging, not acting like a leader at all. Xiao Xiao glanced at her son and chided with a smile. How many times have I told you? Don't call me old. Do I look that old? Despite being close in age to Hu Yu, Xiao Xiao maintained the appearance and figure of someone not yet 30. Hu Yunhang quickly corrected himself. Got it, mother. Is dinner ready? I'm starving. Xiao Xiao remained unimpressed. Starving? It doesn't look like it. Maybe you two should skip dinner and argue outside for a couple of hours. Hu Yu softened his tone. Dear, I'm just trying to educate our son. Can you not undermine me every time? Xiao Xiao retorted without hesitation. Respect? Do you want respect or dinner? If you want respect, go outside. If you want dinner, sit down. All right, dinner it is. Hu Yu surrendered immediately. Despite being the fleet leader outside, at home, he was at the bottom of the hierarchy. At the dinner table, Xiao Xiao asked, You, how much longer will we be staying here? Hu Yu replied, It depends on the fleet construction progress. If possible, we'll stay as long as we can. Why are you unhappy here? Xiao Xiao shook her head. No, it's peaceful here. But don't you think our lives have become all work and no play? Even in these special times, we need a healthier lifestyle. Hu Yu showed interest. Go on. Xiao Xiao explained. We grew up on Earth and have a different perspective on life. People born on the fleet might not feel the same. If all we do is work, what's the point of living? Life should be colorful. Otherwise, what's the meaning? Hu Yu pondered. I see your point. Though we lack the resources for better activities now, thank you for bringing this up. We'll see what can be done. Hu Yunhang chimed in. Dad, Mom's right. This is something we need to address. We're just discussing it as a family now. In our unit, aside from flying, fixing jets, and discussing tactics, there's no social interaction. Even though I didn't spend much time on Earth, I know humans are social creatures. Interaction is crucial. Suddenly, Hu Yu stood up. You're right. I need to call a meeting. Xiao Xiao looked puzzled. What's the matter, you? Hu Yu hurried out, saying, This is a real issue. I need to address it immediately. You guys eat without me. He left the house, calling for a meeting with the department heads. It seemed no one would enjoy a peaceful dinner tonight. Despite the planet's days being 57 hours long, the human schedule adhered to Earth's time. Soon, the department heads gathered. General, what's the urgent matter? They asked. Hu Yu looked around and got straight to the point. Have you noticed something? Everyone exchanged confused glances. Hu Yu continued, During our time on this planet, everyone has worked hard, and our achievements are evident. But have you noticed there's hardly any laughter among the people, whether at work or in the residential areas? Why is that? He paused and then added, we've turned vibrant individuals into machines, focused solely on work. While we are in a special period requiring hard work, humanity has never stopped working throughout history. So why now? The room fell silent until someone spoke up. Now that you mention it, I did notice that. Yes, I felt it too, another person agreed. Who you asked again, why do you think this is happening? We lack care for the people. Who you exclaimed, his voice echoing through the conference room. He glanced around at the officials, each face heavy with concern. For so many years, every one of us, including myself, has anyone truly considered the people's feelings? Who you continued. Even though they don't say it out loud, they understand the fleet's current predicament. But that doesn't excuse our inaction. An official spoke up in frustration. General, it's not that we don't want to help. We just don't have good ways to help the people relax and enjoy themselves. The fleet's conditions are so harsh now, and the people know it. I can feel their mood myself. Sometimes I even wonder if there's a way to restore our original genes. Even if we can't achieve immortality, at least we could age happily. Another official added, head bowed. General, many people are working non-stop, 365 days a year. Even if we offer them rest, they refuse. On one hand, they know the fleet needs them. On the other, there's nothing to do at home but lie in bed. It's more fulfilling for them to stay in the factories. I'm with them almost every day, urging them to rest more. But the impact is minimal. Who you took a deep breath, his expression serious. The responsibility lies with me, not with any of you. I apologize to you all and to the people. Now, let's discuss how we can change this situation. I'd rather slow down the fleet's progress by a few months than see our people turn into lifeless robots. An official reminded, General, it's nearly impossible to terraform the planets of Tiansong 5. It would take immense time and effort. We should focus on infrastructure instead. After a moment of contemplation, Who you made a decisive call. All right, I'll make the decisions. You all hesitate because you're afraid of delaying the fleet's progress. From now on, mandatory rest periods will be enforced for the people. Factories can operate in shifts to maintain production. People will work no more than 6 days a week. He elaborated on his plan. We'll build 100 large entertainment centers. We can't terraform planets, but we can transform these centers into paradises. They should have various entertainment and fitness facilities, and each should comfortably accommodate at least 100,000 people. This is feasible with our steel modules, and constructing a center won't take long. We'll start multiple projects simultaneously and aim to complete the exteriors in 6 months and the interiors within a year. Who you continued, additionally, we'll explore other planets for scenic spots and establish safe tourism routes. Government departments at all levels should also organize regular communal activities to keep everyone engaged and happy. The goal is simple, to ensure our people are joyful and healthy. Believe me, even if we lose some time, work efficiency will increase and might even surpass the current levels. The officials responded in unison. General, we thank you on behalf of the people. Who you replied, this is my duty. Let's start acting now. If anyone has other good ideas, implement them directly without reporting. I want to see results in a year. Yes, General, the official said, leaving with renewed enthusiasm. Feeling relieved, Who you stood up, suddenly aware of his growling stomach. He remembered he hadn't had dinner and quickly contacted his wife. Xiao Xiao. Honey, save me some food. I'm starving, he said, hurrying out of the conference room towards home, looking forward to a hearty meal and a good night's sleep. In the aftermath of the disaster, people's efficiency had significantly improved. In just over 8 months, the 100 large entertainment centers were completed. This was made possible by the increased steel production on Planet 5, which now exceeded 50 million tons per day. To support the construction, half of Planet 5's output was allocated to Planet 3. Numerous construction modules were transported from Planet 5 by the Polaris to be assembled on Planet 3. The interior facilities were simultaneously manufactured and installed, including bars, KTVs, gaming centers, sports courts, and more. There were also small botanical gardens, zoos, and farms. The mini-ice planet had long reached the orbit of Planet 5, making water resources abundant. 2 of the centers even featured small lakes with wave machines for the public to enjoy. Once all 100 centers were completed, the people's gloom lifted. Their lifestyles transformed, no longer centered solely on work. Every weekend, large crowds flocked to the centers, exchanging contribution points for leisure and entertainment. With appropriate relaxation, the people's enthusiasm for work soared, and efficiency markedly improved. Walking through the centers, Who you saw the joyful faces and heard the occasional bursts of laughter, feeling the people's newfound happiness. Most importantly, their mindset began to change. Although the entertainment facilities were not yet perfect, for a wandering civilization, they were quite satisfactory. Seeing all these changes, Who you felt a silent sense of relief. Thanks to Xiao Zhao's reminder, otherwise, continuing on the previous path would have inevitably led to major problems, and by then, it would have been too late to make any changes. Although the public's concerns were alleviated, Huyu remained vigilant. At this moment, the fleet construction was at a critical stage. After nearly 50 years of development, the Hunter-class warships finally entered the final testing phase. These warships were flat and triangular, completely black, 300 meters long, 58 meters wide, and 25 meters high. In the orbit of the fifth planet, 500,000 hunters were neatly arranged, presenting a spectacular sight. In the era of space travel, building warships had become simpler than constructing ordinary airplanes in the Earth era. There was no need to consider factors like air, weather, humidity, and temperature. All that was required was sufficiently robust armor and powerful propulsion systems to handle various scenarios. Inside the warships, only a highly stable ecological maintenance system was needed, which was basic and straightforward technology for the current level of science. If building warships were as complex as making airplanes in the Earth era, producing even 50,000 hunters would have been challenging, let alone 500,000. Currently, the manufacturing speed of warships primarily depended on the production rate of steel. These hunters, standing in rows with their black coatings and sharp lines, exuded a chilling aura. The front third of the warships consisted of a solid structure with ultra-thick composite alloy armor, and the bow was pointed. This design had a single purpose: to enhance survivability in battle. In interstellar warfare, both sides typically maintained distance and maneuvered at high speeds, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Large-scale warships engaging in close-range bombardment was almost unheard of. If the distance was sufficient, even laser cannons would have a delay of fractions of a second, or even several seconds, which was enough time for a highly maneuverable enemy ship to evade the attack. Although high-energy particle beam weapons and laser weapons couldn't operate at superluminal speeds, they remained indispensable low-cost weapons for the current situation. Gravitational bombs, antimatter bombs, and conventional fusion bombs could be equipped with superluminal engines for efficient combat, but they consumed valuable Chan elements. Therefore, enhancing the energy levels of laser weapons and particle beam weapons was the most economical combat strategy at present. The advent of new super-heavy element alloy materials significantly boosted warship productivity. This material could withstand temperatures exceeding 20,000 degrees and had greatly improved strength. Even if a small fusion bomb exploded nearby, the armor could withstand it. With such high-strength armor, the hunters could even perform direct collisions at super high speeds. But due to the many drawbacks of collisions, this tactic was used only as a last resort. The hunters were equipped with high-energy particle beam weapons, laser weapons, ultra-high-yield nuclear fusion weapons, and a small number of gravitational bombs. Once this war machine was activated, it would deliver devastating blows. However, these weapons had not yet been tested in actual combat, and nothing was known about the combat methods and weaponry of alien civilizations. Next to the 500,000 hunters were 300 massive, deep blue residential ships. Each deep blue ship was 20 kilometers long, over 5 kilometers high, and wide. The internal structures of each deep blue ship varied, designed by 300 different teams. The fleet was divided into hundreds of layers, with some having over 1,000 layers, while others had 500 or 600. The total capacity was 150,000 cubic kilometers. Some deep blue ships had open skies in the middle, without complete layering. The total area of the fleet exceeded 20 million square kilometers, more than twice the land area of Earth. The interior of the deep blue ships featured diverse environments. There were mountains formed from soil transported from planets and rivers, and lakes filled with water from small ice bodies. The entire fleet's weather was simulated by AI to mimic Earth's, using fuzzy algorithms to randomly generate frost, dew, rain, and snow. Besides numerous residential areas, other regions were filled with Earth's flora and fauna, restored using genetic technology, with flowers blooming, fruits ripening, and herds of cattle and sheep. The design capacity of the 300 deep blue ships was 10 billion people, but currently, there were only over 500 million residents, offering excellent living conditions. However, as the population increased, more and larger residential ships would need to be designed and built. Although the living environment on the ships was already quite superior, once the population reached the design capacity, the quality of life for the residents would plummet. Apart from the 500,000 hunters and 300 deep blue ships, the fleet also included hundreds of functional ships of various sizes, primarily serving as factories. Additionally, there were 2 scientific ships, one large and one small. The large ship resembled the deep blue ships in appearance but had a completely different interior. The small ship was 3,000 meters long, slightly smaller than the Polaris. These 2 scientific ships featured the most robust protective armor and the most advanced instruments. The large ship, led by academician Zhang Xiaoyuan, integrated 99 of the research departments, while the small ship, led by academician Xiao Yi, focused on biological research with a very high level of confidentiality. Biology had once been a controversial discipline, but in the space age, every technology had its uses. According to Huyu's requirements, As long as the fleet's safety was ensured, this ship could conduct any experiment, including creating non-existent organisms. Despite academician Xiao Yi being over a century old, he remained ambitious. Many ideas that could only be contemplated in the past could now be realized freely. If scientists were considered mad, then biologists were a group of devils. Even who you couldn't imagine what terrifying things these people might create. This is a super fleet, and that's not all. Construction is still ongoing. The deep blue is immense, but there are slightly fewer hunters for escort duties than needed. After careful consideration, you decided to pause the construction of the deep blue and instead add 200,000 more hunters. Once completed, the issue of departure will be addressed. Today is a crucial day for testing the warp engines. The technology for warp engines was conquered decades ago by a team led by academician Zheng Xiaoyuan, but the fleet has remained at Tiansong V. At Zheng's request, the warships only reserved space for the warp engines without actually equipping them. Over the years, Zheng has tirelessly worked to improve the engine's efficiency. Finally, Zheng announced that the engines had reached the current technological limit. He asserted that without a major breakthrough, even 1,000 more years of improvements would yield no significant results. Thus, the final liftship test was finally underway. Once the test succeeded, mass production would commence immediately. 16 massive warp engines, each 100 meters long, were slowly towed by tugboats towards a deep blue ship outside the formation. The deep blue's hull had several armor breaches, revealing deep, dark cavities. With the assistance of precise robotic arms, the warp engines were seamlessly embedded into these large openings. The atmosphere on site was tense, everyone holding their breath, except for academician Zheng, who remained calm. As the project director, he had complete confidence in the warp engine's performance. Upon Zheng's command, the warp engines began to operate silently. As the power gradually increased, the deep blue started to appear unstable to the human eye, as if viewed through flames. The hull began to warp and elongate. Despite maintaining a safe distance from the deep blue, everyone couldn't help but feel nervous, as if they too might be stretched into thin strands. Zheng reassured everyone, "Don't worry, this is all normal. We've kept a safe distance from the deep blue. The warp engines won't harm people, but being too close is indeed dangerous. Spatial distortion won't affect the human body, but the engine's immense gravitational pull could cause harm. Therefore, both the deep blue and the hunters have been specifically designed to ensure the safety of the crew." The deep blue continued to elongate, especially the bow, which almost turned into a needle-like cone. When the engines reached maximum power, the elongated deep blue disappeared instantly at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Objects in warp travel cannot be observed by conventional means because the space around them is constantly changing and extremely chaotic. Information about the deep blue could only be gathered through regular communications. The monitoring personnel continuously reported various statuses: communications normal, attitude normal, hull structure normal, internal instruments functioning normally. The simple word normal encapsulated countless scientists' century-long efforts, sweat, and numerous failures and relentless struggles. 63 minutes later, the deep blue appeared as scheduled in the predetermined orbit of the third planet. The journey took 63 minutes and 17.39 seconds, with a measured speed of 0.81 times the speed of light. Next was the trial for the hunters. 100 hunters simultaneously activated their warp engines. They not only stretched into thin lines, but also extended outward under the influence of the surrounding warp engines. Zheng explained, "This isn't actually the warships deforming. It's a visual illusion caused by spatial curvature. Inside the ships, this sensation isn't felt. Multiple warp engines envelop the warship, creating a relatively stable force state. Otherwise, the warships themselves would be the first to suffer when the engines activate. This is why the Deep Blue is equipped with 16 engines, while the smaller hunters only need 4 smaller engines." The test results came quickly. After 8 minutes and 45.23 seconds, the hunters appeared in the predetermined orbit of the third planet, traveling at nearly 6 times the speed of light. Humanity had surpassed the speed of light for the first time. "We did it. Academician, we did it." The scientists cheered, tears streaming down their faces. Ordinary people might not understand their emotions. Completing a task in a few days brings a sense of accomplishment, but this group spent nearly a century, enduring countless setbacks. To achieve this feat, how could they not be moved to tears? Academician, thank you for your hard work. Comrades, thank you for your hard work. Congratulations to all of you, and congratulations to our Chinese nation. Today marks a historic day for us. Hu stood on the command platform, his eyes bright and sharp as he gazed at the scientists before him. His voice was loud and firm, echoing across the entire bridge. "From today onward, we have entered a new era. The vast universe awaits us. The sun, moon, and stars are within our grasp. But we must continue our efforts until one day we stand above this universe." The scientists responded in unison, "General, we will keep striving, Their faces were filled with pride and determination. The entire fleet was in an uproar. Cheers and applause erupted continuously. This was a day everyone had long awaited. The scientists instantly became heroes within the fleet, surrounded and congratulated. Many people decided on the spot to pick up their books again, determined to become the creators of the next groundbreaking discovery. Children looked at these scientists with admiration, as if seeing their own future selves. With the fleet's promotion, the spirit of learning was bound to surge again. Hu watched all this, his heart filled with comfort. To celebrate this significant breakthrough, Hu hosted a grand banquet for the scientists. The banquet hall was full of clinking glasses, laughter, and joy. Those usually serious scientists finally put down their heavy burdens, drinking and singing freely. Seeing this scene, Hu felt a pang of guilt. To push forward the development of the warp engine, he had placed immense pressure on these scientists. It was only at this moment that he truly realized that these scientists were also ordinary people who needed to relax and enjoy themselves. Hu moved around the banquet, constantly toasting with the scientists, expressing his heartfelt thanks. Everyone was drinking and chatting happily. After the banquet ended, Academician Zhang quietly pulled Hu aside to an office. Curious, Hu asked, "Academician Zhang, what's so secretive? What do you think about today's experiment?" After a moment of contemplation, Academician Zhang said, "The experiment was very successful. Both the small hunter warships and the large Deep Blue habitation ship successfully performed warp travel. Although the Deep Blue's speed was only 0.8 times the speed of light, I believe we will soon break through again. The fleet's travel speed will significantly increase." Hu nodded in agreement. "You all have worked hard over the years. On behalf of the fleet, I thank you." Academician Zhang's expression suddenly became serious. "General, while we've succeeded with the warp engine, a new problem has arisen." Hu frowned. "What problem?" "It's our communication issue," Academician Zhang explained. "Almost all the quantum communication devices on the 100 hunter ships are damaged, with most particles losing their entangled state. Nearly 1/5 of the quantum communication devices on the Deep Blue have also lost functionality." "Why didn't anyone mention this during the experiment?" Hu asked. Academician Zhang admitted, "I instructed them beforehand. As long as the warp engine didn't fail, any other issues should not be brought up on site. Our people needed a complete victory. However, I had anticipated this result long ago, but I didn't expect it to actually happen." Hu pondered. "Academician, you did the right thing. But what could be causing the loss of quantum entanglement? Without quantum communication, we'll face significant trouble during our travels." Pacing in the office, Academician Zhang thought and said, "It's not clear yet, but I have a hypothesis. I suspect that what we call a pair of entangled particles might actually be a single particle. However, we need more data to verify this." Hu was astonished. How could a pair of particles be a single particle? They are clearly placed in separate instruments. Academician, are you suggesting?" Academician Zhang nodded. "Exactly. Otherwise, it cannot explain the current situation. The instruments within the warships are intact, and no high-energy particles or cosmic rays have entered the ships. Other than that scenario, I can't think of any other reason." Hu felt a bit dejected. "Academician, it's hard to believe. We've been studying that scenario for a long time, but we didn't expect it might be right in front of us. If we had thought of it earlier, perhaps our situation wouldn't be so dire now." Academician Zhang reassured him, "General, don't be discouraged. We were bound to enter the universe eventually, just a few hundred years earlier. For us, this might not be a bad thing. The key now is to find ways to gather more data and reach that level as soon as possible. Once we reach that level, we will have a place in this universe." Hu regained his confidence. "Academician, this will be a tough task for you all. I will do my best to meet any requirements from the Academy of Sciences. I hope you can make breakthroughs soon. In the meantime, we'll stay at Tiansong V for another 100 years. The fleet isn't fully prepared yet, and in 100 years, we can expand our fleet sufficiently. If there's no progress after 100 years, we'll continue our search for habitable planets. Our residents can't live in the base forever." Academician Zhang agreed. "All right, I will organize the relevant personnel to study this phenomenon. However, even if we make discoveries, we won't master this technology in the short term. Our current use of energy is still at a low level. Without high energy levels, this technology can't be applied." In a high-tech command room, a general and an academician were engaged in a heated discussion about future communication technologies. The general, with a stern expression, leaned over a command table filled with holographic projections, his brows furrowed. "I understand this," the general nodded. "As long as we can prove our hypothesis, it will be a success." He paused and turned to the academician beside him. "But what about the communication issues now, academician? Without quantum communication, we can't possibly revert to electromagnetic communication." The general pointed to a massive star map on the wall, densely marked with the fleet's positions. "Our fleet is growing larger by the day. In 100 years, it will increase at least twofold. The distances between the front and the rear could span several astronomical units, even hundreds. Relying on electromagnetic communication won't meet our fleet's needs. The academician adjusted his smart glasses and calmly replied, General, we are working on new communication methods. Quantum communication was always meant to be discarded. This is just happening a bit sooner than expected. The general frowned. What do you mean by that? The academician walked to the holographic projection and brought up a complex quantum entanglement diagram. General, think about it. Quantum communication is one-ton. Our fleet now has over 500,000 warships, but we have extracted billions of entangled particles and created millions of quantum communicators. Even so, we can't meet the communication needs between any two ships. He drew a vast network diagram in the air and continued. If we need every ship to use quantum links, we would need trillions of quantum communicators. As the fleet expands, this number will grow exponentially. The warships might have no space left for anything other than quantum communicators. The general nodded thoughtfully. That's true. So even I can't command every single ship unless I have 500,000 quantum communicators in the command room. He moved to the center of the room, looking around at the high-tech equipment inside. So for now, we still have to use the primitive pyramid command structure, which has always been my frustration. If every ship could communicate with each other directly, our combat efficiency would increase by at least 50%. The academician agreed. That's why I said quantum communication is one of the methods that needs to be abandoned. In some aspects, it is indeed inferior to ordinary electromagnetic communication. The general pressed further. So what kind of communication method should we use? Currently, no other method can achieve faster-than-light communication. The academician smiled mysteriously and said softly, That's a secret. You'll find out in due time. His expression turned serious. But the project has just started, and we need more time to make a breakthrough. Hu stepped out of Professor Zheng's office, his mind still buzzing with their recent discussion. All right, Professor. We'll start with electromagnetic waves. As long as we don't engage in curvature maneuvers on Tiansong 5, quantum communication should remain functional. We'll deal with it once we're off Tiansong 5, he muttered to himself. Walking down the hallway of the base, Hu's thoughts began to drift. Quantum, dimensions, space, time, these concepts intertwined in his mind. He couldn't help but marvel at the complexity of the universe. Seemingly calm on the surface, yet governed by countless rules that control everything, from the movement of vast galaxies to the oscillations of tiny particles. Hu fell into deep contemplation. What are rules? This might be more of a philosophical question than a purely scientific one. Invisible and intangible, yet undeniably real, like an unseen hand guiding the evolution of the universe. He wondered if mastering these rules would mean controlling the entire universe. But he quickly shook his head, realizing that even a civilization as advanced as the Xing he might not have touched the edge of these rules. He continued pondering the nature and impact of these rules. Even if a civilization mastered them, it might not be able to use them at will. The rules of the universe have evolved over billions of years, and rash changes could lead to its collapse. However, advanced civilizations might be able to alter rules on a small scale, especially in combat, granting them godlike powers. Yet, Hu soon realized his thoughts had wandered too far. What's wrong with me? Why am I thinking about such far-fetched things? He chided himself, ending his reverie. Though it was nighttime by Earth standards, the third planet was still bathed in sunlight. Coupled with the effects of alcohol from the banquet, Hu felt wide awake and headed straight to the base command center. As soon as he stepped into the command center, when Zhonghua approached him with a serious expression. Old Hu, I was just about to look for you. We've got a situation. Hu immediately focused, striding toward the large screen. What's going on? When Zhonghua pointed to several areas on the screen. Old Hu, the situation isn't looking good. Look here, here, and here. We've lost all the satellites we sent out. This is no coincidence. Hu frowned, deep in thought. Before arriving at Tiansong 5, the fleet had launched tens of billions of satellites, and after arriving, they had deployed over 100 billion more, spread across a 2-light-year radius centered on Tiansong 5. These simple but numerous satellites formed the fleet's first line of defense. Is it another civilization? Hu asked. When Zhonghua nodded. Based on the current situation, it certainly appears to be another civilization. Any images returned? Not much data so far. The enemy is extremely fast. Most of our satellites are simplified versions and can't capture clear images. However, our precision satellites might have a chance to get clear images soon. Hu understood that among the hundreds of billions of satellites, the vast majority were simple versions. Only a tiny fraction were precision satellites, less than 1 in 10,000. These precision satellites not only undertook critical monitoring roles, but also acted as vital communication relays. Ordinary satellites transmitted observational data via electromagnetic waves to nearby precision satellites, which then relayed the information back to the base in real time using quantum communication. How much do we know about the enemy? Who you pressed? When Zhonghua analyzed, the enemy's speed is approximately 0.5 times the speed of light, but it's unclear if that's their full speed. Based on the satellite destruction zones, their fleet could be in the millions. At that moment, a staff officer reported, "General, we've captured clear images. Put them on the main screen." Who you ordered immediately. "Yes, sir." The staff officer quickly complied. On the large screen, the image of a massive alien warship dominated the center. This warship was shaped like a near-oval disc, with its front end slightly pointed. According to satellite data, its diameter was about 800 meters. The surface of the disc was covered with various asymmetrical alien protrusions, likely observation equipment or weaponry, completely disrupting the otherwise elegant design of the disc. The personnel in the command center were stunned by the rough appearance of the warship. Although the design of a warship in space has little impact on its flight performance, previous encounters with destroyer ships, sentinel ships, and even human ships had all pursued a certain degree of aesthetics. Designers usually cleverly conceal various equipment and weapons, or adopt symmetrical designs to maintain the harmonious appearance of the warships. However, this alien warship before them looked as though a child had haphazardly piled various devices onto the main body, prioritizing functionality over aesthetics. This design style left those present feeling both puzzled and wary. Hu Yu turned to Wen Zhonghua and asked, "Zhonghua, how is our fleet's preparation coming along?" Wen Zhonghua promptly reported, "All 500,000 hunters have been fully deployed, just awaiting the installation of the curvature engines. However, over 100 functional ships are still empty inside, as the original plan was to load the factory equipment from the base just before departure. The Deep Blue is almost ready, with personnel ready to board at any time. Some remaining tasks can be completed inside the ship. Most of the equipment for the curvature engines has been manufactured, and if we push hard, they can be installed on the warships in about 2 months." Hu Yu decisively ordered, "Instruct the factories related to the curvature engines to work at full capacity. Immediately halt operations at unrelated factories and start transferring machinery to the functional ships. If there isn't enough space, arrange for a few Deep Blue ships to receive them. Transfer as much equipment as possible. There is still a lot of water resources left on the small ice ball. Allocate a few more Deep Blue ships to load all the ice. Other resources, such as ores and steel modules for building the base, take everything that can be moved. After all, the Deep Blue ships have plenty of extra space right now. Everyone, get moving immediately. I now declare the fleet in a state of emergency." When Zhonghua, somewhat reluctant, asked as a soldier, "Old Hu, are we just going to run like this?" Hu Yu replied gravely, "Zhonghua, I can't risk the lives of our people. At the current speed, they will reach Tian Songwu in 2 years. If we clash then, it's fine if we win, but what if we lose?" When Zhonghua nodded in understanding but was still unwilling to give up. "You're right. Should we try to contact them first?" Hu Yu hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's wait for Academician Zhang and Academician Xiao to arrive and then decide." Just as he finished speaking, Academician Zhang and Academician Xiao hurriedly arrived. Hu Yu immediately sought their opinions. Academician Xiao suggested that they avoid contact for now and wait until everything is ready. Academician Zhang analyzed, "From the current data, our speed is slightly ahead of theirs, but I'm certain they are not moving at full speed. They have undoubtedly detected our satellites and are aware of our presence, yet they haven't taken any action. This implies one of two things. Either they believe their technology is far superior to ours and don't bother to contact us, or there's no need for contact." When Zhonghua, puzzled, asked, "Academician Zhang, what do you mean by no need for contact?" Academician Zhang responded with a question, "Chief of Staff 1, do you communicate with your food before you eat it?" When Zhonghua was taken aback, "Of course not. If I did, people would think I was insane." Academician Zhang nodded. "Exactly, to them, we are like food, something they can consume at will." When Zhonghua, infuriated, said, "That's outrageous. If that's the case, I'll fight to the death to take a bite out of them." Hu Yu calmed him down. "Zhonghua, don't rush. Let the academician finish." Academician Zhang continued, "In my judgment, they are at least a mid-stage stellar civilization, but definitely not a galactic civilization. A galactic civilization's speed would be much faster. Furthermore, this civilization must have extensive interstellar travel experience or absolute confidence in their technology. Otherwise, they wouldn't be marching straight towards us so boldly. Typically, a stellar civilization wouldn't leave their home star system on a large scale. They would gradually expand to surrounding star systems, which is the normal path of development. Academician, could this civilization be right next to Tian Song 5? Hu Yu asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Academician Zhang shook his head, his expression serious. "I don't think so. There are indeed hundreds of planetary systems within a few hundred light-years of Tian Song 5, but with our fleet's current technological capabilities, it's very difficult to detect whether a specific planetary system harbors a civilization, especially a stellar-level civilization with a relatively small sphere of activity." Pointing to the fleet image in the holographic projection, he continued his analysis. From this image, we can see that this fleet is massive, with at least 1 million warships and an unknown number of large vessels, possibly residential ships. This doesn't seem like the behavior of a stellar-level civilization expanding into nearby star systems. Typically, they would first send a few warships and personnel for field surveys, then establish bases for habitability modifications. Once the modifications are complete, they would gradually relocate people to live there and further develop the area. But this fleet seems more like an entire population migrating. Academician Xiao nodded in agreement and added, indeed, the size of this fleet is quite large for interstellar colonization. Based on our own development level, there are 3 possible reasons for this behavior. 1. They were invaded like us. 2. Their home planetary system has exhausted its resources, hindering their civilization's development. Or 3. There's intervention from a third-party advanced civilization. The second possibility seems most likely. Their fleet is intact and orderly, not at all like they were forced to leave after an invasion. So, they're confident they can handle us? When Zhonghua asked, frowning with a hint of concern in his voice, Academician Zhang replied gravely, you could say that. Our satellites are 2 light-years away, and as a high-energy civilization, it's impossible for them to destroy a large number of our satellites without noticing them. It doesn't add up. Clearly, they must have detected our presence and possibly even captured our satellites to reverse engineer our technological level. They believe they can take us on, which is why their fleet hasn't slowed down at all and is continuing to advance toward us. Academician Zhang, can we deduce anything about their strength from the current information? Who you asked eagerly. Academician Zhang pondered for a moment before beginning a detailed analysis. We can infer a bit. First, they have 1 million ships, each about 800 meters long, which are likely their warships. In comparison, our Hunter-class warships are only 300 meters long. It's not that we don't want to build larger, more powerful warships, but our current capabilities don't allow it. Forcing the construction of larger warships would compromise both quantity and quality, as the technology wouldn't match the ship size, particularly in terms of warp engines. It's not feasible. He paused briefly before continuing, however. We are currently a wandering civilization. If they developed in their home planetary system before setting out, they could potentially expand their fleet several times over, even if they don't have a technological advantage. If we could develop peacefully in Tiansong 5 for a few more years, we could also build a fleet of this size, or even larger. When Zhonghua sighed, saying, we indeed acted hastily. Otherwise, our fleet could be 1 or 2 times stronger. Organizing his thoughts, Academician Zhang continued. Secondly, regarding speed, their warp speed is at least 0.5 times the speed of light, which far exceeds ours. When Zhonghua suddenly interjected, Academician Zhang, isn't that incorrect? Our slowest ship, the Deep Blue, travels at 0.8 times the speed of light. Academician Zhang explained, that's because we use super heavy elements extracted from the worm's body, which they might not have. They don't seem to be fleeing from the worms. We could say we cheated, or took a shortcut. If we used ordinary heavy elements, the Deep Blue would barely reach 0.1 times the speed of light. When Zhonghua continued to ask, Academician, does that mean we still have an advantage in terms of speed? Academician Zhang shook his head, his expression serious. We can only say it's possible, but we shouldn't get our hopes up. Their warships are bigger than ours and don't rely on the Chuan element for better warp effects. If we're both at the stellar civilization level, we might have a speed advantage. But even if their ships are slower, they will definitely be faster than the Shenlong. He paused for a moment before continuing. I believe it won't be long before their civilian ships stop advancing, and their warships will break the light speed barrier to engage us. Hu Yu immediately chimed in, his brow furrowed. We've already considered this scenario. The fleet is now in a state of emergency, and all preparations will be made to face the imminent war. When Zhonghua's face grew grave as he said urgently, if their speed matches that of our hunters, they could reach Tiansong in about 4 months, while our warp engines will take at least 2 months to be fully equipped. The time for our warriors to get accustomed to the warships is very limited. If their warships are any faster, the timeline will be even tighter. Academician Zhang nodded in understanding. Yes, the situation is indeed very urgent. Follow General Hu's arrangements and inform the public to act quickly but stay calm. His tone was resolute. The warp engine is crucial, but I have confidence that we won't encounter any issues. I will personally oversee the production and installation to ensure it's completed within 2 months. Hu Yu added. Also, Academician Zhang, the warp engine will be prioritized for the Shenlong. It will only take a week to install it on the Shenlong. Once the non-essential personnel complete their tasks, they should board the ship as soon as possible, along with as much equipment as we can load. This is the result of decades of effort. We can't abandon it lightly. Once everyone and everything is on board, the Shenlong will immediately leave Tiansong at 0.4 times the speed of light. When Zhonghua asked, puzzled, why only 0.4 times the speed of light? Hu Yu explained, We need to conserve our strength and not reveal our full capabilities right away. If we start at full speed, they might detach from their civilian ships and send their warships directly to intercept us. Academician Xiao nodded in agreement. Yes, we need to appear weaker than we are, to lull them into a false sense of security before striking a decisive blow. Hu Yu said solemnly, from the beginning to the end, this war is unavoidable. Academician Xiao patted Hu Yu on the shoulder, his tone firm. Yes, General, we can't help you much with the war itself. It's all on you. But we believe you'll handle it well. Hu Yu nodded in response. I'll do my best. All right, keep in touch, Academician Zhang and Academician Xiao said before leaving the command room. They had more critical tasks to attend to. The Academy of Sciences needed to be safely relocated to the scientific ship in orbit, ensuring nothing was left behind. In the command room, Hu Yu smoked silently, trying to suppress his nervousness. This battle seemed inevitable, the first real conflict with an alien civilization. Hu Yu had little in the way of a concrete plan. But this war could only be won, not lost. It was a war between two civilizations, and the losing side faced a grim fate. Hu Yu couldn't allow that to happen to his own civilization. Earth had already lost once in a war with an alien civilization, forcing all its people to leave their home and become a tragic, wandering civilization. They had hoped to develop peacefully at Tiansongwu, but just as they completed their initial construction tasks, a new challenge had emerged. Fortunately, the fleet had completed its initial construction tasks. If the alien fleet had arrived 20 years earlier, the fleet would have been defenseless, an easy target. But even now, their strength was insufficient. The enemy fleet numbered in the millions, and their warships were several times larger than the hunters. While larger warships weren't necessarily more powerful, they did indicate a higher level of technology. Just like a few centuries ago, when large airplanes, ships, and machinery were symbols of technological prowess, this principle still held true. For example, the Polaris was only 5 kilometers long, while the Shenlan was a full 20 kilometers, reflecting technological progress. Tiansongwu had no other defenses besides the 500,000 hunters. For interstellar warships capable of long-range strikes and faster-than-light travel, any ground or space-based weapons were mere decorations unless they were enormous, spanning tens of kilometers in diameter. Given the current state of the fleet, it wasn't feasible to invest heavily in building large and impractical ground or space-based defense weapons. Zhonghua, have all the orders been issued? They have, Zhonghua quickly replied. Except for the factories related to the curvature engines, the other factories have begun mobilizing personnel for evacuation. He added, it's heartening to see so many citizens voluntarily joining the relocation efforts. Despite the shortage of transport equipment, people are carrying and moving items by hand, doing everything they can. They say, every little bit helps. Each item represents our collective effort and the fleet's future. We can't afford to waste anything. Let them be. Old Hu nodded in agreement, but then added, however, if in a month the enemy fleet shows signs of accelerating, we must enforce boarding. Sensing Old Hu's tension, Zhonghua reassured him, Old Hu, don't be too anxious. It'll be fine. Old Hu took a deep breath and admitted, Zhonghua, you don't understand. This battle won't be easy. We know nothing about them, their formations, weapons, intentions. Are they here to drive us away, or to plunder? We have no clue. More importantly, what will we do if we lose? Zhonghua pondered for a moment and suggested, let's wait a bit longer. Once our fleet is fully equipped with curvature engines, we can try to establish contact and learn more about them. Even if it's a lion, I want to pluck a few hairs. All right, Old Hu nodded. Take good care of the civilians. Zhonghua confidently replied, don't worry. After all these years, when have I ever let you down? You focus on working with the scientists to study the enemy and develop strategies. Leave Tiansong 5 to me. Meanwhile, aboard a colossal 50-kilometer-long warship, a creature with a head resembling a giant python was moving with its powerful legs. Its position and ornate exterior armor indicated it was a leader. Its eyes were fixed on a screen displaying images of Tiansong 5. Leader, when do we start the attack? A shorter creature beside it asked in a strange language. The leader responded slowly, no rush. We've finally found a habitable star system, only to discover it occupied by another civilization. But that's perfect. Our Sha Meng civilization has been voyaging for centuries, and our food supplies are severely depleted. We can use this civilization to replenish our stores. Leader, the shorter creature cautioned. This civilization has placed monitors 2 light years away. They might not be as easy to deal with as the previous ones. Their space engines are curvature engines. The leader snapped, Agudo, you are too impudent. Our great civilization has devoured 3 others over the millennia, and none were a match for us. This one is just another meal. Agudo quickly bowed and apologized. Yes, leader. You are right. I misspoke. Please punish me. The leader snorted. I'll let it slide this time. But if it happens again, you'll find yourself in the food storage room. Yes, leader. It won't happen again, Agudo stammered, trembling. In the Shamang civilization, the leader held absolute power over life and death. The Shamang civilization originated on a desert-like planet. Their home star system had only 2 planets, with the Shamang civilization emerging on one of them. Over 80 of this planet's surface was covered in sand. The Shamang were originally the top predators on this planet, gradually developing intelligence and forming a civilization over millions of years. Due to the extreme scarcity of resources on their desert planet, the evolution of their civilization was exceptionally slow. It took 50 million years for them to reach the technological stage and explore the other planet in their star system. Unfortunately, this planet also had very limited resources. The lack of resources severely restricted the civilization's development. As the Shamang expanded, other species were driven to extinction. The harsh environment made the Shamang adaptable eaters. They consumed anything edible on their planet, including the elderly, sick, and weak among their own kind. Despite this, the Shamang civilization could not satisfy its enormous food needs, and their population began to decline. Eventually, a relatively wise leader emerged. This leader believed that to survive, the Shamang civilization had to venture into deep space to find resources on other planets. Under this leader's command, the Shamang civilization drained almost all usable materials from their 2 planets to build 50,000 small spacecraft. The entire population left their resource-depleted star system, embarking on a journey of cosmic exploration and plunder. These spacecraft were not as well equipped as humanity's Polaris, essentially being makeshift shells. However, the Shamang had always possessed the ability to withstand harsh environments, and their physical resilience far exceeded that of humans. Thus, as long as they had food, they could survive even in the most adverse conditions. 50,000 dilapidated spaceships drifted slowly through the cosmos, resembling a group of weary wanderers. 150 years had passed, and the fleet's food reserves were exhausted, yet they had not found a new home. Faced with a survival crisis, the Shamang people resorted to cannibalism. To them, this was not an ethical dilemma but a necessary choice for the continuation of their species. The elderly, sick, and those past their reproductive prime even volunteered to become the lifeblood of the tribe. Another 50 years passed, and the crumbling fleet finally reached a star system. By this time, the Shamang population had dwindled by 2/3, leaving just over 500 million. They discovered a habitable planet, which was nurturing a nascent civilization. To the Shamang people, who had been wandering for centuries, this planet was like paradise. Upon landing, the famished Shamang couldn't wait to start hunting. Their formidable physical structure allowed these early-stage stellar predators to easily subdue the native inhabitants, who were still in the agricultural stage. Screams echoed as countless lives were reduced to flesh and blood, satiating the Shamang's hunger. They were delighted to find that intelligent beings tasted far better than wild animals. To ensure long-term survival, the Shamang forced the natives to periodically sacrifice part of their population. They particularly favored the taste of intelligent beings, using their sharp fangs to tear into their prey, considering the victims' cries as delightful background music. This brutal feeding method excited them immensely. After 100 years on this planet, the Shamang civilization not only restored its population, but also made technological advancements. They used the planet's resources to build 400,000 ships. Before leaving, the Shamang forcibly took all the natives and most other life forms, freezing them as food reserves for the fleet. This once vibrant planet was left severely depleted, needing at least several centuries to recover its ecosystem. Many large species were driven to extinction. Over the next few hundred years, the Shamang civilization encountered 2 more early-stage stellar civilizations. Using their ruthless tactics and slightly superior technology, they conquered these civilizations. The defeated were forced to surrender their technology and became food for the Shamang. Although both civilizations were at the early stellar stage, their different development paths provided the Shamang with diverse technological knowledge. The Shamang forcibly integrated the plundered technology into their fleet. Despite not being an exceptionally intelligent species taking nearly 2 billion years to develop into a stellar civilization, partly due to resource constraints and partly due to their racial characteristics, they still amassed a formidable fleet of 1.2 million warships. In the hands of the Shamang, this force, combined with their ferocity and cold-bloodedness, displayed extraordinary combat prowess. 2 months ago, when the Shamang fleet first encountered monitoring satellites released by Hu, they didn't take humanity seriously. Nonetheless, they cautiously captured a few satellites for technical analysis. The results filled them with joy. Such rudimentary satellites could not possibly come from a galactic or higher-level civilization, likely just the product of another stellar-level civilization. To their leaders, this meant a new delicacy was within reach. However, it was too early to launch an attack. The fleet's communication capabilities could not effectively command battles from a light year away. Therefore, the massive flagship of the leader had to slowly approach Tian Songwu under the protection of its warships. At this moment, A staff officer raised a question. Chief of Staff, do you think these aliens' warships might have shields? Zhonghua frowned and responded, Kid, you've watched too many sci-fi movies from last century. There's no such fantastical stuff. Keep a close eye on things and stop daydreaming. If anything goes wrong, it's on you. But Hu Yu wasn't convinced. He turned to the assembled staff with a firm tone. No, Staff Officer Zhu is right. Anything can happen in this universe. Just because we can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Add this to the contingency plan. He glanced around the room and added, and remember, share any ideas you have with me, even if they seem far-fetched to you. The staff responded in unison. Yes, General. Hu Yu nodded. Carry on with your work. Old Hu leaned in closer to Hu Yu and whispered, Old Hu, now that the warp engines are being installed on the Hunter-class battleships, should we send a small team to check them out? Get a feel for the enemy's capabilities. Hu Yu shook his head, his expression grave. Not yet. Civilians are still boarding the ships, and supplies and equipment haven't been fully transferred. We can't take the risk right now. Besides, for the sake of the civilians, we can't abandon hope for peace. He paused briefly before continuing, however, with the warp engines now equipped on some of the Hunters, we have a certain level of combat capability. We can start planning our operations. Zhonghua, what are your thoughts? Zhonghua immediately reported, Academician Zhang and his team have been working tirelessly. In at most 2 weeks, all our Hunter-class battleships will be capable of warp travel. The weapons are already fully loaded. But we need to decide whether to use AI autonomy or AI assistance. And that decision is up to you. He detailed the complex systems of the Hunter-class battleships, including high-energy particle beam weapons, gravity bombs, fusion bombs, high-energy lasers, and conventional missiles. He also covered the control, navigation, targeting, tracking, firing, and ecological systems. Zhonghua emphasized that such complex operations couldn't be handled solely by humans, and that having multiple technicians operate a single battleship during combat posed significant risks. He continued to outline the advantages of AI. It isn't affected by the environment, never tires, and executes commands quickly and accurately. However, he also pointed out AI's limitations. Despite scientists and military experts programming countless directives and enabling AI to learn autonomously, AI still couldn't make the most appropriate decisions on the battlefield as humans could. Zhonghua concluded, therefore, the battleship's optimal state is AI-assisted with humans in command. This way, humans can make decisions that AI can't under specific conditions, such as sacrificing themselves to create opportunities for other battleships. But this also means that if a battleship is destroyed in combat, the pilot's life will be at great risk. Hu Yu pondered for a moment before making his decision. Let the pilots take the lead. Our soldiers need the crucible of blood and fire, harsh as it may be. It's our duty. From the moment we joined the military, we were prepared to lay down our lives at any time. When Zhonghua and Hu Yu stood before the massive star map in the command center, discussing the impending battle, the map displayed flickering lights representing their fleet and the enemies, forming a stark contrast. Right now, we have 2 million frontline combat personnel, when Zhonghua pointed to the blue lights representing their fleet, but only a few thousand are veterans from the Earth era who fought against the Zerg. The rest are new recruits trained on Tianzheng V, with no real combat experience. This battle will be the ultimate test of their training. Hu Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the upcoming war will help our soldiers quickly adapt to the environment. In the vastness of space, war might become a constant. He turned to Wen Zhonghua. Do you have a specific deployment plan for this battle? Wen Zhonghua's eyes gleamed with the light of a strategist. I have a few preliminary plans, but many details are still uncertain due to our lack of concrete information about the enemy. Let's hear them. Hu Yu encouraged. When Zhonghua pointed to the red lights representing the enemy fleet on the star map and began his analysis. Based on our observations over the past 2 months, we've noticed that the enemy lacks extensive combat experience. Their fleet has been advancing with a large number of warships escorting the flagship, without any other combat formations or even reconnaissance units. This suggests that they are either extremely overconfident or inexperienced in warfare. I lean towards the latter. Hu Yu questioned. What if they believe it's not yet time to form combat formations? When Zhonghua shook his head. Think about our departure from Earth, Hu. Although we didn't use a large number of J-90s for escort due to energy considerations, every time we encountered an anomaly, all fighters were deployed. If I were the enemy commander, I would spread out the warships to avoid being wiped out. I would also deploy small units in multiple directions to guard against ambushes and send out numerous probes or reconnaissance units. Facing an unknown civilization, you can't be too cautious. The differences between civilizations are vast, and no one can guarantee that the opponent doesn't possess weapons or tactics that could neutralize us. Hu Yu pondered. That makes sense. But there's another possibility: they might have advanced early warning capabilities, ensuring no threats within a large radius. If so, they would have ample reaction time and wouldn't need to deploy reconnaissance units. Perhaps, when Zhonghua conceded, he pointed to several key points on the star map. Given their direction and speed, Planet 5 will be the first point of contact. Planets 4 and 3 will be on either side of Tianzang V, forming a large triangle. I plan to deploy our forces centered around Planet 5. He elaborated on his deployment plan. We will hide 200,000 hunters behind Planet 5, 50,000 on Planet 3, 50,000 on Planet 4, and another 100,000 in the high radiation zone 0.1 astronomical units away from Tianzang V. We've also deployed ground-based fusion missile launchers and laser cannons on Planet 5 to draw the enemy warships, who you signaled for him to continue. When Zhenghua pointed to Planet 5, of the 200,000 hunters on Planet 5, 30,000 will be set to AI-controlled Level 4 aggressive mode. These will attack the enemy recklessly, provoking them. The remaining 170,000 will adopt conservative attack and harassment tactics to preserve strength. This way, we can lure most of the enemy warships here, then our fleet will engage in a fighting retreat, drawing them towards Tianzang V. He indicated the triangle formed by planets 5, 3, and Tianzang V. Once they reach this point, all our warships from the other three positions will converge and encircle the enemy. What about the remaining 100,000 hunters? Who you inquired. When Zhenghua explained, the remaining 100,000 will be split into two groups. They will depart today using conventional travel methods to avoid detection by the enemy's spatial wave detectors. At the last moment, they will switch to warp mode to stay concealed longer. These groups will circle around and attack the enemy from behind. I estimate that during the battle, the enemy will deploy most of their warships, leaving the flagship and civilian ships in the rear. These 40,000 ships will be their nightmare. He emphasized, our deployment at Tianzang V is mainly to deplete and hold the enemy's main fleet. The 40,000 hunters attacking from behind are our key force. The remaining 60,000 will accompany the Deep Blue, providing protection and serving as a reserve. Who you added, we also have 80,000 J-90s. They won't be useful in future journeys, so let's use them in this battle to their fullest potential. Even though their combat power is limited, they can still harass and confuse the enemy. The AI on board can handle the tasks, without consuming our soldiers' resources. Agreed, let's integrate them into the Planet 5 deployment. When Zhenghua concurred. Who, do you have any other suggestions? Hu's expression turned serious. Let's implement this plan as soon as possible. Also, make sure to thoroughly prepare our soldiers mentally. Replace anyone who isn't ready. We can't afford any mistakes at this stage. Even a small error could lead to significant losses. When Zhenghua nodded solemnly, both of them turned their attention back to the star map, contemplating the life-or-death battle that lay ahead. Hu added, our quantum communications can't function in curved space. We have to rely on conventional electromagnetic communications. The vast distance means we can't command in real time, so we need capable grassroots leaders. Given that the destroyers and the patrols have easily infiltrated our systems and cracked all our information, from now on, no operational plans can be stored online. Information must be encoded multiple times before sending, and the encoding methods must be frequently changed. This way, even if the enemy intercepts the information, they won't understand it unless they can read minds. When Zhenghua chimed in, exactly, we should also intercept, monitor, and crack their communications. We might gain some unexpected advantages. Hu surveyed the group, his tone serious. Let's start preparing. In a week, the Deep Blue Fleet will set off. By then, the entire Tianzang 5 will be a battlefield. This is our first true interstellar war. We can't disappoint our leaders and people. In other words, we must win. We all know the consequences of losing. Old Hu looked solemn, and when Zhenghua patted his shoulder, reassuring him, don't worry. Unless their strength far exceeds ours, they won't have an easy time. We've been fighting wars since ancient times. We've seen it all. Hu frowned. Zhenghua, how can I not worry? The lives of billions are in our hands. The enemy's fleet is more than twice the size of ours, and possibly more advanced. Honestly, I'm not confident about our chances of winning this war. When Zhenghua firmly replied, worrying now is useless. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We've already suffered enough being exiled. Fate won't keep tormenting our civilization. If we truly can't resist, we'll resort to the last option, mutual destruction. I refuse to be taken prisoner. Tianzang 5, a star that has quietly existed in the Milky Way for billions of years, is about to face a superstorm. The clash of two civilizations will sweep across the entire star system. The Deep Blue Fleet has set off. 320-kilometer-long Deep Blue ships, accompanied by over 100 various functional ships, are escorted by 60,000 Deep Black Hunter ships. The fleet departs Tianzang 5 at 0.4 times the speed of light, now 0.3 light-years away from Hu. Over a third of the quantum communication devices have failed in curved space, but the fleet had anticipated this and brought ample spare equipment. On Tianzang 5, aside from some newly constructed underground launch facilities, all that remains are the Hunter ships. Pilots have taken their positions, and batches of Hunter formations are flying to predetermined locations, where they will remain hidden and await orders. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance to avoid war is worth taking, especially given the current disadvantage. With all preparations in place, you dispatched 2 seemingly harmless unmanned cargo ships. These ships had all weapons removed and headed straight towards the enemy. Mounted on the front of the cargo ships is a large display screen showing Earth's script. Meanwhile, the cargo ships continuously emit electromagnetic waves, requesting the enemy to identify themselves, state their intentions, and slow down and change course, declaring this as the territory of the Chinese people. Along with these messages, Interstellar Dictionary written in a minor language was sent. This dictionary, as named by the scientists who compiled it, contains enough words and phrases. Communication, or language, is essentially a database. With enough comparative samples, one can understand it. You knew that simply sending hello to an alien civilization was far from enough. Even a godlike intelligent being wouldn't understand this simple greeting without a point of reference. Instead, transmitting a work like Romance of the Three Kingdoms or any other piece of Earth literature might reveal more comprehensible information to the recipient. Though every civilization evolves differently, there are always commonalities. Aliens might not grasp the significance of 3 visits to the thatched cottage, but they would understand concepts like attack and killing and could deduce that Jingzhou and Luzhou are place names. Of course, you wasn't foolish enough to send a work like Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which is full of war strategies. All information transmitted externally was carefully scrutinized to avoid leaking any intelligence beneficial to humanity, especially regarding the current fleet. Choosing a minor language as the communication medium was also a strategy to prevent aliens from deciphering more of Earth's languages. When 2 civilizations are equally matched, cracking the other's system is no easy feat, particularly when their systems are entirely different. It's as challenging as having a chicken and a duck discuss whether the dog should get a bone for dinner. Even if aliens use computers, they might not operate on binary but rather octal, hexadecimal, or another system. Humans use electronic and quantum computers, whereas aliens might use biological, photonic, or other unknown types of computers. On Earth, different system versions already face compatibility issues, let alone bridging the informational gap between 2 worlds. Creating this dictionary alone consumed a significant amount of the scientists' efforts. Besides simple texts, it included numerous illustrations, as images are often easier to understand. To ensure effective communication, the content had to be concise. A more complex dictionary would risk revealing more information. To be extra cautious, scientists chose a minor language for the dictionary. At this moment, Agudo, the deputy of the Sandpython tribe's leader, cautiously asked, "Chief, we just received a message that they have fled the planetary base. Should we launch an attack? We can't let such a feast escape." The chief frowned and asked, "Fled? How long ago?" Agudo replied, "Chief, we are currently 1 light year away from them, so the information we observe is from a year ago. They fled over a year ago, but their speed is only 0.4 times the speed of light, much slower than ours. Catching up to them should be easy. Only 0.4 times the speed of light?" The chief licked his crimson lips and said sinisterly, "They're even weaker than I thought. I was worried that advancing at full speed would scare them off, making the chase longer." Agudo added, "Chief, there's another situation. They sent 2 small ships over, seemingly to make contact, and they've been sending us messages." "What kind of messages? Can we decode them?" the chief inquired. "We can decode them," Agudo explained. "They sent us a star dictionary. After importing it into our computer, we deciphered that the gist of the message is that this is their territory and we should Levites a warning." The chief sneered. "How laughable. Running away while issuing warnings. Is there anything more ridiculous? Order the research department to study it thoroughly and see if they can find any useful information from these messages and the dictionary." Agudo responded, "Chief, we've already analyzed it thoroughly. These beings are very cautious and left no useful information." "Chief, should we respond? Perhaps deceive or intimidate them to prevent them from running too far and wasting our dining time. It's been a while since you've had fresh food." A hint of approval flashed in the chief's eyes. "Agudo, that's a good suggestion. Reply to them, saying that the Sandpython civilization is just passing through. We've been drifting in the universe for a long time and need to replenish supplies and repair our ships on their planet. Assure them not to be afraid, as we are a peace-loving civilization that never engages in wars with others. If they don't want us to stay on their planet, we will pass by their star system, but we sincerely hope for their help since our energy is limited. We are willing to exchange our technology for traveling at 0.5 times the speed of light for a planet to use as a supply base." Agudo bowed and said, "Thank you for the praise, Chief. It's an honor to relieve your worries. Shall we add that we can also send them some of the finest delicacies we found from exploring multiple star systems?" The chief revealed a crafty smile. "Agudo, you've become devious. Let's do that. Speaking of delicacies, I'm getting a bit hungry. Go, pick a plump herder for me. I've been craving fresh meat for a while now. It's been too long since I've had a change in taste. I'm getting tired of the same old food." Yes, Chief. At your service. Agudo respectfully replied and turned to carry out the orders. A corpulent Muxing native was escorted by two sand serpent guards. His head and body seemed to merge into one, and he continuously emitted piercing screams. He was acutely aware of the horrific fate that awaited him during the fall of Muxing. The sand serpent leaders and their kin had repeatedly devoured his fellow Muxing natives in front of their eyes. Most of the Muxing people had been killed and preserved, while he and a few other survivors were kept alive as special delicacies for the leaders. Muxing was once a peaceful planet, inhabited by countless gentle and nature-loving beings. They rarely engaged in conflicts, let alone wars. This species was not only mild-mannered but also extraordinarily intelligent, advancing from the dawn of wisdom to a mid-stage stellar civilization in just hundreds of thousands of years. Upon reaching stellar civilization, the Muxing people began studying the universe. Despite their aversion to war, they assembled a massive fleet to counter unknown cosmic threats. However, due to their lack of combat experience, they were almost defenseless against the Sand Serpent civilization, even with superior warship technology, an equal number of ships, and home field advantage. In just a few months, the Muxing fleet was devoured by the Sand Serpent forces. The Sand Serpent fleet then descended upon Muxing, pillaging all assets and cruelly feasting on the Muxing bodies. The defenseless Muxing people stood no chance against the ferocious Sand Serpents. The Sand Serpents slaughtered the Muxing natives like demons, forcing many to commit suicide to escape being eaten alive. A once paradise-like planet turned into a hellish landscape, littered with the bones of Muxing people, a scene of utter horror. The Sand Serpents, however, were indifferent, reveling in their bloodlust, driven by primal instincts. Upon discovering the mass suicides, the Sand Serpents began forcibly breeding the survivors to ensure a long-term food supply. They occupied Muxing for decades, replenishing their fleet before setting off again. Before leaving, they loaded all the Muxing people onto their ships, killing most and freezing them for preservation, keeping only a few alive for continued breeding. At this moment, the Sand Serpent leader approached the escorted Muxing native. Using his sharp claws, he gently stroked the Muxing's body before suddenly tearing off a limb. Amidst the Muxing's agonizing screams, the leader began to feast. His crimson mouth and sharp fangs quickly devoured the entire limb, splattering blood and bodily fluids everywhere. Throughout the galaxy, despite ongoing wars and hatred, the act of intelligent beings consuming another intelligent species was exceedingly rare. This was due not only to biological reasons, but also out of respect for civilization and intelligence itself. However, the Sand Serpents were different. Their home planet's extreme resource scarcity had forced them to evolve unique physical traits and a ruthless nature, consuming anything convertible into energy, including plants, animals, and even their own weak and sick. In Sand Serpent society, the concept of wasting food simply did not exist. The leader had a particular fondness for the Muxing's internal organs. Even after losing their organs, the Muxing people could survive for a while. The leader used his sharp claws to slice open the Muxing's pale chest, exposing the fresh organs to all the Sand Serpents. The Muxing could only watch helplessly as the leader grabbed his organs and stuffed them into his mouth. The exquisite taste of the organs and the Muxing screams brought the leader immense pleasure. After devouring the organs in a few bites, the leader, his belly gradually swelling, noticed Agu Duo salivating nearby. Agu Duo, it's yours, the leader said. Ah, thank you, leader. Agu Duo pounced like a starving wolf, tearing off a large chunk of the Muxing's body, ignoring the screams and savoring the fresh meat. As the leader's deputy, Agu Duo often had the chance to taste fresh food, which was far superior to the frozen provisions. Meanwhile, 0.1 astronomical units from Tiansong 5's blazing inferno, 200,000 hunter warships had been stealthily lurking for over a year. The intense radiation and high-energy particles perfectly concealed this vast fleet. Although the hunter's high-strength composite armor could withstand temperatures above 1,000 degrees, it was insignificant under Tiansong 5's scorching dominance. Inside the ships, the temperature was maintained at 25 degrees Celsius, but Hu still subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead, deeply feeling Tiansong 5's absolute power. Aboard a modified command ship of the hunter fleet, Hu turned to Academician Zhang and asked, Academician Zhang, what do you make of this information? Academician Zhang had volunteered to stay and assist, while Academician Xiao returned to the Deep Blue Fleet to oversee operations. When Zhonghua took over the conversation without hesitation, Old Hu, do you even need to ask? If you believe this so-called Sand Serpent nonsense, you might as well let me rub my head on the ground to experience what it feels like to have zero intelligence. As soon as Chief of Staff finished speaking, the atmosphere in the conference room turned tense. Academician Zhang nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. He began slowly, Chief Wen is right. This information is riddled with holes and lacks any logical coherence. The deception is so poorly executed that it suggests the intelligence level of this Shamong civilization is not very high. You sat up straight, analyzing seriously, academician. I believe the Shamong's narrative is meant to stall us. Their goal isn't the planet itself, but us. They want to plunder us. Academician Zeng frowned, tapping his fingers on the table, and added, exactly. Based on my judgment, they likely have already plundered several civilizations. What's even more chilling is that they might have committed more horrific and brutal acts. When Zhonghua was taken aback and quickly asked, academician, how do you know this? Taking a deep breath, academician Zhang began to explain in detail. First, they offered to exchange a planet for 0.5x lightspeed technology, which is normal and reasonable. They clearly know our deep blue fleet escaped at 0.4x lightspeed. But the key lies in their next statement. They said they are willing to give us a few gourmet delicacies they discovered after exploring multiple star systems. He paused, his gaze sweeping across everyone present, and continued. This statement has nothing to do with our transaction, yet they mentioned it specifically. Careful consideration reveals the deeper meaning. The Shamong didn't explore multiple star systems just for delicacies. They did it to plunder other civilizations. Even more terrifying is that they referred to other civilizations as delicacies, which means only one thing: the Shamong consumed other intelligent beings, and they still have them stored in their fleet. Upon hearing this, Wen Zhonghua's face showed a look of disgust, and he murmured, this is beyond comprehension, academician. I would never consider eating another intelligent being. Academician Zhang continued his analysis. From this statement, we can see their extreme arrogance, describing other intelligent beings as food without any hesitation. This suggests that their nature is quite bloodthirsty and brutal. However, revealing such unrelated information also exposes their low level of intelligence. When Zhonghua couldn't help but admire, academician, you're amazing. You can deduce so much from just one statement. I'm truly impressed. You chimed in with a smile. Zhonghua, academician Zhang is like a modern-day Zhuge Liang, with intelligence and wisdom far beyond ordinary people. He became an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences before he was 40. Whether back then or now, he's always been my idol. Waving his hand, academician Zhang brought the discussion back on track. All right, let's not get sidetracked. Now we can continue to communicate with them, and perhaps gather more useful information from the conversation. Okay, academician, how should we respond to them? When Zhonghua asked. After a moment of thought, academician Zheng said slowly, let's say this. We are willing to give them the outermost planet, Planet 5, to replenish their resources in exchange for 0.5x curvature technology. But we hope they will follow our rules. Their warships can only dock near Planet 5, where we will dispatch warships to monitor. If they violate the rules, they will face fierce attacks from our warships. When Zhonghua frowned, academician, won't this expose the fleet on Planet 5 in advance? Besides, under normal circumstances, shouldn't we ask their warships to stay further away? Why let them enter Planet 5's orbit? Isn't that too obvious? Academician Zhang explained, Chief One, not only is it impossible to hide the fleet on Planet 5, but the fleets on Planets 3 and 4 will also be discovered sooner or later. Only the 200,000 warships here have a chance to remain hidden. Moreover, we need to appear foolish to better deceive the enemy. You nodded in agreement. The academician is right. It's impossible for our fleets to remain completely hidden. They will be discovered by the Shamong eventually. However, if they underestimate us, they will gradually fall into our trap. When we launch a full-scale attack, even if their speed is faster and their numbers greater, they will suffer. Our main target is their residential ships. Their warships are secondary. As long as we can keep their warships occupied in the solar system, our sneak attack can succeed, and we'll be 80 victorious. After hearing this, academician Zhang decisively ordered, all right, draft the message and send it to the Shamong fleet immediately. Chief, the so-called Chinese civilization has actually agreed to our demands, but they insist that we stay on the 5th planet. Agudo squinted his eyes maliciously, a cold smile playing at the corner of his lips. How laughable. Once we arrive, they'll understand the true meaning of being food. And they dare to covet our space technology. Has the research department analyzed it? Are there any loopholes? The chief asked, his massive frame leaning slightly forward in the command chamber. Chief, the wisest elder of the Bone-Tooth tribe personally reviewed it and confirmed that there are no loopholes. Everything is perfectly reasonable. The chief let out a low, disdainful grunt. That old Bone-Tooth fool. He opposed me with all his might when I became chief. If it weren't for a few tribal leaders supporting him, he would have long been my food. Well, this is a good opportunity. If everything goes smoothly, fine. But if there's any problem, I won't spare him. Agudo immediately echoed, yes, chief. I'll capture him and present him to you. And those other dissenters, they should become food too. They've never truly submitted to you. Agudo, you are the most loyal. I won't treat you unfairly. Keep up the good work. The chief nodded in satisfaction. We're less than a light year away. Continue sending misleading information. The transport ships for communication are equipped with numerous quantum communication devices. Some were damaged during warp travel, but the remaining ones still ensure normal communication, Agudo reported. Both sides were desperately gathering information on each other. Although the Sand Serpent civilization wasn't particularly intelligent, they had reached mid-stellar level, boasting a fleet of over 1.2 million warships. According to the intelligence from dispersed satellites, the Sand Serpent civilization had no hidden fleet strength. Based on the information exchanges, you deduced the characteristics of the Sand Serpent civilization. They preferred to win through brute force. He deliberately shuffled the fleets around planets 3, 4, and 5, creating an appearance of tension. Meanwhile, fleets hidden in the light of the Tian-Song 5 star lay in wait like venomous snakes, ready to exhaust and stall the Sand Serpent fleet, buying time and opportunities for the ambush fleet. The fleet circling to the rear of the Sand Serpent fleet had been using conventional engines and had reached 0.3 times the speed of light. These two fleets had now shut down their engines, coasting toward the Sand Serpent fleet by inertia. Once the enemy's resident ships and warships separated, they would activate their warp drives to obliterate their base. 2 years passed in silent waiting. The main fleet of the Sand Serpent civilization, with 1 million warships, finally separated from the resident ships and began accelerating toward the fifth planet. Along with the warships were several hundred oddly shaped large ships, likely supply or functional ships. At this point, the Sand Serpent civilization was 0.1 light-years away from the fifth planet, and their warship speed had soared to just over 10 times the speed of light. Whether they were holding back remained unknown, but even at this speed, they had already surpassed the Hunter's 6 times the speed of light limit. In interstellar warfare, a 40 speed advantage can determine the outcome of a battle. In just 4 days, the Sand Serpent fleet would reach the fifth planet. The 200,000 Hunter warships on the fifth planet were spaced thousands of kilometers apart, forming a faint wall of firepower. Countless interstellar mines had been deployed, most with a yield of 1,000 tons of TNT, but hidden among them were hundreds of thousands of massive ones. Time constraints prevented the production of more high-yield mines, and these weren't as easily manufactured as simplified satellites. Additionally, interstellar mines were wasteful. Deploying 10,000 might only trigger 100. In the vastness of space, even without evasion, hitting one was not easy. The mines also served to confuse the enemy, potentially yielding unexpected results. Agudo, I can't wait any longer. The chief licked his massive mouth with a crimson tongue, eyes gleaming with greed. Chief, once we reach the fifth planet, I'll personally lead a squad to get you some fresh food, Agudo said obsequiously. Good, bring me a muxingran to whet my appetite. I'm getting hungry, and reaching the fifth planet will still take a bit of time. The chief's voice was filled with anticipation. Yes, chief. I'll fetch the plumpest muxingran for you right away, Agudo replied respectfully, leaving with a hidden joy. The chief is in a good mood today. Maybe he'll reward me with some fresh meat. Eating frozen food all the time is so boring. Time ticked away, and the tension was palpable. Huyu discreetly wiped the nervous sweat from his forehead. This battle allowed no room for failure. Huyu had even prepared to sacrifice himself. The Deep Blue Fleet had only covered 0.6 light-years, making it easy for the Sand Serpent Fleet to pursue. The Sand Serpent Fleet had surpassed the Hunters in speed, numbers, and size. Winning this battle seemed uncertain, even to Huyu. Huyu's steadfast nature, cultivated over many years, kept him going until the last moment. He understood well that even when at a disadvantage, history is replete with examples of the few defeating the many and the weak overcoming the strong. Giving up was not in his character, which was precisely why the leadership had entrusted him with command. Besides, the fleet still had an ace up its sleeve, though he was reluctant to use it lightly. With only 20 minutes left until contact, the Sandpython civilization's fleet was already visible through optical devices. The vast array of over 1 million warships was awe-inspiring, but the Hunter fleet remained unperturbed, maintaining their formation and ready for the imminent battle. Huyu continued to send deceptive messages. Sandpython fleet, please exit warp travel and use conventional engines to approach Planet 5. Meanwhile, all the fleet's attack systems were activated, waiting to unleash a barrage as soon as the Sandpython fleet came within range. In the interstellar age, conflicts between civilizations had long transcended notions of right and wrong, boiling down to choices between survival and annihilation. The Sandpython commander, Agudo, presented the human message to their leader, laughing, "Leader, these foolish humans actually believe we're here to repair our ships and resupply." The leader had stayed behind with the civilian fleet, protected by 200,000 warships, while Agudo commanded the front line and led a squad tasked with capturing humans for the leader. Agudo, can we attack yet? Just thinking about fresh food makes me hungry, the leader inquired. In about the time it takes for a meal, the food will enter our attack range. They even asked us to exit warp travel. How amusing. We're about to strike, Agudo replied. Do not underestimate them. You know the consequences of failure? the leader reminded. I understand, leader. We have an overwhelming advantage. We are about to disengage the warp engines and commence the attack. Please be patient. The food will arrive soon. Almost simultaneously, Agudo and Hu Yu issued attack orders. The fleets were now less than 1,000,000 kilometers apart. 20,000 hunters roared in unison as countless high-energy laser beams, invisible high-energy particle beams, and over 1,000,000 interstellar cruise missiles were launched toward the Sand Python fleet. The Sand Python fleet responded fiercely, firing millions of spherical objects, each over 5 meters in diameter, at high speed. Additionally, they unleashed laser beams in numbers far exceeding the human fleets. Upon reaching the battlefield, the spheres silently split open, emitting a powerful radiation that quickly incapacitated nearby warships and cut off internal communications. This radiation decayed rapidly, losing its potency beyond 5,000 kilometers. As both fleets fired their weapons, they also executed evasive maneuvers. The battlefield was not a simple unknown shootout. Some warships dodged attacks from one direction only to collide with bombs from another. Sometimes, a forward ship would evade danger in time, while a trailing ship was hit. Waves of laser cannon fire filled the battlefield, creating a chaotic scene. From laser blasts that took seconds to reach their targets to physical projectiles that took minutes, both sides sustained damage after several rounds of combat. The Hunters lost over 20,000 ships, while the Sand Python fleet lost only a few thousand. Despite the high hit probability due to the dense formation of the Sand Python fleet, their 800-meter warships had significantly better survivability than the 300-meter Hunter ships. 30,000 Hunters and 80,000 J-90 fighters, operating under AI-driven Level 4 risk mode, surged forward to attack. The explosions of various high-energy weapons disrupted space, preventing either side from entering warp travel. They had to rely on conventional engines for combat, nullifying the Sand Python fleet's warp advantage. The Hunters and J-90s had penetrated deep into the Sand Python fleet, becoming entangled in close-quarters combat. 17,000 warships spread out on the periphery to provide long-range support. The reckless attacks from the AI-driven ships caused some chaos within the Sand Python fleet. The Sand Python fleet hesitated to attack indiscriminately, fearing friendly fire. The density difference between the fleets was significant, and weapons like laser cannons, which couldn't change direction, might hit their own ships. The Hunters, however, fired all their weapons without concern for collateral damage. Warships exploded and turned into fireballs in the void of space, only to fade into silence a few seconds later. On the battlefield, the Sand Python ships intertwined with human Hunters and J-90 fighters, creating a spectacular yet chaotic scene of interstellar warfare. High-energy particle beams caused some Sand Python ships and Hunters to lose control, drifting into outer space under inertia. Though these ships appeared intact on the surface, their internal systems had collapsed, and all crew members perished. Agudo cursed, "Damn it! The humans have deceived us." The formidable Sand Python fleet had suffered significant losses at the hands of their supposed prey, leaving him both furious and astonished. Quickly adjusting his tactics, Agudo ordered 800,000 ships to disengage from the main battlefield and pursue the 170,000 Hunters that were fighting while retreating. The remaining 150,000 ships were tasked with wiping out the remaining Hunters on the battlefield. Amid the chaotic attacks from AI-controlled Hunters and J-90s, coupled with the bombardment of interstellar mines, the Sand Python fleet had lost 50,000 ships, while the humans still had 20,000 Hunters fiercely engaged in combat. Hu Yu knew well that such a strategy couldn't be repeated. The human fleet had merely taken advantage of the situation. If not for the Sand Python fleet's overconfidence and recklessness, a mere 30,000 Hunters would never have inflicted such heavy losses on a million-strong Sand Python armada. Half an hour later, the last Hunter on the battlefield was destroyed. Meanwhile, the 170,000 manned Hunters had retreated 2 astronomical units. Additionally, 100,000 Hunters from the nearby planets 3 and 4 were converging from both flanks. Faced with the human encirclement tactics, the Sand Python fleet failed to mount an effective response, simply splitting into 3 groups to counter the Hunters from 3 directions. Gravity bombs, Hu Yu ordered. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of spherical gravity bombs were launched, forcibly activating their warp engines to approach the Sand Python ships. Realizing the imminent threat, the Sand Python fleet attempted to intercept and evade, but some gravity bombs still breached their defenses, penetrating the fleet's interior. These seemingly ordinary spherical structures showed no visible change, but the surrounding Sand Python ships were twisted and torn apart as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, deforming or disintegrating and plummeting. This was the terrifying power of gravity bombs. Even the sturdiest materials couldn't withstand it. However, due to the vast distances between the dispersed fleets, often spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, and the instability of the battlefield space causing some gravity bombs' warp engines to fail, only about 20,000 gravity bombs were effective. The effective kill range of a gravity bomb was smaller than that of the Sand Python civilization's radiation spheres. Within 200 kilometers, they could completely destroy a ship, while within 1,000 kilometers, they could only kill the crew inside. Despite this, gravity bombs remained the most effective weapon. Within their attack range, no defense measures could prevail. Yet, gravity bombs required the precious Chan element extracted from the insectoid races, an element of limited supply. Considering the fleet's future reliance on the Chan element to manufacture warp engines, humans produced only 1 million gravity bombs, with 500,000 allocated to the 40,000 hunters responsible for ambushes. In contrast, conventional bombs paled in comparison. Lacking warp engines, conventional bombs had even fewer chances of breaching defenses, with most being destroyed by laser cannons. Even when they hit a sand python ship, they often failed to render it combat ineffective. By comparison, laser cannons were more effective, capable of burning through armor and reaching the ship's interior, causing significant damage. However, conventional bombs did have the advantage of sheer numbers, serving to disrupt the enemy's vision and create chaos on the battlefield. The speed advantage of the Shamong fleet became glaringly evident in the war, as the Predator ships were destroyed one after another. Despite humanity's thorough pre-war assessments, their understanding of this alien civilization was still grossly inadequate. Similarly, Egudo underestimated the strength of human civilization. Activate the laser matrix. Egudo ordered furiously. With the command issued, the Shamong fleet began pairing up, with adjacent ships spaced about 10,000 kilometers apart. Two beams of laser shot out from one ship to another, seemingly connecting them with light. This pairing quickly spread across the entire fleet. A Predator ship unfortunately collided with a laser beam and was instantly sliced in half. The remaining 900,000 ships of the Shamong fleet raised nearly 2 million laser lines, weaving a complex web of death in space. Using their speed advantage, the Shamong ships harvested the Predators like fish. More and more Predator ships got caught in the web, crashing into the laser lines at high speed and being torn apart. The Predator ships were like insects trapped in a spider's web, constantly facing the danger of being devoured. Worse still, the Shamong fleet kept expanding the web, attempting to ensnare all the Predators. When Zhonghua observed the Shamong fleet's tactics and explained to Hu, old Hu, they are recycling energy. Instead of letting the lasers deplete, they immediately retract them, add a bit more energy, and then fire again. This minimizes energy loss. As long as 2 or more ships cooperate, they can weave this massive laser web. They not only have a numerical advantage, but also this energy-saving tactic, which is very detrimental to us. Hu made a quick decision. Order the fleet to scatter and circle around the Shamong fleet. We must break out of this web and attack from the outside. When Zhonghua cautioned, old Hu, if the fleet is too scattered, we won't be able to form an effective firepower network, and we'll be picked off one by one. I understand, Hu replied, but if we're trapped in the laser web, we'll be sitting ducks. Breaking out at least gives us a fighting chance. Remember, our main task is to buy time for the surprise attack fleet, not to win against the Shamong fleet. The surprise attack fleet is about to arrive, so have the warriors conserve their strength and focus on harassment attacks. We just need to hold on for 2 more days. Hu continued to order, Zhonghua, command all hidden Predators to advance and engage the Shamong fleet. Once the surprise attackers arrive, execute Plan 0 immediately. We still don't know if the Shamong fleet has other weapons we can't counter, so we can't take any risks. Meanwhile, 40,000 hidden Predator ships were gliding silently at 0.3 times the speed of light, effectively evading Shamong detection. They were already very close to the Shamong civilization's residential fleet and would be able to launch a surprise attack in just 10 hours. However, the 400,000 Predator ships in the Tian-Song V battle had already suffered heavy losses, with fewer than 150,000 remaining. Every second, a Predator ship was destroyed along with its 5 crew members. Only a few could make it to the escape pods, but the chances of rescue in this battlefield were slim. The war had reached a fever pitch, and the Shamong fleet had also taken heavy losses, with over 150,000 ships destroyed. Facing such a powerful offensive, the Shamong finally stopped holding back. They retracted the laser web and changed tactics, forming units of 100 ships connected by massive steel columns. These bizarre ship formations fired giant laser beams with a diameter of 50 meters, with no intervals and an effective attack range of over 5 light seconds. These beams swept through space, leaving destruction in their wake. All Predators, retreat, retreat, hide behind the planet. Hu commanded loudly. In just a few minutes, tens of thousands of Predator ships were vaporized by the deadly beams. If this continues, the hundreds of thousands of hunter warships will be completely wiped out before the ambush forces can even arrive. Agudo let out a sinister laugh as he declared their inevitable victory. Haha, in the face of absolute power, any resistance is futile. What a pity, so much food wasted. But since you've made me expend so much energy, when I capture you, you'll get a good taste of our sand python civilization's culinary culture. The remaining 130,000 hunters scattered, some fleeing far away, others hiding behind planets. Their gravity bombs and conventional missiles were depleted, leaving only laser cannons and high-energy particle cannons for self-defense. Against the 850,000 strong Sand Python fleet, they stood little chance. The Sand Python fleet began to disperse, the strain of using their massive laser beams becoming apparent. The separated Sand Python ships regrouped in the distance, clearly preparing to pursue the Deep Blue residential fleet. Who you made a decisive call. This is bad. They're going after our Deep Blue residential fleet. Order the ambush hunters to enter warp state immediately and reach the Sand Python residential fleet ahead of time to launch an attack. Hunters on Tiansong 5, prepare yourselves. Zero plan will be executed in 1 hour. When Zhonghua reminded him, Old Hu, we still have many crew members in the escape pods. If we launch Zero plan now, what will happen to them? Hu Yu closed his eyes in pain and said softly, there's no time. If we wait to rescue the crew in the escape pods before executing Zero plan, the Sand Python fleet will be out of our attack range. That would spell disaster for the Deep Blue fleet. For the sake of Deep Blue, I have to sacrifice these soldiers. As the fleet leader, I will make a full report and take full responsibility after this battle. Hu Yu then sent a somber message to the surviving crew members in the escape pods, explaining the dire situation and the imminent execution of Zero Plan. Touchingly, the crew members responded with messages of understanding and support, some even asking for their families to be told they had no regrets about their sacrifice. These messages brought tears to the eyes of the battle-hardened veteran. The 40,000 ambush hunters were now less than 0.1 light days away from the Sand Python residential fleet. Although entering warp state might alert them, they had no other choice for the safety of Deep Blue. As Hu Yu's order was given, a special ship hidden in the glare of the Tiansong 5 star suddenly accelerated, heading straight for the star's core. Under the intense heat, the ship's exterior turned from red to yellow to white, eventually vaporizing. Minutes later, it penetrated 5,000 kilometers into Tiansong 5's interior and completely disintegrated. This heat-resistant ship carried 30 kilograms of antimatter, the bulk of the fleet's 50-kilogram reserve. Using directional magnetic field control technology, the antimatter was contained within the ship, preventing contact with normal matter. This technology was highly advanced, used in all warp engines. The spaceship disintegrated in the intense heat of Tiansong V, causing the magnetic field lines to vanish instantly. 30 kilograms of antimatter reacted with the regular matter of Tiansong V in an instant, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. A massive light spot, tens of thousands of kilometers in diameter, appeared on the surface of Tiansong V, followed by a colossal mushroom cloud of flame rising up to 500,000 kilometers high. Violent streams of particles and various high-energy rays erupted like a breached dam, sweeping towards the battlefield of humans and the Shamong civilization. Hu Yu made a quick decision and ordered the fleet to activate the warp engines the moment the antimatter reached Tiansong V, maneuvering swiftly to a relatively calm area near Planet 5. The Shamong fleet, still pursuing the human fleet between Tiansong V and Planet 5, remained oblivious to the impending disaster. The intense particle streams and high-energy radiation from the explosion of Tiansong V first struck the Shamong fleet. Hu Yu planned to initiate another warp maneuver at this moment, leading the human fleet away from Tiansong V's wrath. Planet 5 was 7 astronomical units away from Tiansong V, and it was estimated that in an hour, the fury of Tiansong V would completely cleanse the area. This would also be the best time for the hunters to launch a surprise attack. On the battlefield, the Shamong fleet had amassed over 200,000 warships, with more continuously breaking off from the main battlefield to regroup on one side. In contrast, the hunters had only 100,000 ships left, primarily tasked with holding off the Shamong fleet and attacking only when an opportunity presented itself, which had finally slowed the rate of their losses. The Shamong fleet remained completely unaware of the impending disaster. They had no idea that Tiansong V had been enraged by humans, and no civilization could withstand its fury heeding. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 1 second. All hunters, enter warp state immediately and leave the battlefield at maximum speed, Hu Yu ordered decisively. 3 seconds later, before the Shamong fleet could react, the shockwave of violent particle streams and high-energy radiation had already swept over them. In the face of this devastating force, the Shamong fleet was like a leaf in the ocean, instantly disintegrating into basic particles. The hunters, however, had exited the battlefield just in time a few seconds earlier, speeding away from Tiansong V at 6 times the speed of light. The explosion of Tiansong V formed a massive conical shape, resembling the beam of a gigantic flashlight. As long as they exited this scattering region, they would be safe. A few minutes later, the hunters stopped and looked back at the battlefield. The area, once filled with war debris and fleets covering billions of cubic kilometers, had returned to its original state. All fragments, warships, and even the thousands of human crew members still in escape pods had vanished without a trace. No force could withstand the violent shockwave of a stellar explosion. This is the brutal reality of war. Only over 90,000 hunters remained in the entire starry sky. 2 minutes later, After the shockwave subsided, Tiansong-V also returned to calm. These surviving hunters accelerated once more, heading towards the Shamong civilian fleet, where a new battle had already erupted. The 40,000 hunters on the ambush mission lost the element of surprise after being discovered by the Shamong fleet. They decisively dispersed and charged towards the Shamong civilian ships without hesitation. Every crew member knew that this was the core of the Shamong civilization, and only by inflicting heavy damage here could they truly hurt the Shamong civilization at its roots, buying time and opportunities for the Deep Blue Fleet. To achieve this goal, even sacrificing their lives was worth it. This was the spirit of sacrifice and national consciousness that Chinese soldiers had upheld since ancient times. The 200,000 Shamong warships tasked with defending the Shamong mothership did not advance to meet the enemy. Instead, they gathered more tightly around the flagship, ensuring the absolute safety of the mothership. As for the civilian ships, the leader didn't care at all. They only cared about their own safety. That bastard Agudo, 1,000,000 warships, and they all got wiped out. Arg, the leader of the Shamong civilization roared in anger while gnawing on a plump Mu Xing person. Commander, perhaps you should lead the fleet to retreat first? Elder Bone Fong's voice echoed in the command room, tinged with a hint of unease. The leader of the Shamong civilization let out a cold snort, his massive serpent-like head swaying slightly, and 8 tentacles twisting restlessly by his side. Retreat? Retreat to where? The mothership is our foundation. Everything about the Shamong civilization is here. Losing the mothership means we would regress to a planetary civilization even if we escape. The commander's gaze swept over the holographic display of the battlefield. We still have 200,000 warships, while Earth's civilization has only 40,000, plus the observed reinforcements of 120,000. They are still outnumbered. Moreover, our warships are far superior to theirs. Elder Bone Fong's tentacles intertwined nervously. Understood, Commander. Then let's fight and retreat simultaneously. No. The commander rejected decisively. We will hold our ground here. Once we destroy their fleet, we will pursue their civilian ships. Then, we will rebuild more advanced warships right here. He paused, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Although Earth's civilization is slightly behind us, many of their technologies are valuable to us, like the gravity bomb that we have yet to develop. Yes, Commander, we will surely. Elder Bone Fong's words were abruptly cut off as an invisible force swept through. In an instant, Elder Bone Fong, the Shamong leader, and all the Shamong beings on the mothership were reduced to a puddle of flesh. It turned out that several hundred hunter ships had braved the intense fire from the Shamong fleet, breaking through to within a few thousand kilometers of the mothership and launching thousands of gravity bombs. Although the effective range of these bombs was only 1,000 kilometers and most were intercepted, a few managed to reach the mothership. These bombs, while not enough to disintegrate the mothership, were sufficient to kill all life inside. The commander is dead. The commander is dead. The news spread like wildfire through the Shamong fleet. All warships suddenly ceased fire. After a brief silence of several seconds, the remaining Shamong warships activated their warp drives and scattered, disappearing into the vastness of space. Without their leader, the Shamong civilization instantly fell into disarray. These fleeing ships were doomed, as their limited energy would never sustain them to another planet, and they would ultimately perish in the boundless universe. Meanwhile, over 500 diverse and varied civilian ships floated quietly in the starry sky, motionless. No one knew what had transpired inside until a few days later when the reinforcement fleet sent boarding parties to investigate. The moment the boarding team entered the civilian ships, they were shocked by the scene before them. The interior was a hellscape. Bodies of Shamong beings littered everywhere, and the air reeked of decay. Only a few Shamong beings were still barely alive, but they were on the brink of death. In the struggle for control, food, or perhaps in post-defeat madness, these creatures had descended into brutal infighting. Over 20,000 heavily armed boarding troops divided into groups, carrying heavy weaponry, and blasted open the hatches of over 500 civilian ships and the Shamong mothership. When they first laid eyes on the Shamong beings, everyone was taken aback by their terrifying appearance. These creatures stood 3 to 4 meters tall, with enormous serpent-like heads taking up a third of their body. Their massive mouths were full of fangs, their lower bodies consisted of 2 short, powerful legs like those of a snake, and they had 8 tentacles, each ending in claws more menacing than crab pincers. They were born for war, which explained their ferocity. Although there were no signs of life in the commander's ship, other civilian ships still housed many surviving Shamong beings. When these creatures saw the smaller boarding troops enter the ships, they immediately lunged with their tentacles and gaping jaws. The troops, though initially startled by the horrific sight, quickly regained their composure and unleashed a barrage of firepower on the attacking Shamong beings, reducing them to pulp in an instant. After killing hundreds of Shamong beings, the remaining monsters were finally intimidated by the troops' firepower and fled to the ship's corners. The boarding troops advanced, continually encountering and eliminating Sha-Meng beings along the way. Soon, they reached the ship's control room. After neutralizing the final wave of Sha-Meng defenders outside the control room, the troops stormed inside, only to find that not all operators were Sha-Meng beings. 2 other species were present as well. The boarding troops swiftly took control of these civilian ships. Using the communication mechanisms previously established with the Sha-Meng civilization, they employed their portable translation systems to command the ships to take a detour, avoiding the energy storm of Tian-Tsang-V, and then head towards Tian-Tsang-V. This area was not safe, as the violent energy of Tian-Tsang-V would arrive in a month, and leaving early was the only way to ensure the safety of their assets. Yes, now everything here, including all life forms, had become the property of humanity. The Sand Python mothership is the cornerstone of their entire civilization and their greatest asset. This massive vessel houses a plethora of advanced technologies and cosmic knowledge, resources the fleet desperately needs. Although it didn't completely disintegrate under the impact of the gravity bomb, the mothership sustained severe damage, with its power units utterly destroyed. Other colony ships were also damaged to varying extents. Even those still operational are now significantly slower. In the face of this predicament, Hu decisively ordered hundreds of hunters to attach themselves to each colony ship, using their warp engines to propel them into faster than light travel. Although this method can achieve 3 times the speed of light, it is extremely dangerous. The uneven distribution of warships could cause the colony ships to be torn apart by enormous gravitational forces. But at this moment, Hu had no other choice. If they didn't escape the energy storm of Tiansong-5 quickly, the losses would be even more catastrophic. Thus, over 500 colony ships and 1 mothership, under the special escort of 130,000 hunters, slowly made their way towards Planet 3. Meanwhile, the Deep Blue, which had been traveling for nearly a light year, also changed course to return to Planet 3. The fleet needed to restock and resupply before continuing their expedition, and all personnel and equipment were concentrated on the Deep Blue. Hu meticulously tallied the war losses. Out of 500,000 hunters, only 190,000 remained, with a significant portion heavily damaged. The crew losses were as high as 1.5 million, and among the destroyed hunters, less than 1% of the crew managed to escape. This was not due to a lack of willingness to rescue, but simply because there was no opportunity. In the vast expanse of space, during high-speed maneuvers, even a second's pause would make one an immediate target. However, the enormous losses brought equally enormous gains. The captured Sand Python fleet was handed over to the Academy of Sciences, which immediately began technological analysis. For the Earth fleet, this was undoubtedly a treasure trove. The Sand Python fleet had integrated technologies from 4 different civilizations. If not for the Sand Python civilization's relatively weak research capabilities, this fleet, with its amalgamation of 4 civilizations' technologies, could easily have crushed the Earth fleet. This situation was closely tied to the Sand Python civilization's nature. After several victorious wars, they preferred to directly plunder existing technologies, adhering to a Taikaidecidus philosophy. Among the 3 civilizations they conquered, 2 had reached stellar-level technology. If the Sand Python civilization had taken the time to thoroughly digest these technologies, they might have already ascended to a galactic-level civilization. However, they were like someone holding a mountain of gold but only picking up a few stones. The Sand Python civilization merely enhanced their laser technology and warp engines, possibly because these technologies were already highly developed in the plundered civilizations and were the easiest for them to assimilate. As for other technologies, due to the difficulty of quickly mastering them, the Sand Python civilization likely just abandoned them. These creatures, with their inherent brutality and propensity for slaughter, indeed lagged behind other civilizations in scientific research. Reaching stellar-level development was already a miracle. We've struck it rich. General, our haul this time is enormous. Academician Zhang Xiaoyuan almost jumped for joy when he received the list of technologies. Hu Yu, busy reorganizing the fleet, had entrusted the technological analysis entirely to Academician Zhang. He asked, Academician Zhang, what good stuff do we have? General, the Sand Python creatures are a bunch of idiots. Academician Zhang shook his head and sighed. You know, their technological breadth far surpasses ours, but the weapons they've developed are just high-energy particles and laser cannons, along with some less powerful junk. What a waste. When Zhonghua, standing nearby, asked with some doubt, Academician, is there anything ready for immediate use? Our fleet has suffered heavy losses, and this area isn't safe after the battle. We urgently need to boost our strength. Yes, Academician Zhang said excitedly. I've taken a preliminary look. Combining the Sand Python fleet's technology, I can offer you 3 types of weapons that should be quite useful. First, the laser blade. Second, the antimatter bomb. And third, the gravity bomb. When Zhonghua frowned and said, Academician, isn't the laser blade just another application of laser technology? That doesn't count as a new weapon. And antimatter haven't we already mastered it? It's just that our production is limited. As for the gravity bomb, let's not even mention it. When Zhonghua stood before the holographic display in the command center, his brow furrowed. He recalled the energy storage issues they faced with laser weapons in the past and shook his head. Laser swords are different, he explained to the scientists around him. They operate on a principle similar to the Sandpython fleet's laser net, requiring only minor modifications. Imagine our warships bristling with laser swords, tearing through anything in their path. His eyes lit up with excitement as he turned to the experimental data on the projection. The progress on the antimatter bomb is even more thrilling. We've grasped the basics of the Sandpython civilization's matter decay and fusion technologies. Combined with our own tech, we could have this operational within months. When Zhonghua waved his hand to bring up a simulation, showing the process of heavy elements decaying into iron. All elements can be transformed this way. With some tweaks, we could mass-produce antimatter. We've gone from producing 1 kilogram a year to 1 kilogram a day, and we can scale up even more. With a hint of pride, he added, the power of gravity bombs will also increase several-fold. Honestly, with enough antimatter, we won't have to be so passive anymore. Luckily, the Sandpython civilization didn't get ahead of us. Turning to Academician Zhang, when Zhonghua's voice was firm. Academician, we must accelerate our progress. Every warship needs to be equipped with antimatter bombs. Only then will we have a fighting chance in the galaxy. He continued to dream about the possibilities new technologies could bring. With this device, material shortages will be a thing of the past. Theoretically, any material can be converted into the elements we need. Spaceship wreckage, various waste everything can be utilized. Even better, this process generates energy, so we won't have to worry about power anymore. When Zhonghua looked at Academician Zhang, his eyes filled with anticipation. Anything else exciting, Academician? Let's hear it all. Academician Zhang smiled as he opened a holographic report. There's plenty. Curvature technology, gravity technology, magnetic technology, and countless ingenious inventions. This encompasses the technological essence of 3 stellar civilizations and 1 planetary civilization. Once we fully decipher these technologies, we might reach the galaxy-level civilization that the destroyer mentioned. At this moment, who you interjected, by the way, how is Academician Xiao handling those alien creatures? Academician Zheng's expression grew complex. Don't even mention it. Xiao has been overwhelmed these past few days. I just came back from the biological science ship, and the scene was nauseating. These biologists are practically madmen. He continued, among the Sandpython resident ships we captured, some were originally from 3 other civilizations that the Sandpython fleet had exterminated. The Sandpython people couldn't operate these alien ships, so they left some aliens to do it. Now we have samples from 4 different civilizations. Academician Zheng's tone turned grave. Our biologists have not been kind to the Sandpython creatures. After all, they cost us 1.5 million soldiers. Xiao is organizing live dissections. I could barely stand a look. The other 3 civilizations' beings are trembling in fear, but Xiao has assured them that only Sandpython creatures will be dissected, while the rest will be sampled for research. Thoughtfully, he added, biology, if used correctly, is a powerful weapon. We've gained near-immortality biotechnology from insects. As we encounter more alien species in the future, who knows what breakthroughs they might bring? Turning to one Zhonghua, Academician Zheng asked, General, what's the next move? You need to make the big decisions. We can only provide technological support. When Zhonghua pondered for a moment before outlining the plan, Tian Songwu can stay for no more than 30 years. After that, we must leave. We've made too much noise, which could attract civilizations from nearby star systems, potentially causing new troubles. In these 30 years, we need to prioritize deciphering curvature technology to enhance fleet speed. Next, we must restart the Hunter project. With mature technology and equipment, we should build at least 1 million ships this time and train the corresponding personnel. He added, however, we should rely on AI to control the warships as much as possible. Human resources are too precious. We've been on Tian Songwu for 50 years, and our population has barely grown to 20 million. Losing over 1 million elite soldiers in one go is heartbreaking. Academician Zheng nodded in understanding. Got it, General. I'll have the computer department integrate alien technology to develop more advanced AI. This is a path we must take. In the future, we might need to build even larger warships, and relying solely on human control would be disastrous in the event of war. He suddenly remembered something. By the way, Zhonghua, have the arrangements for the fallen crew members' families been made? When Zhonghua's expression turned solemn, everything is in place. The families, though grieving, understand the situation. Additionally, the Hero Memorial Service will be held this afternoon, and all citizens will attend? Yes, I'll personally oversee the memorial service this afternoon, when Zhonghua said softly, a trace of sadness flickering in his eyes. On the afternoon of March 9, 2298, a wave of sorrow engulfed the entire fleet. Today, they were holding a grand memorial to honor over 1.5 million soldiers who had fallen in the war, bidding a final farewell to the heroes. Hu Yu stood inside the base on planet number 3, facing the eyes of over 500 million people on the base and the deep blue, and began his eulogy. His voice echoed through the communication system, reaching every corner. Comrades, it has been 113 years since we left Earth in the solar system. 80 years ago, we were forced to part with our leader and came to this desolate Tiansong 5-star system. Over the years, we have worked together tirelessly, overcoming countless difficulties to establish the formidable Hunter fleet and the Polaris fleet. Hu Yu took a deep breath and continued, however, against the sand python civilization, we remain at a disadvantage. To win this war, to protect the fruits of our decades of labor, and to safeguard the over 500 million people on the deep blue, 1.5 million of our finest crew sacrificed their young lives. His voice trembled with grief. I bear an inescapable responsibility for the sacrifice of these 1.5 million soldiers. We did not gather enough intelligence before the war, nor did we accurately estimate the enemy's strength. During the war, we scarcely carried out rescue operations and failed to effectively respond to the enemy's sudden changes. To preserve the Deep Blue Fleet, we had to adopt a mutually destructive strategy, using antimatter bombs to provoke Tiansong 5 and harness its power to annihilate the sand python civilization. However, hundreds of thousands of our crew, who could not be rescued, also perished in Tiansong 5's wrath. Tears glistened in Hu Yu's eyes, but his voice remained resolute. If it were not for these extraordinary times, I should be standing before a military tribunal, facing the people's judgment. But now, I cannot abandon the fleet to appease my guilty conscience. I promised our leader that I would strengthen the fleet, that I would carve out a safe haven in this galaxy for all of us. When that day comes, we will no longer wander, no longer fear enemy invasions, and everyone can live in peace and enjoy life. His tone grew firmer, but all this requires our continuous efforts. In the future, we must give even more, and there may be even greater sacrifices. But do not lose heart, do not be afraid. As long as we have confidence, we can stand at the pinnacle of this universe. Hu Yu recounted the battle's details. In the fight against the sand python civilization, none of our officers and soldiers retreated in fear. None forgot their mission. They upheld the honor of being Chinese soldiers. All our citizens should feel proud and honored by their deeds. Their achievements will be recorded in the annals of Chinese history, lasting for eternity. His voice turned solemn. Today, we bid farewell to 1.5 million martyrs. They are the pride of our Chinese nation, the pioneers of our Chinese civilization. Though we cannot name each one, their deeds will be forever remembered. Hu Yu's tone shifted to one of encouragement. Comrades, the future needs our creation, our blood, sweat, and every individual's dedication and protection. Every drop of our sweat is a hope for the future. Every bit of our effort lays a solid foundation for it. We cherish the memory of our fallen heroes in our hearts. We cannot let their sacrifice be in vain. Creating the best possible future is the best tribute to their sacrifice. He looked around, his voice strong and powerful. The fleet belongs to everyone, whether military personnel or ordinary citizens. We are all part of the fleet. For the fleet's future, we must work together, forge ahead, and make the name of the Chinese nation resound throughout the universe. Hu Yu's eulogy concluded, his final words lingering in everyone's ears. All right, now let's bid farewell to the 1.5 million martyrs. Everyone, salute. Following Hu Yu's command, a small white ship named Immortal slowly started. This ship carried the belongings of each martyr. Due to the explosion of Tiansong 5, all the fallen soldiers' bodies had been vaporized by intense gamma rays and particle streams, so the Immortal could only carry their personal effects. The ship was preset on a course to glide back to the solar system over more than 300 years, relying on inertia. Although the solar system no longer exists, and its planets have drifted away from their original orbits, the space it once occupied remains the hero's final resting place in people's hearts. The tradition of returning to one's roots is deeply ingrained in Chinese culture. In the sky, the remaining 190,000 hunter warships roared, and the flashes of cruise missile explosions illuminated the entire starry sky. This was their way of bidding farewell to their comrades and loved ones. Their lives had ended, but their deeds would shine as brightly as the flares in the starry sky. On the Deep Blue Fleet and the ground base, people sobbed quietly. These 1.5 million martyrs were not only their relatives, friends, husbands, sons, and fathers, but also an indispensable part of the fleet. They were young, outstanding, brave, and fearless. Despite knowing that being a soldier in the fleet was the most dangerous job, they never hesitated or backed down because the fleet needed their protection and dedication. They were the most beloved people. Now that they are gone, how can one not feel sorrow, regret, and grief for them? Most of the fleet remains engulfed in immense sadness, but as the leader, Hu Yu has already forced himself to cast aside these emotions. He is acutely aware that as the helmsman of the fleet, many urgent tasks await his attention. The position of Tian-Song 5 in the universe has been fully exposed, making it susceptible to exploration by other civilizations at any moment. The time left for the fleet to recuperate is running out. They must quickly replenish their forces and prepare for the impending voyage. You stood before the holographic projection in the command center, gazing at the data of the Hunter fleet. These warships revealed numerous flaws in the previous battle. While their defense was decent, their maneuverability and attack power were far inferior to the Sha-Mang civilization's fleet. The Hunter's warp speed was only 6 times the speed of light, much slower than the Sha-Mang warships. However, neither the Sha-Mang warships nor the Hunters could attack during warp travel. The reason is simple. The force field around the warships during warp travel is highly unstable, with intense gravitational fluctuations. In such an environment, missiles or bombs would explode prematurely, and even directed energy weapons would lose accuracy. On the science ship, countless scientists were feverishly analyzing the captured Sha-Mang technology. The laboratories were brightly lit, and the researchers worked tirelessly. Breakthroughs were made in optics, mechanics, material science, computer science, and even architecture. The most critical focus was on developing high-efficiency engines and various weapon systems, which the fleet urgently needed. The scientists were so excited that they lost track of time, not leaving the lab for days and nights. They ate whatever was available when hungry and took short naps in the corners of the lab when tired. This was humanity's first encounter with such advanced alien technology. Some technologies, like arbitrary element decay and fusion, were entirely new to humans, while others, like warp technology, had been touched upon but not mastered. Faced with this vast ocean of information, the scientists wished they could absorb all the data in one go. But even without sleep, it would take tens of thousands of years to complete such a task. Therefore, they quickly categorized and organized the information, prioritizing the technologies that were easiest to grasp and most urgently needed by the fleet to address the current crisis. The design plans for the improved Hunters were soon submitted to Hu's office. Although the new warship's appearance remained unchanged, their propulsion and weapon systems had been completely upgraded. Incorporating Sha-Mang technology, the improved Hunters could achieve a warp speed of 20 times the speed of light, with significant enhancements in conventional propulsion as well. Laser and antimatter weapons would become standard, greatly boosting their combat capabilities. You couldn't help but imagine if the previous Hunters had such performance, they wouldn't have been forced into a mutually destructive strategy even with a disparity of 500,000 to 2 million. The Deep Blue, having survived the war, would also reach 3 times the speed of light after the engine upgrade, far exceeding its previous 0.8 times the speed of light. More importantly, neither the Hunters nor the Deep Blue would need to consume the precious Chong element for warp travel in the future. The surface of several planets in Tian-Song 5 became bustling once again. The roar of engineering machinery was incessant, and various rock minerals were continuously mined. After a series of smelting processes, these raw materials would become components of the new Hunters. With previous experience, this mining operation progressed swiftly and efficiently. From equipment transfer to the first batch of steel being produced took less than a week. The daily steel output quickly surpassed several million tons, with the numbers still climbing. For the fleet's safety, everyone was racing against time. The 190,000 surviving Hunters from the war were dispersed around various planets, forming a tight defensive line. Although the Sha-Mang civilization had been defeated, tens of thousands of Sha-Mang warships had escaped beyond the Tian-Song 5 star system in the later stages of the war. Yu dared not let his guard down. If these remnants regrouped, they would still pose a significant threat. However, with the continuous production of antimatter weapons, the fleet's combat power was steadily increasing, offering him some peace of mind. Yet, as days passed, Yu's anxiety grew. The massive explosion on Tian-Song 5, triggered by antimatter, had occurred over 20 years ago. High-energy particle streams and gamma rays had already traversed over 20 light-years, spreading to nearby star systems. The longer they delayed, the greater the risk of Tian-Song 5 being exposed, and the more perilous humanity's situation would become. Yu knew they had to complete their preparations quickly and embark on a new journey. The construction of the Hunters is nearing completion, and the number of these vessels patrolling the Tian-Song 5-star system has surged from the original 190,000 to an impressive 600,000. Thanks to the relentless efforts of scientists and workers, not only was the original fleet replenished, but an additional 100,000 Hunters were built. These upgraded Hunters are all equipped with the latest curvature engines and conventional propulsion engines, showcasing remarkable performance. Technological advancements are happening at an astonishing pace. An engine that could reach 10 times the speed of light yesterday might break through to 11 times the speed of light or even higher by this morning. Consequently, curvature engines were the last batch of equipment to be produced. The speed of the new curvature engines has approached 30 times the speed of light, far exceeding the previous expectation of 20 times the speed of light. Even when installed on the massive Deep Blue, they can achieve an impressive speed of 5 times the speed of light. The AI systems of the upgraded Hunters are more powerful, reducing the crew requirement from 5 to 2. If not for the need for crew rest and the typically protracted nature of interstellar warfare, these warships could be operated by a single person. The current two-person crew setup allows for rotational rest periods aboard the Deep Blue during peacetime and ensures the warship is always ready for combat during wartime. Each upgraded hunter is equipped with 10 laser blades, each extending over 50,000 kilometers. Thanks to breakthroughs in gravitational technology, these lasers are confined within a range of 0.2 light seconds by an invisible hand. When not engaging other objects, the energy consumption of the lasers is minimal. When all 10 laser blades are activated simultaneously, the hunter resembles a gigantic hedgehog bristling with dazzling spikes. These high-energy lasers can easily cut through steel as if slicing through tofu. In addition to surrounding the warship, the laser blades can also be deployed for long-range strikes. Imagine the scene of hundreds of thousands of hunters rampaging through enemy fleets with their laser blades activated. It would be a truly awe-inspiring sight. However, the most terrifying weapon of the hunters is not the laser blades but the antimatter bombs. Nowadays, the daily production of antimatter has reached an astounding 2 kilograms, equivalent to the total output of several years in the past. Without the technology obtained from the sandpython civilization, antimatter production would still be at the level of a few grams per day. Currently, 20,000 kilograms of antimatter have been produced, divided into 50-gram portions and loaded into specially designed curvature engine bombs. Under the constraint of directional magnetic lines, antimatter and matter are strictly isolated. Do not underestimate these 50 grams of antimatter. The energy they contain is terrifying, given the presence of the speed of light squared in the energy calculation formula. These antimatter-equipped bombs are small and agile, making them almost undetectable on the battlefield. By the time the enemy realizes their presence, it is already too late. Antimatter weapons come in various forms. Some are tiny and launched via electromagnetic rails for covert attacks. Some are disguised as warship debris or asteroids, becoming deadly interstellar mines. Others are equipped with curvature engines, enabling them to swiftly strike the enemy at 30 times the speed of light. Gravitational bombs, as an extension of curvature engines, have seen their attack power increase fivefold with the fivefold increase in curvature speed, expanding their attack range from 200 kilometers to 1,000 kilometers. As for high-energy particle beam weapons, due to their short attack range, high energy consumption, and poor directional capabilities, they are currently only equipped in small quantities within the fleet. While they may have been effective at the planetary and early stellar levels, they are now inadequate for fleets that have reached advanced stellar levels. However, with the rapid pace of technological development, these weapons may still prove useful under specific circumstances. Other conventional weapons, including high-yield fusion bombs, have been completely replaced by antimatter weapons. With the addition of high-energy lasers, antimatter bombs, and gravitational bombs, the upgraded hunters are truly war machines. It is no wonder that the Observer once said that a single warship could destroy a stellar-level civilization. Now, a single hunter can easily annihilate a planetary-level civilization. This clearly illustrates the vast differences between levels of civilization. It has been 28 years since the war with the Sand-Python civilization ended, and Tiansong 5 has regained its former tranquility. All traces of human activity on several planets have been completely erased, except for a secret base inside Planet 3. This was Huyu's contingency plan, a safeguard he hoped would never be needed. The base was cleverly concealed, making it nearly impossible to detect without technology far surpassing that of human civilization. Under the stable environment of Planet 3, this base could remain intact for millions of years. It is fully equipped, prepared for the worst-case scenario if the fleet were forced to disperse. Survivors could return here and start anew. Huyu understood that with antimatter weapons, the fleet's self-defense capabilities had significantly improved. However, the work of technological analysis was still far from complete. The technological accumulation of 4 civilizations could not be digested overnight. He urgently needed to find a safe haven for the scientists, where they could fully focus on their research. Communication had always been a challenge. The fleet was still using outdated electromagnetic communication, and quantum communication completely failed during warp travel. The 300 Deep Blue ships, escorted by 600,000 upgraded hunters, entered warp once more. This time, their destination was Alpha Centauri b, 500 light-years away. Astronomers had confirmed through the transit method and gravitational lensing that Alpha Centauri b had at least 2 rocky planets. Although the environment was extremely harsh, it was precisely because of this that higher civilizations might overlook them. This suited humanity perfectly high security and suitable for long-term development. The fleet set off for Alpha Centauri b at 5 times the speed of light, expected to arrive in a century, at which point they would resume construction tasks. Scientists estimated that if they could fully decode the existing technological reserves, the fleet could reach the late stage of a stellar civilization, possibly even stepping into the galactic stage. However, at their current scale, they were still in the early stages of a stellar civilization. Less than a year after the human fleet departed, a battered fleet quietly gathered about 50 light-years from Tiansong 5. This was the surviving Sand Python fleet, which had established a new leader after decades of infighting. However, the fleet had dwindled to less than 20,000 ships, and their technological level had regressed to the early stages of a stellar civilization, no longer capable of competing with humanity. The new leader, Ma Meng, decided to wage a final battle against humanity after devouring one of its kin. Faced with this brutal leader, the remaining wise ones of the Sand Python civilization were silent with fear. Just as Ma Meng was about to set off, a silver diamond-shaped spaceship suddenly appeared in front of the fleet, blocking their path. This spaceship, only 200 meters long, had the ability to easily exceed 1,000 times the speed of light, causing the Sand Python fleet to hesitate. A cold voice emanated from the spaceship. "Who is the leader?" Ma Meng responded submissively, "Sir, I am the new leader of the Sand Python civilization." Ma Meng, it bared its fangs, trying to appear as respectful as possible. "Very well, I am the inspector of the 98,511 star sector of the Milky Way," the spaceship stated coldly. Ma Meng immediately pledged, "Respected inspector, the Sand Python civilization is at your service." Faced with a powerful civilization, these ferocious creatures instantly became obsequious. The inspector sneered, "Very well, very well. Where are you planning to go now?" "Sir, we were originally planning to attack a civilization called humanity, but now that you are here, we will follow your orders," Ma Meng replied ingratiatingly. "With your current strength, attacking the human civilization would be suicide," the inspector scoffed. "However, humanity has already left Tiansong 5, so even if you wanted to die, there's nowhere for you to go." "Sir, our civilization fought a war with humans 30 years ago. Initially, their fleet was no match for ours, and we easily decimated most of their ships. However, just as victory seemed certain, these desperate humans detonated Tiansong 5. The high-energy particle streams and gamma rays from the stellar explosion far exceeded the defensive capabilities of our star-level civilization. In an instant, our once proud fleet was nearly obliterated, while the cunning humans managed to avoid the catastrophe. The devastating consequences of the war went beyond the destruction of our fleet. Our leader perished in the energy storm, plunging our entire civilization into chaos and division. It was only recently that I managed to reunite the fragmented Sha Meng civilization. Yet, our situation remains dire. Our fleet is reduced to less than 20,000 battered ships, and our once glorious technology tree was lost in the war. In this desperate state, we have no choice but to take a risky gamble and prepare for a final showdown with humanity." After recounting the tragic fate of the Sha Meng civilization, Ma Meng's eyes burned with the flames of revenge. He quickly composed himself and respectfully addressed the presence before him. "All right, I'm not here to recount old grievances. What are your instructions, Overseer?" The Overseer's authoritative voice echoed through the empty bridge. "Tiansong 5 is now very safe. I've made arrangements with the nearby advanced civilizations within a 200 light-year radius. They won't interfere. You can develop peacefully at Tiansong 5. As for your technology tree, I can help you restore it, and even provide you with top-tier curvature and weapon technologies of a galaxy-level civilization." Ma Meng trembled with excitement and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Overseer. Thank you." The Overseer raised a hand to stop Ma Meng's words of gratitude and calmly said, "Don't rush. There are conditions. I give you 200 years. In that time, you must assimilate all the technologies, build a powerful fleet, and then find and completely annihilate humanity. If you fail, there will be no reason for your existence." Ma Meng immediately stood straight and resolutely replied, "Yes, Overseer. We will complete the task." Then, hesitating for a moment, he cautiously asked, "But, Overseer, with your power, you could easily eliminate humanity. Why do you need our help?" The Overseer's tone suddenly turned icy. "Don't ask what you shouldn't know. There are reasons for my instructions. Just do as I say. There will be more benefits in the future, provided you prove worthy of nurturing. Otherwise," Ma Meng quickly interrupted, "I understand, Overseer. Our enmity with the human civilization is irreconcilable. Even without your requirement, we would eventually seek revenge against them. With your technological assistance, we will surely become powerful enough in a short time to destroy the wretched human civilization." "Good. Remember what I said?" The Overseer left this warning and instantly departed from the Sha Meng fleet. The members of the Sha Meng fleet were overjoyed to find that their computers were suddenly filled with numerous advanced technological data they had never seen before. Ma Meng looked in the direction the Overseer had left, a sly smile appearing on his face. "Humans, your end is near." Meanwhile, the Deep Blue continued its journey through the vast cosmos. Huyu was unaware that a grand conspiracy targeting humanity and all civilizations in the galaxy was brewing. The future development of lower-level civilizations would become extraordinarily difficult, and many might be completely obliterated in this scheme. But that was a concern for the future. At this moment, on the bridge of the Deep Blue, Hu Yunhang was speaking to his father. Hu Yu, Dad, I want to join the frontline fleet. As Hu Yu's only son, Hu Yunhang had inherited his father's combat prowess and discipline. In the battles against the Shamang civilization, despite holding the rank of lieutenant commander, Hu Yunhang piloted a hunter fighter jet at the forefront. During the entire battle, he personally destroyed 2 enemy warships and damaged 5 more. While his achievements might not seem extraordinary, given the Shamang warships' absolute superiority in single-ship performance and their 4-2 numerical advantage, Hu Yunhang's performance was quite remarkable. After the war, due to heavy personnel losses, Hu Yu and a group of the best-trained officers were reassigned to the rear to urgently train new soldiers. By the time the fleet set sail again, several batches of new recruits had entered the internship phase and were assigned to hunter warships for live combat training. However, as the fleet embarked, the hunters could no longer provide training opportunities for the new recruits, and all training turned theoretical. This left Hu Yunhang, accustomed to real combat, feeling very uncomfortable. Just as Hu Yu was about to respond to his son's request, Xiao Xiao walked over with a plate of fruit. The 3 of them appeared to be of very different ages. Hu Yu looked over 40, with the years of war and fleet pressure making him appear somewhat weary. Xiao Xiao, despite being over 100 years old thanks to genetic medicine, appeared in her 30s, looking even younger than her 25-year-old son, Hu Yunhang. Son, isn't the rear good? It's safe, and you don't have to make your father and me worry, Xiao Xiao said gently. Hu Yunhang pouted, Mom, you don't understand. Besides, you truly worry about me, but Dad never does. Shut up. Don't call me Mom. It makes me feel old. Despite her youthful appearance, Xiao Xiao, who was over 100 years old, still had some aversion to the word old. All right, I'll call you sis from now on. Okay? Hu Yunhang teased. Hu Yu shook his head helplessly. Can you two give it a rest and let my ears have some peace? Hu Yunhang persisted, Dad, you still haven't answered my question. Walk my foot. General Hu Yu shouted angrily at his son, Hu Yunhang. His face was etched with disappointment and frustration, as if years of expectations had just crumbled into dust. Why ask me? You should be asking your commanding officer. You're not under my jurisdiction. Hu Yu continued to berate, his voice dripping with dissatisfaction. His piercing gaze bore into his son, who stood there in his military uniform. And have you completed your training tasks? The general asked with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. The fleet desperately needs a large number of military personnel. Once we reach Milky Way, the fleet will increase several times over, even tenfold. We need more reserves to handle the attrition of war. Hu Yu paced to the window, turning his back to his son as he spoke. The improved hunters may require only 2 crew members, but the 600,000 ships have nearly exhausted all our experienced personnel. They have to wait a long time just to get a break on the Deep Blue. Turning back to face his son, Hu Yu's eyes flashed with disappointment. And here you are, thinking about your own glory with no sense of the bigger picture. I think you've hit the ceiling as a lieutenant colonel. Hu Yunhang hung his head, silently enduring his father's scolding. Despite being an excellent officer, he never seemed to measure up in his father's eyes. At that moment, Xiao Xiao Hu Yunhang's mother walked in with a plate of fruit. Sensing the tension in the room, she tried to ease the situation. All right, that's enough. Dad, have some fruit. Hu Yunhang looked up at his mother, feeling a rush of gratitude. He knew she was the only one who dared to speak to his father that way. Others might fear the high-ranking Hu Yunhang thought, but I was the kid who dared to ride on his shoulders and do my business. Useless. Hu Yu snapped, his tone filled with exasperation and disappointment. Unable to bear it any longer, Xiao Xiao interjected. Our son is doing fine. You can't talk to him like that. Taking a deep breath, Hu Yunhang mustered the courage to speak. Dad, I admit I have those thoughts, but mainly because I can't adapt to the trivial tasks in the rear. Hu Yu's expression softened slightly, but his tone remained stern. So you think you always have to be on the front lines? You don't need to think that way. Every military order goes through strict procedures. There's no favoritism just because I'm a general. That's the foundation of our fleet's survival. He walked up to his son, speaking earnestly. As a mid-level leader, you need to see the bigger picture. It's not about rushing to the front lines. Your job is to effectively fulfill your duties as a fleet leader. Don't worry about what others think. You'll understand in time. Xiao Xiao seized the opportunity to mediate. All right, this is home. Can't you two even stop arguing while eating? But Hu Yu wasn't done. He turned to his wife, his tone accusatory. Xiao, you're spoiling him. He's too old for that. He lacks independence and gets swayed by others' opinions. I think he's reached his peak as a lieutenant colonel. Xiao Xiao retorted. Why blame me? Our son is doing fine. Not everyone has to be like you. You started as a low-ranking soldier, didn't you? No one is born a general. Her eyes twinkled mischievously as she continued. Remember when you pretended to be sick just to see me? How embarrassing. Hu Yu's face showed a hint of embarrassment, quickly replaced by a gentle smile. He recalled the days when he was a lieutenant and, due to an injury, ended up in the hospital where he met Xiao Xiao, then a nurse. He frequently faked illness to visit her, and eventually, they married. Embarrassing? Really? Who you chuckled, if I hadn't, I wouldn't have a wife now. Alright, you two enjoy the fruit. I have an important meeting to attend. At this hour? Xiao Xiao asked with concern. Hu Yu stood up, adjusted his uniform, and his tone returned to its usual seriousness. Yes, the fleet is in a critical period. We must be prepared for any danger, so we need to plan ahead. With that, he put on his cap and left the room. Come back soon, Xiao Xiao called after him, her eyes filled with love and admiration. Hu Yunheng took a bite of fruit and teased, Mom, you two are like newlyweds, still so infatuated. Xiao Zhao's face lit up with a happy smile. Lost in memories, you don't understand. Back then, your father. Enough, Mom, Hu Yunheng interrupted. I've heard your romantic story a million times. You keep reminiscing. I'm off to lecture the new recruits. With a mischievous grin, he grabbed another apple and left the room, leaving Xiao Xiao to savor her sweet memories alone. On the scientific ship, it was already midnight Earth time. Although there was no distinction between day and night outside the fleet, the internal schedule followed Earth's rhythm. At this moment, the ship was brightly lit, and busy figures could be seen everywhere. The fleet had traveled more than 6 light-years beyond Tianzong and was still tirelessly pressing forward. Hu Yu, unable to sleep, decided to get up and move around. He first found his old partner, Wen Zhonghua, and together they inspected the fleet's daily operations. Later, the two piloted a small spacecraft to the scientific ship to discuss the fleet's future in depth. Coincidentally, academician Xiaoyi was also there, unusually not engaged in his intimidating research on the biology ship. Academician Zhang Xiaoyuan was slightly surprised to see the visitors. General, Chief of Staff, what brings you here so late? Is there something urgent? Hu Yu replied casually, couldn't sleep, just taking a walk. I knew you guys wouldn't be resting, so I came over to chat. Academician Xiao, concerned, said, General Hu, you are the backbone of the fleet. You need to take care of your health. When Zhonghua laughed and responded, don't worry, Academician. The general is fine. Besides, you guys aren't resting either, are you? The two academicians exchanged smiles. Academician Xiao explained, haha, Academician Zhang and I are used to it. Scientists rarely have a regular schedule. It's almost a disease, a researcher's disease. We get too excited to sleep when there's a new discovery. Hu Yu's expression turned serious as he voiced his concern. Academicians, I feel there's a significant problem with our fleet structure. Look, our deep blue fleet is like a big, overweight person sitting in a sedan chair, while the hunters are like the bearers. They not only have to carry this massive chair slowly, but also ensure its safety. We were lucky to escape Tianzong, but if we suddenly encounter a war with another civilization, the deep blue would be the first target. I feel this structure is problematic, but I can't find a suitable solution. Academician Zhang pondered for a moment and responded, that is indeed a problem. But humans are social creatures with high space requirements. We can't all cram into a small space. It would drive us mentally unstable. That's why we built the massive deep blue residential ship, providing billions of people with a comfortable environment to work efficiently. Hu Yu nodded in understanding but remained uneasy. I get that, Academician Xiao, but I'm thinking about the future. Right now, we have less than 600 million people. What about in the future? It could be 60 billion, 600 billion, or even in the trillions. What will we do then? These enormous residential ships will become slow-moving, gigantic targets. Academician Zhang sighed and said, General, this is a common problem for all lower-level civilizations. It's hard to change this situation without mastering advanced space technology, unless we use some extreme methods. When Zhonghua, hearing there might be a solution, eagerly asked, Academician Zhang, what extreme methods? Academician Zhang explained, for example, genetic modification to turn humans into cave dwellers. Each person would only need a few cubic meters of space, drastically reducing our spatial requirements. But who would agree to that? When Zhonghua frowned, that's way too extreme. Academician Xiao reassured, so, for now, we have to keep carrying this big sedan chair slowly. We're working around the clock to advance our technology, aiming to increase our warp speed. Things will get better. Don't rush. We have to take it step by step. He paused and added, I do have a suggestion though. When we find a suitable planet, we could try leaving a group of people there. They would stay and develop on the planet instead of following the fleet into further dangers. We can leave them with enough technology and equipment and see if anyone is willing. It's like the guerrilla warfare strategy of our founding leaders, leaving bases everywhere. But this is just a preliminary idea, and we need to discuss it further in meetings. Hu Yu pondered, I'll consider it. Once we find a habitable planet, I'll ask for everyone's opinions. Some might want to stay. After all, wandering is hard and stressful. He then asked, how is the progress on technology analysis? Academician Xiao explained, we are short-staffed. The more advanced the technology, the more branches there are on the tech tree. Since we arrived at Tianzong, we focused on fleet construction, with less emphasis on training scientific personnel. So, over the years, our number of scientists hasn't increased much, staying around 10,000. We're only able to tackle the most critical technologies. Who you suggested, during the 100 years it will take to reach Mafui, we should train a large number of scientists to bolster our scientific ship. We need to find ways to boost everyone's enthusiasm for learning. Also, we need to improve the fleet's birth rate. We have enough deep blue ships, with a design capacity for 10 billion people, but we currently have less than 600 million. It's such a waste. When Zhonghua nodded earnestly, I'll make the arrangements. Who you emphasized, pay attention to the training and ideological education of the new population. I promised our leaders that we wouldn't tarnish the spirit of the Chinese people. The new population must have a sense of identity with the Chinese nation and uphold our cultural essence. The deep blue fleet hovered in the vast cosmos, with 300 massive ships emitting a faint blue glow. Inside the fleet's command center, several high-ranking officers were discussing the next course of action. We're safe for now, said one commander. It's time to open up all the deep blue ships. Have the engineering ships expedite the production of small spacecraft. As long as the citizens have enough contribution points, let them freely choose their residences. He looked around and continued, there's no need to crowd into a few main ships anymore. Think of it as an interstellar journey. Each deep blue ship has a unique construction style, and 300 ships should be enough to keep them entertained for a while. Another senior officer nodded in agreement. Once we reach Horsehead 1 and assimilate most of the technology, we should look for a habitable planet to settle down. Wandering aimlessly is not the norm for any civilization. The topic suddenly shifted to the missing leadership. I wonder how the leader and Minister Luo are doing, someone said with concern. Old Hu reassured them, don't worry. Minister Luo is battle-hardened, and they're currently employing guerrilla tactics. Fight when you can, retreat when you can't, like a venomous snake in the shadows. The leader has already headed to the edge of the Milky Way, which is considered a desolate area by advanced civilizations. It should be quite safe there. Our own situation, however, is still precarious. Let's hope so. When Zhonghua sighed, then turned to the nearby academician. By the way, how are we solving our communication issues? We can't always rely on electromagnetic communication. Once we reach Horsehead 1 and the fleet expands, the delay will be even worse. Plus, during warp travel, the ships need to be very close to maintain communication. The academician smiled. We're getting close, very close. Seeing when Zhonghua still puzzled, the academician decided to explain in detail. Let me start with a phenomenon. We all know that the position of an electron in an atom is uncertain. It can disappear and reappear instantly within its current energy level orbit, and we can never accurately predict its next position. When an electron absorbs or releases energy, it undergoes an orbital transition without a clear trajectory. This mysterious behavior has puzzled us for centuries. Who you interjected? I remember something about that. Electrons appear as probabilistic electron clouds around the nucleus, rather than orbiting it like planets around a star. The academician nodded approvingly. Exactly. Now, let's talk about quantum mechanics. Our current method of extracting quantum particles involves annihilating an electron and a positron, releasing two entangled photons. No matter how far apart these photons are, changing the state of one will instantaneously change the state of the other. We use this property to achieve long-distance communication. He paused for a moment and continued. This property only fails when cosmic radiation destroys the photons. However, during warp travel, we found that entangled photons easily lose their entangled state. After thorough research, we confirmed our initial hypothesis. What hypothesis? When Zhonghua asked curiously. Dimensions, Who you answered quickly. Dimensions? When Zhonghua was still confused, the academician stood up. Yes, dimensions. Let's go to the lounge and discuss this further over some refreshments. I've been talking so long that I'm getting thirsty. A few minutes later, the four of them arrived at a lounge near the armored layer of the science ship. Through the thick portholes, the starry universe outside was visible. The logistics staff soon brought snacks, desserts, and drinks. Sitting together, academician Zhang continued to explain. We've spent years trying to unravel the mystery of quantum entanglement. The phenomenon of massive quantum failures during warp travel gave us new insights. We believe that what we call a pair of quantum particles is actually a single particle. Seeing Wen Zhonghua's puzzled expression, the academician gave an example. Imagine we have a U-shaped magnet placed vertically on an iron plate, with the north and south poles attached to the plate. If two-dimensional creatures lived on the plate, they would think the poles were independent endpoints. When we move the magnet, these two-dimensional beings would notice the poles have properties similar to quantum entanglement. But to us three-dimensional beings, the 2 points are connected in the third dimension. He concluded, similarly, quantum particles might be connected in the fourth dimension. We're like those two-dimensional beings who can't perceive the fourth dimension, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Academician Zhang continued to elaborate on the relationship between quantum entanglement loss and spatial dimensions. He used the analogy of a magnet attached to an iron plate to vividly describe the close connection between particles and three-dimensional space. When the iron plate bends or deforms, the strong magnetic force might cause the magnet to break, much like how high-speed distortions in space during curvature travel could sever particles in the fourth dimension. He explained, just as the deformation of two-dimensional space affects three-dimensional objects, the deformation of three-dimensional space also affects four-dimensional objects. Acknowledging that the phrase "this root particle" was awkward, academician Zhang admitted it was not entirely accurate, but emphasized that it was the only reasonable explanation based on extensive experiments. He mentioned the findings from the Tiansong 5 curvature experiment and numerous subsequent validations that supported this conclusion. Next, academician Zhang extended this theory to the instantaneous change in electron orbits. He pointed out that electrons might not complete their positional changes in the fourth dimension, but instead project directly into the third dimension, explaining why we cannot observe the displacement trajectory of electrons in three-dimensional space. Academician Zhang also used this theory to explain a phenomenon that has long puzzled the physics community: the stability of electrons within atoms. According to classical electromagnetic theory, high-speed electrons should continuously radiate energy outward and eventually collapse into the nucleus. However, real-world observations show that electron orbits are remarkably stable. Academician Zhang proposed that the energy lost by electrons in the third dimension might be replenished in the fourth dimension, thus maintaining energy level stability. Hu excitedly remarked that this was a major breakthrough in fundamental science, one that could even surpass the significance of curvature travel. Academician Zhang affirmed the importance of this discovery, but pointed out that fewer than 100 scientists are currently engaged in pure spatial research, underscoring the need to strengthen research in this field. When Zhonghua curiously asked if mastering dimensional technology would mean surpassing the civilization of the Great Star region, academician Zhang cautiously responded, "Chief of Staff, you're being overly optimistic. The technological level of the Great Star region civilization is beyond our imagination. Even if we make breakthroughs in dimensional technology, it would not be enough to reach their overall level. The Great Star region civilization has developed over billions of years and has a well-rounded and balanced technological tree. It's unlikely they have significant weaknesses. We still have a long way to go." As soon as Zhonghua finished speaking, Professor Zhang gave him a meaningful look. He took a small sip of water to moisten his throat, which had become dry from prolonged explaining, and then continued his detailed narration. "Regarding the solution to the communication problem, some space physicists and I have already designed a new system," Professor Zhang said with a hint of excitement in his voice. "It's a brand new communication system based on a fourth-dimensional space network." Noticing the curiosity in the eyes of Wen Zhonghua and Hu Yu, he patiently explained, "To understand this system, we first need to discuss dimensional transition. Entering a higher dimension from a lower one is essentially a process of increasing energy levels." With hand gestures in the air, he illustrated his point. It's like a two-dimensional creature entering a three-dimensional space. It just needs to poke a hole through the paper. However, with each additional dimension, the required energy increases exponentially. He paused for a moment to let his audience absorb the information, then continued. "The reason electrons can freely move through three-dimensional space is that they possess extremely high energy levels. If we were to scale up an electron to a macroscopic level, its existence would be incredibly terrifying." When Zhonghua pondered aloud, "So, wouldn't a nuclear explosion easily break through three-dimensional space?" "But that doesn't actually happen." Professor Zhang nodded in approval. "Good question. In our research, we've discovered some interesting phenomena." He detailed how they used a magnetic microscope to observe energized particles and how they noticed the particle shapes constantly changing. "We hypothesized that this change is the projection of the particle's four-dimensional state in three-dimensional space," he explained with a vivid analogy. "It's like a small cat covered in ink rolling around on white paper. From a two-dimensional perspective, the cat's shape is constantly changing." Then, Professor Zhang described how they managed to open a passage not belonging to this world by inputting magnetic lines into the particles and continuing to energize them. "A four-dimensional passage." When Zhonghua and Hu Yu exclaimed in unison. Professor Zhang smiled and nodded. "Yes, a four-dimensional passage. We've successfully expanded it to 1/10th of a meter and achieved material transmission." Seeing Wen Zhonghua's excited expression, Professor Zhang added, "However, expanding it to a size large enough for a spaceship to pass through would require an astronomical amount of energy. Even for an advanced stellar civilization, carrying hundreds of stars to provide that energy is impractical." He went on to explain how they could use this technology to establish a four-dimensional network, transmitting electromagnetic waves through the fourth dimension to solve communication issues. "Currently, we need to send a spacecraft to deliver one end of the passage to the destination to establish communication. Though this method isn't as convenient as traditional electromagnetic communication, it lays the foundation for future long-distance communication. Throughout the explanation, Professor Xiao remained quietly eating, occasionally showing interest. For this biology expert, the topics discussed were as comprehensible as they were to Wen Zhonghua, aside from the biology-related content. The words of the academicians left Hu Yu and Wen Zhonghua deep in thought. Although the high-dimensional channel solved the problem of long-distance communication, achieving direct communication between any two warships remained a challenge. Hu Yu frowned and said, if we have to set up 600,000 channels in each warship, wouldn't that be a huge waste of resources? Academician Zhang smiled and shook his head. General, actually, 4 channels are enough. He picked up a pen from the table and drew a diagram of 4 warships labeled A, B, C, and D. We can connect them like this: A to B, B to C, C to D, and D back to A, forming a ring network. Each ship only needs 2 channel ports equipped with relay devices. He continued to explain. This way, even if A and C are not directly connected, they can still communicate through B or D. More warships can be connected in this manner, and the resulting 4-dimensional communication network would resemble a fishing net, with each node being a warship connected to 4 others. Even if a part of the network fails, it won't affect the overall information transmission. Hu Yu's eyes lit up. I see. So will these channel ports move with the warships? Of course, Academician Zhang explained. This is a spatial channel. When a warship moves, it essentially cuts through internal space, so the channel moves along with it. Does that mean we can deploy it immediately? Hu Yu asked eagerly. Academician Zhang pondered for a moment. Theoretically, yes. There are a few details that need to be refined, which should take about 1 or 2 months. We've also designed a shutdown system for the channels to handle situations where a warship is abandoned or destroyed. He went on to explain the importance of the shutdown system and the potential new weaponry that high-dimensional channels could bring. Hu Yu expressed his sincere gratitude. Academician Zhang, you've thought of everything? Academician Zhang waved it off with a smile. It's all for the fleet and the Chinese people. This is my duty. By the way, he turned to Academician Xiao beside him. Academician Xiao also has some significant achievements. Would you like to hear about them? Wen Zhonghua immediately perked up. Go ahead, Academician Xiao. Listening to Academician Zhang's theories all night has my brain tied in knots. Give us something we can understand. Academician Xiao put down his teacup and smiled. Don't listen to Academician Zhang. There's nothing that great. The biological advances, especially those on our bio-warships, are best used only when absolutely necessary. Hu Yu laughed and chimed in. Academician, don't be so modest. Let's indulge ourselves tonight. Young people are naturally curious, and I hope you're prepared for what I'm about to share. The voice of Academician Xiao echoed through the conference room, drawing everyone's attention. He began slowly. Recently, we've had a few breakthroughs. First, we've revived cloning technology that had been suppressed for centuries. Academician Xiao elaborated that advancements in genetic technology have now eliminated the drawbacks of cloned animals, such as short lifespans, frequent diseases, and low intelligence. Apart from memory, these clones are indistinguishable from normal animals. They have tested this on animals and 4 captured alien species, and the results have been promising. He then introduced another achievement: genetically engineered new species, commonly referred to as aliens. These creatures, designed to enhance interstellar adaptability and combat capabilities, possess appearances far beyond imagination, terrifying and grotesque. However, these new species currently cannot reproduce and are not yet available in sufficient numbers. Academician Xiao mentioned they are working on improvements, but also expressed a hope that these technologies would never need to be used. Misusing biology can lead to disaster, Academician Xiao warned. Like the Zerg. Who knows? The Zerg might be the uncontrollable failures of some advanced civilization. As he spoke, Academician Xiao displayed images of these creatures from his portable device. Everyone in the room gasped. These weren't just creatures. They were a nightmare of species spliced together. The most horrifying one had a massive, flat body like a centipede, with crab claws, octopus tentacles, and a pair of hands resembling those of a human corpse at its front. It had a crocodile's head with a mouth full of fangs, seemingly ready to tear apart its prey at any moment. Its back was covered with giant, pus-filled warts like those of a toad, and its strong hind legs, akin to those of an elephant, supported its entire body. A colossal tail swung behind it, maintaining balance. The creature was coated in mucus, emitting a nauseating stench. The other creations were no better. Some were hybrids, while others were entirely new creations, each pushing the boundaries of human visual and psychological tolerance. The attendees couldn't help but admire the resilience of these biologists, who managed to maintain their sanity while working with such monstrosities daily. When Zhonghua frowned and asked, Academician Xiao, cloning without memory might be useful for colonization, but what can these alien creatures do? We're not seriously considering using them to take over a planet, are we? Academician Xiao responded solemnly. Of course, We would never use such creatures to wage war against other civilizations. But don't forget, our primary and ultimate enemy is the Zerg. We are constantly trying to develop the most powerful organisms to understand the higher-order Zerg, providing us with support in our future battles against them. He continued. The destroyer mentioned that the Zerg have shown signs of activity again in the past few millennia, and a large-scale outbreak could happen at any time. We are still very weak and know almost nothing about the higher-order Zerg, so we must prepare in every possible way to be ready for any eventuality. Yu expressed his concern. Academician Xiao, you must be very careful. These things are dangerous. Academician Xiao reassured him. Don't worry, we have strict manufacturing protocols. We only proceed when we are absolutely certain of safety. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be the people on our bioship at risk, but potentially the entire fleet. At that moment, when Zhonghua suddenly shouted, Old Hu, quick, slap me. Yu looked confused. Zhonghua, have you lost your mind? Why would I slap you? Quickly, WC. Slap me. When Zhonghua urgently demanded. Academician Xiao looked puzzled and asked, Chief of Staff, are you feeling unwell? Seeing that no one was responding, when Zhonghua slapped himself hard and rubbed his eyes. Look, he pointed towards the porthole. I think I've gone mad. Is that a deity? Everyone followed his finger and instantly felt their blood run cold and their hair stand on end. Outside the porthole, a huge, glowing green figure was flying close by. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a massive ox emitting a faint green glow. Even more astonishing was the old man with white hair and a beard standing on its back. The old man was pointing at the porthole, his mouth moving furiously, his face filled with rage, seemingly cursing at Yu and the others. This sudden and bizarre scene threw everyone in the conference room into a state of shock and fear. A few self-proclaimed well-versed intellectuals stood in the lounge of the science ship, bewildered by the unbelievable sight before them. They inherently didn't believe in the existence of deities. But the old man with a white beard riding a green ox left them flabbergasted. The old man, perched on the ox's back, ranted wildly in the vacuum of space, spitting as he spoke. He wore no protective gear, his head and hands exposed directly to the void. Yet he showed no signs of discomfort and seemed full of energy. This scene left the scientists present utterly dumbfounded. Zhonghua, is that a human? Yu turned to Wen Zhonghua, who was standing like a statue beside him. Is it a deity? When Zhonghua stammered, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although they had encountered various alien beings in space, an old man surviving in a vacuum was beyond their comprehension. Two academicians joined the discussion. Academician Xiao observed, he does look human, but I can't make out what he's saying. Academician Zhang speculated. It seems like he wants to come in. When Zhonghua, snapping out of his daze, suggested, Old Hu, why don't we give him a little nudge and see what happens? At this point, the old man's cursing seemed to grow even more intense, his anger palpable even through the thick porthole. He bounced on the ox's back, like someone driven to the brink of fury yet helpless. After some deliberation, Yu decided to let the old man in. He walked to the porthole and opened the airlock door. The old man immediately ceased his tirade and rode the green ox into the airlock. Since the inner door was too small for the ox to pass through, the old man gave a few tugs before giving up and walked into the lounge alone. He ignored everyone present and sat at the table, devouring the food voraciously. They could only watch as he ate ravenously, as if he hadn't eaten in years. Yu had to call for more food. Half an hour later, the old man finally finished eating and took out a gourd from his waist, drinking deeply from it. Burp, so which bastard said he wanted to give me a nudge. The old man finally spoke, his accent somewhere between Hubei and Sichuan. When Zhonghua awkwardly scratched his head and remained silent. At this point, everyone was fairly certain the old man was human, despite the many lingering questions. The old man pointed at Wen Zhonghua and started to curse again, and Wen Zhonghua retorted defiantly. The two exchanged heated words, on the verge of a physical altercation. Academician Xiao hurriedly intervened. Calm down, sir. He pulled the agitated Wen Zhonghua aside, signaling him to stay calm. The old man suddenly appeared on the spaceship, interrupting the group's research discussion. Professor Xiao politely inquired about the old man's background, but was met with scorn. The old man sneered, Do you think I'm not human? Is that even a question? Are youngsters nowadays really this ignorant? Professor Xiao smiled awkwardly and continued to explain. Sir, that's not what I meant. I was wondering how you can survive alone in space while we need a spaceship. The old man sighed, his attitude softening slightly. Fine, since you're being polite, I'll tell you. My Qingyo is actually a biomechanical bull, similar in principle to your spaceship. I usually stay inside its belly and only come out occasionally for fresh air. When Zhonghua mocked, Fresh air? Sir, aren't you afraid of freezing to death? The old man shot Wen Zhonghua a disdainful look, ignorant and proud. I can create a small survival field using a force field. Air and energy surround me, Clearly, you haven't reached this level yet. The group suddenly realized that this was the essence of what they called an immortal. Their fleet could already precisely control magnetic lines. If they used magnetic lines to create a virtual field to fix air and energy, humans could survive in the vacuum of space without spacesuits. Who, you asked politely, sir? How should we address you? Where are you from, and where are you headed? The old man looked at Hu Yu, his tone softening. Young man, you were the one who agreed to let me in, right? I have a bit of a liking for you. My name is Zhou Dao, but people respectfully call me Daozi. I am from the Chu Kingdom under the great Zhou dynasty. Judging by your attire, it seems the Zhou dynasty is long gone. What dynasty is it now? The group exclaimed in shock. What? You're Daozi? The author of the Great Weaponization Sutra? They could hardly believe that the man before them was a famous figure from nearly 3,000 years ago, known as the progenitor of moral philosophy. Daozi nodded. Yes, that's me. Is there a problem? The Great Weaponization Sutra was indeed written by me. When Zhonghua couldn't help but mutter, Old Hu, this old guy must be a fraud. How could someone who wrote the Great Weaponization Sutra behave like this, with no morals at all? Daozi, hearing this, angrily rebuked, You little rascal, enough already. Just because you're ignorant doesn't mean I'm a fraud. First, I was forced to write the Great Weaponization Sutra. That bratty Liang had no morals and wouldn't let me leave unless I wrote it. So I wrote it to mock his lack of morals. Second, my Weaponization Sutra advocates for the natural order, where beauty and ugliness, good and evil coexist, and everything is reasonable in its existence. It has nothing to do with my personal morals. Hu Yu, curious, asked, Daozi, it's said that you rode a Qingyo out of Jiaguan, surrounded by a halo of light, and then disappeared. What really happened? Daozi sighed, his tone softening. I was deeply disappointed with the Zhou court and decided to wander. When I reached Jiaguan, I was forced to write the Great Weaponization Sutra. Finally free, I was just leaving when I was abducted by an alien civilization. The so-called halo of light was merely the light from an alien spaceship. He continued to recount his experiences. He was taken to a foreign star system and participated in research with other abductees. Everyone else died during the research, but he survived. Originally set for destruction, he was spared for unknown reasons and learned some alien technology. About 1,000 years ago, he seized an opportunity and escaped in his self-made Qingyo spaceship. Due to its slow speed and frequent need for energy replenishment, it took him 1,000 years to return to Earth. When Zhonghua teased, Daozi, I bet you had your eye on the food on our table the moment you got here. Daozi candidly admitted, let's be honest, yes. I haven't tasted food from home in over 3,000 years. How could I not miss it? Pointing at Wen Zhonghua, he said, You, go and pack more food into the Qingyo's belly for me to enjoy on my way home. Professor Zhang sighed and softly said, Daozi, home no longer exists. The old man knew that the Zhou dynasty was corrupt and incompetent, destined to fall sooner or later. Sitting in the fleet's conference room, dressed in ancient attire, his eyes reflected a deep understanding of history. He continued, over the millennia, there must have been many changes of dynasties. My family, without genetic technology, must be long gone. But it doesn't matter, as long as the place remains. After all these years, I've come to terms with everything. Suddenly, a young fleet member stepped forward and said, Mr. Daozi, our planetary system no longer exists, which is why we are wandering here. His voice carried a hint of hesitation. You must have heard about the Zerg in the Milky Way. Over a century ago, the swarm descended upon our solar system. We barely escaped with our lives. Later, the Galactic Patrol and the destroyers, in their attempt to eliminate the swarm, blew up our sun. Seeing the shock on the old man's face, the young man quickly added, Don't be too sad. The sun is gone, but Earth should still be drifting in the universe. If you really want to know, we can tell you the direction Earth is heading. The old man's face turned pale instantly, and he trembled as he spoke. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. I've endured nearly 3,000 years just to see my homeland again, and now that it's within reach, you tell me it's gone. He began to sob. After a moment of silence, the old man wiped away his tears, took a few gulps from a gourd beside him, and took a deep breath. Never mind, this is just the way of nature. It's no big deal. He quickly composed himself. When Zhonghua, observing this, half-jokingly said, Old man, if you have nowhere to go, stay with the fleet. We won't charge you for lodging, but you'll have to work for your meals. The old man's spirit revived immediately, glaring angrily. You brat. In the past, people begged me to dine with them wherever I went. Eating your food is an honor for you, and you dare ask me for meal money? Preposterous. When Zhonghua, unable to contain his laughter, said, Old Hu academicians, look at this old man. He's got the nerve to scam food and drink from us. As someone once said, I have never seen such shamelessness. The others present tried to stifle their laughter, thinking that this legendary sage was, after all, just a stubborn and irritable old man with some progressive thoughts for his time. Who you stepped in to smooth things over. All right, Zhonghua, stop teasing. Mr. Daozi, please stay with the fleet for now. You have nowhere else to go, and we can take care of you here. The old man's attitude softened slightly. I knew I didn't misjudge you. When you asked me to come in, I knew you had a good heart. He then asked, by the way, how did you hear us talking outside? What kind of technology is it? Before who you could answer, the old man impatiently said, technology, my foot. I was just reading your lips. He paused and added, but I'm not staying with your fleet. It's boring. Since my home is gone, they'll wander around and see the sights. When Zhonghua quickly tried to persuade him, old man, I was joking. Don't be so petty. Stay if you want. Don't be prideful. The old man immediately retorted, petty? You think I'd stoop to your level? They'll stay for a day. You can study my green ox, but don't break it. The technology one have is limited. He added, by the way, it's a product of a high-level civilization from a small star region. I didn't learn much, but it should be useful to you. Pointing at Wen Zhonghua, the old man flashed a cunning smile. In return, you brat, make sure I'm well-fed and comfortable. By this time tomorrow, your hard days will be over. Who you immediately ordered Wen Zhonghua, Chief of Staff 1. For the next 24 hours, serve Mr. Daozi properly. If he's even slightly dissatisfied, you'll get 50 lashes. That should teach you to keep your mouth shut. The old man waved his hand. No need to thank me. I know this is what you want most. After all, you are my descendants. Meeting here is fate. It won't cost me anything anyway. He added, by the way, when you return my green ox tomorrow, fill its belly with food, leaving only a place for me to sleep. The fleet's food isn't bad. Finally, the old man beckoned Wen Zhonghua. You brat, come over and massage my legs. I've been standing outside for too long, and now my legs are numb. A few people were barely able to contain their laughter, their faces turning red from the effort. When Zhonghua wished he could slap himself for his blunder, but deep down, he felt immense gratitude toward the eccentric old man. After all, the old man had generously allowed him to study the technology of the Green Bull without any conditions. This magnanimity made Wen Zhonghua immediately put on a broad smile. He crouched down and began to massage the old man's legs carefully. The old man, clearly unused to such sudden attentiveness, let him continue for a few moments before stopping him. Then, he suggested that Wen Zhonghua give him a tour of the fleet. Daozi's initiative to let the fleet analyze the Green Bull's technology not only dispelled any lingering doubts about him, but also earned him newfound respect. The previous impression of him being wild and unreasonable seemed to vanish instantly, and everyone began to see him as a benefactor. Despite repeated attempts to persuade him to stay, Daozi insisted on leaving the fleet to wander in space. When Zhonghua's attitude took a complete 180-degree turn, he treated the old man better than his own father, attending to his every need, almost wishing he could carry him around. However, the old man, having seen much in his lifetime, quickly lost interest in the fleet. It was already past 2 in the morning, but he showed no signs of fatigue. When Zhonghua woke up a dozen top chefs in the middle of the night to prepare a lavish feast for the old man, even bringing out rare wines aged for centuries. At the dinner table, when Zhonghua, with a smile on his face, clinked glasses with the old man and vividly narrated the history from the spring and autumn period to New China. The old man nodded in approval and even asked Wen Zhonghua to copy the historical records for him to study during his travels in space. You little rascal, the old man suddenly spoke. I find you more agreeable now. But you're still a sly one, trying to get me to talk by plying me with wine, aren't you? If you have questions, just ask directly. Come on, pour me another drink. When Zhonghua hurriedly professed his loyalty, claiming he had slept with the Dawu Dao scripture since childhood, wearing out countless copies, the old man saw through his flattery, but enjoyed it nonetheless, letting him continue. Shifting the topic, when Zhonghua cautiously inquired about the Zerg, the old man revealed that the small star sector civilization that had captured him was less than 1,000 light-years from the battlefront between the Galactic civilization and the Zerg, and had been fighting the Zerg for years. He mocked Wen Zhonghua and his team for fleeing the solar system after only dealing with 6th-tier Zerg, calling them unpromising. The civilization that captured me has fought against 25th-tier Zerg, the old man said, taking a sip of wine. Now that's a disaster. Even large star sector civilizations are wary of 25th-tier Zerg. Galactic civilizations generally judge the Zerg threat level with every 5 tiers corresponding to a civilization level. For example, tiers 1 to 5 are equivalent to planetary civilizations, and tiers 6 to 10 are equivalent to stellar civilizations. Of course, this isn't entirely accurate as there are significant differences between civilizations. Some civilizations entering the stellar level can fight 10th-tier Zerg, while others like yours can't even handle 6th-tier Zerg after reaching the stellar level. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Wen Zhonghua felt unable to argue. He realized that the strength of the insect swarm indeed varied at different stages. While the old man seemed to belittle them, he wasn't entirely dismissive. Kid, do you want to know what a level 25 insect looks like? The old man suddenly asked, a mysterious glint in his eyes. When Zhonghua's interest was piqued immediately. Of course. Tell me. You've drunk so much of our good wine. Consider this information as payment. The old man stroked his beard and began slowly. Do you know what's happening with the swarm in the galaxy? I once followed the fleet led by a leader from a small star region civilization. We broke through the swarm's defenses and ventured hundreds of light years to investigate. His voice was low, as if recalling a harrowing experience. I saw the swarm's deployment with my own eyes. They were four-dimensional space bubbles, each several times larger than Earth, packed with insects to the point of deformation. When those bubbles burst, the swarm instantly filled the entire space. The old man's description made when Zhonghua gasped. It was then that I saw the terrifying level 25 insect. It was tens of thousands of kilometers long. This behemoth not only possessed immense strength and high defense, but could also perform warp travel. When Zhonghua interrupted in astonishment, "Old man, are you drunk? How can a living creature perform warp travel?" The old man sneered at him, "Fool! Haven't you seen level 6 insects perform interstellar travel? Don't limit your understanding to that tiny place called Earth. Who says living creatures can't perform warp travel?" He continued to explain. In general, insects around level 10 can already perform warp travel. They're not ordinary creatures, but more like biological machines. Their robust body structure allows them to survive in space without any technological protection. The biological reactions within them can release energy to propel them forward. As long as they have enough energy, they're far more advanced than any of our ships. When Zhonghua nodded thoughtfully, that makes sense. We used to think that the swarm needed air buoyancy to fly, but they continued to fly in space, completely unaffected by the cold or radiation. We were puzzled until we dissected some level 5 and level 6 insects and found an organ resembling a nuclear reactor. This organ could release energy from various substances, propelling the insects through space. The old man looked at him approvingly. Exactly. That leader told me the swarm's energy utilization efficiency surpasses any civilization. That level 25 insect could not only perform high-speed warp travel, but any of its movable limbs could instantly reach warp attack speeds, like kicking someone with a speed several times or dozens of times the speed of light. He continued to describe the terrifying scene. That level 25 insect emerged from the dimensional bubble and immediately lunged at the surrounding warships. It was like swatting flies. The warship's attacks had no effect on it. When Zhonghua, engrossed, asked, "So, what happened next? How did you kill it?" The old man scoffed. "Kill it? We ran. That was a swarm of dozens of units, capable of overwhelming the fleet at any moment. We were deep inside the swarm. If we had delayed, we would have been dead." In the end, tens of thousands of warships expended all their energy to reinforce the space, slowing down the insect's warp speed, buying time for the leader and other ships to retreat. I escaped during the chaos. When Zhonghua was a bit disappointed. "So that's your battle with the level 25 insect?" The old man was unfazed. "Did I ever say that? Young man, don't get hung up on the details. Now, pour me another drink." When Zhonghua suddenly remembered something and tentatively asked, "Old man, have you heard of the abyss?" The old man's expression instantly turned fearful, and he vehemently denied. "The abyss? No, 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 never heard of it, no." From his reaction, it was clear the old man knew about the abyss but was unwilling to discuss it. Since he didn't want to talk, when Zhonghua didn't press further, they drank from dawn to noon, and from noon to night. People came and went, but when Zhonghua stayed with the old man the entire time. Despite taking several alcohol decomposition pills, when Zhonghua couldn't resist the alcohol's effect on his brain. The old man, however, seemed unaffected, drinking most of the wine, and aside from slurred speech, he showed no other signs of intoxication. The old man kept stuffing food into his mouth, his stomach bulging, occasionally burping. By now, it was early morning, and everyone gathered together, silently watching the old man eat and drink. Finally, the old man put down his glass and announced, "All right, it's time for me to go." When Zhonghua, starting to feel attached to this eccentric sage, said, "Old man." The old man cupped his hands to everyone. "All good things must come to an end. Farewell, everyone." As people bid him farewell, "Take care, sir. Until we meet again." The sage climbed onto the back of a massive biomechanical ox. The outer door of the airlock slowly opened, and the old man's figure gradually disappeared from their sight. The old Taoist took a deep breath, a sly glint in his eyes. He glanced around, his voice low and mysterious. "Before I take my leave, I have one important piece of news for you." Everyone held their breath, waiting for him to continue. "I accidentally angered a latest-stage galactic civilization during my travels." The old Taoist's words were like a bombshell, exploding in everyone's hearts. They are hunting me, and it won't be long before they reach this star sector. Faces turned pale, but the old Taoist wore a strange smile. However, you all have a bit of luck. I drank your wine, so I'll leave you a lifeline. He pointed to the surrounding void. Most of the four-dimensional space bubbles used for transmitting the swarm have collapsed into three-dimensional space, but there's still one left within 100 light-years. Though it's damaged, it should be enough for you to hide. A cunning look flashed in the old Taoist's eyes. Survive, and I'll come find you again. Farewell, youngsters. Before his words had even fully landed, he had already turned to leave. Damn it, you old bastard. When Zhonghua stood up abruptly, seething with rage, he realized they had been played by the old man yet again. Not only had they wasted precious wine, but they had also drawn the enemy to their fleet. Before anyone could react, the green ox suddenly emitted a dazzling white light and vanished into the deep starry sky, leaving the group dumbfounded. After a moment of silence, you turned to the two academicians. Any progress on researching Mr. Daozi's green ox? The elder academician shook his head. We've made some discoveries, but they're limited. Even if Mr. Daozi had studied for 2,000 years, he couldn't have mastered all the technology of a small star sector civilization. To escape quickly, he likely only learned the escape sciences selectively and not in depth. We've studied his biomechanical ox and found some new things, but nothing that will impact our fleet in the short term. It's more like reserve technology, roughly equivalent to half the technological wealth of the sand python civilization. Academician Xiao sighed. This old man has really stirred up trouble. He said he angered a latest-stage galactic civilization, and they'll soon reach this star sector. What should we do? They'll definitely blame us. You frowned in thought. We don't have the strength to contend with a galactic civilization yet. However, I suspect they won't send a large fleet to chase one old man. So we might still have a fighting chance. He turned to the two academicians. What's the green ox's top speed? About 50 times the speed of light. You began analyzing the situation. Mr. Daozi said he escaped 1,000 years ago. Considering his stops along the way, he could have traveled around 40,000 light-years, already beyond the galactic center. The small star sector civilization that captured him is only 1,000 light-years from the Zerg front line. Pointing at the Milky Way star map, he continued, looking down from above the Milky Way. If we place the solar system at the 6 o'clock position, drawing a line connecting 2 and 8 o'clock, that line roughly marks the front line. We're currently moving left, getting closer to that line, while to our right lies relatively safe civilized territory. When Zhonghua suddenly interjected, wait, how do you know the old man ran so far? The green ox can only go 50 times the speed of light, while galactic civilizations usually travel at hundreds to thousands of times the speed of light. It wouldn't take them this long to catch him, right? You nodded. You're right. If they had pursued him from the start, Mr. Daozi wouldn't have gotten far, or even had the chance to run. I suspect Mr. Daozi didn't just offend them. If it were merely an offense, they wouldn't be so persistent and wouldn't have taken so long to start the chase. A look of insight crossed his face. Mr. Daozi likely took something important or stole critical information from them. Initially, they might not have realized it, and only started the chase after discovering the theft, giving him the opportunity to run this far. When Zhonghua pondered, makes sense? But what exactly did he take, or what information did he steal? It's unlikely to be an object, academician Xiaoyi said, furrowing his brow as he pondered Mr. Daozi's behavior. He handed over the mechanical Qingyo spaceship to us for research so easily, which suggests there probably aren't any secret items hidden inside it. And it's also unlikely that Mr. Daozi himself is carrying anything important. I believe, Xiaoyi continued slowly, Mr. Daozi likely possesses some crucial information or has stolen advanced technology. However, the latter seems less probable. If he had indeed stolen technology, he would have transferred it to us directly. But he didn't mention a word about it and was in a hurry to leave, which makes it more likely that he knows something he shouldn't. He shook his head helplessly. That troublesome old man. Always causing problems and leaving us to clean up the mess. Zhonghua, you've had too much to drink. Go get some rest, a colleague advised from the side. Xiaoyi continued his analysis. The secret Mr. Daozi knows must be extremely important. Otherwise, that civilization wouldn't have traveled thousands of light years to find him. And Mr. Daozi thinks we're not yet qualified to know this secret, which might be something monumental. What should we do now? Someone asked. After a moment of reflection, Xiaoyi responded, if my judgment is correct, that civilization is thousands of light years away from us. Their pursuit forces must be very scattered by the time they get here. After all, this is a three-dimensional space with a search range of billions of cubic light years. Even though our fleet is large, it's insignificant compared to this space. If their search forces are dispersed due to the distance, they may not find us. Even if they do, it might just be a few or a dozen warships. Although they're a higher level than us, it's unlikely they could take us down with just those few ships. What if they call in reinforcements from nearby warships? someone questioned. That's why finding the four-dimensional bubble Mr. Daozi mentioned is the safest bet, Xiao Yi replied. Who knows if that old man is reliable, but I believe he is. I also think Mr. Daozi has more secrets, Xiao Yi went on. If Mr. Daozi intended to harm us, he wouldn't have told us any of this. Moreover, he traveled in the Qingyo spaceship at just 50 times the speed of light. If he knew about the dimensional bubble's existence but didn't use it to hide, he must be confident in his ability to escape. That alone is worth pondering. Additionally, how did he know that a galactic-level civilization was pursuing him? And when Chief Strategist asked him about the Abyss, he clearly knew but denied it. Why did a small stellar civilization abduct Mr. Daozi in the first place? What were they looking for? Given their strength, it couldn't have been just to study a species from a farming civilization. Later on, it gets even more puzzling. As a leader, he rescued a low-level species studied by an unfamiliar civilization and seemed to have a special relationship with them. These questions are all worth considering. Yes, I agree there's something off, another scientist concurred. But I believe Mr. Daozi is on our side. Maybe our current capabilities are too weak, so he didn't reveal those secrets. Now he's hinting at the existence of four-dimensional bubbles around us, ostensibly for us to hide in, but everyone knows their value. Perhaps the old man wants us to become stronger. Academician Zhang Xiaoyuan joined the discussion. I have a feeling there are many secrets in this galaxy that we don't know about, and they're not just about the Zerg invasion. Xiao Yi added. We secretly verified Mr. Daozi's DNA and confirmed that he is indeed human, with genes closer to our ancient ancestors. His identity is beyond doubt. Hu Yu frowned and said, but none of us have ever seen a high-dimensional bubble. The destroyers mentioned that the bubbles used to deploy Zerg swarms are at least the size of Earth. Mr. Daozi also mentioned that some of these bubbles are several Earths in size. This means that high-dimensional bubbles are relatively large. But finding an Earth-sized object within 100 light-years, especially when it's not a solid entity, is tough. Searching for an Earth-sized object in 100 light-year space is like looking for a hair in a space the size of Earth, someone added. On this scale, even stars become faint points of light, let alone high-dimensional bubbles. After some thought, Academician Zhang said, General, since Mr. Daozi mentioned it, he must be confident that we can find it. He knows our deep blue spaceship only travels at 5 times the speed of light, so the bubble is likely not too far from us. As for how to find it, we need further research. Finally, a general made a decision. All right, Lao Hu, I'll deploy 300,000 hunters to spread out and release satellites along the way for a wide area search. Another 300,000 will stay to guard the deep blue fleet. The fleet should stop moving and stay put to minimize the chances of being detected. The departure plan for the search fleet has been temporarily put on hold, awaiting the completion of the four-dimensional communication network. Academician Zhang has been entrusted with a critical mission, not only to accelerate the construction of the communication system, but also to explore other possible methods of locating spatial bubbles. Time is of the essence. If spatial bubbles cannot be found, the human fleet will have to face the wrath of a galactic civilization, leading to a battle for survival. Engineers are working around the clock to complete the four-dimensional network within a month. The search range has been limited to within 50 light-years, based on practicality. Even if a spatial bubble is found farther away, the deep blue would struggle to reach it in time. On the Hunter warships, technicians are busily preparing to establish dimensional channels. 600,000 pairs of entangled quantum particles are being precisely extracted, with each warship acting as a node, connecting 4 quantum particles. Inside the warships, the quantum particles are fixed by directional magnetic lines, continuously infused with energy from nuclear fusion reactors. When the energy reaches a critical point, a space channel slightly larger than a hair strand suddenly appears, precisely connecting to the quantum particles on another warship. A month later, a massive four-dimensional communication network is finally completed. 300,000 nodes, 600,000 channels, 1.2 million channel entrances, plus node relay devices. This network stability far surpasses that of traditional quantum communication, maintaining connections even during high-speed warp maneuvers. A test message sent from one Hunter warship crossed 200,000 nodes in just 2 seconds, accurately reaching another warship. Despite some latency, its stability and timeliness are far superior to previous communication methods. This four-dimensional network has fundamentally changed the fleet's command structure. Commanders can now direct each warship in real time, constantly monitor battlefield conditions, and make tactical adjustments. Instant communication between warships has significantly improved coordination efficiency, boosting overall combat effectiveness by at least 50. The 300,000 strong Hunter search fleet finally sets off, carrying a vast array of satellite equipment to explore the space within a 100 light-year radius. When assembled, this massive fleet resembles a dark storm cloud, imposing and formidable. Yet, once dispersed in the vastness of space, it becomes as inconspicuous as grains of salt in the ocean. Each passing day increases the risk of being discovered by the galactic civilization. Despite the fleet ceasing maneuvers and hiding in the void, no one can guarantee they will evade detection. If discovered, humans, who bear a resemblance to the Daozi, will face severe consequences. The best outcome might be being taken back to the enemy's territory for investigation, but more likely, they will be destroyed to eliminate any future threat. The human fleet is now balanced on a knife's edge, striving to find spatial bubbles while guarding against sudden attacks from the galactic civilization. Everyone is acutely aware that time is life, and their time is slipping away, second by second. Hu found himself deep in thought, pondering the mysterious secret. What could it possibly be? If he could unravel its mystery, there might still be room for negotiation with that galactic-level civilization. Even if they couldn't find the four-dimensional space bubble, they might at least buy some to me a far better option than direct confrontation. He mulled it over repeatedly, trying to crack the enigma. Secrets within a civilization seemed insignificant in the vast cosmos, unless they involved cutting-edge technology. But how much advanced technology could a galactic-level civilization possess? Of course, it wasn't entirely impossible that such a civilization had stumbled upon technology even beyond the reach of large star-zone civilizations. However, if it were indeed a technological secret of such importance, Hu believed Mr. Daozi would have handed it over to the fleet for direct confrontation. Since it wasn't a technological secret, it was likely a hidden affair between civilizations, something so sensitive that it drove the galactic-level civilization to chase an old man across thousands of light years, even risking the infringement of other civilizations' territories. Hu speculated that this secret must involve more than just one or two civilizations. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. The farthest hunters had reached 60 light-years away. After the first batch of hunters set off, Hu dispatched another 200,000 hunters to search within a 20 light-year radius around the fleet. However, despite the efforts of 500,000 hunters and billions of satellite devices, the so-called bubble remained elusive. Although the fleet and satellites occasionally reported special events, Academy fellow Zheng Xiaoyuan verified that none of them were four-dimensional space bubbles. At this time, the space physicists aboard the science ship were working tirelessly. They racked their brains, trying to locate the bubble. Although the fleet's space science was still in its infancy and the scientists' knowledge was limited, repeated failures only fueled their determination. Under the pressure of the fleet's shared fate, these scientists, though frustrated, remained undeterred and even more excited. They seemed to forget the impending danger, fully immersing themselves in their research, knowing that any small progress could be the key to finding the four-dimensional space bubble. Another 2 years passed. The second batch of 200,000 hunters had long completed their search and returned, while the first batch of 300,000 hunters continued their relentless search within a 100 light-year radius. Just then, the farthest satellites transmitted information, but it wasn't about the four-dimensional space bubble. Instead, it was about the arrival of warships from another alien civilization. These warships boasted an astonishing speed of over 500 times the speed of light and massive bodies several kilometers long, though there were only 5 of them. Clearly, this was the fleet from the galactic-level civilization pursuing Mr. Daozi. Faced with such an advanced fleet, the hunters and conventional weapons were rendered useless. Hu had no choice but to deploy all the antimatter around the fleet, hoping that these hidden antimatter bombs could be of some use when the enemy attacked. The 300,000 hunters guarding the Deep Blue were already in position, awaiting the imminent battle. The initial 300,000 hunters were also prepared to return at full speed, but it would take 2 to 3 years for them to arrive. In contrast, the enemy ships, with their 500 times the speed of light, would reach the Deep Blue fleet in just over 2 months. Hu refused the return request of the first batch of 300,000 warships, ordering them to disperse in all directions and only return once the crisis was over. If the Deep Blue fleet were to be destroyed, these 300,000 warships, if they could escape, could return to the Tian-Song 5-star system, where a secret base on the third planet could help them gradually rebuild. General, no need for more words. This was the plan from the beginning, Hu said solemnly. Your mission is not just to search for the four-dimensional bubble. You are the seeds of our fleet. That's why I haven't ordered your return. Unless the danger is lifted, you will not receive a return order. I will use 50,000 hunters to settle and scatter your families, and the tens of thousands of scientists. If the fleet meets its end, I hope you can preserve the spark of our civilization. Hu understood the harshness of this decision. The power of life and death was in his hands, and choosing who lived or died was an impossible choice. But for the sake of civilization's continuation, he had no other option. Aboard the science ship, Hu spoke to the 2 academicians. It's time to evacuate. The science ship is too slow and too large a target. You are the hope of our civilization. I implore you to lead the scientists and leave as soon as possible. However, Academician Zheng said, no, we still have one last hope. I was just about to find you. I need the entire fleet to cooperate for an experiment. If it succeeds, we might have a chance to survive. But if it fails, we may not even have time to escape. As soon as Academician Xiao finished speaking, a tense yet excited atmosphere enveloped the entire command room. He turned to Academician Zheng, his eyes gleaming with determination. I'll join you. After all these years, how can I face leaving you alone? Let's take this gamble together. Academician Zheng was momentarily taken aback, then he smiled wryly. We've been so engrossed in academia that gambling always seemed far removed from us. This time, let's experience the mindset of gamblers. At that moment, another academician interjected, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. Gentlemen, at a time like this, you're still debating. He paused, taking a deep breath. All right, I know there's no talking you out of it. Academician Zheng, what do we need to do? Nodding, Academician Zheng began detailing his plan. The enemy fleet consists of only 5 warships pursuing us, a loss we can bear. If this sacrifice ensures the safety of the Deep Blue, it's worth it. The enemy fleet is already 100 light-years away. Given their speed of 500 times the speed of light, they could reach us within half a year even if they proceed with a thorough search. Academician Xiao took over, outlining his idea. The insects are 3-dimensional beings. To teleport through higher dimensions, they need a 3-dimensional structure to anchor the swarm. Otherwise, we know what happens to 3-dimensional beings in 4-dimensional space. It severely affects the teleportation outcome. He continued explaining. Therefore, the insect leaders, or their controllers, created something called a 4-dimensional space bubble. It's similar to how humans need roads to travel to different places. Without roads, we'd be hindered by mountains and rivers, or get lost in forests and plains. 4-dimensional teleportation works on the same principle. Academician Zhao's voice grew more resolute. We speculate that the outside of the space bubble is the 4th dimension, but its interior is definitely 3-dimensional. It's like a Mobius strip, where the outside is 3-dimensional, but the strip itself is 2-dimensional. This Mobius strip is a 3-dimensional bubble for 2-dimensional beings. However, a 4-dimensional bubble for 3-dimensional beings is much more complex. It's more akin to human airplanes or spacecraft, which aren't fixed paths like roads. He elaborated further. A 4-dimensional space bubble won't appear in 3-dimensional space during teleportation. Only when it reaches its destination does it move into the larger universe. Once the bubble's 3-dimensional part intersects with the universe's 3-dimensional space, the insect swarm enters our universe. At this point, the bubble loses its 4th-dimensional aspect due to energy dispersion or disruption by the swarm, fully integrating its 3-dimensional structure with the universe. Hope sparkled in Academician Zhao's eyes. However, some space bubbles might retain a connection to the 4th dimension for various reasons. If we locate such a bubble, we can enter the 4th dimension and temporarily evade the star-level civilization's pursuit. He continued. Since this space bubble has a 3-dimensional structure or has merged its 3-dimensional part with the universe, it's challenging to detect it even if a spaceship passes through the area. It appears as normal space. We can observe the projection of 4-dimensional objects in 3-dimensional space, but not the projection of 4-dimensional space itself. It's like pouring a drop of water into a glass of water. They blend perfectly. Academician Xiao's tone became firmer. Given the connection to the 4th dimension, gravitational waves might be the only way to detect the bubble with our current technology. Gravitational waves are ripples in space. Regular electromagnetic waves pass through the bubble unchanged, but gravitational waves, being space-based, will lose some energy when absorbed by the 4th dimension. He outlined the action plan. We have 300,000 warships in this area. We need them to use most of their energy to create gravitational sources, generating 300,000 gravitational waves. By observing the transmission of these waves, we can pinpoint the location of the 4-dimensional space bubble. After listening, you raised a question. Academician, how can warships generate gravitational waves? Gravitational waves we've observed were caused by extreme astrophysical events, like neutron stars or black holes. Is it feasible for warships to generate them? Academician Xiao patiently explained. It's quite simple. When we travel at warp speed, we're already disturbing space. We just need all warships to engage and disengage their warp drives at specific frequencies to create gravitational waves. Although these waves are very faint, our advancements in spatial technology make detecting these fluctuations feasible. He elaborated on the plan. Each warship will act as both a gravitational source and a detector. Once these gravitational wave data are received by surrounding warships, they will be transmitted to the science vessels via a 4-dimensional network for analysis. If we find any discrepancy between the emitted and received gravitational wave data, we'll be able to determine the position of the 4-dimensional space bubble. Academician Zheng took over the fleet's command and immediately initiated an extensive detection plan. 300,000 warships guarding the Deep Blue dispersed, becoming sources of gravitational waves. These waves, like invisible ripples, slowly spread through the vast universe. Half a month passed without any discoveries. The space physicists aboard the science ship worked tirelessly day and night, their hair disheveled and eyes bloodshot, yet they remained glued to the flickering data screens. Even Academician Xiao, who didn't understand physics, stayed by their side, watching the potentially hopeful numbers with Hu. Meanwhile, the Predator fleet navigated through the starry sky, evading the pursuit of galactic civilizations while awaiting feedback from the gravitational waves. The Deep Blue had temporarily evaded detection by 5 enemy Galactic-class warships, but every passing second increased the risk of being discovered. Suddenly, an excited shout broke the silence on the science ship. Academician, we've detected anomalous data. Academician Zhang immediately checked the large screen. Amidst the data from over 200,000 gravitational waves, one anomaly caught his attention: the wave's amplitude and wavelength at the receiving end were completely different from when it was emitted. After rigorous verification, it was confirmed that the anomaly was not due to instrument malfunction. Surprisingly, the source of the emission was the science ship itself, and only 2 specific warships in a particular direction received the anomalous data. What? Academician Zhang asked incredulously. Where are those 2 warships located? How far are they from us? The nearest one is about 2 light days away, Academician, an assistant quickly responded. Academician Zhang regrettably berated himself. Ah, I should have thought of this earlier. Hu tried to comfort him. Academician, we've pinpointed the location of the spatial bubble. At most, it's 2 light days away. We can proceed to check it out immediately. If all goes well, the fleet can safely navigate through this crisis. Academician Zhang shook his head and sighed. General, we underestimated Mr. Daozi. I now even suspect that this spatial bubble might have been created or manipulated by him. It's our ignorance that led us to this delayed discovery. At that moment, an urgent report came in. The outer perimeter of the Predators was under heavy attack by the enemy, with over 100 ships already lost. Move, Hu decisively ordered. We must verify this immediately. That galactic civilization has already detected our presence, and time is of the essence. A small spacecraft detached from the Deep Blue fleet, carrying Hu, Academician Zhang Xiaoyuan, and several space physicists. The spacecraft rapidly accelerated to 0.5 times the speed of light, continuing its journey by inertia. The fleet had long solved the problem of internal force balance, enabling the spacecraft to withstand high force acceleration without harming its crew. Meanwhile, 2 hunter ships glided in opposite directions along the path of the science ship at 0.5 times the speed of light. They continuously transmitted gravitational wave data to the small spacecraft. Both sides acted simultaneously, hoping to locate the spatial bubble more quickly. Receiving gravitational wave signals required the spacecraft to exit the curvature state, as the curvature engine would severely interfere with these weak signals. Academician, we've received anomalous data, one of the space physicists exclaimed excitedly. This indicated that the small spacecraft was currently within a 4-dimensional bubble. Gravitational waves changed when passing through a 4-dimensional space bubble due to interference from the 4th dimension, causing significant differences in the transmitted and received data. Hu looked around in confusion and said, Academician, it doesn't seem like there's anything unusual here. Academician Zhang explained, indeed, it appears so on the surface. The 3-dimensional part of the spatial bubble has completely merged with our universe's 3-dimensional space. However, its 4th dimension is still closely connected to the 3-dimensional space. In other words, the 3-dimensional space here is very weak, making it the easiest place to enter the 4th dimension. It's like a soaked area on a large piece of white paper. For 2-dimensional ants, that spot is the easiest place to break through into the 3rd dimension. Hu nodded in understanding. Academician Zhang continued, and there's one more thing. Have you ever wondered why it's called a 4-dimensional space bubble? Academician, is there a problem? Isn't it just an extra 4th dimension? Hu asked. No, it's not just an extra 4th dimension, Academician Zhang explained. Since it's called a 4-dimensional space bubble and not a 4-dimensional passage, it means this structure exists independently within the 4th dimension. Just like a soap bubble we blow, it exists in 3-dimensional space but is isolated from it. If the bubble lands on paper, ants can enter the bubble but cannot break through the bubble wall into the broader 3-dimensional space. The 4-dimensional space bubble we encountered may be a similar structure, but now this bubble has burst, leaving only a puddle on the paper. Hu marveled. Academician, being able to find a place for the fleet to hide is already a great relief. Even though it's just a remnant, its practical and scientific value is immeasurable for us. Mr. Daozi has truly left us a great gift. He then asked, Academician, we found this place, but how do we enter it? Academician Zhang confidently replied, it's quite simple. If I'm not mistaken, we just need to activate the curvature engine here. Actually, if we were lucky, the hunter ships should have discovered it long ago when passing through here. Unfortunately, it still requires wisdom to find it. Even with 600,000 hunter ships, not a single one managed to pass through here. Hu explained, Academician, when the hunter ships left the Deep Blue fleet, they acted in groups, gradually dispersing into legion level, brigade level, and finally individual actions as the distance increased. Moreover, this place is already 80 astronomical units away from our fleet. which is twice the distance from the Sun to Pluto's orbit. This spatial bubble is only the size of Earth. In such vast space, even with 600,000 hunter ships charging around, they might not necessarily hit it. We're already very fortunate to have discovered it. Academician Zhang smiled mysteriously and said, General, would you like to see it? Of course, Hu Yu replied. All right, we're about to enter the fourth dimension, Academician Zhang said. But before that, everyone must pay attention. Once we enter the fourth dimension, do not act rashly regardless of what we encounter. Although we have countless theoretical speculations about the fourth dimension, they are just speculations. For safety's sake, everyone must stay in position and not move. Any issues must be executed only under my command. Understood? Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Activate the curvature engine. Academician Zhang issued the final command. As the command was issued, the small spacecraft activated its warp drive. Instantly, the surrounding space began to distort, and the distant stars twisted and contorted in their view. Unlike usual, the small spacecraft didn't move through the vast universe but instead vanished from the cosmic space the moment the engine was engaged. Professor, is this the fourth dimension? Hu Yu asked curiously. I believe it is, Professor Zhang responded cautiously. The scene before them far exceeded everyone's expectations. Everything inside the spacecraft had transformed, revealing a bizarre and entirely new world. This world transcended time, space, and even human imagination. All the scenes were constantly changing. Since humans are three-dimensional beings with three-dimensional vision, they could only perceive changes in any three dimensions within the fourth dimension. Through the fourth dimension, they were amazed to see things previously invisible to them. Items inside sealed boxes, circuits hidden within the spacecraft walls, and even scenes behind obstacles. However, the human brain can only process information from three dimensions at a time, causing all objects to lose their sense of depth, leaving only length, width, and the fourth dimension. It was like a cross-sectional view on an engineering blueprint. The internal structure of the spacecraft was laid bare, including even the internal organs of the human body. Fortunately, there were no female members on board, avoiding any awkward situations. Professor, are you all okay? Hu Yu asked worriedly, fearing that everyone might be uncomfortable in such a peculiar space. We're fine, don't worry, Professor Zhang replied. His facial muscles and mouth moved in tandem in Hu Yu's eyes, while his internal organs gently pulsated. The multidimensional space won't physically affect objects, but everyone should stay put. We need to gradually figure out how to survive in this space. Glad to hear that. Is everyone else okay? Hu Yu sighed with relief. Yes, General, we're all fine, Professor Zhang continued, but everyone must resist the urge to touch anything out of curiosity. Otherwise, when we return to the cosmic space, some very unpleasant things might happen. He explained that touching someone's body through the fourth dimension could cause severe harm, and moving around recklessly might result in objects entering the body. While there might be no sensation in this space, returning to the cosmic space could reveal strange things inside their bodies. For now, we just need to observe this world with our eyes, Professor Zhang emphasized. Our instruments will record all the data, and we can analyze it once we're back in the three-dimensional universe to understand the rules of survival in this space. By the way, Professor, how do we exit this space? Hu Yu asked. It's simple. We just need to turn off the warp drive, Professor Zhang explained. Right now, we're like ants flying in the air. Once we lose energy, we'll fall back to the ground. The fourth dimension is a high-energy space, and low-energy objects will be expelled directly. All right, all the data has been collected. Let's return to the cosmic space. With a flash of light and shadow, everything finally returned to normal. Even for this group of seasoned scientists, the experience was more intense than watching a spectacular concert. After all, this was humanity's first true venture into the fourth dimension. The importance of the fourth dimension is irreplaceable in both practical applications and warfare. In intercivilizational conflicts, mastering dimensional technology equates to controlling the fate of the opponent. On the battlefield, entering the fourth dimension to strike the third dimension is as easy as crushing ants underfoot. Dimensional applications go far beyond mere teleportation and evasion. The energy disparity between dimensions is immense, and the dimension itself can be a terrifying weapon. If a piece of the fourth dimension were forcibly converted to three dimensions, the loss of a dimension would release enormous energy. However, the fleet's current spatial technology was not yet at that level. Even entering the fourth dimension relied on the remnants of spatial bubbles left by the swarm. Hu Yu immediately commanded the Deep Blue Fleet and the surrounding 300,000 hunters to converge on their location. The other 300,000 hunters, scattered across dozens to hundreds of light years away, also received the recall message. However, none of them returned. General, we won't return, came the resolute and steady voices of Yang Fan and Chun Pong through the communication system. Heading back now would expose the position of the Deep Blue to the enemy. We're drawing the enemy ship's attention on the outskirts, buying time for the Deep Blue to stay hidden. General Hu Yu stood in the command room, gripping the edge of the control panel tightly. He understood the gravity of this decision, but couldn't argue with its logic. Rest assured, General, Yang Fan continued. Although we're being pursued, the fleet is spread out. The losses are minimal. Once the Deep Blue is safe, we'll split up and rendezvous at Mafu 1, waiting for you there. Huyu was silent for a moment before finally nodding. All right, we've fought together for many years, and you've never let me down. For the sake of the people, your decision is the right one. His voice carried a barely noticeable tremor. I'll send 2 engineering ships to Mafu 1 via an alternative route. They can also reach 20 times the speed of light. Stay in touch and good luck. After the communication ended, Huyu gazed at the star map. Yang Fan and Chen Peng were his old subordinates, having survived countless battles. Now, they commanded this vast fleet of hunters, handling everyday operations. Huyu knew their refusal to return was not just a tactical decision, but also an effort to share the burden. The hunters on the outskirts were indeed under pursuit, but the enemy only had 5 warships. Even with speeds exceeding human capabilities by several times, tracking down 300,000 small hunter ships within a 100 light-year radius was nearly impossible. Without decades, those 5 warships couldn't possibly eliminate such a vast fleet. Most hunters had a chance to evade pursuit, even hiding in 4-dimensional space bubbles. However, doing so would align many ships' trajectories towards a single point, a clue any intelligent being could decipher. To ensure the absolute safety of the Deep Blue, the best strategy was to disperse and flee, thus avoiding pursuit and concealing the fleet's true intentions. Interstellar wars are often measured in years, with conflicts lasting a decade or even centuries. Therefore, warship reserves must be ample. While the hunters didn't have millennia worth of supplies, they had enough to support 2 crew members for 50 years, prepared for the scattered escapes in wartime. The 4-dimensional space bubble was less than a light day away from the original Deep Blue's location. Within hours, the Deep Blue could reach the vicinity of the bubble. Satellite reports indicated that the 5 alien warships were still searching 80 light-years away, successfully distracted by the numerous hunters. Academician Zhang led a team of space physicists urgently decoding the space bubble data. Without timely decryption, the Deep Blue couldn't stay long in this 4-dimensional space bubble. Human activities like moving, eating, and working, mundane in 3-dimensional space, became extraordinarily difficult in 4-dimensional space. To evade alien pursuit, they might have to remain in the space bubble for an extended period. Humans couldn't stay immobile indefinitely. Without a proper solution, returning to the main universe could reveal horrifying scenes. Hearts twisted outside bodies, arms appearing on different ships, or even people merging into conjoined beings. 80 light-years away, 5 massive warships, each dozens of times larger than the hunters, converged. Unit 1, time is running out, said the commander of one warship. We can't destroy all the human ships. They're too dispersed. Unit 2, I've reported the situation to the higher-ups, another commander replied. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Unit 1, isn't our primary mission to track that old human? Is it necessary to destroy these ordinary ships one by one? I don't know. This mission was ordered personally by the leader. I have no idea what that old human did to warrant such attention. Unit 1, have you noticed any changes in the leader lately? Not really. What kind of changes? In the past, the leader's directives were all about civil development. But recently, there have been many attack orders, targeting both internal and external threats. We've always developed peacefully, rarely clashing with other civilizations. Look at our fleet. It's doubled in size over the years, more than ever before. It seems so, but these matters are beyond our understanding. The leader must have his reasons for doing this. He has our civilization's best interests at heart. A few members of the fleet sat in the cramped rest pod, speaking in hushed tones. Their eyes occasionally darted around, as if wary of something. Do you remember the Minister of Industry from the last administration? Number 1 asked quietly. Of course I do. Number 2 nodded. He was such an admirable person, contributing greatly to the development of our civilization. It's a pity he later defected, leading a fleet to attack our home planet, only to be completely annihilated. Number 5 suddenly interjected, his voice tinged with nervousness. That's not entirely true. Number 1. I have a friend who works at the home base, not a high-ranking official but someone who knows a lot of internal information. During a casual chat, he told me that the Minister of Industry never actually defected. He merely opposed the leader's large-scale fleet expansion, which led to imbalanced development in other areas. As soon as Number 5 finished speaking, the atmosphere in the rest pod became tense. He continued, so, the Minister of Industry and a group of others were labeled as traitors and executed. The most innocent victims were the fleet from the minister's planet, who knew nothing and were suddenly attacked and destroyed by our own kind. I'm lucky I wasn't there. I couldn't bear the thought of attacking or being attacked. I've heard similar stories, Number 1 added in a low voice. Rumors have been circulating on the home planet for a while, but the leader's faction has kept them under wraps. We, working in the fleet, rarely hear about such things. Number 4, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. It's not just that. Haven't you noticed? Several high-ranking officials have been replaced recently. The old ministers have been systematically removed for various reasons. Number 3 looked uneasy. That's hard to believe. Disagreeing with the leader is normal. Different opinions are bound to happen. It's all for the sake of our civilization. I don't think the leader would go that far. Number 5 sighed. I thought the same. But my friend swears it's true. He even claims to have some highly confidential information, but is too afraid to reveal it because of his low rank. Number 1 glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice. Let's stop talking about this. It's dangerous to discuss such matters. We're just small fry. We should focus on our duties. He changed the subject. By the way, Number 1. What's the deal with that old human? I'm not entirely sure, Number 1 replied. I only know he's from a human civilization and arrived in our territory a few years ago. He was even personally received by our leader. It's strange, Thuffa being from a civilization that's barely at the mid-stellar level, getting an audience with our leader. Number 1 checked the time and quickly stood up. All right, enough chatting. We need to get back to our mission. We still haven't located their main civilization. It's odd. Their warships are in this area, but we can't find the core of their civilization. Could it be that their people are spread out across these warships? Anyway, let's continue. At this rate, we won't be going home for a long time. Meanwhile, in a cramped lab aboard the science ship, academician Zhang and several top space physicists were engaged in a heated discussion around a holographic model. After a lengthy debate, they concluded that while a few individuals might be trained to survive in four-dimensional space, the challenge was the survival of billions. Among these billions are lively children and various workers engaged in busy tasks, one scholar pointed out. The deep blue is a bustling scene, filled with all kinds of animals, making precise control impossible. Another scholar added, to survive in four-dimensional space, we must isolate the fourth dimension, leaving only three. Three-dimensional structures can exist in four-dimensional space, but removing the fourth dimension is a challenge. As the discussion reached an impasse, a space physicist named Lu Bo proposed a bold idea. If we can't remove the fourth dimension, we could stabilize a region of three-dimensional space within the larger universe and drag it into this four-dimensional bubble. This would prevent the spaces from merging, possibly creating a three-dimensional environment for the deep blue fleet. Other scholars expressed skepticism, arguing that this idea ventured into the realm of space manipulation, something humanity hadn't even begun to master. Dr. Lu Bo explained, it's not about cutting space, but rather stretching it. Imagine an ant on a piece of paper. If the ant flies into the air while staying connected to the paper, the force lifting the ant also deforms the paper, causing it to arch. This arch represents the paper entering three-dimensional space. As the other scholars watched in astonishment, academician Lu began sketching on the holographic display, outlining a plan to stretch a region of three-dimensional space into the four-dimensional bubble. Academician Lu Bo is a rising star in space physics who grew under the mentorship of academician Zhang. He was born when the fleet left Earth and was awarded the title of academician when the fleet arrived at Tinsong 5. Unlike the typically stern demeanor of other scientists, Lu has a tall, robust physique typical of northern Chinese, with a round body and heavy glasses with a prescription over 400. Without his glasses, he might be mistaken for a good-natured butcher at a market. Under academician Zhang's guidance, Lu Bo has demonstrated extraordinary talent in space physics. In just a few years, he proposed and validated several groundbreaking theories, standing out among many space physicists. Zhang intended to hand over the research in space physics to Lu Bo, while he focused on managing the entire science ship's affairs. This time, academician Lu Bo proposed a bold idea, to pull the vast cosmic space into a four-dimensional space bubble. After repeated calculations, the success rate of this plan was estimated to exceed 80. The experiment officially began. In the three-dimensional cosmic space, over 100 hunter warships formed a massive sphere with a diameter of several kilometers. At the center of this spherical space was a small ship, where academician Zhang, academician Lu Bo, and several other scientists were present. With a command, the hunters forming the spherical shell simultaneously activated their curvature engines. Standing outside the space, Hu Yu watched intently. He saw the enormous sphere formed by the warships slowly disappear before his eyes, along with the small ship inside, vanishing into thin air. 5 minutes later, as if time had rewound, all the ships reappeared in their original positions, as if they had never left. Hu Yu immediately sent a message, Academician Zhang, Academician Lu, how did it go? Success, General. Lu Bo replied concisely and firmly. Hu Yu was momentarily speechless and could only utter a simple thank you. At that moment, he deeply realized that without these outstanding scientists, the fleet might have perished long ago. The principle of the experiment was to use curvature engines to warp the surrounding space. When over 100 hunters activated their curvature engines simultaneously, they effectively warped the entire area surrounding the spherical space. This made it difficult for any external changes to penetrate the interior unless someone could destroy the hunters and open a normal space passage. After the space was warped, the entire area would enter a four-dimensional space bubble where the space walls were extremely thin. As long as the hunters maintained their formation, even in the fourth dimension, the three-dimensional space sphere they created would remain intact, existing as an independent space. To make it easier to understand, one can use a two-dimensional analogy. The hunters are like a ring-shaped knife cutting out a circle from a piece of paper. This circle would fall into the third dimension, but the two-dimensional beings on the circle could continue living normally. Of course, the three-dimensional sphere formed by the hunters is not truly cut. The space entering the fourth dimension is still three-dimensional space of the vast cosmos, merely stretched and deformed. During the experiment, the small ship successfully entered the fourth dimension, but everything inside the ship remained normal, and the scientists did not feel the presence of the fourth dimension. The space inside was still the three-dimensional space of the vast cosmos. After several longer trials confirmed the safety of the space, you immediately ordered the Deep Blue to come together. All the crew members from the 300,000 hunters protecting the Deep Blue were evacuated to the Deep Blue, leaving the rest of the work to more reliable AI. Under the precise control of the central computer, the 300,000 hunters arranged themselves in an orderly manner, forming a massive sphere with a diameter of over 300 kilometers. Inside the sphere were 300 Deep Blue ships and other functional ships, closely packed together. In normal flight, such proximity would be almost fatal. As the hunters activated their curvature engines, the enormous sphere gradually disappeared from the three-dimensional cosmic space, and the fleet was finally safe. Meanwhile, Yang Fan contacted Chun Pong through the four-dimensional network. Chun Pong, the General and the Deep Blue are secure. It's time for us to retreat. I've already lost over 1,000 hunters here. Chun Pong responded, all right, let's proceed as planned. Split into two groups and circle around before heading back to Ma Fu 1. We're about 400 light-years from Ma Fu 1 now, and circling around will be about 700 to 800 light-years, taking roughly 30 years. Be cautious on the way, and avoid conflicts with other civilizations if possible. We're surrounded on all sides, and the General is already under enough pressure. Yang Fan agreed. Let's hope these alien warships don't linger here too long, or the General and his team will have to stay in the four-dimensional space even longer. The faster we move, the sooner the General can be at ease. See you in 30 years. Got it, keep in touch. Chun Pong replied briefly before ending the communication. With a four-dimensional network, communication between battleships is no longer limited by distance, but the paths for information transmission have become complex and unpredictable. Even if two battleships are close to each other, their communication might need to be relayed through a distant third party or even more ships to complete. Although the fleet of 300,000 hunters lost a few thousand ships under the pursuit of alien battleships, it remained a formidable force. They changed their strategy, no longer delaying but advancing at full speed towards the outer regions. Over time, the distance between the hunters gradually increased, causing the efficiency of the alien battleship's pursuit to plummet. Their kill count dropped from dozens of ships per day to one per day, then to one every few days or even months, and eventually, they lost track of the hunters entirely. Despite the alien battleships' numbers increasing to over 100, they struggled to deal with the 300-meter-long hunters scattered across several light-years, or even tens of light-years. Even a galaxy-level civilization found it challenging to handle. These alien battleships searched the vast cosmos for over a decade, but eventually had to leave in the direction of Daozi Qingniu's ship. Concealed satellites, disguised as battleship debris or interstellar meteors, captured the movements of these alien ships. Once it was confirmed that they had completely left, the 300,000 fleeing hunters regrouped into two factions over 700 light-years apart. They planned to continue their detour, passing far beyond Ma Fu E before circling back, forming a massive navigational loop. The Deep Blue remained hidden in a four-dimensional space bubble. The pursuers had just left, and it was not yet time to return to the macrocosm. Moreover, this was an excellent opportunity to study the fourth dimension. The residual space bubble left by Mr. Daozi was a tremendous asset to the fleet, and they decided to make the most of this chance. Even if it meant delaying the fleet's development by decades or even centuries, mastering fourth-dimensional technology would allow the fleet to at least contend with small star cluster civilizations and even have a chance of survival against large star cluster civilizations. However, mastering dimensional technology entirely with just one four-dimensional space bubble was unrealistic. Achieving partial mastery was already a significant accomplishment. Combined with the other technological reserves from 4.5 civilizations that the fleet possessed, this was the best time for safe analysis. By the time the fleet reached Ma Fu E, they were expected to reach at least the early stages of galaxy-level civilization, if not the mid-stages. The residents aboard the Deep Blue were oblivious to the changes in the outside world. The fleet's daily operations had reduced, with almost no tasks other than maintaining the hunters. Life became more leisurely, but the daily newly decoded technologies required learning, making the days both relaxed and fulfilling. The busiest were academician Zhang Xiaoyuan and a few top space physicists. Over the years, their understanding of dimensions had made significant leaps. They also trained a large number of new talents in space physics. Space physics was crucial for the fleet's future, and no amount of talent reserves was too much. Currently, only a few individuals could truly be considered pillars in the field of space science. However, talent cultivation was a long-term endeavor that couldn't be rushed. Fortunately, all fleet members had undergone genetic modifications, extending their lifespans to 1 million years, so scientists no longer faced the threat of dying from old age. The scientist team would continue to grow over time. The first to arrive at Milky Way were 2 engineering ships. They had luckily evaded the pursuit of alien battleships and reached their destination after 20 years. Although the engineering ships had a small crew of just over 100 people, the responsibility of being pioneers fell on these 2 ships. Milky Way is a triple star system. 2 of the stars have more than 10 times the mass of the Sun, and each emits more than 20,000 times the Sun's radiation. Together, these 2 stars emit over 40,000 times the Sun's radiation. If Earth were here, it would quickly be vaporized by the intense heat. The third star, though relatively mild, is still a young, violent star, set to complete its life cycle within a few million years. The system, composed of 3 violent stars, naturally has an extremely harsh environment. Ordinary planets struggle to survive here, and the complex orbits of triple star systems often result in planets falling into stars, becoming part of them. However, the triple star system of Milky Way is relatively stable. 2 massive stars form a binary system, which in turn forms a compound binary system with the third smaller star. This structure allows the star's orbits to be predictable and avoids chaotic situations. Early scientists determined that the third star in the Milky Way system had 2 planets through the transit method and gravitational lensing. This conclusion was confirmed with the arrival of the engineering ships. The smaller third star indeed has 2 rocky planets, each about twice the mass of Earth. The orbits of these 2 planets are highly unusual. In the Milky Way trinary system, even relatively stable stellar orbits are unstable for planets. The gravitational pull of the 3 stars changes constantly as they move, preventing these planets from having nearly circular orbits like those in the Solar System. Instead, their orbits are irregular but can be predicted with precise mathematical models. Currently, the orbits of these planets have shifted significantly toward the binary system of the 2 more massive stars. Scientists predict that in the near future, they might be captured by the binary system. Despite this, the fact that these planets have survived in such a chaotic energy environment suggests they have orbits far from the stars. The closest distance between the 2 planets is only 2 astronomical units, but their closest approach to the third star is over 50 astronomical units. Over time, this distance will shrink until they are captured by the binary system or collide with the third star. For humanity, these events will take place in the distant future, at least hundreds of thousands of years away. For now, these planets will serve as new territories, providing valuable resources for human development. Due to the constantly changing orbits, the temperatures on these planets fluctuate. Neither planet rotates, likely due to the gravitational pull of the 3 stars, causing them to stop rotating or being tidally locked. Initial calculations show their orbital periods range from 450 to 480 years. This feature makes it convenient for the fleet to conduct various activities on the planet's night sides. The extremely low surface temperatures -200 degrees Celsius pose no problem for the engineering ships. The temperature in the vacuum of space is even lower by several tens of degrees. In such a harsh environment, no signs of life, water, atmosphere, or magnetic field are possible. Nonetheless, as a precaution, the engineering ships released small robots from high orbit to conduct sample analysis. Only after confirming that these planets posed no active harm to humans did the engineering ships land on the surface. After careful examination, the 2 engineering ships chose the first planet, closer to the third star, as their base. In 20 years, this planet will move into a position between the third star and the other 2 stars. At that time, it will endure over 200 years of intense heat from all 3 stars, raising its surface temperature to over 600 degrees Celsius, a hellish environment for any known form of life. However, this extreme environment provides an excellent hiding place for the fleet. No civilization would expect an advanced fleet to be hidden in such harsh conditions. Upon landing, the engineering ships immediately began their work. The primary task was to survey the planet's mineral resources. Being a rocky planet, it must have a rich supply of iron. Although the fleet has mastered element decay and fusion technologies, theoretically allowing them to obtain needed elements and generate massive energy from any element, building a large fleet solely with these technologies is nearly impossible. Only rare elements would be obtained through decay or fusion, while widely used elements like iron and carbon still need to be extracted directly from the planet. The engineering ships quickly completed the mineral distribution survey of the first planet and transmitted the data back to the Deep Blue Fleet through a 4-dimensional channel. At this time, the Deep Blue Fleet, escorted by 300,000 hunters, had already exited the four-dimensional space bubble and was en route to Milky Way. They are expected to reach their destination in 80 years. Using the detailed information sent back by the engineering ships, the scientists in the fleet quickly developed a comprehensive development plan for Milky Way, laying the foundation for humanity's future in this distant star system. Based on the scientists' feedback, the engineering ships began their intense work. Their mission was to excavate massive underground cavities on the first planet's surface before it entered the three-star furnace. These cavities would serve as shelters for the future human fleet and residents, becoming the base for human survival and development on this unfamiliar planet. As time passed, the efforts of the engineering ships began to bear fruit. 5 years later, a stunning engineering marvel appeared on the surface of the first planet. A gigantic pit, 500 meters long and wide, and 4,000 meters deep, had been excavated. This pit was not just a simple cave. It was humanity's first home on this planet. The engineering team continued to expand the underground space while erecting 100-meter diameter steel pillars to support the sky of the entire underground city. The excavated ore was smelted on site and turned into a large quantity of steel plates. These steel plates, piled up like mountains, were quickly transported underground to construct living facilities. In the interstellar era, steel is more accessible than concrete, becoming a cheap and efficient building material. 10 years passed, and the first batch of hunter fleets finally arrived at the first planet of Milky Way. This fleet, led by Generals Chun Pong and Yang Fan, consisted of 300,000 warships and 600,000 personnel, serving as the vanguard after a long retreat. Despite the harsh conditions, the engineering ship's crew prepared a simple yet warm welcoming ceremony. The 300,000 hunters docked neatly on the planet's surface, occupying an area 100 kilometers long and wide. The crew drove small planetary vehicles, almost completely encircling the underground city entrance. Under the command of Generals Chun Pong and Yang Fan, the planetary vehicles orderly retreated, and the crew gathered in the distance before being transported to the underground city via spacecraft. The main airlock of the underground city opened for the first time to welcome their long-lost compatriots. Though the fleet's arrival brought tremendous pressure to the still incomplete base, it also brought much-needed labor. The underground city, though only consisting of empty steel houses, was a warm home to the crew who had endured decades of lonely voyages. People embraced and wept, with laughter and joy filling the entire underground city. After the celebration, the intense construction work immediately resumed. A large number of engineering machines began operating at full capacity, creating more underground space. Besides residential areas, there were specialized factories, farms, and various production bases. All necessities for survival would be completed underground. However, time was pressing. 10 years ago, the first planet had already entered the orbit of simultaneous irradiation by 3 stars. The surface temperature in most areas had soared above 600 degrees Celsius. In another 50 years, when the Deep Blue Fleet arrived, the surface of the first planet would be entirely unsuitable for human and mechanical activities. The builders raced against time, preparing for the forthcoming larger-scale immigration. The first batch of hunters that arrived had been thickly buried under the soil excavated from the underground city, leaving only steel pipes as access routes for personnel. These pipes connect to each hunter, allowing staff to enter the machine when needed. Thanks to the powerful engines of the hunters, they can easily rise from the soil. This layer of soil serves not only as protection but also as camouflage. Although the hunters can withstand temperatures of thousands of degrees, prolonged exposure would accelerate the aging of their parts. The soil cover not only delays this process but, more importantly, it perfectly conceals these man-made constructs, making them undetectable even to visiting alien civilizations. As the Deep Blue Fleet draws ever closer, the construction of underground cities on the first planet is in full swing. 5 underground cities have already been completed, designed with the compact structure similar to that of the Deep Blue. These 5 alone can accommodate the entire population of the Deep Blue. However, after a long space journey, people yearn for more spacious living areas. Therefore, over 20 additional residential underground cities and an equal number of production-oriented underground cities are under construction. Time is of the essence as the Deep Blue Fleet hovers in the orbit of the first planet. The hunters, now repurposed as transport vehicles, shuttle continuously between the Deep Blue and the underground cities, transporting residents. Who stood inside the underground city, filled with gratitude. He sincerely thanked the advanced engineering crew. It was these 100-plus individuals who, starting with just a few machines, created everything before him. To honor their contribution, who not only awarded them the title of pioneers, but also granted them a significant amount of fleet contribution points, allowing them to exchange for a comfortable living and other necessities. In the meeting room, Yang Fan and Chun Pong were reporting on the situation during their journey. General, our army's 150,000 hunters traveled 700 light-years and discovered only one planetary civilization. To avoid unnecessary trouble, we did not make contact or collect any samples, Yang Fan reported. Chun Pong added, Our army found no traces of civilizations or any anomalies during the journey. Hu nodded. Discovering a civilization within such a small range is already an achievement. For now, we have enough on our plate. We won't disturb them. We'll consider it after we leave the Horsehead Nebula. General, how has the fleet been these years? Yang Fan asked. Everything is normal, especially rapid technological development. When we leave the Horsehead Nebula, we will no longer fear that galaxy-level civilization chasing Daozi, Hu replied confidently. That's great. Both men exclaimed in unison. Hu continued. You two get back to work. The newly arrived hunters and the Deep Blue need to be hidden, which is no small task. Oversee it personally, then come with me to the Science City. Understood, General. Rest assured, they responded. Hu set aside his current work and led Yang Fan and Chun Peng to another underground city. Each underground city's location was determined based on mineral distribution and connected by underground tunnels. Their destination was a small underground city specially prepared for 150,000 scientists. To highlight the status of scientists and create an atmosphere of scientific supremacy, Hu provided them with far better treatment than other positions, even higher than senior administrative officers. Of course, the selection criteria for scientists were extremely strict, allowing no mediocrity. Though small, this science city had a much better environment than other underground cities. Including service personnel, the total number of residents was only around 200,000 to 300,000, whereas other underground cities could accommodate tens of millions. While on the underground railcar, Hu notified several key personnel to head to the science city immediately for an important meeting. Upon arrival at the meeting room, Hu saw academician Zheng and Zhonghua. Perfect timing, both of you are here. Have the others arrived? He asked. Just as he finished speaking, senior officers Gao Jianchuan and Li Zhixiong walked into the meeting room. Like Chen Peng and Yang Fan, they were all lieutenant generals, serving as commanders of the Hunter Fleet. Today, Chief of Staff Hu convened several Army Group commanders to discuss the design direction of the new warship. The atmosphere in the conference room was tinged with a bit of tension. Hu got straight to the point. We have nearly completed the analysis of the Sand Python civilization's technology. Combined with our advancements over the past century, the current Hunter-class ships can no longer meet future needs. Academician Zhang is leading the design team, and today I want to hear your requirements for the new warship design. The generals looked at each other and someone murmured, we're just soldiers who know how to fight. We don't know a thing about designing warships. Lieutenant General Wen Zhonghua frowned and barked. Nonsense. You take pride in calling yourselves uneducated brutes. Is ignorance something to be proud of? These warships are for you to use. If you have no opinions, next time I'll give each of you a stick and you can lead the charge with that. Though Wen Zhonghua was also a lieutenant general, his seniority commanded respect. The other generals fell silent, not daring to argue. Lieutenant General Gao Jianchuan spoke up hesitantly. Chief of Staff, you're putting us on the spot. I've worked in the fleet for years, but I never studied design. I only know if a warship is good or not, but I can't come up with how it should be designed. Yang Fan agreed. That's right, Chief of Staff. Old Gao is right. It's not that we are proud of being uneducated. It's just that our expertise is in warfare, not in designing warships. Seeing this, Hu softened his tone. All right, maybe I wasn't clear. Let's put it another way. What are the shortcomings and strengths of the Hunter class? What aspects are unreasonable? The design of the new warship will take your opinions into account. When Zhonghua wasn't ready to let it go. You guys are hopeless. Despite his harsh tone, everyone knew that this grumpy old leader cared deeply for them. Li Zhixiong was the first to respond. General, Chief of Staff, the main weaknesses of the Hunter class are insufficient firepower, inadequate speed, and poor defense. When Zhonghua was furious, what rubbish? Is your brain full of pig slop? You disgrace the name Zhuge. Gao Jianchuan thought for a moment and offered his perspective. General, I think under our current technological conditions, could we make the Hunter class smaller? This would improve agility, make it more evasive, and reduce its target profile, enhancing survival. The current Hunter class is huge, and much of its bulk is due to armor, especially the bow, where the armor is over 50 meters thick. Chun Peng immediately countered. Old Gao, making the warship smaller means thinner armor. Although the target would be smaller, a single hit could destroy it, leaving our crew with no chance of survival. Yang Fan supported Gao Jianchuan's view. I agree with Old Gao. During battles with the Sand Python fleet, the armor of the Hunter class didn't offer much protection. Its large size made it an easy target. If we faced the Sand Python fleet again, I would prefer smaller warships. As long as the firepower is not compromised, I believe increased agility could offset the reduced armor, minimizing overall fleet casualties. Li Zhixiong had a different opinion. I still think larger warships are more effective. The bigger the ship, the more weapons it can carry, allowing for multiple waves of attacks to effectively strike the enemy. Using smaller warships may increase agility, but they would just become more agile targets on the battlefield. Hu pressed on. Anything else? Gao Jinchuan added. The laser attack capability is too weak, but high-powered lasers consume a lot of energy. Currently, antimatter is our only effective weapon. If we could increase the curvature speed of antimatter bombs, we would have more strategic advantage in warfare. Chun Pong proposed a new idea. I have a suggestion. Combine the control room and the escape pod, and ensure it has excellent mobility and the best protection. This way, if our warship is destroyed, the crew will have a better chance of survival. General, I know the fleet will expand several times over, and our crew members are very valuable. We suffer significant losses in every battle. We should cherish every life and consider their safety more. Many of these kids grew up under our watch. I can't bear to see them sacrifice their lives one after another. Getting scolded actually worked. When Zhonghua scanned the meeting room, observing the serious expressions of everyone present, and continued, suggestions are being put forth one by one, covering everything from the warship's weapons, propulsion, control systems, down to the specific placement of buttons. Clearly, the Hunter, designed without any experience in interstellar warfare, has many flaws. He paused, a hint of resignation in his tone. Why didn't anyone speak up before? Now that we're being criticized, they've got so much to say. The chief of staff immediately chimed in, his voice revealing understanding and empathy for the researchers. Everyone's had a tough time. We don't have the means to address major flaws, and no one wants to trouble others with minor issues. Our scientists are just too busy. When Zhonghua nodded in agreement and then shifted to the main topic, all right, your feedback is invaluable. Academician Zhang's warship design team will take your suggestions into account. After the meeting, make sure to listen to the frontline crew's opinions, compile and send them to Academician Zhang and me promptly. A glimmer of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Now, Academician Zhang already has a draft of the new warship. Let's take a look, comrades. As when Zhonghua finished speaking, Academician Zhang stood up and pointed to a holographic image that suddenly lit up on the conference table. A 3D model of a small, triangular spacecraft floated in front of everyone, slowly rotating. The new warship's exterior bore little difference from the Hunter, but the improvements in detail were striking. Clearing his throat, Academician Zhang began his explanation. The new warship is named the Stealth Hunter. This isosceles triangular ship is 100 meters long, 80 meters wide at the base, and 20 meters thick at its thickest point. Compared to the Hunter, the Stealth Hunter is less than 1/10 its size. He swiped the controller in his hand, and the holographic image changed to reveal the ship's internal structure. After fully deciphering the curvature technology of the Sandpython civilization and several others, and spending 30 years in the four-dimensional space bubble, our research in spatial physics has skyrocketed. Coupled with the Stealth Hunter's compact size, computer simulations show it can reach speeds up to 500 times the speed of light. The officers present gasped at this number. Academician Zhang continued, with the Stealth Hunter's reduced size, we had to abandon the high-powered laser cannons. These cannons consumed too much energy and had limited attack range. Until we achieve new technological breakthroughs, laser cannons will be temporarily shelved for large-scale deployment. He traced his finger across the holographic image, showcasing the new weapon systems. The Stealth Hunter's weaponry is primarily based on antimatter, including various antimatter bombs and photon beams. Among these, there are curvature antimatter bombs and electromagnetic antimatter bombs. The curvature antimatter bombs will travel as fast as the Stealth Hunter, exceeding 500 times the speed of light, while the electromagnetic antimatter bombs, launched through magnetic field channels, will travel at only a few hundred kilometers per second, but will saturate the entire combat area, providing comprehensive coverage against enemy warships. Pride shone in Academician Zhang's eyes. Our fleet's antimatter production has now reached 10 kilograms per day, with over 200 tons in storage. We will continue to increase production. A small number of Stealth Hunters will still be equipped with laser cannons and other weapons to adapt to unknown battlefield conditions. He paused to let everyone digest this information before continuing. Although the Stealth Hunter is smaller, its defense capabilities have actually been enhanced several times over. First, due to advancements in material science, and second, because we've developed a new defense system. Our use of energy has advanced significantly, allowing us to create this new defense mechanism based on energy fields and spatial manipulation. The holographic image changed again, displaying a complex energy field network. While hiding in the four-dimensional space bubble, we gained a deeper understanding of dimensions and space. The new warship distorts the spherical space around it using energy fields by adjusting the position and power of the curvature engines. Incoming attacks, whether laser beams or physical projectiles, aimed directly at the Stealth Hunter, will bizarrely change direction just before impact. The officers were amazed by the explanation. Academician Zhang added, the old curvature engines also bent space, but in a regular manner, providing no defensive benefit. The new engines still have defensive blind spots, currently covering up to 80% of the ship's area. However, with the Stealth Hunter's smaller size and greater maneuverability, its survival rate is at least 20 times higher than the Hunter's. Qian Peng, eyes gleaming with excitement, couldn't help but ask, academician, if we further improve it to achieve 100% defense, wouldn't our warships be invincible? Academician Zeng chuckled and shook his head. Of course not. Even with 100% defense, energy consumption is a factor. A steel plate is strong against a wooden stick, but not against a cannon. The same goes for spatial distortion defense. If the enemy's attack energy exceeds a certain threshold, it will disrupt the space and penetrate our defenses to hit the stealth hunter. So in warfare, our crews must be reminded not to take hits hidden. Avoiding being hit is the safest strategy. A concerned officer raised another issue. With the stealth hunter being so much smaller, won't it affect our crew's living conditions? After all, they need to stay inside for long periods, and the reduced living space could cause severe psychological stress. Of course not, Academician Zing explained with a smile. The redesigned Shadow Killer battleships have much more spacious interiors. The improved energy utilization efficiency has allowed us to streamline many devices, providing ample living space for the crew. We can even make minor adjustments based on each crew member's preferences, ensuring they have a comfortable and pleasant environment within this behemoth. He gestured with his arms. Don't forget, while the Shadow Killer is referred to as small, it is still a massive structure measuring 100 meters long, 80 meters wide, and 25 meters high. A few centuries ago, that would be equivalent to a skyscraper. The crew will have no problem living inside. Hearing this explanation, everyone looked reassured. By the way, Academician Zeng's eyes lit up with excitement. We have another fully matured technology that will be equipped on the Shadow Killer, our holographic imaging technology. He elaborated, explaining that this new vector holography technology developed by the optics team can display every detail of an object so clearly that it is almost indistinguishable from reality. We will set up identical halls in each Shadow Killer, he explained. If two crew members want to have a drink together, they simply need to make a request and enter the hall. The system will project their holograms into the halls of both Shadow Killers. To them, it will feel as if their friend is right there beside them. Seeing the astonished expressions, Academician Zong continued, we will also establish multiple large plazas on the Deep Blue, where crew members can reunite with their families or even hold dances. He added a note of caution, however, considering this technology is so realistic, our current cognitive abilities might struggle to distinguish between virtual and real. Therefore, the usage time and scope of the holographic equipment will be regulated until our overall cognitive abilities improve in the future. Chun Peng suddenly asked, Academician, won't the residential ships be rebuilt? Academician Zeng shook his head and explained, the Deep Blue will undergo minor modifications. Building it wasn't easy, so we can't just dismantle it. We will optimize or replace its curvature engine, adjust its position, and so on. Although the project is extensive, it's nothing compared to rebuilding a Deep Blue. The theoretical speed of the modified Deep Blue will reach around 100 times the speed of light, comparable to the Shadow Killer. It will also have the capability to distort space with energy fields, and due to ample energy, its defense strength will be several times higher than the Shadow Killer. Gao Jianchuan asked reluctantly, Academician, does this mean the hunters will be completely dismantled? Academician Zeng nodded. Yes, the hunters no longer have any value for modification. Considering we're currently in an underground city, we can't build large-scale smelting bases on the planet's surface for concealment purposes. Solely relying on the smelters in the underground city, it would take at least 100 years to acquire the required amount of steel. Dismantling the hunters directly is the simplest and most effective method. Seeing Gao Jianchuan's disappointed expression, he reassured, I know you are attached to the hunters. They have accompanied us for over 200 years. But believe me, this isn't their end. It's their rebirth. Thank you, Academician, Gao Jianchuan said softly. Academician Zeng responded with a smile. No need to thank me. You all have a lot of work ahead. That's good, someone said. We don't have much to do in the base anyway. Academician Zeng's expression turned serious. Commanders, based on our war simulation, the Academy of Sciences, along with General and Chief of Staff 1, has decided that the number of Shadow Killers to be built will reach 30 million. This means we will need at least 60 million crew members. But currently, we have fewer than 300,000 crew members in total, not even close to what's needed. Hearing this number, everyone looked astonished. Someone couldn't help but ask, Academician, that's way too many. Even if we don't consider the crew issue, 30 million Shadow Killers would take thousands of years to build. Are we going to stay here for that long? Academician Zeng shook his head with a smile. Of course not. The Shadow Killer battleships are all designed modularly. A few centuries ago, building an airplane required about 5 to 10 million parts. Now, constructing a Shadow Killer requires fewer than 500,000 parts, which is a testament to technological progress. He elaborated on the production plan. We have mature production lines for these 500,000 parts. Producing 30 million of each part won't take long. For example, the shortest production time is for screws and rivets. With our manufacturing capability, even a single small machine can produce them in 5,000 hours, or approximately 200 days. In actual production, We will complete these parts within a week. Other more complex parts will take no more than 20 years. The slowest phase will be the assembly stage. Academician Zhang summarized, what we need to do now is set up all the related industrial systems in the underground city within 10 years and prioritize the manufacturing of production equipment. Once the industrial systems are in place and the machinery is ready, we will spend the next 30 years producing these parts while simultaneously assembling them. As soon as the academician finished speaking, the atmosphere in the conference room became tense. All eyes were fixed on the staggering number, 30 million stealth destroyer battleships. The sheer scale of this fleet left everyone present in awe. Hu took a deep breath and broke the silence. Academician, we have indeed made incredible progress in a short time. But we owe it all to the first batch of engineering ships and their crew. They laid a solid foundation for us over the past century. He continued, we now have over 50 underground cities, half of which are for residential use and the other half for production. New underground cities are continually being excavated. Our production capacity is growing exponentially. To help everyone better grasp the magnitude of this achievement, Hu gave an example. Let's take a look back at history. In the early 21st century, the global annual production of cars was nearly 100 million. By 2050, our country could produce over 1.5 billion smartphones a year, with a total of 300 billion parts. Now, our total parts count is 15 trillion, 50 times that of the past. Although the time span has also increased 50-fold, our manpower has only grown 20-fold, and our technological level has improved dozens of times. Hearing this, the atmosphere in the conference room began to ease. But then, a commander raised a critical question. While building the battleships is not an issue, isn't the requirement for 60 million crew members too much? Our total population is just over 800 million. The academician gave a mysterious smile. Don't worry, I was just joking. In reality, most of the stealth destroyers are unmanned. The crew can operate them directly from the deep blue using holographic technology, making it as simple as playing a game. This explanation brought a sigh of relief from the commanders, who wiped the sweat from their foreheads. The academician continued, we have also developed special glasses that turn the wearer's view into the perspective of the stealth destroyer. The operator only needs to perform simulated actions, and the battleship will respond in sync. Even if the battleship is destroyed, the crew will remain unharmed. Hu concluded, all right, that's it for the meeting. Academician Zhang will modify the stealth destroyer design based on your feedback. Remember, every effort we make is for our survival and future. After the meeting, Hu headed straight to the bioship. After going through strict security procedures, he finally reached the central laboratory. Academician Xiao approached him. General, we need an independent underground city or a deep blue. Hu nodded in agreement. No problem. I'll arrange for an underground city to be excavated on the other side of the planet. Any specific requirements? Just a sufficiently large space. Academician Xiao said mysteriously. Come, let me show you our new product. Academician Xiao led Hu into a room sealed by a heavy gate. As soon as they stepped inside, a chilling cold enveloped them, causing Hu to shiver. The room was filled with white fog from the low temperature, making it feel like they had entered a giant freezer. In the center of the room, a massive glass tank caught Hu's attention. Inside, a colossal creature over 10 meters long was encased in ice. It bore a resemblance to a sand python but was far more terrifying. It had a huge, snake-like head, strong limbs, and 8 tentacle-like appendages on its back, each ending in spikes and claws. At first glance, it looked like a biological war machine. Academician Xiao, what is this? Hu couldn't help but ask, his eyes still fixed on the monstrous figure inside the glass tank. The first-generation interstellar biological warrior, Xiao replied calmly. For landing operations? Hu inquired. No, it has interstellar flight capabilities, Xiao explained. While it appears to be a biological entity, it is actually the ultimate form of life. Inside it, there's a biological reactor, something we discovered in a fifth-tier solar system organism. Its speed and strength far exceed those of fifth-tier creatures, and its biological armor can withstand the extreme cold and complex radiation of space. Hu frowned. Our current firepower should be enough to handle creatures above the 10th tier. Isn't this a bit redundant? No, I only said its speed and strength surpass 5th-tier creatures. Its overall capabilities are around the 10th tier, Xiao corrected. This is just our rough estimate, as we have limited data on the alien species. As for its usefulness, that depends on the situation. The teeth and spiked tentacles of this creature are incredibly formidable. Our high-strength tempered glass would be like a snack to it. However, it can't perform faster-than-light travel yet. According to Mr. Daozi, only 25th-tier creatures have that capability. We're still working on improving its genetic makeup, particularly the biological reactor. Hu's interest was piqued. Can it bite through a warship's armor? Xiao shook his head. General, of course not. It can't even bite through high-strength alloys from Earth's era, let alone our hunters or the upcoming stealth killers. Then it seems pretty useless, Hu remarked. somewhat disappointed. Not at all, Xiao explained. No warship is completely sealed. At least, civilizations somewhat similar to ours aren't. We humans need glass to see the outside world, or rely on sensors placed outside to gather information. Our conventional engine nozzles are also weak points. This biological warrior would target these vulnerabilities. While it might not destroy a warship, it could certainly render it blind, deaf, or immobile. Xiao continued, additionally, although it can't perform faster than light travel, it can reach one-third the speed of light in a short time. In the chaotic environment of space battles, this speed is terrifying. Coupled with their potentially infinite numbers, they could tip the scales of a war. What? Infinite numbers? You exclaimed. Academician, these creatures must have some intelligence. What if they turn against us? Xiao nodded. Yes, the cultivation of these biological warriors is quite simple. We only need one deep blue or an underground city to produce billions of embryos, albeit in isolation for safety. Regarding safety, these creatures are not naturally reproductive. They can't reproduce on their own. We can fully control their numbers. Each warrior must be cultivated from an embryo in our factories, reaching about 2 centimeters in 3 days before being fed to grow. This one is just 2 months old. If continuously fed, it could grow to several hundred meters, but the optimal size is what you see now. Growing too large offers no significant advantage. He further explained, moreover, these creatures possess considerable intelligence. Their primary genetic makeup is derived from sand pythons, combined with genes from the alien species and a few Earth organisms. Without control, their intelligence could rival that of humans. Through numerous trials, we removed certain sequences from the sand python genes and replaced them with canine genes, reducing cunning and self-interest while increasing loyalty and obedience. The most crucial safety measure is this, Xiao said, taking out a soft, crab-like creature from a nearby container. The slimy creature clung tightly to Zhao's hand, gently rubbing against it as if showing affection. In a high-tech laboratory, a group of scientists and military personnel gathered around a transparent container, inside which floated a peculiar creature the size of a thumb. It had 8 slender tentacles and looked like a miniature crab. This is our last line of defense. We call it Little Crab, explained a scientist in a white lab coat. It's a genetically engineered parasitic organism and our most loyal creation. The scientist continued, normally, it resides in the brain of a biowarrior, influencing their thoughts to ensure absolute loyalty to us. If a biowarrior shows any sign of posing a threat to humanity, Little Crab will use its 8 tentacles to shred the host's brain. As long as we can produce enough biowarriors, they could potentially blockade an entire planetary system. A general in uniform frowned and asked, why don't we just implant chips or small bombs in the biowarriors' brains? Wouldn't that be more reliable? The scientist shook his head. Chips are far less reliable than Little Crab. Biowarriors have energy levels far beyond those of conventional animals. They are a new species altogether. While our material technology is advanced, biowarriors don't have a lifespan limit. They will exist until the second generation of biowarriors is developed. A small chip is too likely to malfunction in the harsh environment of a biowarrior's brain, but Little Crab won't. Lowering his voice, the scientist added, General, here's a secret. Little Crab contains some human genes. Subconsciously, it might think of itself as part human, but it has no intelligence, so we don't need to worry about it. Dr. Xiao, another scientist in a lab coat, interjected, even if loyalty isn't an issue, producing enough biowarriors to blockade a planetary system isn't easy. It would take the entire mass of several planets to support their growth. The scientist nodded in agreement. Exactly. While they aren't picky eaters, they primarily consume organic matter. Their absorption and conversion efficiency is quite high. Consuming 1,000 grams of organic matter can increase their weight by 500 grams. For a terminal organism, this conversion rate is astonishing. He continued, I have discussed this with Dr. Zheng. The fleet's food supply isn't abundant, and reserves can only last for less than 200 years. Large-scale production of biowarriors is currently unrealistic, but producing 1 or 2 million is feasible. We can load these biowarriors onto stealth ships, keep them dormant with drugs, and deploy them in battle as needed. They will automatically seek out targets to attack and can also coordinate with our commands and warships. After the battle, they can be recovered and reused. The general's eyes gleamed with excitement. In that case, we'll create a bioarmy. Producing them is easier than building stealth ships. They'll have the base ramp up organic matter production and allocate some of our strategic reserves for embryo cultivation. Let's start with 1 billion small units and grow them as food supplies allow. The scientist quickly reminded him, General, these biowarriors are always just a supplementary force and cannot be the mainstay. While the Zerg dominate half the galaxy, our current level of biotechnology can't match that. To be honest, these biowarriors are the pinnacle of our current capabilities. Even with another 10,000 years, their potential for evolution is limited. Biological entities can't compete with steel weapons. Our primary aim in researching biotechnology is to prepare for future conflicts with the Zerg. In wars with other civilizations, biotechnology can only play a supporting role. The general nodded thoughtfully. I understand. But Dr. Xiao, what do you mean when you say the Zerg aren't just simple biological products? Dr. Xiao explained. I can understand how biological entities could survive in outer space and use energy for interstellar travel. But to conquer half the galaxy with sheer numbers alone? I'm skeptical. No matter how powerful a biological entity is, how could it withstand the onslaught of an entire galactic civilization? Just one exploding star would be an unstoppable force. Mr. Dowsey mentioned that a single 25th-year Zerg could make a fleet from a small stellar region retreat in panic. It's hard to imagine what kind of environment and power could create such an improbable being. So, I suspect that these height-year Zerg aren't merely biological entities. There must be some secret behind them that the entire galaxy is unaware of, and this secret might come from the legendary Abyss. At the mention of the Abyss, the atmosphere in the lab grew tense. The general frowned and said, "What exactly is the Abyss?" The destroyer mentioned it before, and Mr. Dowsey seemed to know something about it too, but they both avoided revealing any details. It's quite mysterious. The scientist took a deep breath and said slowly, "Let it be. The Abyss is not something we can deal with right now. Once our stealth ship fleet is completed, we should have the strength of a stellar-level civilization, at least enough to protect ourselves. By then, we can find a habitable planet and gradually grow stronger. Early birds get the worm, and the poor must work harder." The fleet adrift in space is like a clumsy, impoverished wanderer, striving for a better life through sheer hard work. In the underground city, busy figures are everywhere, and the roar of machinery never ceases. After capturing the technology of the Sandpython civilization, the technological hurdles of the element decay machine and fusion machine were completely overcome. These advanced devices not only provided the fleet with various scarce elements, but also supplied a continuous flow of energy. This energy was distributed to every corner of the underground city, ultimately transforming into parts for the shadow killers, oxygen, water resources, and all kinds of supplies and food needed for daily life. Energy is the lifeblood of the fleet. From the initial single helium fusion to the current multi-element decay and fusion, and even to matter-antimatter annihilation, the fleet's energy reserves have become increasingly abundant. This abundance of energy directly translates into an improved standard of living for the residents. After a day's hard work, people can return home to enjoy a comfortable hot shower and savor fresh fruits and vegetables grown on the fleet, along with carefully synthesized meat products. The dismantling of hunters provides ample steel for the manufacturing of shadow killers. One hunter is equivalent to 10 shadow killers, with nearly one-third of its front structure made of steel for protection. This means that the steel from one hunter can support the production of 20 shadow killers. Converting 600,000 hunters into 12 million shadow killers effectively alleviates the initial shortage of steel. As the number of shadow killers on the surface increases daily, everyone feels a sense of pride. Over 200,000 square kilometers of the first planet are now filled with shadow killers. Like the hunters, these shadow killers are coated in black and neatly arranged on the planet's surface, enduring temperatures exceeding 600 degrees Celsius, enveloping the entire planet in a menacing aura. With increased strength, the shadow killers no longer need to hide beneath the planet's soil. In just 18 years, 20 million shadow killers were manufactured, 2 years ahead of schedule. People's enthusiasm for work continues to grow. Those who have wandered the interstellar void for hundreds of years seem to yearn for the vastness of space. After all, compared to the cramped underground city, the fleet offers a broader view of the universe. Completing the fleet's construction sooner means leaving this place sooner. Despite the uncertainty of the future, hope always remains. However, Hu hopes to find a habitable planet for everyone, ending this anxious, drifting life. Now, the fleet is strong. Even if they encounter other galactic civilizations, as long as they do not provoke them, no rational civilization would easily start a war. Mutual destruction is an outcome no sane civilization desires. The fleet plans to set sail soon in search of a habitable planet. After that, they will gradually transform nearby star system planets for colonization and development. This is the proper path for the growth of a civilization. After all, no matter how strong the fleet civilization becomes, it is like a rootless waterweed, unable to withstand significant shocks. However, at this moment, no one knows that a silver rhomboid spaceship, just over 200 meters long, has been lurking in the flames of the third star of Ma Fu-E for more than 2 years. It watches the fleet's every move, like a venomous snake hidden in the grass, ready to strike at any moment. In the end, the mysterious spaceship did not attack. It turned around and headed towards Tiansong-Wu at an astonishing speed of over 5,000 times the speed of light. Tiansong-Wu is only 500 light-years away from Ma Fu-E, and at this speed, it would take just over a month to reach it. In the vast scale of the universe, a month passes in the blink of an eye. Where is Ma Ming? The creature inside the silver rhomboid spaceship inquired. Patroller, Ma Meng is at your service, a respectful voice promptly responded. The new leader of the Sha Meng civilization, Ma Meng, stood before the inspector, recalling their first encounter. It was the first alien life form the human fleet had met after leaving the solar system. My lord, I dare not forget, Ma Meng said respectfully. You gave us technology, allowing us to reach the pinnacle of a galactic civilization, and instructed us to destroy that human civilization in 200 years. The inspector's sharp gaze swept over Ma Meng. Good. Remember that. Now, how are you progressing? Ma Meng straightened his posture and reported, My lord, after 148 years of development, our population has grown from the initial 2 million to 1 billion. With your technological support, our latest battleships are 3,000 meters long, and we have over 10 million of them. In another 52 years, we should have at least 20 million battleships. The inspector's voice turned icy. Too slow. No wonder you were defeated by humans. I gave you technology and a safe environment, and this is all you have accomplished after so many years? Do you know that humans, with far less technological reserves and resources, have already built over 20 million battleships? And I believe their quality is no less than yours. Ma Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. What? My lord, that's impossible. Foolish, the inspector scolded. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean humans can't. Tell me, have you fully deciphered and applied the technology one gave you to your battleships? Ma Meng squirmed uneasily. My lord, we have deciphered part of it, and I've ordered them to speed up the rest. The inspector's rebuke made Ma Meng extremely dissatisfied. Over the years in the Tiansong 5-star system, he had thoroughly enjoyed being the head. Previously, he was just the chief of a small tribe within the Sha Meng civilization, constantly bowing and scraping to larger tribes and the head group. Over 100 years ago, the original leader died in battle, but Ma Meng's tribal fleet miraculously survived unscathed. In the following days, he led his fleet to chase down scattered enemy ships, forcing them to surrender or be destroyed. Despite the Sha Meng's bloodthirsty nature, Ma Meng managed to gather a fleet of over 20,000 ships. Without civilian ships, they initially planned to plunder as they wandered. As for fighting humans, it was just a casual remark from Ma Meng. As the new leader, he had to maintain appearances. In truth, Ma Meng had to thank humans. Without them, he wouldn't have become the head of the Sha Meng civilization, enjoying power and luxury. He never expected to encounter the inspector, whose terms he agreed to without hesitation. Only a fool would refuse such an opportunity. Even if they couldn't defeat humans in 200 years, the technology wouldn't be lost, and with some effort, the fleet could be preserved. This was Ma Meng's initial thought. After enjoying supreme power for over a century, Ma Meng's mindset completely changed. Once the fleet grew larger, he planned to quietly leave the Tiansong 5. With the fleet's current speed of 400 times the speed of light, he could easily evade the inspector. Finding a distant star system to enjoy life seemed far more sensible than risking everything against human civilization. Ma Meng didn't expect the inspector to arrive with over 50 years left before the 200-year deadline, and his overbearing attitude made Ma Meng extremely displeased. The inspector keenly sensed Ma Meng's change in mood and said coldly, What? Feeling uncomfortable? You self-important fools, you think I'm deceiving you? Suppressing his displeasure, Ma Meng forced a smile. My lord, I wouldn't dare. With your power, you could easily wipe out human civilization alone. Why rely on us? If you think we're not up to the task, you could find another civilization. The inspector's voice grew even colder. What are you trying to back out? Let me tell you, while I cannot act directly against humans, I have no qualms about destroying you. I now order you to depart immediately. The longer you wait, the more disastrous your defeat will be. Ma Meng was startled, but remained composed. My lord, it's better to stick to the agreed timeline. Our fleet is still under construction. By the agreed time, our fleet will have doubled, increasing our chances of victory. As he spoke, Ma Meng subtly signaled to his subordinates. Ma Meng's heart churned with resentment and anger, determined to break free from the patrol ship's control. He calculated that with the strength of over 10 million warships from the Sand Python civilization, they could easily annihilate the isolated patrol ship. Even if the patrol ship had the backing of a minor star sector civilization, as long as they struck swiftly and left Tiansong V unnoticed, who could possibly track down a star system-level civilization hiding in the vast Milky Way? At worst, he could lead the fleet into the Magellanic Clouds and still enjoy a comfortable life as the head of the Sand Python civilization. As Ma Meng was plotting in secret, the patrol ship keenly sensed the movement of the Sand Python fleet. Ma Meng, what do you think you're doing? The patrol officer barked. Ma Meng quickly covered up, sir. Nothing at all. We were just preparing to settle scores with the human civilization. The patrol officer snorted. Fools, it seems you need a lesson to rid you of your arrogance. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the silver ship surged forward, accelerating to an incredible speed over 5,000 times the speed of light, diving into the Sand Python fleet. Blinding beams of light shot out from the ship, accurately striking dozens of Sand Python warships. These beams were identical to the weapons that had destroyed the human ship Polaris centuries ago. The struck Sand Python warships exploded instantly, not even having time to react. The silver ship continued to weave through the fleet at a speed exceeding 100 meters per second, wantonly attacking the Sand Python warships. The Sand Python fleet, finally recovering, began to counterattack, but their efforts were futile. Their attacks couldn't touch the patrol ship due to the enormous speed difference. At this rate, the entire fleet of 10 million Sand Python warships would be reduced to stardust within days. After destroying several thousand Sand Python warships, the patrol ship suddenly stopped. The remaining warships fell silent, not daring to move. Ma Meng was terrified out of his wits and quickly pleaded, Sir, I realize my mistake. Please forgive us. We are willing to serve you and eliminate the human civilization. The patrol officer coldly replied, let me tell you. Although human civilization is still in the late stellar phase overall, their fleet has reached the mid-level of a star system civilization. Given time, they can easily develop other technological systems without hindrance. While your civilization has reached the early star system level overall, your fleet is only at this level. In the Milky Way, military power is the fundamental determinant of a civilization's rank, so defeating the human civilization won't be easy. Ma Meng was panic-stricken. Sir, if that's the case, aren't we just marching to our deaths? The patrol officer continued, you still have a chance to win. I've examined the human warships. Although they number 20 million, they are very small, only about 100 meters long. While size doesn't entirely determine a warship's strength like my ship, which is just over 200 meters, but a product of an advanced minor star sector civilization at the star system level, warships range from several kilometers to tens of kilometers. Humans currently lack the capability to build small but powerful warships like those of minor star sector civilizations. My lord, did you say human warships are only 100 meters long? This statement sparked a heated debate. One senior official immediately retorted, what can such small warships do? Forget 20 million. Even 200 million wouldn't faze me. He proudly described their civilization's warships, equipped with powerful laser and antimatter weapons and armor that exceeded 100 meters. It's questionable if humans' tiny warships can withstand even one hit from us. We wouldn't even need weapons. We could just ram them to death. However, another official had a different view. Foolish. He shook his head. Do you think humans are idiots? If they dare to do this, they must have a reason. He revealed that he had observed human warships traveling at warp speeds of 500 times the speed of light, 100 times faster than theirs. Although your warships are larger and more advanced in warp technology, in actual combat, you're 100 times slower, he added, suggesting they be adaptable as he hadn't observed the human specific attack methods. The discussion ended with a decision to act. Don't worry, my lord, we will depart immediately, an official said firmly. By the way, where is the human civilization located? Ma Meng listened to the conversation, silently judging the inspector as overly cautious and verbose. He was unconcerned, as he possessed not only 10 million warships but also more terrifying weapons. It's at Ma Fu 1, 500 light-years from here, Ma Meng replied, then sighed. Ma Fu 1. Humans are cunning to hide in such a place. All right, my lord, we will assemble the fleet and depart at once. Will you be joining us? An official inquired. No, I have other matters to attend to, Ma Meng declined. If you can eliminate the humans, I will reward you with some technology from small star system civilizations in addition to the humans' technological reserves. If you fail, I will help the humans hunt you down. As soon as he finished speaking, the inspector's silver spaceship disappeared into the starry sky. Meanwhile, the Sha Meng fleet began to assemble. 8 million warships gathered at the third planet of the Tian-Song 5 star system, while another 2 million surrounded Tian-Song 5. As the Sha Meng warships activated, a shocking scene unfolded. The massive star Tian-Song 5 began to move with the fleet, leaving its original position. Even more astonishing was its speed, reaching 350 times the speed of light. Unbeknownst to the humans 500 light-years away, they had no idea of the Sha Meng civilization's current strength, which had grown significantly in the past 2 centuries. As Tian-Song 5 moved, its 5 planets would gradually feel the loss of gravitational pull. The farthest, Planet 5, would leave its orbit in just over an hour, flying into the vast universe along a tangent. Based on the current direction, planets 3 and 5 would head toward the edge of the Milky Way, planets 1 and 4 toward the vicinity of the galactic center, and planet 2 would fly parallel to the center. The ultimate fate of these planets was uncertain. They might wander the galaxy for billions of years, collide with another star in a few million years, or, with extraordinary luck, be captured by a new star and become a planet with a home once again. At this moment, the chief of staff of the human civilization suddenly received a report. The reconnaissance satellite 20 light-years away has detected an anomaly. What's the situation? When Zhonghua immediately asked. Chief of Staff, look. An officer pointed at the screen. These are images from the satellite. A massive fleet, and there's this huge bright spot that we're still identifying. Keep observing. When Zhonghua ordered, then called through the communicator. Old Hu, come to the operations command room immediately. We have an emergency. Soon, Hu walked into the command room. Zhonghua, give me a brief on the situation. When Zhonghua pointed at the screen and explained, look, this is the latest intel. A fleet of tens of millions is heading our way, and they're dragging something along. Based on our analysis, it's a star. Their current speed is about 300 times the speed of light, and they're only 20 light-years away. We'll make contact in 24 days. They mean business. Our warning distance is still too short. Hu frowned. The opponent is clearly a galaxy-level civilization. Keep gathering intel. Old Hu, what should we do now? When Zhonghua asked anxiously. If they're hostile, we don't have time to relocate. All our assets are on the first planet. After a moment of contemplation, Hu decisively ordered, deploy all our stealth killers immediately. Reveal our identity and show our strength. If they're not specifically targeting us, they shouldn't attack rashly. Our warships are also galaxy-level. If neither side has an absolute advantage, a war between two galaxy-level civilizations benefits no one. With the order given, 20 million stealth killers were deployed within 24 hours, patrolling interstellar space. Of these, 8 million were controlled from bases on the first planet via holographic technology, providing operators with a warship-like perspective far more precise than any game console. The remaining 12 million, lacking trained operators, were controlled by AI. At that moment, Academician Zeng suddenly spoke up. General, don't you think the design of these warships looks familiar? We've only ever encountered one civilization at the galactic level before the one that was chasing Mr. Daozi. General, Hu recalled, frowning as he glanced at the massive unknown fleet in the holographic display. These warships are completely different from the ones we've seen before, built in a totally different style. Besides, that civilization's primary target was Mr. Daozi, and it's unlikely they'd suddenly launch a major offensive against us after more than 200 years. Academician Zeng nodded in agreement, his sharp eyes analyzing the data on the display. Indeed, if they were truly intent on capturing us, they would have turned this entire sector upside down by now. He paused and turned to the general. General, do these warships' designs remind you of the Sand Python battleships from back then? Hu scrutinized the display closely and slowly nodded. Now that you mention it, Academician, there is a resemblance to the Sand Python battleships. Academician Zeng quickly added, but the Sand Python civilization is no more. The remnants lost their technological edge. Given their intelligence level, they couldn't have built such a massive fleet in such a short time. He pulled up more data. From our observations, the opposing fleet has at least 10 million ships, traveling at speeds between 300 and 400 times the speed of light. The warships are over 3,000 meters long, and for them to travel at such high speeds, their warp and energy technologies must surpass ours. His expression turned grave. What's even more concerning is that they're dragging a star along with them. This is highly unusual. A normal galactic civilization wouldn't need to tow a star through space, even for energy replenishment. The Milky Way has plenty of planets and stars to provide what a fleet needs. The only reason to bring a star is for war. Hu pondered for a moment, then suddenly spoke. If they think they can destroy us by blowing up a star, they're underestimating us. If they can use their ships to warp a star, we can certainly warp a planet. He turned to Academician Zeng. Academician, please organize the relevant scientists to calculate the optimal fleet formation. We need to move Planet 1. It can't withstand the energy from a star explosion. Since we can't evacuate everything in time, we'll take the whole planet with us. Academician Zeng's expression grew serious. General, we can't do that. We've been researching this topic for decades on Planet 1. Our experiments show that even if we use all our stealth ships, we can only move Planet 1 at sublight speeds. Their achievements in spatial technology far exceed ours. Hu quickly adjusted his strategy. Then let's move Planet 1 behind either the first star or the second star. Both of these stars are much larger than our Sun. Planet 1 is currently positioned among 3 stars, so we only need to move it a few hundred astronomical units. Once it's relocated, our fleet will advance and engage the enemy, keeping them at bay. He turned to the nearby AI assistant. Zhonghua, coordinate with the academician for the relocation of Planet 1. Under the precise calculations of a team of spatial physicists, over 17 million stealth ships formed a spherical distribution around Planet 1. As their engines ignited simultaneously, the planet slowly drifted out of its original orbit. 18 hours later, the massive planet passed through the gap between the first and second stars, reaching the far side of the first star, opposite the unknown fleet. Once the fleet positioned Planet 1 in its designated orbit, they immediately moved to confront the unknown fleet. This was going to be a heating collision. The stealth ship's armor and field-bending spatial defenses were capable of withstanding the shockwave of a star explosion, but the opposing fleet, though only half the number of the stealth ships, consisted of colossal warships. The distance between the two fleets rapidly decreased, soon becoming less than a light day. In cosmic terms, this was practically face-to-face. The stealth ships disengaged from warp travel and dispersed across the area, awaiting the command to attack. The entire fleet was on high alert, every warship poised and ready for the imminent fierce battle. General, why does that star look so familiar? Academician Zhang suddenly spoke, his eyes fixed on the massive, twinkling celestial body outside the porthole. General Hu Yu frowned and responded, Academician, aren't stars all the same? How can one look familiar or unfamiliar? They've already exited warp travel. If there's any sudden movement, we'll launch an immediate attack. His fingers hovered over the control panel, ready to issue the command at any moment. Academician Zhang's eyes suddenly lit up. No, that's Tiansong 5. No wonder it looks so familiar. Tiansong 5? Hu Yu turned to the academician in confusion. Scanning the newly received data, Academician Zhang confirmed, yes, it's definitely Tiansong 5. The spectral analysis results are in. His voice carried a hint of sorrow. Tiansong 5 has been a benefactor to us, second only to the sun in importance. Now, we can only watch helplessly as it becomes a weapon of the Sha Mang civilization. At that moment, the communication screen flickered to life, and an unfamiliar voice echoed, Humans, I am Ma Ming, the new leader of the Sha Mang civilization. First, I must thank you for killing the former leader, which allowed me to rise to this position. Ma Ming's tone was calm and icy. Originally, I had no intention of clashing with you, as I am not as foolish as my predecessor to wage war against a civilization of equal strength. But I have been commissioned to annihilate your civilization. After a brief pause, Ma Ming continued, I am a peace-loving individual by nature, so I will give you a chance. Surrender all your warships and have all your civilized beings submit to the Sha Mang civilization. I promise your safety. Although your civilization will cease to exist, at least your lives will be spared. You have 3 minutes to decide. If there is no response, don't blame me for what happens next. The communication screen went dark, plunging the bridge into a brief silence. Academician Zhang was the first to break the silence. Sha Mang civilization? General, this is almost impossible. They had barely 200,000 warships left when they fled. Even if they had the numbers to sustain their species, their technology was completely seized by us. It would take them thousands of years to rebuild their tech tree. Even for us humans, it would take millennia to recover lost technology. Chief of Staff Wen Zhonghua pondered. Judging by their tone, it seems undeniable. Academician, it appears the Sha Mang fleet's technology has surpassed ours. I find it hard to believe they could achieve this so quickly, especially since we integrated their technology and received additional advancements from Mr. Daozi. They couldn't have done it alone, given their biological limitations which make scientific research challenging. General Hu Yu squinted. They must have support from another civilization. Ma Ming even said their mission to destroy us was commissioned. Academician, we've never offended any civilization since entering space, except for the Sha Mang. Could it be the star system-level civilization that Mr. Daozi antagonized? Academician Zheng shook his head. Unlikely. That star system-level civilization has already intervened directly, and they are merely a star system-level civilization themselves. To elevate the Sha Mang civilization to their level, they'd have to share all their technology, which is improbable. If Ma Ming's claim is true, their backer must be at least a small star cluster-level civilization. A small star cluster-level civilization? When Zhonghua frowned, Academician, we've never had any dealings with them. Why would they target us? And why not deal with us directly? Academician Zhang explained. Chief of Staff 1, remember, we have 2 other fleets, Elsewhere Leader's fleet and Minister Luo's fleet. Just because we haven't offended a small star cluster-level civilization doesn't mean the other fleets haven't. Especially Minister Luo's fleet, which operates like interstellar pirates, often plundering and waging wars to grow. This easily leads to conflicts with other civilizations. As for why they don't act directly, it's simple. A large star cluster civilization has ordered that lower-level civilizations shouldn't interfere with each other. So, they used the Sha Mang as a proxy. A resolute glint appeared in General Hu Yu's eyes. Since it's the Sha Mang civilization, there's no need for negotiation. Zhonghua, order the fleet to engage freely. I want to see whether their scavenged technology can match our hard-earned advancements. When Zhonghua nodded and then asked, Old Hu, what about the Tiansong 5-star? A fierce determination flashed in Hu Yu's eyes. If the Sha Mang fleet plans to use Tiansong 5 to destroy us, we'll give them a taste of 2 stars exploding. Move the battle line closer to the 3rd star in Ma Fu Yi. When Tiansong 5 detonates, we'll blow up the 3rd star as well. End this quickly and get out of here. If a small star cluster civilization is truly behind them, we might already be under their surveillance. When Zhonghua, somewhat excited, said, Old Hu, this is a bold move. Our stealth units will suffer significant losses. General Hu's voice was firm and cold. Go big or go home. If you don't eradicate the problem, it will come back to haunt you. Last time, we weren't strong enough to wipe them out completely. Now that they dare to challenge us again, we must erase the Sha Meng civilization from the universe. The protective capabilities of the Shadow Killers are formidable, but the human leadership is mentally prepared for losses. They firmly believe that the cost is justified if it means completely eradicating the Sand Python civilization. The Chief of General Staff stood before the holographic projection in the command center, watching the imminent battle with a grave expression. This operation will deplete our centuries-old stockpile of over 1,000 tons of antimatter, he said quietly. It will take us a long time to accumulate that much antimatter again. The Supreme Commander patted the Chief of General Staff on the shoulder, his voice filled with unwavering confidence. Don't worry. Our current annual production of antimatter has increased to 50 tons. It won't take long before we have ample reserves again. Besides, destroying a star doesn't require 1,000 tons of antimatter. Remember Tiansong 5? Just 30 kilograms of antimatter triggered that massive explosion. He walked over to the tactical sand table and pointed at the three-dimensional projection of the third star. This time, we only need to inject 500 tons of antimatter into the third star, placing it at critical nodes. The immense energy released from the antimatter annihilation will disrupt the star's core, causing a chain reaction that will lead to a stellar explosion. As the attack order was given, countless antimatter bombs propelled by curvature engines sped towards the Sand Python fleet, light years away. At 500 times the speed of light, it would take less than 3 minutes to cover the distance. Meanwhile, the Sand Python civilization had filled the region with various microsatellites to gather battlefield intelligence. When they detected the human fleet launching the first strike, the Sand Python commander, Ma Meng, was furious. To Ma Meng, humans were nothing more than a minor nuisance. Despite having a fleet of 20 million ships, their 100-meter-long vessels were no match for his colossal warships. Even if the human fleet increased tenfold, Ma Meng wouldn't take them seriously. He had believed that the might of his fleet, along with the stellar bomb Tiansong 5, would be enough to force the humans to surrender without a fight. Counterattack. Annihilate these ungrateful morsels. Ma Meng roared in rage. At this distance, laser weapons were ineffective. Even a galactic-level civilization couldn't overcome the energy attenuation of lasers over long distances. At this moment, antimatter bombs and gravity bombs became the most effective weapons. Countless antimatter bombs, driven by curvature engines, traversed the space within a light year. The entire region was distorted beyond recognition, and the intense spatial fluctuations caused many antimatter bombs to deviate from their intended paths, falling into each other's warped spaces and triggering a series of violent explosions. Although the antimatter bombs from both sides were only a few grams to a few hundred grams in size, they contained the energy to destroy an entire city. On the battlefield, human warships, with their compact size and superior maneuverability, weaved through the energy rifts created by the antimatter bombs to launch fierce attacks on the Sha Meng fleet. The Sha Meng warships skillfully dodged the first wave of human attacks and began their counteroffensive. The airspace was instantly illuminated by the weapons of both civilizations. High-energy lasers sliced through the darkness like swords, gravity bombs distorted the surrounding space, and antimatter bombs released dazzling bursts of light. A human, stealth killer warship charged to within 100 kilometers of a Sha Meng warship, deftly avoiding laser attacks before launching a dozen antimatter spheres via electromagnetic rail. These tiny yet lethal weapons almost instantly hit their target, causing annihilation upon contact with the Sha Meng warship's armor. The immense energy tossed the Sha Meng warship hundreds of kilometers away, blasting a large crater into its armor, but failing to completely destroy it. The Sha Meng warship quickly stabilized itself and retaliated against the stealth killer. A massive light spot, tens of meters in diameter, enveloped the stealth killer. The laser's immense power even affected the surrounding space, partially disabling the stealth killer's force field defenses. Under this intense attack, the stealth killer disintegrated in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, another stealth killer maneuvered to the Sha Meng warship's engine exhaust, launching an antimatter bomb. A fireball erupted from the rear of the Sha Meng warship, and the massive vessel exploded in segments, turning into debris drifting in space. Such scenes played out repeatedly across the battlefield, gradually shifting the overall situation. The enraged Sha Meng commander barked, "Kill them all. Throw out all the antimatter we have." The Sha Meng warships then unleashed a barrage of antimatter bombs, which relentlessly pursued the stealth killers, effectively stalling the human offensive. In contrast, the Sha Meng warships, with their thick armor, could withstand the human antimatter bombs, while the nimble stealth killers had to exert themselves to evade. The Sha Meng fleet's antimatter bombs, measured in hundreds of grams, were incredibly powerful, making it difficult for the stealth killers to escape unscathed from such intense explosions. The battlefield descended into utter chaos, with various weapons intertwining. Antimatter bombs, gravity bombs, high-energy lasers, and high-energy electromagnetic cannons wreaked havoc, and the explosions of warships lit up the void. Neither side dared to attempt warp travel, as the instability of space could cause warp engines to fail, leading to the disintegration of their warships. Additionally, increased gravity would draw surrounding bombs onto the warships. Thus, both sides relied on conventional engines for maneuvering, making the high-speed, small antimatter bombs even harder to avoid. The Shamang fleet's antimatter reserves far exceeded those of the humans, forcing the stealth killers to perform complex maneuvers around the Shamang warships while evading continuous laser attacks. In the command room on the first planet, when Zhonghua decisively ordered, use the anti-photon weapons to target their antimatter bombs. Anti-photon weapons, although a type of antimatter, are generated instantaneously and cannot be stored. Nevertheless, they can still annihilate with regular matter, releasing immense energy. Aboard a modified deep blue holographic command ship, millions of operators donned special glasses, their hands in constant motion. This seemingly bizarre scene was actually them linking to the stealth killers through a four-dimensional network for holographic control. With the command issued, the anti-photon beams no longer chipped away at the Shamang warships, but instead targeted the trailing Shamang antimatter tracking bombs. Although the anti-photon beams struggled to destroy the Shamang warships, they easily dismantled the antimatter tracking bombs. As fireballs blossomed in space, the antimatter bombs' balanced structures were disrupted, causing annihilation with the regular matter of their casings. The use of anti-photon beams rendered much of the Shamang fleet's antimatter bombs ineffective, but the Shamang's antimatter bombs exacted a heavy toll on the stealth killers. Countless stealth killers were either hit by tracking antimatter bombs or accidentally collided with the densely packed antimatter bombs in the airspace. One by one, operators regretfully removed their glasses and left the deep blue command ship dedicated to controlling the stealth killer fleet. The tide of battle turned sharply against the Sand Python fleet. Both sides had nearly exhausted their supply of antimatter bombs, rendering them far less effective. Amidst the chaos, the nimble infiltrators darted around like a swarm of bees, relentlessly harassing the enemy forces. The Sand Python fleet's laser beam weapons were incredibly powerful, reaching temperatures exceeding 500,000 degrees, far beyond the limits of material defenses. However, only a few beams managed to hit the infiltrators. The infiltrators skillfully diverted some of the energy using their gravitational field shields, rendering the Sand Python attacks largely ineffective. On the human side, the infiltrators' only remaining large-scale weapon was the photon beam. Despite the Sand Python warship's unexpectedly strong armor, the infiltrators adopted an ant devours elephant tactic. They targeted the weak points of the Sand Python warships such as conventional engine exhausts, external weapons, and instrument interfaces with pinpoint precision. Although few Sand Python warships were completely destroyed, a significant number were rendered combat ineffective, infuriating the Sand Python commander, Ma Meng, to no end. 10 million, 8 million, 7 million. The Sand Python warships were being depleted at an alarming rate. In contrast, the infiltrator fleet still had 18 million ships, with losses significantly lower than their opponent. This advantage was largely due to their advanced irregular space-bending field technology. Old Hu, at this rate, will soon take them down without needing to detonate the third star of Ma Fu-yi, an excited commander remarked. Hold on, Old Hu replied calmly. They'll soon be forced to detonate Tian Songwu because they can't sustain these losses. If they're willing to do that, it means their ships can withstand the explosion. Of course, so can ours. Now, it's a matter of whose shields are stronger. As soon as they detonate Tian Songwu, we'll detonate the third star of Ma Fu-yi. I don't believe they can withstand the fury of 2 stars. Even if they don't detonate Tian Songwu, as long as the battle line moves a bit closer to the third star, we'll detonate it to end this conflict quickly. Meanwhile, Ma Meng was nearly driven mad, roaring, "Damn humans, detonate Tian Songwu and let them feel the wrath of a star explosion." The loss of nearly half his fleet in a short time was far beyond his expectations. The primary purpose of Tian Song 5 was to intimidate humans, and Ma Meng had no intention of actually detonating it. The destructive power of a star exploding at close range was terrifying and would severely damage the fleet. However, the seemingly weak humans displayed astonishing combat prowess. Their bizarre defense technology rendered the Shamang fleet's attacks futile. At this point, Ma Meng had no choice but to detonate Tian Song 5 to inflict irreversible damage on the humans, at least to level the playing field and prevent the fleet from being annihilated. A Shamang warship hidden behind Tian Song 5 received the command and immediately launched a massive antimatter bomb. The bomb raced toward Tian Song 5 at 800 times the speed of light. In just 0.3 seconds, the bomb breached the outer gaseous layer of Tian Song 5. Within 0.01 seconds before being melted by the star's high temperature, it accurately reached the core. The scorching core instantly destroyed the bomb's exterior, causing hundreds of kilograms of stored antimatter to annihilate with the surrounding matter. The violent release of energy shattered the equilibrium maintained by Tian-Song 5 for billions of years. The inward gravitational pull could no longer contain the outward surge of energy, causing Tian-Song 5 to disintegrate in an instant. The explosive energy wave swept across the battlefield like a colossal tidal wave. Warships, large and small, were tossed like autumn leaves, carried away by the energy torrent. Countless battlefield fragments were reduced to particle form in the violent energy. Just 1 minute after Tian-Song 5's explosion, the third star of Ma Fu 1 was also detonated by humans. The energy in the space sector surged by more than tenfold. The entire region turned into a hell's cape, filled with high-energy radiation and particle streams. The Sha-Meng fleet, still reeling from Tian-Song 5's wrath, faced an even more intense energy assault. This time, the Sha-Meng fleet couldn't escape. Confronted with a star several times the size of Tian-Song 5, their defenses completely collapsed. One by one, the warships disintegrated in the energy tide, turning into cosmic dust. The Sha-Meng civilization lost its leadership once again. Originally, the Sha-Meng believed their fleet could withstand Tian-Song 5's fury, while the smaller human fleet would be obliterated by the stellar explosion. They underestimated the unique nature of human warship force field technology. This difference marked the gap between mid-level and early-stage galactic civilizations. With advanced force field protection, a significant portion of the energy flow hitting the human warships was bent by distorted space. It was like trying to poke a fish in water with a stick seemingly able to reach, but always missing due to light refraction. However, the power of the stellar explosion was so immense that even indirect hits caused substantial damage to the human fleet. In the end, the human assassin fleet also suffered greatly, with nearly half of their warships reduced to basic particles. Both sides underestimated the devastating power of a stellar explosion. The first and second stars of Ma Fu 1 also became highly unstable under the energy onslaught, with super flares erupting one after another. If not for the underground city on the first planet being shielded from the stars, its inhabitants would have faced severe harm. The fleet might not have much attachment to the stars of Ma Fu 1, but Tian-Song 5 was different. This star had given the fleet a second chance at life. Without Tian-Song 5, the fleet might still be struggling to find a foothold or have long exhausted its energy in the vast void of space, forever silent. Who you silently vowed in his heart, Tian-Song 5, if I ever have the power, I will restore your former glory. I will find each lost planet for you. Fragments from the stellar explosion continued to slowly spread, potentially forming a massive nebula around Ma Fu 1. However, there was no time to admire this future spectacle. The surviving assassins immediately regrouped and entered warp state to search the surrounding space. A fleet of 5 million warships had already assembled, ready to scour Tian-Song 5's remnants for any surviving Sha-Meng. This time, they were determined to obliterate the Sha-Meng civilization completely. Although the Tian-Song 5-star system no longer existed, Sha-Meng life forms might still remain in that space. Notably, this time the Sha-Meng civilization had deployed only warships, with no civilian ships in sight. In the original space of Tian-Song 5, aside from the empty starry sky, there were hundreds of massive civilian ships. The Sha-Meng population had relocated to these ships, awaiting the triumphant return of their leaders. Several light days away from these civilian ships, a silver diamond-shaped spacecraft quietly hovered in the void. It was the same observer's ship from before. A bunch of worthless fools. The inspector roared furiously, his voice echoing in the cramped cockpit of the spaceship. His knuckles whitened as he gripped the control stick tightly. I'm still 2 targets short of completing the mission assigned by my master. What a waste of time on these idiots. The inspector knew well that the Sha-Meng fleet's early-stage galactic capabilities were insufficient to completely annihilate human civilization. Yet, their swift and utter defeat had far exceeded his expectations. Properly orchestrated, inflicting severe damage on human civilization should have been a breeze. Thinking of his civilization's master, the inspector shuddered, his scalp tingling. He regretted deeply that the leaders of his civilization had made a fatal misstep, plunging their entire race into an inescapable abyss. After finishing his curses, the inspector immediately started the spaceship and set a course back to the original sector of Tiansong-Wu. The residents of the Sha-Meng civilization were still oblivious to the fact that their leaders and massive fleet had been reduced to basic particles. Cutting-edge technology like the four-dimensional network was not something every galactic-level civilization could master, and the Sha-Meng civilization was far from it. Your leaders are dead. I'm here to inform you so you don't die in ignorance, the inspector said coldly as his spaceship approached the Sha-Meng residential fleet. The leader of the residential fleet was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Sir, that's impossible. Our warships are far superior to those of humans. What do you mean by this? Why would we die in ignorance?" The inspector sneered, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. "I have no idea how such a foolish species has survived this long. What a waste of the galaxy's energy. Now, I'll personally send you to meet your leaders." A bunch of idiots like you don't deserve to live. Sir, please don't. The plea from the leader of the residential fleet was cut short as the inspector sprang into action. His spaceship darted like a ghost among the Sha-Mang residential ships, leaving a trail of fireballs in its wake. In an instant, the Sha-Mang civilization vanished from the galaxy. Meanwhile, at the Human Fleet Command Center, an officer reported to General Hu Yu, "General, we found no trace of the Sha-Mang civilization in the Tiansongwu sector. We searched several hundred light-years around the area but found nothing. It's possible that the Sha-Mang residents dispersed among their warships, or they may have retreated earlier." Additionally, the fleet searching near the Ma Fui sector found no signs of Sha-Mang warships. They likely perished in the energy surge from the star explosion. General Hu Yu pondered for a moment before issuing orders. "Notify all ships to return home. It's time for us to depart as well." It had been over 3 years since the war ended. Although the Sha-Mang fleet was defeated, humanity gained no technological advancements and instead exposed this region of space to the universe. With a fleet still boasting over 1 million warships, finding a desolate star system to settle in wouldn't be difficult as long as they avoided provoking other civilizations. People had spent enough time in underground cities. The human longing for sunlight had remained unchanged for hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of years, deeply imprinted in their genes. Despite efforts to simulate Earth's environment, only witnessing the light of a star firsthand brought true comfort and satisfaction. Aboard the fleet, people could occasionally enjoy starlight through the thick portholes. The underground cities, however, felt like sealed boxes, with only a few individuals allowed to surface under strict protection. Temperatures exceeding 600 degrees could easily claim human lives with the slightest misstep. The deep blue has lain dormant in the soil for half a century. These colossal machines have been quietly buried underground, their conventional propulsion engines nearly powerless against the planet's gravitational pull. However, the advent of the warp engine has fundamentally changed this scenario. The degree of spatial curvature that the Deep Blue's warp engine can achieve renders the planet's gravitational pull almost negligible in comparison. Through massive steel pipelines connecting the Deep Blue to the underground city, people began transporting various equipment, supplies, and products onto the ship. As the fleet expanded, the amount of materials grew exponentially. When departing from Tiansongwu, the Deep Blue had 90% of its space unoccupied. Now, not only are hundreds of engineering ships filled to the brim, but over 100 Deep Blue ships are also loaded with supplies. These machines and equipment form the foundation for the fleet's future development, along with the living necessities needed by billions of people for the upcoming centuries. Clearing out the underground city took over 3 years, with most of the time consumed by pipeline transportation. The pipeline's diameter was limited, requiring many large pieces of equipment to be disassembled before passing through. Sometimes, a single large piece of equipment would cause a blockage. If shuttles could be used for transportation as on Tiansongwu, at least 2/3 of the time could have been saved. This time, Hu Yu did not set a specific destination for the fleet. He decided to lead them continuously towards the left side of the galactic plane until they found a suitable star system to settle in. Numerous questions lingered in Hu Yu's mind. The reason for the insect invasion, the location of the abyss, the existence of galactic civilizations, who orchestrated the sand python civilization, the secrets known to Mr. Daozi, and the mysteries surrounding himself. Hu Yu felt that only by getting closer to the insects could these puzzles be unraveled one by one. Based on Mr. Daozi's words, Ma Fui was still 20 to 30,000 light-years away from the front line between the galactic civilizations and the insects. Hu Yu was confident that he could lead the fleet to become a minor star sector civilization before reaching the front line. Just as the fleet was about to leave Ma Fui, Vice Admiral Yang Fan approached Hu Yu. "General, there's something I need to report," Yang Fan said straightforwardly. "What is it?" "Go ahead." Hu Yu gestured for him to continue. "General, do you remember I mentioned encountering a planetary civilization on our way to Ma Fui?" Yang Fan reminded. "Yes, I vaguely recall that. What's the matter?" Hu Yu asked. Yang Fan explained. "If we leave Ma Fui without notifying them, in about 300 years, the high-energy radiation and particle streams from the explosion of Tiansongwu and Ma Fui's third star will engulf that planet. Unless they advance to a stellar civilization within this period, they will be unable to withstand this disaster." "You mean?" Hu Yu pursued. "General, if possible, could we detour to inform them? After all, our actions brought this disaster upon them. If someone had helped us during Earth's era, maybe we wouldn't be in our current predicament," Yang Fan earnestly suggested. Hu Yu looked at Yang Fan in surprise. "I didn't expect you to be so sentimental. All right, a detour of 300 light-years won't delay us too much. Let's check out the situation first. Observing the development trajectories of other civilizations can be very beneficial for us. If they're worth saving, we will help them. If they're like the sand python civilization, we'll let them fend for themselves." Hu Yu continued. "Every civilization's development trajectory is unique. Although a planetary civilization's technology might not significantly enhance our strength, Their creativity and ideas might inspire our scientists and help solve some long-standing technological bottlenecks. Thank you, General. Yang Fan expressed his gratitude. Go ahead. The fleet still has a lot of work that needs your attention. Make sure everything is in order without any mistakes. Who you instructed? Yes, I will ensure the task is completed. Yang Fan replied firmly. The prepared fleet lifted off from the first planet. After the battle with the Sand Python civilization, half of the stealth killers were destroyed, leaving 10 million ships, which were still sufficient for now. Besides protecting the Deep Blue, a few million ships could be allocated for combat. Compared to the departure from Tian Tsangwu, the situation had improved tenfold. Especially with the Deep Blue's speed increasing from several times the speed of light to 100 times, it significantly reduced the fleet's burden, as the Deep Blue had always been a major load for the fleet. Not only Hu Yu but all the scientists were highly interested in this planetary civilization. The fleet had been on the move for hundreds of years, encountering numerous civilizations but never engaging in in-depth communication with any. Perhaps the universe is inherently harsh, making communication between civilizations extremely difficult. But now the situation was different. This civilization was still at the planetary level, while the fleet had reached galactic civilization strength. With powerful backing, communication should not be an issue, and there might even be unexpected gains. After a brief 3-year journey, the fleet finally arrived at the stellar system previously observed by Yang Fan. It was a breathtaking system, with 3 planets orbiting a young yellow dwarf star. The second planet was particularly striking, with its surface displaying a blend of blue and green hues, resembling a miniature Earth. The blue oceans and green forests intertwined, showcasing its unique charm to these visitors from the solar system, thousands of light years away. Hu Yu stood on the bridge, gazing at the holographic projection of the second planet, his brow slightly furrowed. Yang Fan, are you certain that the civilization on this planet is only at the planetary level? He asked, a hint of doubt in his voice. At this moment, the fleet had cautiously parked in the orbit of the third planet, avoiding a direct approach to the potentially inhabited second planet. Yang Fan responded immediately, General, at least it was several decades ago. Given the time span, their development rate shouldn't be that rapid. We observed from a distance using optical equipment and found no signs of high-tech artifacts. There were no traces of civilization within the entire star system. Hu Yu nodded and then ordered, begin data collection on the second planet. We are preparing for landing. Shortly thereafter, a science officer reported, General, data collection and analysis are complete. The second planet's gravity is 1.5 times that of Earth's, within our tolerable range. It has a strong magnetic field that can shield against cosmic radiation. The air composition is not suitable for human respiration, and we've detected unknown microorganisms. Standard protective suits will be required for landing. Very well, Hu Yu said. The fleet will remain in orbit around the third planet. Dispatch exploration teams to survey the first and third planets. I will land on the second planet with several academicians from the science vessel. Yang Fan, somewhat concerned, advised, General, for safety reasons, shouldn't we let the exploration team land first? Hu Yu shook his head, his tone firm. No need. A smaller group of us landing will help avoid causing any alarm. Regarding safety, the current data is sufficient. With the security squad and landing craft, we can ensure our safety. A small landing craft navigated through the dense clouds of the second planet, circling repeatedly before finally locking onto its target, a peculiar structure towering over 20 meters high. The building's design seemed to defy all logic, yet it exuded an inexplicable sense of harmony. Considering the landing craft size far exceeded the structure, Hu Yu and the scientists decided, after careful deliberation, to land in a lake 500 meters away from the building. Surrounding the lake was an open field filled with various exotic plants. Surprisingly, the lake was less than 2 meters deep. The landing craft used its landing gear to hover steadily above the water, and positioned one side of the hatch near the shore for easy access. Hu Yu led a team, fully armed and clad in sealed protective suits. Accompanied by a dozen heavily armed guards, they cautiously disembarked from the landing craft. To their astonishment, tens of thousands of native creatures had already gathered around, almost encircling the craft completely. Is this the planet's civilized species? Hu Yu exclaimed. They look just like rabbits. The group exchanged bewildered glances, hardly believing their eyes. These creatures did indeed resemble Earth rabbits in size and varied fur colors. However, they walked upright like humans and wore various ornaments and clothing. Professor Zhang, Professor Xiao, this trip is truly eye-opening. Hu Yu said excitedly, look, a rabbit civilization. Professor Xiao cautiously reminded, General, the resemblance is only superficial. We should refrain from making any rash moves to avoid provoking hostility. Professor Zhang added, we should attempt to establish communication. Judging by their creations, these creatures seem quite intelligent. Look at this building. It appears chaotic on the surface, but it actually embodies advanced knowledge of mathematics, physics, and architecture. If it weren't for a galactic-level civilization, we wouldn't even recognize its intricacies. As time passed, more and more rabbit-like beings gathered, quickly surpassing 100,000. The nearest group was only 10 meters from the landing craft, filling the entire open space with a cacophony of noise. Both sides scrutinized each other as if examining rare treasures. Professor Xiao, I feel like a celebrity, who you joked? Professor Xiao, however, looked worried. General, you can enjoy being a celebrity. I'm more concerned about finding a leader among this sea of rabbits. Just then, who you noticed something unusual. Professor Xiao, don't worry. Look, the leader is coming. Following Hu Yu's gaze, they saw the rabbit crowd parting to form a path connecting the landing craft to the 20-meter-high building. All eyes were now focused on the building, seemingly forgetting the landing craft's presence. A group of rabbit-like beings emerged from the building. Due to the distance and the basic glass helmets of their protective suits, the details were hard to discern. If they had been wearing heavy-duty suits with multifunctional helmets, they could have seen clearly even from 50-100 meters away. However, on this high-gravity planet, wearing heavy equipment for long periods was a tough task. A few minutes later, they finally saw the rabbit group more clearly. An elderly rabbit sat in a wooden cart, flanked by a dozen strong young rabbits as guards. The elderly rabbit waved to the crowd on either side as they moved forward. The rabbits lining the path were even more enthusiastic than when the landing craft had arrived. The wooden cart stopped in front of Hu Yu and his team. The elderly rabbit waved to the crowd behind, and instantly, the noisy throng fell silent. The old rabbit stared at Hu Yu, motionless. Academician Zhang and several scientists were intently calibrating a complex instrument. This remarkable device had the ability to collect and interpret the movements and linguistic signals of various intelligent species. Whether through sound, motion, or even the legendary telepathy, each species had its unique mode of communication. Despite the vast differences from human communication, such as some species using sound frequencies beyond human hearing, the instrument could capture these signals, build a database, and continuously conduct modeling experiments. Theoretically, with enough data, it could quickly decipher the language of the rabbits in front of them. The scientist had been working for a long time, but still hadn't achieved the expected results. The output from the instrument remained an indecipherable, alien language. Frustrated, Academician Zhang decided to abandon the instrument and seek alternative methods to establish a communication channel. Academician, is there something wrong with the instrument? Hu Yu asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Academician Zhang shook his head and sighed. The instrument is fine. It's these rabbits that are the problem. We need a large amount of data, but these rabbits seem to be discussing the same thing. The data we can collect is too limited for the instrument to build a sufficient database for simulation and comparison. Hu Yu suggested, why don't we try using hand signals first? Or perhaps use a display screen to gradually establish a communication mechanism. We have plenty of time, so there's no rush. Unlike the past few centuries, this moment isn't as urgent. We've always been racing against time before. At that moment, an unexpected voice came through the helmet. Friends, welcome to Snowstar. Although the voice was slightly off-key, it was clear and understandable. The scientists exchanged bewildered looks, momentarily speechless. These scholars, known for their rigor, were now doubting their own ears. After a few seconds of astonishment, everyone's gaze simultaneously focused on the elderly rabbit in front of them. The rabbit spoke again. Friends, welcome to Snowstar. This time, they confirmed the voice indeed came from the old rabbit. Hu Yu responded through an external voice device. Hello? The old rabbit introduced himself. I am the chieftain of Snowstar, and these are our snow people. On behalf of everyone, I welcome you. May I ask where you come from and why you have arrived on Snowstar? Despite the old rabbit's outward calmness, Hu Yu detected a hint of unease in his tone. Hu Yu found this reaction understandable. If an unfamiliar civilization suddenly arrived on Earth, humans would likely feel anxious, fearful, and might even cause unrest. In comparison, the residents of Snowstar, as these rabbits called themselves, were remarkably composed. Hu Yu couldn't help but wonder whether this was due to their extensive experience, or simply their inherently calm nature. Chieftain, there's no need to worry. We come in peace and have no intention of harming any of your people on Snowstar, Hu Yu declared firmly and sincerely, hoping to dispel any potential misunderstandings the Snow Tribe might have. The Snow Tribe's chieftain, an elderly yet spirited rabbit, spoke slowly. Welcome. It has been a very long time since we've had visitors on Snowstar. His tone carried a hint of nostalgia. Unfortunately, the differences between our civilizations are vast, so I cannot prepare a grand feast for you. In fact, I haven't left this building in ages, and even my own people rarely see me. But today, to welcome you, I have come out once more. Academician Zhang sent a message to Hu Yu via their internal channel. General, this Snow Tribe chieftain is not simple. Hu Yu subtly nodded, indicating his understanding. Academician Zhang then turned to the chieftain, curious. Chieftain, thank you for your warm welcome. May I ask how you know our language? The chieftain's eyes gleamed with wisdom as he explained, Oh, it's quite simple. You've been here for a while, and I learned your language by accumulating data from your speech, much like how you operate that machine of yours. However, as intelligent beings, we excel in certain areas compared to machines, so I learned a bit faster than your machine. Who you looked incredulously at the two academicians. Is that possible? Academician Zhang smiled. General, you should ask Academician Xiao. He's more specialized in this field. Academician Xiao explained. General, it's entirely possible. Even back on Earth, we had projects on biological computers and some semi-mature prototypes. While our focus was on logical thinking rather than sheer computational power, biologically, it's entirely plausible for a being to have thought processes comparable to our advanced computers. Who you sighed. Amazing. It took us humans hundreds of years to reach our current level of computational technology, and they are born with it. It's truly humbling. The Snow Tribe chieftain continued. Guests, where do you come from? Realizing the potential for extensive dialogue between the two civilizations, who you suggested, chieftain, we are humans from Earth civilization. How about we find a place to sit and talk? I believe we have much to discuss. The chieftain apologized. Forgive me, guests, for my excitement. However, our buildings are too small to accommodate your stature. He pointed to a massive plant several kilometers away. There is a sacred tree of Snow Star, which has been growing for countless millions of years. Shall we speak beneath it? The tree towered over 100 meters high, with a canopy covering several square kilometers. On a planet with gravity 1.5 times that of Earth, such a colossal plant indeed seemed worthy of being called a sacred tree. Who you instructed his guards and scientists, stay here and wait. I will go with the two academicians. Ensure the scientists' safety and avoid any conflict with the Snow Tribe. Scientists may collect data nearby, but adhere strictly to our exploration protocols. Yes, General, the guards responded in unison. Who you and the two academicians followed the chieftain's wooden cart to the massive tree a few hundred meters away. The area was lush with green grass, and unknown small animals hopped on the tree while colorful snow star birds flew overhead. This scenery was common on Snow Star, but a breathtaking sight for visitors from Earth. The Snow Tribe had already cleared a spot and laid down dry grass. Everyone sat down, and Who you began to share their story. Chieftain, over 300 years ago, we left Earth due to certain circumstances and wandered through space. About 200 years ago, we stopped for supplies in a star system about 300 light-years from here, and were attacked by another wandering civilization. We lost many of our people in the ensuing battle. For safety, we traveled another 500 light-years to a different star system to hide. However, 3 years ago, that civilization found us again, and we fought once more. Over 100 years of development brought both of our civilizations to the level of star systems. During the battle, we each detonated a star. We survived by luck, while the attacking civilization was wiped out from the universe. The Snow Tribe chieftain nodded thoughtfully. Surviving a star explosion indicates that your civilization must be more advanced than theirs. Yes, for the sake of survival, our civilization developed in a distorted manner, leaning heavily towards warfare. This has made us slightly stronger than them. After the First World War, we embarked on a long migration. During this journey, one of our fleets passed by Snow Star and discovered your existence. Therefore, on our next departure, we made a deliberate detour to inform you of an important message. In over 300 years, the powerful shockwaves from the explosion of 2 stars will sweep through this region. You need to prepare in advance, and that is the purpose of our visit to Snow Star. The chieftain's long ears twitched slightly, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. He responded in a gentle voice, Thank you for the warning. Your kindness will be rewarded. Who you noticed that the chieftain's reaction to the news of the star explosions was unexpectedly calm, which was not what he had anticipated. Given the Snow Tribe's wisdom, they should have a basic understanding of the universe and the implications of 2 stars exploding simultaneously. Despite appearing as harmless rabbit-like beings, their true thoughts were hard to gauge. Cautiously, Who you cleared his throat and added, By the way, chieftain, our fleet is stationed in the orbit of the 3rd planet. If your people observe it, please tell them not to be alarmed. While our human civilization is not inherently peaceful, we are willing to show goodwill as long as other civilizations do not provoke us. The chieftain suddenly made a human-like smile, which surprised the human representatives present. In a gentle yet wise tone, he said, General, if I may call you that, you need not harbor any apprehension towards us. Our people have already calculated, based on extensive data, that your intentions are benevolent. Initially, I was unsure, but my people just informed me that your goodwill rating is nearly 100, meaning we fully trust you. The 3 human representatives were once again stunned by the elder rabbit's words, exchanging puzzled glances. The chieftain continued unhurriedly, General, please do not be puzzled. Have you forgotten about our brain's computing speed? We have analyzed and modeled your every expression, speech speed, tone, and body language to confirm the authenticity of your words. Of course, we do not make conclusions based solely on this. In fact, we are aware of your actions on Tiansong 5 and Mafu 1. Nonetheless, I sincerely thank you for coming specifically to warn us of the impending danger. What? The three of them exclaimed almost simultaneously, their eyes filled with disbelief. They had already witnessed and accepted that the Snow Clan's thinking speed rivaled that of computers. But the idea that the Snow Clan could know their every move on Tiansong 5 and Ma Fu 1 seemed utterly fantastical. Hu's gaze swept across the surface of Snow Star. This planet was clearly just a world of a planetary-level civilization, with a clean orbit devoid of even a single satellite. If not for the sporadic buildings on the surface, they might have mistaken it for a primitive life-bearing planet. The extraordinary thinking speed of the Snow Clan and their ability to gather information across hundreds of light-years were clearly two different matters. Even if the Snow Clan had reached a minor star cluster civilization level, it would be impossible for them to know such distant affairs without deploying warships or probes to the scene. As for whether a major star cluster civilization had such capabilities, Hu was uncertain. Noticing their puzzled expressions, the old rabbit paused his narrative. A clansman handed him a plant-based container filled with a liquid resembling water. The elderly rabbit's hands trembled, spilling some on himself as he drank. A clansman immediately stepped forward to carefully wipe him clean. Academician Zhang spoke up, "Chief, according to the classification of civilizations in the galaxy, you should still be at the lowest planetary level stage. With all due respect, how did you know about our actions on Tiansong 5 and Mafu 1? Are you hiding your true strength and not just a planetary level civilization?" The old rabbit chief sighed and said slowly, "It's a long story. We are indeed at the planetary level civilization stage, and our people still use primitive physical carriers to transmit messages over long distances. But at the same time, we are more than just a planetary level civilization. Our true level far surpasses that of a major star cluster civilization. If our guests are not in a hurry, I can explain slowly." He paused for a moment and began recounting the ancient history of Snow Star. Snow Star is an ancient planet, almost as old as the universe itself, over 10 billion years. About 500 million years after its formation, the Snow Clan emerged. As one of the earliest civilizations in the universe, the Snow Clan rapidly developed due to their advantage in thinking speed. In just 50,000 years, they dominated the Milky Way. At that time, the Milky Way was vastly different from what it is now, with indistinct boundaries from surrounding galaxies. The universe had just been born, and the central black hole of the Milky Way was still competing with black holes from nearby galaxies for various celestial bodies. The entire universe was like a pot of boiling water, with celestial bodies' orbits extremely chaotic, almost without fixed orbits. Every moment, stars collided, causing massive explosions, while new celestial bodies gathered enough matter to ignite their cores and become stars. During the densest period, the distance between most stars was less than a light day. Planets formed even faster, and in this highly chaotic environment with intense material exchange, civilizations sprouted like mushrooms after rain on various planets. However, over 99 of these civilizations vanished before they could develop enough to withstand the frequent stellar explosions. Snow Star and the Snow Clan were fortunate. Snow Star navigated through countless stars without collision, and the Snow Clan, with their high-speed brains, reached a galactic-level civilization in a very short time. At this level, they finally had the ability to protect themselves and survive the storms of stellar explosions. After that, the Snow Clan developed at an astonishing pace, leaving other civilizations far behind. About 50,000 years after the Snow Clan's emergence, the Milky Way began to take shape. The galactic disk was only 10,000 light-years in diameter, and the central black hole had captured hundreds of billions of stars and an equal number of planets. As the universe expanded, the boundaries between the Milky Way and surrounding galaxies gradually became clear. The star density in the boundary regions was roughly equivalent to the current level in the Milky Way, which was already considered very sparse in the universe over 10 billion years ago. It was at this time that the first leader of the Snow Clan led them to conquer millions of advanced civilizations within the Milky Way, unifying the entire galaxy in one fell swoop. Every habitable planet became Snow Clan territory, and their population grew beyond measure. Their warships spread throughout the Milky Way, and they could have continued to dominate, but the first leader made a fatal mistake. The string of victories went to the first leader's head. Despite data showing a disadvantage, he amassed a massive fleet and launched an attack on the neighboring Andromeda galaxy. However, upon entering Andromeda, they were shocked to find that the Milky Way was an insignificant small galaxy, and its civilizations were far less advanced than those in Andromeda. That battle was a complete defeat for us. Under the relentless assault from the Andromeda galaxy, trillions of our warships were reduced to cosmic dust, and we lost over 90% of our military strength. The news of this disastrous defeat spread like lightning across the entire Milky Way. The native civilizations we had suppressed for so long seized the opportunity and quickly united to launch a fierce counterattack against us. Without our main fleet, we were like a fragile leaf in the vast ocean, facing the combined onslaught of millions of civilizations. The root of this catastrophe can be traced back to our first chieftain. His excessive oppression of these native civilizations accumulated deep resentment. Now, these civilizations have erupted with a frenzied desire for revenge, unleashing a merciless purge against us. Amid this chaos, other galactic civilizations lurked in the shadows, coveting our advanced technology and waiting to plunder at the opportune moment. On every planet, bloody massacres unfolded. Our Shwe people were never adept at close combat, and many ordinary residents fell at the hands of even the most primitive native creatures. Worse still, some of our kin became food for other species. On the streets, the bodies of our people were priced for consumption by other civilizations. Some unfortunate souls were even devoured alive, their screams echoing through the stars. The first chieftain witnessed all of this, but was powerless to reverse it. In the end, he resolutely piloted his ship into a star, ending his own life. At this critical moment, on a planet at the edge of the Milky Way, millions of our people still survived. Our second chieftain stepped up, leading us to calmly analyze the situation. They quickly concluded that there was no place for us in the entire Milky Way. This galaxy, spanning over 10,000 light-years, housed millions of advanced civilizations, not to mention countless subordinate ones. Blinded by hatred and greed, these civilizations would undoubtedly turn the entire Milky Way upside down to hunt us down. In this dire situation, the second chieftain made a bold decision. He led the remaining few million of our people to set their sights on the Sextans constellation. At that time, Sextans was about 400,000 light-years from the Milky Way, only a tenth of the current distance. It was a smaller star system compared to the Milky Way, and for that reason, the likelihood of it nurturing advanced civilizations was much lower than in larger galaxies. For species without special abilities like ours, it takes an unimaginably long time to independently develop to a high level. Most of the time, the progress of civilization depends on interactions with other civilizations, whether through war or peaceful exchanges. Therefore, the more civilizations in a galaxy, the higher the chances of advanced civilizations emerging. Choosing Sextans might be our last hope. The Sextans constellation has become the new homeland for our snow tribe. This small star system is far enough from the Milky Way, and after decades of long journeying, we finally reached our destination. Here, our second chieftain joined us in deep contemplation about the meaning of civilization. We couldn't help but ask ourselves, what is the driving force of development? Is it for safety, self-preservation, power, desire, or simply following natural instincts? After much deliberation, most of our tribe reached a consensus. It was the selfish desires of civilization that led to the Snow Tribe's tragedy. If we hadn't been blinded by desire, we wouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation. Based on this understanding, we implemented genetic modifications on our people. This not only changed our appearance but, more importantly, removed most of our selfish desires. As our desires faded, we became free from wants and needs. In this state, technology seemed to lose its significance. We settled in a peaceful life on the edge of the Sextans constellation, within a small asteroid system. It turned out that without selfish desires, our people lived even happier lives. We stayed away from the conflicts at the center of the galaxy and did not engage with other civilizations. Our technology was retained only for self-defense, and the rest was abandoned. For the long years that followed, the Snow Tribe lived quietly in the Sextans constellation, until 5 billion years ago, when the second chieftain was nearing the end of his life. On his deathbed, he expressed a wish that we would eventually return to the Milky Way. He believed that after such a long time, the old hatreds would have faded. Moreover, with our people's appearances completely changed, the likelihood of being discovered by hostile civilizations was minimal. As long as we remained low-key, we could ensure our safety. So, 5 billion years ago, I led our people back to the Milky Way. Fortune smiled upon the Snow Tribe once again. Upon entering the edge of the Milky Way, we discovered that the former Snow Star still existed. We relocated the Snow Star here, buried our spaceship, and concealed all technological artifacts, fully integrating into an ordinary planetary civilization. Wait a moment, Chief, interrupted Professor Shao, a biologist intrigued by the chieftain's age. Are you saying that you are 5 billion years old? The chieftain nodded calmly. Indeed. However, my people do not have such long lifespans. They typically live around 1,000,000 years. In our tribe, only a few possess special genes, granting them not only longevity but also exceptional intellectual abilities. These individuals are the backbone of the Snow Tribe, and we select our next chieftain from among them. In fact, we are currently considering this issue, as my end is near, estimated to be within the next 10,000 years. Hearing this, you raised a question. Chief, if you abandon technology, how do you know about Tian Song 5 and Mafu 1? The chieftain took a sip of water and continued. In reality, even if we wanted to retain technology, it would have been difficult. When the second chieftain led us to the Sexton's constellation, we took almost no significant technological reserves with us. After all, it was just a planet on the edge of the Milky Way, of little importance. The core of civilization wouldn't place critical technology in such a location. Ironically, it was this very reason that allowed us to escape pursuit and continue the Snow Tribe's civilization. He added, after returning to the Milky Way, our planet's defense mainly relies on a few warships deeply buried under Snow Star. These warships are over 1 billion years old, with many parts decayed over time. However, as long as it's not a large-scale invasion by a galactic-level civilization, these warships can barely ensure Snow Star's safety. Sometimes, I ponder the future of the Snow Tribe, knowing that these warships will eventually become scrap metal. When that time comes, how will we protect our people? Additionally, we have placed several high-dimensional portals within a few hundred light-years around us. These portals act like hidden eyes in the starry sky, allowing us to observe the surrounding areas. Under normal circumstances, unless it's a major stellar region civilization, these high-dimensional portals would not be detected. So, I am aware of your activities at Tiansong 5 and Mafu 1. The chieftain detailed their observations of the human fleet. When you first arrived at Tiansong 5, you were merely an early-stage stellar civilization. Just as you began to develop, you were attacked by the Sand Python fleet. Later, you were pursued by another galactic-level civilization until 3 years ago when you fought the Sand Python fleet again, triggering the explosion of the third star at Tiansong 5 and Mafu 1. We observed all of this. Hearing that the Snow Tribe was once so powerful, dominating the Milky Way and even waging war in the Andromeda Galaxy, Yu and his team couldn't help but feel moved. Even though the Snow Tribe had declined, the remaining technology couldn't be as scant as the old chieftain described. If their fleet could obtain this technology, it would undoubtedly make a significant leap forward. However, the trio quickly suppressed this adventurous thought. The fact that the other side dared to be candid meant they had something to rely on. Moreover, the Snow Tribe had not provoked or harmed them. Such plundering behavior did not align with the principles of Yu's human fleet, nor was it their way of handling matters. There is no right or wrong, no morality, only winning and losing between civilizations. This seems to be the understanding of all civilizations. However, deep in Yu's heart, he always believed that the universe was not solely a dark place. He was convinced that having an additional friend was always better than having another enemy. Even setting aside moral considerations, attacking a former galactic overlord rashly was far from wise. A hint of a smile flickered in the chieftain's eyes. General, forgive us for the misunderstanding. We thought you were merely a planetary-level civilization, yet you came all the way here to warn us about safety. In your words, this is truly laughable. Yu felt a wave of embarrassment, his cheeks flushing slightly. The chieftain continued, No, General, your goodwill deeply moved me. In the billions of years since we returned to the galaxy, over 100 civilizations have come to Snow Star. Some passed by accidentally, others expanded here naturally, but in the end, they all wanted to claim Snow Star as their own. However, they all left with only traces behind. The chieftain's tone softened. Yours is the only civilization that came to Snow Star with benevolence. Although hearing about our technological level may have stirred your hearts and even sparked thoughts of seizing it, reason ultimately prevailed. He pondered aloud. Perhaps we were wrong. Eliminating selfish desires may not be the best solution. Being able to control those desires, as you have, is the highest state. As for whether the next chieftain should redevelop technology, that will be up to them. Yu was taken aback by the chieftain's words. He took a deep breath and admitted, Chieftain, it seems we can't hide anything from you. I confess, we did have such thoughts. I believe any civilization would find it hard to remain calm in the face of such temptation. Since we've been found out, there's no need to hide it. Being honest is better. The chieftain nodded. That's normal. Civilized species are inherently filled with greed and selfish desires. We are a prime example. But in the end, we paid a heavy price for our greed, ending up in our current state. His gaze grew profound. Perhaps this flaw is particularly obvious in the earliest civilizations. When we returned to the galaxy, we carefully explored the entire system and found the situation unexpectedly bleak. The once bustling Milky Way had become extraordinarily empty, with hundreds of billions of civilizations reduced to less than 1 million, and even the millions of advanced civilizations had vanished. The existing advanced civilizations developed later. The chieftain sighed. We suspect that after the Snow Tribe exited the galactic stage, these civilizations experienced prolonged large-scale wars. They all wanted to become the second Snow Tribe, dominating the galaxy. The result was that all civilizations were destroyed in the flames of war. They didn't understand that the glory of the Snow Tribe could not be replicated. Yu listened intently, his gratitude evident. Chieftain, thank you for telling us so much about the galaxy's secrets. Our civilization has only been enlightened for less than 2 million years and knows nothing of the galaxy's past. He hesitated for a moment but couldn't resist asking, Chieftain, do you know anything about the Zerg? As soon as the chieftain finished speaking, Hu Yu and the others couldn't help but silently scoff. They knew well that the phrase reflect on the past, live in the present, look to the future was something Hu Yu had said on a whim. While it made some sense, it was far from being a profound aphorism. At that moment, the differences between humans and the Snow tribe became even more apparent. Members of the Snow tribe possessed cognitive abilities far surpassing those of ordinary humans. Each individual was akin to a supercomputer with autonomous logic. However, their capacity for emotional thinking was astonishingly low. In contrast, although human thought processes were slower than those of the Snow tribe, humans always managed to find reasons to push themselves forward. Human civilization, though developing slowly and through many twists and turns, always moved in the right direction. This difference was like comparing an ox cart to a train. The train was fast but struggled with sudden obstacles, whereas the ox cart, though slow, could navigate around obstacles and avoid getting stuck. Hu Yu realized that the fleet had essentially achieved its objective, and it was time to leave. He said to the chieftain, Chieftain, our mission on Snow Star is more or less complete, and it's time for us to depart. He thought to himself that since the Snow tribe had the capability to handle the impending stellar storm, there was no reason for the human fleet to stay and risk unnecessary misunderstandings. The chieftain gratefully responded, General, thank you for your reminder. I will gather my people to study this issue and steer the Snow tribe back onto the path of technological development. He paused, then continued, as a token of our gratitude, my people have decided to give you the unified model of the 4 fundamental forces. With this model, the defensive capabilities of your warships will be significantly enhanced. Hu Yu politely declined, Chieftain, this gift is too generous. We came here with no expectation of any reward. The chieftain waved his hand dismissively and said, it's nothing. We don't have much technology left to offer. Even if I don't give you this unified model, you will likely figure it out on your own within a century or two. He then adopted a serious tone. Additionally, I must inform you of an important matter. Behind your war with the Sand Python civilization, there is a minor star sector civilization secretly at work. You must be very cautious. Hu Yu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Is that so? We've always suspected that the Sand Python civilization's rapid progress was unusual. Given their characteristics, it's impossible for them to catch up to our level in just a century without a technological tree. He asked, Chieftain, do you know which minor star sector civilization is behind this? The chieftain shook his head. We don't know either. Our surveillance only extends a few hundred light years around Snow Star, and there are no signs of a minor star sector civilization within this range. Therefore, we have no knowledge of their origins or intentions. Hu Yu and the Snow Clan chief continued their conversation. The chief candidly admitted that the Snow Clan had no impressive gifts to offer, but they could present their cultural product music. He explained that this music not only alleviates stress, but also inspires courage, with each piece embodying different emotions and meanings. I believe this music would be perfect for you, the chief said. Your emotional sensitivity might not be as developed as us humans, but these melodies could amplify your feelings, making your people more active and motivated. Hu Yu appreciated the chief's thoughtfulness. Chief, you are very considerate. We will definitely ensure that our people listen attentively to your cultural treasures. The old rabbit chief's expression suddenly turned serious. He said slowly, General, my time is almost up. This farewell might be our last. It has been an honor for the Snow Clan to meet you today. He bowed deeply and earnestly requested, when I am no longer here, I hope you can lend a hand if the Snow Clan faces any difficulties. On behalf of the Snow Clan, I thank you in advance. Hu Yu quickly responded, Chief, there's no need for such formality. As we humans say, since we are friends, mutual assistance is only natural. As long as it is within our capabilities, we will certainly do our best to help. He hesitated for a moment before adding, Chief, if you don't mind, I can offer you our human genetic technology for reference. Perhaps it could help extend your life. The chief shook his head gratefully. No need. I appreciate your kind offer. The lifespan of the Snow Clan cannot be altered. In truth, I do not fear death. For me, it is a release. Over the span of 5 billion years, I have been unable to untangle the knots in my heart. If I had met you earlier, perhaps the Snow Clan would be different today. The old chief then turned the conversation, pulling a young rabbit forward and introducing him. General, this is one of the candidates for our next chief. If my people agree to develop technology, he will become the 4th chief of the Snow Clan. The young rabbit stepped forward and respectfully greeted. Yueshua greets the general, Hu Yu quickly waved his hand. No need for such formality. How can a young chief bow to me? Besides, I cannot accept being called general by you. In terms of rank, you are actually higher than me. We are just one branch of human civilization, and I am merely the leader of this branch. The leader of our entire human civilization is not here. Yueshue tilted his head, puzzled. Oh, then if I shouldn't call you General, what should I call you? Huyu found himself both amused and exasperated by the Snow Clan's emotional thinking. It was undeniable that being addressed as General by a future leader of an advanced civilization was flattering, but he needed to maintain humility. In our human civilization, titles don't matter much. As long as it makes you happy, you can call me whatever you like. The future chief, Yin Shui, gently stroked his long ears, curiosity shining in his eyes. He softly said then, I'll call you Big Brother. I know this term is considered friendly in your human culture. Huyu hesitated slightly but quickly accepted the title. Little chief, all right, Big Brother it is, he thought. Having another little brother isn't bad, especially one from a civilization that once dominated the galaxy. Yin Shui's eyes lit up with excitement. He leaped onto Huyu's shoulder, curiously touching his helmet. Big Brother, he called affectionately. The old chief quickly intervened. Yin Shui, don't be disrespectful to the general. Get down immediately. Huyu, however, didn't mind and laughed. It's all right. The little chief is lively and energetic. He will surely grow into a great leader and restore the Snow Clan to its former glory. This child is different from the others. I see a glimpse of the clan's glorious past in him. They were just like him, always full of questions. Turning to the old chief, Huyu said earnestly, Chief, this is a good thing. Do not stifle the child's nature. We humans, less intelligent than the Snow Clan, place great importance on nurturing this nature in our children, hoping they can change the future of our species. Yin Shui reluctantly said, Big Brother, stay on Snowstar for a few more days? Huyu gently declined, No, little chief. We have important matters to attend to, and the fleet cannot stay here. Although staying a few more days wouldn't be an issue, Huyu sensed that the old chief, despite his verbal trust, hadn't fully eliminated his reservations. He understood this mindset. True trust between two civilizations is not easily achieved. Leaving sooner would actually foster trust. Huyu thought to himself, the Snow Clan is a force with great potential. If utilized well, they could become a strong ally for humanity in the future. Although the old chief was wary, the lively and affectionate little chief had quickly won Huyu's approval. With tears in his eyes, Yin Shui said, Big Brother, we just met and now have to part. It will be hard to see you again. Huyu comforted him, We will meet again. You must work hard to make the Snow Clan strong, so you don't hold your big brother back. By the way, since I'm your big brother now, I should give you a gift. He didn't mention the four-dimensional communication technology, which allows for long-distance communication. Firstly, because this technology was the hard work of the fleet scientists, and he had no right to give it to another civilization. Secondly, because the little chief's affection might make the old chief suspect that humans would use him to steal Snow Clan technology. After careful consideration, Huyu decided to keep it a secret for now. An engineering ship departed from the third planet, traveling at 200 times the speed of light towards the second planet. Minutes later, it arrived above the second planet's orbit. A brand new J-90 fighter jet emerged from the engineering ship, heading straight for Huyu's landing craft. Like the landing craft, the J-90 landed smoothly on the distant lake. Huyu introduced, Little Chief, this fighter jet is our J-90, a product from over 200 years ago. Although it's outdated, lacking warp capabilities, powerful weapons, and thick armor, it was these J-90s that helped us escape from the Zerg. In our first battle with the Sand Python civilization, all the J-90s were destroyed. They perished on the battlefield, but their legacy as fighters remained. Now, our fleet only has 2 left, and they are witnesses to history and our heroes. I'm giving you this one, hoping you will honor the Snow Clan's name just like it did. Tears glistened in Yin Shui's eyes, making him look remarkably human. He said firmly, Big Brother, don't worry. I will lead the Snow Clan to greatness and come find you then. Huyu smiled. I believe you. All right, farewell, we must go. Chief, take care. Take care, General. The old chief said solemnly. Big Brother, I will come find you, Yin Shui called out, full of reluctance. Huyu turned and entered the landing craft. The ship lifted off, heading towards the third planet. The vast fleet of the Shadow Hunters escorted the massive Deep Blue, embarking once more on their long journey. The visit to Snow Star was just a minor episode. The Grand Unified model was indeed precious, but as the Snow Clan chief mentioned, in another century or two, the fleet would have conquered the related challenges. Gaining this knowledge early was undoubtedly beneficial, allowing the fleet to design new defense models during their voyage, especially anti-gravity defenses combined with spatial field bending, which could significantly enhance the defenses of the Shadow Hunters and the Deep Blue. Huyu thought to himself, even if a star exploded nearby, they would have confidence in keeping the fleet intact. At 100 times the speed of light, the fleet streaked past stars like meteors, relentlessly searching for the perfect planet to terraform. On the bridge, the general and the chief of staff gazed at the holographic star map, hoping to find a true home for their people as soon as possible. The task of terraforming a planet is no easy feat. Transforming a planet into a new, habitable home for humanity within a century requires stringent search criteria. The foremost requirement is that the planet must have an atmosphere, even if the gases might be toxic to humans. The crucial role of the atmosphere is to maintain relatively stable surface temperatures and prevent extreme fluctuations. Secondly, the planet's core must be composed of molten iron and nickel to generate a strong enough magnetic field to shield against harmful cosmic radiation. Lastly, the planet's gravity needs to be similar to Earth's to ensure human adaptability. The fleet's technology is advanced enough to tackle other secondary issues. They can adjust a planet's orbit, create or transport water sources, and even develop ecosystems. However, without these three fundamental conditions, all efforts would be significantly less effective. The fleet has been traveling for 20 years, traversing a vast expanse 2,000 light-years long and 100 light-years wide. They have thoroughly examined over 1,000 rocky planets, but each one fell short. Either the gravity was unsuitable, the magnetic field was lacking, or there was no atmosphere. These three conditions seemed impossible to meet simultaneously. Suddenly, the communication officer's voice broke the silence on the bridge. "General, Chief of Staff, we've found a potential target 20 light-years ahead. The gravity is similar to Earth's. Although it's not in the habitable zone, it might have an atmosphere. Strong stellar interference means we need to get closer to confirm." Reports like this had surfaced hundreds of times over the past 20 years, each leading to abandonment for various reasons. Initially, the entire fleet would be excited by such news, anxiously awaiting further investigation results. However, over time, repeated disappointments led to a sense of numbness. Despite the Milky Way having as many planets as stars, finding one suitable for human habitation remains a daunting challenge. As for finding an ideal planet that humans can inhabit directly, it's almost a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Even if we search the entire universe, we might only find a few such planets. The fleet crossed 20 light-years in less than 2 months, exiting warp travel 2 light-days away from the target star system. The system star was slightly smaller than the Sun and had only one planet, currently hidden behind the star. The planet's orbital period was about 2/3 of an Earth year, meaning it had traveled 90 degrees in its orbit during the fleet's 2-month journey. To conduct an on-site investigation, the fleet had two options: dispatch a reconnaissance ship or wait for the planet to come into view. Erring on the side of caution, the main fleet did not venture into the star system. Soon, a small reconnaissance ship, escorted by 10 stealth ships, departed from the engineering vessel and headed towards the system. It was expected to reach the planet in half an hour to confirm the presence of any signs of civilization and assess its potential for terraforming. Given the current situation, the likelihood of encountering an advanced civilization was slim. After all, a massive fleet only 2 light-days away would be impossible for any stellar-level civilization to ignore. The reconnaissance ship swiftly passed the star and exited warp travel. However, the sight that greeted the scientists and crew left them stunned. This wasn't an ordinary planet. It was a colossal insect sphere. The entire surface was covered with terrifying swarms of insects of various shapes and sizes, leaving no space larger than a square meter untouched. The sky was filled with flying creatures, and the ground was swarming with crawling horrors. Even in the planet's high and low orbits, countless insects floated, writhing and following the planet's rotation. The scene was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. The smallest of these giant insects were over 10 meters long, with the largest several times bigger than the stealth ships. Most were multi-legged, and each had mouths filled with backward-facing fangs and curved mandibles. Compared to these monsters, human size seemed insignificant. The sheer number of these creatures, covering the planet's surface and hundreds of kilometers of surrounding space, was estimated to be in the hundreds of billions. The reconnaissance ship made a quick orbit around the planet without disturbing the swarms, gathering more data and transmitting it back to the fleet. It then received orders to return immediately, leaving only unmanned stealth ships to continue the observation. This location was at least 10,000 to 20,000 light-years from the front lines of the galactic civilization and the insectoid front. The presence of such a massive swarm this far out was puzzling. When did they arrive? How did they get here? Were they here to annihilate the planet's civilization or use it as a staging ground for further invasions? Human knowledge of the insectoids was limited to the 6th tier, with other scattered information providing little practical value. This was a prime opportunity to study the insectoids. It was uncertain if the patrollers and destroyers were aware of the situation here. Given the proximity to the front lines, it was possible that other advanced civilizations might come to investigate. To ensure safety, Hu ordered the Deep Blue Fleet and 8 million stealth ships to bypass the star system at full speed, leaving 2 million stealth ships on standby. The bioship also stayed behind. Such a rare research opportunity was too valuable for the biologists to pass up. Hu knew persuading them otherwise was futile and approved the bioship's stay. Over the past 20 years of travel, all ships except the stealth ships had been equipped with anti-gravity defense systems, significantly enhancing their survivability. Despite being a medium-sized ship, the bioship could travel at 500 times the speed of light and should be safe under the protection of 2 million stealth ships. To avoid alarming the swarm, 10 stealth ships quietly released satellites disguised as interstellar meteors and then moved to nearby star systems to check for signs of the swarm. These meteor satellites remained in the planet's orbit, unnoticed by the insects. Some even passed through the insect-filled sky and landed among the swarms on the planet's surface. Data continuously streamed back to the bioship for analysis. Inside the bioship, biologists excitedly exchanged observations. This one is an 8th-tier insect, that one is 7th tier, and this one should also be 8th tier. Look at this one. It should be a 13th tier, with a length of 150 meters. 150 meters is nothing. Check this one out. Over 300 meters long, at least 16th tier. Probably the insect king here. I doubt it's the insect king. We've only gathered data on over 10,000 insects. It's too early to draw conclusions. There must be even higher tier insects hidden in there. Indeed, with the insect population here in the tens of billions or more, there are likely more powerful ones among them. The scientists seem to forget that each of these research subjects was an extremely terrifying creature. According to Mr. Daozi, every 5 tiers corresponded to a civilization level, so a 16th tier insect should have reached the level of a small star cluster civilization. Just then, Academician Xiao approached Hu Yu. "General," he said, his face showing a hint of concern. Academician Xiao urgently contacted the command center, his voice revealing the unique excitement of a scientific researcher. "General, we need live specimens of the insects for dissection and study. Observational data alone won't provide us with enough useful information." The general, having anticipated this, spoke with a hint of pride in his voice. "Rest assured, Academician Xiao, I've already ordered the fleet to capture a few live insects after the attack for your research." "General, are you planning to attack the swarm now?" Academician Xiao asked, somewhat surprised. The general's tone became resolute. "Yes. It's a rare opportunity to encounter a high-level swarm that's just within our capabilities. It's perfect for giving our soldiers some real combat experience." He paused before continuing. "Our enmity with the insect race goes way back, and the commanders have been itching to take out some of their frustration. Letting them blow off some steam will do them good." The general's voice suddenly turned stern. "If the insect forces exceed our expectations, we'll blow up this star." Academician Xiao frowned and raised a question. "General, why haven't the destroyers and the overseers come here? Handling a swarm of this scale should fall under their responsibilities." The general shook his head. "I'm not sure about that either. We don't even understand their operational protocols. The most likely explanation is that they overlooked it." He recalled. "I remember the overseer once mentioned that when the space alarm near the solar system went off, it took him 3 months to get there. Given the advanced civilization's navigation speed in the overseer's sector, it must be at least 5,000 times the speed of light. This means the overseer was at least 1,500 light-years away from the solar system at the time. In reality, the area the overseer needs to monitor could be much larger. Missing a planetary system in such a vast area isn't surprising." Academician Xiao raised another question. "There's something else odd. Our observation satellites still haven't detected a primary queen. Could it be that these insects were transported here through a 4-dimensional space bubble?" The general explained. "The primary queen is fundamental to the insect race. Although they have almost no offensive capability, they can give birth to various high-level insects." He added, "Of course, a primary queen can't just produce whatever it wants. They need to devour each other to accumulate a unique element called chong. The more chong element they accumulate, the higher the level of the insects they can produce. Even the highest level insects are born from a primary queen. The process of a primary queen birthing higher-tier insects is fraught with challenges." Standing on the desolate alien surface, Hu Yu explained the Zerg evolution mechanism to the general in detail. His voice echoed in the still air, narrating a story of cosmic brutality. In the solar system era, Hu Yu began, his eyes reflecting memories of the past. The birth of a second-tier insect required the queen to devour 3 or 4 of its kind. By the 3rd tier, this number surged to about 20. For the 4th tier, we're talking 300 to 400. He paused, letting the staggering numbers sink into the general's mind. Each tier requires almost the square of the previous tier's number. The general frowned, contemplating this dreadful process. Hu Yu continued, "A 25th tier insect, like the one encountered by Mr. Daozi, would require an astronomical number of primary queens. They stood on this land that may once have nurtured a civilization, imagining the fierce evolutionary competition. If a single primary queen were to devour others one by one," Hu Yu explained, "it would take until the end of the universe to accumulate enough Zerg elements." A hint of awe flickered in his eyes. The Zerg's trick is to release a massive number of primary queens simultaneously, letting them devour each other until only one remains. This method boosts efficiency exponentially. The general nodded thoughtfully and asked, "So, do they send queens to evolve slowly, or do they use four-dimensional space bubbles to send higher-tier insects directly?" Hu surveyed the barren land carefully. "General," he said cautiously, "I believe sending queens to evolve slowly is more likely. Deploying higher-tier insects is usually a strategy against advanced civilizations." He gestured around them. "There are no signs of Zerg battling a high-level civilization here. Not even a fragment of a warship." Hu continued to speculate. "It's quite possible that the queens wiped out the lower-level civilization here. After completing their task, higher-tier insects would consume the queens and other insects as food. This explains why we can't find any trace of the queens now." The general pondered and said, "Makes sense. We may have inadvertently pierced the space during high-energy experiments, attracting the queens. This planet's civilization might have faced a similar fate, though whether they escaped or perished remains unknown." Hu then recounted humanity's high-energy particle collision experiments in the solar system. He detailed how academician Zhang Xiaoyuan discovered the fourth-dimensional channel and the immense energy levels needed to enter the fourth dimension. His words were filled with reverence for that era. The Zerg likely have some detection equipment in the fourth dimension. Hu speculated. Once a space crack appears, they invade through it. He elaborated on academician Zhang's and other spatial physicists' findings, emphasizing the difficulty of accurately locating a point in the three-dimensional universe from the fourth dimension. Hu delved into the workings of the human four-dimensional communication network and the crucial role of quantum mechanics. He used simple analogies to explain the complexity of the fourth dimension, likening it to an independent space rather than merely adding a dimension to the three-dimensional space. He described the loss of contact with the three-dimensional universe after entering the fourth dimension and the relative ease of exiting it. Hu highlighted the uncertainty of higher dimensions entering lower ones, which could lead to getting lost in unknown spaces. Finally, Hu returned to the topic of the Zerg invasion of Earth. He speculated that the Zerg might have observed humanity's high-energy experiments from the fourth dimension, pinpointing the exact coordinates to send the swarm. His voice carried a note of caution, as if reminding humanity of the ongoing threat. On this silent planetary surface, Hu's explanations added new layers to this cosmic mystery, evoking awe and vigilance towards the unknown universe. Academician Zhang and a group of physicists reached a series of conclusions about the insectoid invasion through their reasoning. They discovered that conducting high-energy experiments is typically the domain of planetary or stellar civilizations. To deal with lower-tier civilizations, they only need to deploy inexpensive brood insects, which can be quickly sent through higher-dimensional channels. However, transporting higher-tier insects requires more energy to maintain these channels, as the insect high energy levels can easily cause the channels to collapse. To address this issue, scientists invented the four-dimensional space bubble. Although slower, this device is more stable and can carry more high-tier insects. Academician Zhang vividly compared the higher-dimensional channel to a high-speed train, small in capacity but fast, while the four-dimensional space bubble is like a super cargo ship, large in capacity and stable, albeit slower. In their fight against the insectoids, humans encountered the highest-tier insectoids, known as Tier 6 insects. These creatures resemble enormous seaweed, stretching over 10 meters long, and they roam the cosmos, waiting to attack human spacecraft. Once a spacecraft is ensnared by these giant seaweeds, it has little chance of escape. They wrap around the wings and tail of the spacecraft like pythons until they crush it. Ordinary bombs are almost ineffective against these Tier 6 insects. Only supernuclear bombs with yields exceeding billions of tons can barely kill them. When humans evacuated, there were only a few thousand Tier 6 insects. Had they delayed the evacuation any longer, the number of Tier 6 insects would have surged, and even higher-tier insects, such as Tier 7 or Tier 8, might have emerged. During a discussion, a general suggested, "Let's deploy the bio-warriors first to test their combat effectiveness." Academician Zhang responded, "General, if I recall correctly, our bioships have never requested large-scale food supplies. Bio-warriors can't grow just by drinking water. Are they even as big as rabbits now?" The academician explained, "Indeed, they haven't reached the size of rabbits yet. Over the years, we've made some improvements, extending the cultivation period and enhancing the bio-warriors' adaptability and obedience. Additionally, although you approve the use of the fleet's food supplies, those are strategic reserves, and we can't solely consider our own needs." Finally, the general proposed, "Why don't we go take a look together?" Hu followed academician Xiao onto the Deep Blue. The ship docked with the bio-vessel. The once familiar interior of the spacecraft had been completely transformed. All residential facilities had been cleared out, replaced by millions of small, 1-foot-square compartments, neatly lined up along the ship's walls. Through the thick glass, the contents of each compartment were clearly visible. "General, there are 500 million incubation chambers here," Academician Xiao explained. "We have currently cultivated 100 million bio-warriors. To conserve food, they've been in a state of hibernation for several years and were only reactivated today." Hu stared at the scene before him. In each compartment, a fist-sized creature was curled up, snake-like heads, frog-like bodies, sharp claws, and 8 octopus-like tentacles fanning out like petals. They were jet black, drooling, either furiously attacking the glass or tearing at the freshly delivered food. Despite their small size, they already exhibited a terrifying ferocity. Suddenly, Academician Xiao opened one of the small compartments. The creature inside immediately leaped out, its 8 tentacles standing upright, baring its fangs and hissing at him. Yu instinctively reached for his sidearm, ready to counter any potential threat. However, Academician Xiao simply waved his hand, indicating there was no need for concern. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the little monster underwent a drastic change. It squatted at Zhao's feet, looking up at him with pitiful snake-like eyes. Xiao bent down, picked it up, and played with it in his palm. The creature's tentacles drooped completely, gently caressing Zhao's hand, showing no resistance, much like a docile kitten. General, would you like to pet it? Xiao asked with a smile. No, you keep it. I'm not interested, Yu politely declined. Xiao continued his introduction. General, this is a product of several improvements. Its loyalty and combat effectiveness have been enhanced, making it an upgraded version of the first-generation model. With that, Xiao personally unlocked the heavily encrypted main switch. Instantly, all the glass doors of the incubation chambers opened, and countless fist-sized biowarriors surged towards Xiao and his team like a flood. The interior of the Deep Blue was 4,000 meters high, with gravity simulated to match Earth's. These small creatures showed no fear of the height or the impact of gravity, leaping from the highest points. The heavy thuds they made upon landing made Yu's heart race, but the creatures seemed unfazed, quickly getting up and rushing towards the biologists. In no time, the biologists were swarmed by the creatures. The little monsters climbed up their legs, bodies, and heads, gathering more and more until it seemed they might crush the scientists. The cacophony they created filled the entire Deep Blue, making Yu's ears ring. Strangely, these biowarriors did not swarm towards Xiao and Yu. Xiao watched the scene with a smile, showing no sign of worry. Yu remained silent, trusting Zhao's judgment. Suddenly, the tide of creatures receded as quickly as it had come. The scientists, now free, were covered in slime and looked utterly disheveled. The creatures swiftly formed orderly lines on the floor of the Deep Blue, taking less than 5 minutes to arrange themselves. The ship returned to its previous silence. Yu was amazed at how these little monsters followed commands like machines, feeling a newfound respect for the biologists. The scientists, meanwhile, looked comically bedraggled, as if they had just taken an unexpected shower. Academician Xiao was laughing so hard he could barely stand. The old scholar had clearly anticipated this scene, revealing a mischievous side not often seen. General, what do you think? Xiao asked confidently. Impressive, Academician. Yu nodded in approval before asking, are you sure they won't be attacked by the swarm? At least the lower-tier insects won't recognize them, Xiao explained. High-tier insects are more intelligent and will likely notice the biowarriors' anomalies during large-scale conflicts. However, we can't pinpoint which tier of high-tier insects will detect them. Yu frowned in thought. If these little monsters are discovered, they might not even be enough to make a dent in the swarm. Should we let them grow bigger before deployment? No worries, these little creatures already possess combat abilities equivalent to 7th or 8th tier. Yu pondered for a moment and continued, their small size actually works to their advantage. The swarm tends to attack itself, so minor disturbances won't attract the attention of higher-tier insects. Besides, our main goal on this mission is to test the combat capabilities of our biowarriors. In the future, we will produce more biowarriors. If small units can solve the problem, we can save a significant amount of resources and energy. He decisively ordered, all right, let's give it a try. Get ready. I'll arrange for the stealth killers to deploy immediately. To quickly deploy these small creatures into the insect swarm, Yu mobilized 1,000 stealth killers. Under the direction of several biologists, the small creatures boarded the ships in an orderly manner. If ordinary citizens were to witness this scene, the timid ones would probably be scared out of their wits. The stealth killers stopped 500,000 kilometers away from the swarm. The small creatures were launched via electromagnetic railguns. Their unique body structure not only suited the electromagnetic rails, but could also withstand immense acceleration. This scene would have been unimaginable in the past, but after encountering the Zerg, people's understanding of biology has greatly expanded, making the resilience of these small creatures unsurprising. A billion mini biowarriors silently merged into the billions of insects. One biowarrior found a giant worm over 20 meters long and forcibly entered its mouth. The giant worm began to thrash wildly, clearly ravaged by the biowarrior inside. The pain drove the worm mad, causing it to bite everything around it. Having fed, the biowarrior visibly grew larger. It bit a hole through the worm's abdomen and emerged, only to immediately enter another giant insect's mouth. This scene played out simultaneously across the planet. The previously calm swarm erupted into chaos, with insects tearing at each other and struggling frantically. The sprayed bodily fluids formed rivulets on the planet's surface, and the carcasses of dead insects piled up into small mountains. In less than an hour, over 1 billion insects had been killed by the biowarriors. In contrast, the losses of the biowarriors were negligible. Their small size and agility allowed them to move freely within the swarm. The insects could only catch them by sheer luck. Thousands of insects of various shapes and sizes, controlled by tiny biowarriors that had burrowed into their bodies, struggled to leave the planet's surface and flew away into the distance. In space, 100,000 kilometers from the planet, the warship Silent Killer was preparing to capture these isolated individuals. On the bridge, Academician Xiao and the general were discussing the battle situation. Academician Xiao, these mini biowarriors are quite effective. Why not use smaller ones directly? It would save resources and be easier to produce. One deep blue ship could cultivate billions of them, the general suggested. Academician Xiao shook his head. General, take a closer look. These biowarriors can only handle insects below the 10th tier. At this stage, the insects aren't very intelligent and are easily deceived. However, the higher tier insects are hardly affected. They won't let foreign objects enter their bodies, and even if they do, they would be instantly crushed. This advantage might not last long. Then let's observe for a bit longer, the general said thoughtfully. The Silent Killer captured a giant centipede-like insect and transported it to the bioship. A trench over 30 meters long, 6 meters wide, and 1.5 meters deep had been prepared on the ship for dissection. Despite being on the brink of death, the 9th to 10th tier giant insect still struggled violently, straining the alloy ropes binding it. Academician Xiao led a team of biologists, all dressed in fully sealed white protective suits and armed with half-meter-long specialized knives, ready to dissect the massive creature. Their attire made them look more like butchers than scientists, but this was due to the enormous size of the insect. With practiced skill, Academician Xiao made a cut over 10 meters long on the insect's abdomen, causing its internal organs to spill out. He quickly severed the energy conversion organ, rendering the insect powerless. This organ was crucial for the insect's ability to perform curvature travel, a key factor in their ability to challenge all civilizations in the galaxy. The dissection scene was extremely gory. Dark green bodily fluids filled the trench, and membranes and mucus covered the insect's insides. Yet the biologists were unfazed, fully engrossed in their work, with some even climbing entirely into the insect's body. This extreme working environment explained why biologists of this caliber were so rare. Despite losing its energy, the insect continued to twitch in agony. Its dozens of thick, barrel-like legs flailed, and its head and tail curled up like a boiled lobster. These were no longer conscious movements, but purely nerve reflexes. Who you watched for a while before leaving, unable to stomach the bloody scene. Over 3 months later, the biowarriors had grown to over 20 meters, expanding rapidly like inflated balloons. However, as Academician Xiao had predicted, they were now at a disadvantage in direct confrontations with the insect horde. Most of the insects exceeded 20 meters in length, and the insect king, over 300 meters long, was estimated to be at the 16th tier, comparable to a small fleet from a minor star system civilization. The tide of the war had turned once again. With its considerable intelligence, the insect king had clearly detected the presence of the biowarriors. Over the past few months, the insect king launched a ruthless campaign to exterminate them. On the battlefield, despite their massive 20-meter stature and strength comparable to 10th-tier insects, the biowarriors stood little chance against the 16th-tier insect king. The insect king's fangs gleamed coldly, and each bite meant the fall of a biowarrior. The insect king's actions were swift and efficient. It didn't even bother to consume the fallen biowarriors, mechanically moving from one target to the next. Under its leadership, other insects also joined the hunt against the biowarriors. The number of biowarriors dwindled at an alarming rate, with losses exceeding 50 million. Meanwhile, the biowarriors fought back fiercely, having already killed over 3 billion insects below the 10th tier. Faced with this situation, a general approached Professor Xiao with a suggestion. Professor Xiao, the biowarriors are in a dire state. Should we deploy the assassins to eliminate the insect king? Without its leadership, the other insects won't be as united. Professor Xiao pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No need. This generation of biowarriors has been fully tested. We've gathered the data we needed. Over the last few months, we've studied thousands of insects at various stages and identified the weaknesses of these lower-tier insects. We now have new ideas and will redesign the second generation of biowarriors. The general hesitated, showing some reluctance. So, we just let them perish? Professor Zhao's tone was firm. We have no choice. Even if these biowarriors barely win, they are destined to be destroyed. General, don't think of them as living beings. They're merely machines and tools. Sacrifices are unavoidable to achieve our goals. I understand you have a kind heart, but if you feel too conflicted, we can stop the biowarrior research. The general shook his head. That's not necessary. I just think it's a bit wasteful. The research on bio-warriors must not only continue but also be accelerated. They are much simpler and quicker to produce than warships. Professor Xiao nodded in agreement. We will. This test has shown that these bio-warriors are primarily effective against the insects. Against technologically advanced warships, they can only serve as support unless we have a sufficient number. I've also realized that we will face a bottleneck. We can't produce as many as we initially thought. Like the insects, bio-warriors need a significant amount of energy to be powerful. At a certain level, a single bio-warrior might require more energy than a deep blue warship can provide. After listening, the general made a decision. In that case, I'll deploy the assassins to clean up these insect swarms and capture some for future research. We'll wrap things up here quickly and catch up with the deep blue. As this conversation unfolded, a small fleet of 5,000 warships was speeding towards Huyu's location, 1 light-year away. Each warship, over 3,000 meters long, traversed the universe at 1,000 times the speed of light, resembling a pod of silver whales swimming through the starry sea. If Huyu were here, he would undoubtedly recognize this fleet. It was the same civilization fleet that had chased Mr. Daozi over 100 years ago, destroying thousands of hunters. The Deep Blue had already departed, and Huyu had not deployed a large number of reconnaissance satellites. With 2 million stealth killers guarding the only biological ship, the defense was more than sufficient. However, Huyu was completely unaware of the incoming alien fleet. At this moment, Professor Zhao's research had begun to show results, and the bio-warriors had passed their tests. The next mission was to completely eradicate the insect race on this planet. Although the bio-warriors had already exterminated over 5 billion insects, more than 5 billion still remained. The number of insects was halved, but their combat strength had decreased by less than 20. The remaining forces consisted of elite insects from the 10th to 15th ranks, with a 16th rank insect king overseeing them. 200,000 stealth killers separated from the main fleet and launched a fierce assault on the insect swarm. Antimatter bombs rained down like a storm, causing violent annihilation reactions that instantly turned the planet's surface into a hellscape. Insect limbs and body parts flew everywhere, and their foul-smelling bodily fluids flowed like rivers. Insects hit by the bombs were almost all obliterated, while the surrounding swarm was blown away by shockwaves for dozens of kilometers. After the first wave of attacks, the 11th and 13th rank insects suffered heavy losses, with tens of millions killed on the spot. However, the 14th and 15th rank insects, with their formidable biological armor and energy manipulation abilities, were mostly just injured and not completely destroyed. Despite the deployment of several hundred kilograms of antimatter, the swarm's combat strength decreased by less than 1. To completely annihilate the swarm, the remaining 500 tons of antimatter from the fleet would likely need to be deployed. The insect swarm was enraged, having discovered the fleet's presence, especially the 300-meter-long insect king, which had 1,000 legs, 2 pairs of particularly robust front limbs curved like bull's horns, black and yellow stripes all over its body, a massive head full of fangs, and a tail split into 4 parts, each ending in a sharp, eagle-like hook. An attack from this monster would be either fatal or severely injurious. At this moment, the Insect King began to command the swarm to counterattack the Stealth Killer's fleet. It was only then that Huyu realized why all the civilizations in the galaxy combined could not completely eradicate the insect swarm. This was not an ordinary swarm but a terrifying army composed of billions of biological warships. The 200,000 Stealth Killers were quickly overwhelmed by the insect sea. Facing a ratio of 1 to 2,000, the Stealth Killer's antimatter bomb reserves would soon be exhausted. The battle was commanded by Lieutenant General Li Zhixiang, nicknamed Little Zhuge. He was short, less than 1.7 meters tall, and weighed less than 100 pounds, with dark skin and sharp eyes. In civilian clothes, he could easily be mistaken for a street vendor. Despite his unremarkable appearance, Li Zhixiang was an exceptionally capable commander. During the Earth era, he was an obscure squad leader who repeatedly found breakthroughs in insect swarm encirclements, saving countless civilians. With his ingenious ideas, he frequently repelled insect swarm attacks. Although some of his strategies seemed unconventional, they always led to victory. Thus, he gradually grew into a renowned commander, self-styled as the Little Zhuge of the military. At this moment, Li Zhixiang was commanding the fleet from the Deep Blue, 40 light-years away from the battlefield. With the help of a 4-dimensional channel and a holographic command system, crew members and commanders did not need to be physically present on the battlefield. The warships might be engaged in combat here, while the operators could be on the other side of the universe. This was humanity's first direct confrontation with high-ranking insect species. The Stealth Killers navigated through the swarm with their agile maneuverability. Li Zhixiang divided the entire battlefield and the 200,000 Stealth Killers into 360 zones. Such meticulous zoning was not something everyone could manage, but Li Zhixiang handled it with ease. He simultaneously processed real-time battle conditions in each zone in his mind, and continuously issued specific instructions to each warship. Throughout the battle, he issued tens of thousands of commands, a feat that left the other lieutenant generals in awe. Usually carefree and playful, Li Zhixiong became a different person once the battle commenced. He commanded the army with strategic precision, as if everything was under his control. Zone 37, ships 28, 69, and 526. What are you doing? Immediately assist ship 138. Zone 149, ships 56, 58, 234, and 483. Coordinate with ships 73 and 74 to deploy gravity bombs immediately, or you'll be surrounded and annihilated in 5 minutes. Zone 358, ship 456. Antimatter doesn't grow on trees. In just 5 minutes, you've used up 0.3 kilograms of antimatter. At this rate, you'll be out of action in 20 minutes. You've only killed 40 insects. How are you trained, huh? Sector 7, ship 25, ship 89. Well done. The commander's voice echoed through the comms channel. Remember to use the reflective photon beams more often. Our ships have superior maneuverability compared to the swarm. Reflective photon beams may take time, but they are cost-effective. You'll be rewarded after the battle. His tone suddenly turned icy. Sector 243, your damage ratio might be the highest, but at this rate, you'll lose all your ships in an hour. Are you a bunch of idiots? The commander snarled, then ordered, Sector 242, Sector 244, wrap up your engagements and support Sector 243 immediately. Orders mixed with curses were transmitted to every operator aboard the Deep Blue. In this chaotic melee, strategy had become useless. Everything depended on the commander's on-the-spot decisions. On the battlefield, the Swarm and the Shadow Strikers fleet were locked in fierce combat, a vivid clash of biology versus technology. The Swarm was vast and aggressive, while the Shadow Strikers dared to charge straight through the masses. Any other civilization's tech ships would have been annihilated in such collisions. The Swarm fought back fiercely, their razor-sharp claws targeting the weak spots of the ships. Higher-tier insects could even launch kilometer-wide spheres. Some of these spheres exploded on impact, potentially destroying a Shadow Striker if they hit the tail. Others adhered like glue to the ship's surface, disabling sensors and engines. If they stuck to the launch tubes, they could cause antimatter or gravity bombs to detonate inside the ship, tearing it apart from within. Compared to explosive spheres, these glue spheres were even more troublesome. They might seem harmless at first, but just a couple could incapacitate a Shadow Striker. Fortunately, these spheres couldn't keep up with the ship's conventional engines. Even so, the losses among the Shadow Strikers were significant. On the battlefield, over 50 million 14th and 15th-year insects, each capable of launching at least 10 spheres, meant more than 500 million spheres in total. Amidst the chaos, an insect latched onto a ship and began tearing at it. The ship's operator halted maneuvers, causing the insect to crawl to the tail, aiming to destroy the engine. Just as it raised its claw, the operator restarted the engine, and the intense heat instantly incinerated the insect's claw and half its head. The lifeless insect fell away from the ship, its dozens of legs still twitching futilely in the air. Another warship adopted a completely different strategy. A bug released a sticky glob in front of the warship, and as the ship accelerated, the viscous substance quickly spread, almost covering the entire hull. The bug was firmly glued to the surface of the warship, struggling in vain. The operator observed all this through the holographic combat system, as if he were there in person. All sensors had failed, leaving only a narrow field of view through the front window. Without hesitation, he maneuvered the warship towards the densest cluster of high-level bugs. The warship charged forward like a massive wrecking ball. In just a few seconds, dozens of bugs were firmly stuck to the hull, with countless bug heads and legs thrashing wildly in the starry sky. The warship turned into a lethal trap, destroying more enemies with every move forward. Meanwhile, more warships relied on anti-photon beams for continuous attacks. Unlike the instant annihilation caused by antimatter, anti-photon beams acted like giant welding torches. The parts of the bugs hit by the beams burst into flames immediately, but it wasn't instantly fatal. It usually took 5 to 10 seconds to burn through their biological armor. Once the armor was breached, the internal organs exposed to the freezing vacuum of space would stop functioning within seconds, resulting in the bug's death. In the heat of battle, Hu projected a holographic image next to Li Zhixiong via the four-dimensional network, making it seem as if they were standing side by side. Zhixiong, do you need support? Hu asked. Li Zhixiong responded calmly, General, not for now. The number of warships is just right, allowing us to be both agile and lethal. Adding more would disrupt our formation and give the bugs an opportunity. Give me a status report on the battlefield, Hu ordered. Yes, General. Li Zhixiong immediately reported, the stealth killers have lost over 20,000 ships, leaving about 170,000 remaining. The bug swarm has decreased from an initial 5 billion to 1.5 billion, but we've only eliminated 10 million of the 14th and 15th level bugs, leaving 40 million. Overall, The swarm still retains about 60 of its combat power. Next, I plan to annihilate the bugs below the 14th level first, then concentrate our forces for a final assault on the remaining high-level bugs. Who you suddenly suggested, Zhixiong. Can you find a way to capture the Bug King alive? Dr. Xiao would definitely be interested. After a brief consideration, Li Zhixiong readily agreed. No problem, General. We'll get you a live one, but it's a tough nut to crack, so I'll need a big plan. Who you laughed. Since you're so confident, fine, there will be a big reward if you succeed. If not, you might lose your nickname Little Zhuge. Remember, I want it alive. Yes, I guarantee to complete the mission, Li Zhixiong responded firmly. All right, carry on with your command, who you said, then close the holographic image. On the battlefield, although the 11th to 15th level bugs still relied on their numbers against the Galaxy-level fleet, a single bug being able to match a Galaxy-class warship would force the entire Milky Way civilization to consider fleeing. The characteristic of the bug species was their vast numbers and rapid reproduction. As the battle entered a new phase, the warships no longer fought solo but formed combat units of dozens of ships each, targeting one high-level bug. Facing over 30 million high-level bugs, the battlefield space suddenly expanded. Each fleet group could precisely kill one high-level bug. The bug swarm fell into complete chaos, unable to regroup despite the Bug King's constant summoning signals, helplessly watching its subordinates fall one by one. At this moment, two special stealth killers silently approached the Bug King. These warships were loaded with nuclear bombs totaling over 1 billion tons of TNT. The enraged Bug King, seeing the stealth killers approaching, uncharacteristically bit down on one with its massive jaws and grabbed the other with 4 claws. Usually, it would cautiously avoid direct contact with warships, attacking only with energy balls and claws. Just as the Bug King was about to crush the stealth killers, both warships detonated simultaneously. The explosion of 1 billion tons of TNT was like igniting a second star in the planetary system, far brighter than the local star. The immense energy blew the Bug King's jaws apart, rendering them unable to close, and directly severed one of its 4 clawed limbs. Despite the staggering energy released by the nuclear bombs, the relatively low energy level meant the Bug King wasn't vaporized in the explosion, showcasing the formidable resilience of high-level bugs. With its shattered jaws, the Bug King thrashed violently in space. In its final frenzy, it tore a passing 15th level bug into pieces in an instant. After a brief struggle, it finally exhausted its last bit of strength, convulsing weakly in space, unable to launch any further attacks. The massive nuclear explosion had ultimately inflicted fatal damage. The defeat of the Insect King threw the other bugs into chaos. They abandoned their attack and scattered in all directions, but there was no escape from the relentless pursuit of the Shadow Killers. The insects only realized now that if they had continued their assault, they might have inflicted significant losses on the Shadow Killers. Instead, they were being hunted down one by one. A Shadow Killer approached the dying Insect King and threw a metal cable as thick as a finger. The warship began to circle around the Insect King, looping again and again. After thousands of loops, the Insect King was securely bound, with each pressure point reinforced multiple times. Even at its peak, the Insect King would have struggled to break free, let alone in its current weakened state. The operator controlling the warship nearly fainted at the command station. Spinning in the same view for thousands of circles was enough to make anyone dizzy. The Shadow Killer dragged the massive Insect King towards the approaching bioship. Due to the Insect King's enormous size, the Shadow Killer couldn't enter warp speed and had to tow it out of the battlefield, waiting for the bioship to take over. Academician Xiao and several other biologists were so excited upon hearing the news of the Insect King's capture that they almost jumped for joy. This was a high-level insect relative to a galactic civilization, undergoing significant changes and qualitative improvements at each major stage. This insect could not only aid in the research of new models of biowarriors, but also provide valuable information for other aspects of the fleet, especially in energy utilization. What awaited the Insect King was a pleasant dissection process. Given its achievements in destroying over 1,000 Shadow Killers single-handedly, the academics were sure to give it special treatment. Inside the bioship, Li Zhixiong reported to General Hu Yu via hologram. General, what do you think? Not bad, right? The Insect King Yu and Academician Xiao wanted. His tone carried a hint of pride. Hu Yu was unimpressed. Not bad? Is this the Insect King you caught? I said I wanted it alive, and now it's barely breathing. As soon as Academician Xiao picks up the scalpel, it might die of fright. Li Zhixiong quickly explained, General, I didn't expect this. This thing was so cautious at first, and its hide was so tough that it was nearly impossible to kill. I tried several times to attack from the inside, but it just wouldn't open its mouth. Who knew that when I didn't want it to open its mouth, it suddenly did? Hu Yu sneered. Didn't expect it? Aren't you known as the Little Zhuge? Are you ready to give up that title? Academician Xiao chuckled and intervened. Haha, General, it's already quite good. Don't be too hard on Commander Li. Hu Yu sighed. Ah, Academician, You don't understand. These guys are like gongs. They need to be struck frequently to keep them in line. Academician, you don't need to put in a good word for us, Li Zhixiong said with a cheeky grin. We've gotten used to being chewed out. If the general doesn't yell at us for a day, we can't sleep at night. Getting a scolding today will make us sleep like babies tonight. Who you laughed and scolded, all right, get out of here. Clean up the battlefield. Regroup the fleet, and get ready to move out. Yes, General, Li Zhixiong replied, then promptly closed the holographic interface. At this moment, the Deep Blue Fleet and the main forces of the Shadow Killers were already 40 light-years away. The remaining warships, capable of traveling at 500 times the speed of light, could catch up to the Deep Blue in less than a month. Just as the fleet finished regrouping and was ready to depart, 5,000 massive warships appeared near the insect planet, only 1 light hour away. Both sides instantly detected each other's presence. It's them. It's the humans, the other side exclaimed. Who you quickly ordered, Li Zhixiong. Take 50,000 shadow killers and escort the bioship out of here. Leave this to me. Li Zhixiong urgently protested. General, you should come with the bioship. How can you stay behind? Leave this to me, he added. All the shadow killers here are unmanned, remotely controlled warships. Apart from the researchers on the bioship, you're the only human left. Who you firmly refused. No, I'll stay and deal with them. Don't worry, we're now a galactic-level civilization. Although they're slightly more advanced, there's no way they can take us down with just 5,000 warships. General, no more arguing. I've made my decision, Hu Yu said, decisively cutting off the communication. He immediately contacted Academician Zhang. Academician Zhang, it's crucial to sync everything here with the science ship. The scientists on board will make scientifically sound evaluations of this unknown civilization. Academician Zhang sighed. General, you're still the same. Years ago, you took me on a solo tour of the solar system and helped me resolve my inner conflicts. Now you're going to fight alone again. Hu Yu confidently replied. Academician, this time is different. This time, I have you all as my strong support. All right, we'll be ready to support you at any moment. Thank you, Academician. Hu Yu quickly assessed their combat strength. 2 million shadow killers, with 50,000 lost in the battle against the insect swarm and another 50,000 assigned to escort the bioship. He still had 1.9 million warships. This force could easily handle 5,000 warships of another galactic-level civilization. He initiated communication. Which civilization are you from, and why are you here? The other side responded, humans. We've been looking for you everywhere, and now you've come right to us. Hu Yu sneered. Humph, with just 5,000 warships, you dare to talk big? Aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? The other side was silent for a moment, seemingly realizing the disparity in their combat strength. Humans, we admit we're not your match right now, but you can't stop us from leaving. We are an advanced galactic-level civilization, while you are only mid-level. Hu Yu decided to gather more information. I concede that point. It seems there's no need for a fight. How about we talk instead? What civilization are you from? The other side replied, you're reasonable. We are the Wind Star civilization. As for where we come from, that's not for you to know. But I do know you're from the solar system in the third arm of the Orion Spur, about 3,000 light-years from here. You've progressed quickly. A century ago, my people reported that you were merely a stellar-level civilization, and now you've reached mid-galactic level. It took us over 10,000 years to go from stellar to galactic level, and another 50,000 to get to where we are now. We are confident we will break through to subgalactic level within the next 50,000 years. Hu Yu pressed further. Thank you for the compliment. You seem to know a lot about us. Why did you hunt us down back then? That, I can tell you, but the specific reason remains unknown to us. We were just following orders. All right, then what's your purpose here now? It's clear you're not here to hunt us. You couldn't have known our location. The other side countered. Our purpose here is none of your business. Did you kill the insects here? Yes, we just finished them off. The other side's tone became serious. Humans, the hunt for you was called off because you were merely a stellar-level civilization. But you've developed too quickly, and soon you'll surpass us. We can't allow such a potential threat to continue existing. But now, I believe our leaders will restart the plan to exterminate humanity. Hu Yu made a swift decision. In that case, don't blame me for striking first. The 1.9 million shadow killers quickly formed a battle formation and encircled the Wind Star civilization's fleet. A light tower's distance is negligible for high-speed warships. The shadow killers could reach them in seconds, giving the Wind Star civilization's warships barely enough time to activate their warp engines. As expected, the functioning civilization's battleships failed to activate their warp engines in time. Within seconds, the Yinshei's battleships, like a massive net, swiftly surrounded all of the functioning civilization's ships. They formed a tight formation, distorting the surrounding space and cutting off any escape routes. In this scenario, the functioning battleships could only rely on conventional engines to risk breaking out of the encirclement. Otherwise, the highly chaotic space would severely disrupt their warp engines, causing anything from engine failure to catastrophic destruction. Humans, don't push us too far. A threatening voice came through the functioning civilization's communications. You're already at death's door, and yet you still dare to talk back. If you kill us, our main civilization will definitely find you. Another voice joined in, who you calmly responded, whether I kill you or not, your main civilization will come after us anyway. So it's more beneficial for me to kill you. With that, he ignored their threats. The Yinshei's battleships quickly expanded their encirclement. Some moved inside the perimeter, maneuvering with conventional engines, preparing to launch an attack. Antimatter bombs and gravity bombs rained down like a storm. Strangely, the functioning battleships moved sluggishly, with acceleration below 100 gs, not even a fraction of the Yinshei's speed. Their counterattacks were lackluster, ceasing after a few random shots, allowing the Yinshei's to bombard the 3,000-meter-long behemoths with wave after wave of gravity bombs. Hu proceeded cautiously, refraining from using antimatter bombs and even sparing the high-powered gravity bombs. These battleships were valuable assets. Damaging them would hurt him more than it would the functioning civilization. A few minutes later, the functioning battleships ceased all activity. Hu ordered the Yinshei's to halt their attack and wait. He found it hard to believe these ships were defeated so easily. Although he had 1.9 million Yinshei's, less than 50,000 were involved in the attack, and those used the most conservative tactics. He had anticipated it would take at least a few days to subdue these battleships. Half an hour passed, and the functioning battleships remained motionless. Hu deployed nearby reconnaissance satellites for a closer inspection. These satellites, released in every battle, provided additional sharp eyes for the fleet. As the satellites approached, they detected no anomalies. Through the portholes of the functioning battleships, the satellites captured images of the creatures inside, reduced to mere pulp, the result of the gravity bomb's devastating effects. It was almost unthinkable. 5,000 advanced stage galactic civilization battleships wiped out by 50,000 mid-stage ships in mere minutes. Typically, even against the same level of civilization, it would take several to a dozen Yinshei's to destroy a single large battleship. An advanced civilization's battleship would require dozens, or even hundreds of Yinshei's to contend with. Hu was baffled. Could this civilization have never encountered gravity bombs before? That seemed impossible. Any advanced stage galactic civilization would have mastered the unified model of the four fundamental forces. Once you had that, gravity bombs, anti-gravity shields, and strong interaction armor would follow naturally. These questions lingered until Hu finally saw the interior of the functioning battleships, and then it all made sense. Satellites orbiting the functioning civilization's warships suddenly detected several holes over 2 meters in diameter. These holes were uniformly positioned on every warship, piercing straight into their interiors, creating an odd and conspicuous pattern. Hu was puzzled. Could it be that the functioning civilization was so sensitive to heat that they needed these openings to cool their warships? While low-temperature civilizations might exist in the universe, Hu doubted he would be so lucky to encounter such a rare phenomenon. However, these holes did save them the trouble of prying open the doors. Landing robots entered the warships through the holes, transmitting live footage back to Hu and the scientific vessel. The sight left everyone in shock. This was no warship. It was a transport vessel. The interior was packed with frozen animals, stacked layer upon layer. Over 80% were clearly sentient beings, evident from their attire and expressions. Eyes filled with resentment, unwillingness, anger, helplessness, and fear were forever frozen in place. Their rigid states had shielded them from the pull of the gravity bombs. If not for witnessing it firsthand, Hu and his companions would never have believed that these alien species, so different from humans, could exhibit such rich emotional expressions. Apart from essential power units, the warship's interior was crammed with various creatures. No wonder their combat effectiveness was so weak. The majority of their weapon units had been dismantled. The excessive mass placed immense strain on both conventional propulsion and warp engines, hindering their ability to flee and making their maneuverability inferior to the Shadow Stalkers. After a few rounds of gravity bomb attacks, all the sentient beings inside the ship perished. To facilitate transport, the functioning civilization had directly opened holes in the ship's hull, utilizing the low temperatures of space to freeze the creatures, leaving only the warship's control room isolated from the external environment. Robots navigated the ship's corridors to the control room, tearing away the inner wall to reveal hundreds of cables of varying sizes and colors. The complex internal structure of such large ships still relied heavily on cable connections. The robot severed one cable, connecting its mechanical arm to the conductor inside. Information was transmitted through a four-dimensional channel back to the scientific vessel, where a team of computer experts and mathematicians eagerly awaited to receive all the data from the functioning warship. Despite the fundamental differences in design philosophy and operational methods between the two civilizations' computer systems, for these top-tier talents, it was no more difficult than distinguishing between a pineapple and a pine cone. They wrote a few simple instructions for the AI, which then developed a new system based on these algorithms that could seamlessly connect with the functioning warship. Soon, the control room door opened, and the robot stepped inside. There were only a few remains of functioning people, some relatively intact, revealing their general form. The functioning people were less than a meter tall, with slender bodies covered in over half a meter of long hair. Their upper limbs were long and thin, while their lower limbs were short and stout. This peculiar form made one wonder if functioning was constantly battered by strong winds. 5,000 nearly intact functioning warships, products of a high-level galactic civilization, represented an enormous treasure for Hu Yu. Deciphering the technology of these warships would undoubtedly enhance his fleet's capabilities. But Hu Yu's true focus was not on the ships, it was on functioning itself. The functioning people's intentions were now clear. They were the breeders of the insectoids on this planet. If they used ordinary creatures to feed the insectoids, Hu Yu might not have had much objection, as his own fleet also cultivated biowarriors. But using sentient beings to feed the insectoids was an affront to intelligent life and an insult to civilization. Moreover, the purpose behind functioning people feeding the insectoids warranted further investigation. If they could control the insectoids, they could easily breed them within their own territory. According to the functioning warship's navigational charts deciphered by the scientific vessel, this fleet originated from another star system 4,000 light-years away. Given the functioning civilization's thousand-fold faster than light travel, a round trip would still take 8 years. Such a distant journey to feed the insectoids suggested either that the functioning people couldn't control them and feared being backfired upon, or that breeding insectoids within the Milky Way was strictly prohibited. This was reminiscent of the time when the inspectors discovered the Polaris fleet carrying a few queen insects and launched an immediate attack, resulting in the deaths of tens of millions of residents. Hu Yu stood in the command center, his brow furrowed. He firmly stated, "The functions can't control the Zerg. If a civilization at the galactic level could control the Zerg, half of the Milky Way wouldn't have fallen." He continued pondering the question that puzzled everyone. If they can't control the Zerg, why did the functions travel 4,000 light-years to drop food here? Hu Yu looked around, seeing the same confusion on everyone's faces. To find the answer, we must go to functioning ourselves. Turning to academician Zhang, Hu Yu issued a command: decode the Fengxian language and their living habits based on the navigation logs of these warships as soon as possible. I need detailed information on every Fengxian aboard each ship. He then addressed academician Xiao. Within 3 months, use the information provided by academician Zhang to reconstruct the bodies of every Fengxian here. A nearby general suddenly asked, "Hu Yu, what are you planning to do?" "I'm going to functioning," Hu Yu answered resolutely. The general quickly tried to dissuade him. "It's too dangerous. You can't go." Hu Yu smiled slightly and explained, "Don't worry, I won't go in person. We will implant a holographic control system similar to the stealth killers into the brains of the reconstructed functions. This way, we can remotely control their bodies and investigate functioning." The general breathed a sigh of relief. "That sounds more feasible. As long as the functions are biological, we can clone them. Clones are easy to control since they're essentially mindless." Hu Yu nodded and continued giving orders. "Zhonghua, find a planetary system with as many planets as possible. We need at least 4 or 5. If one isn't enough, find 2, or transport planets from other systems. We're going to make a big move." Old Hu suddenly asked, "Are you planning to take down the functioning civilization?" "Exactly." Hu Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. "A civilization that feeds intelligent beings to the Zerg and is only slightly more advanced than us is the perfect target. We won't have any reservations." Old Hu exclaimed excitedly, "Great. We've been on the defensive for too long. It's finally time to take the initiative. I'm sure everyone will be on board. Hu Yu, come over when you're done." Hu Yu nodded in agreement. "Yes, once these warships are dealt with, I'll head out to catch up with the Deep Blue." The number of creatures aboard the warship was astonishing, with at least 5 to 600 billion different life forms of various shapes and sizes. Faced with such an overwhelming number, Hu Yu knew it was impossible to transport them all. He could only select a few representatives of each species, carefully placing them into the hidden Slayer spaceship before setting the course for the Deep Blue. The next task was to clear the Wind Star warships. 5,000 robots entered the control rooms of the 5,000 Wind Star warships, following Hu Yu's instructions. The science ship remotely guided these warships towards the surface of the system star. As the hatches slowly opened, the frozen creatures were pulled by the immense gravity into the star's flames, turning to ash. This was the only thing humanity could do for these unfamiliar intelligent beings, a gesture of respect for their intelligence. After the bioship returned, biologists immediately began their arduous work. They needed to collect samples from every Windstar inhabitant in preparation for future cloning and restoration. This task should have been done by the specialized personnel on the Deep Blue, but it was over 40 light-years away. The scientific team led by academician Zhang, traveling on the fastest small engineering ship, would still take a month to arrive. In this situation, the few staff members on the bioship had to work doubly hard. Their first priority was to complete DNA collection, as Hu Yu was concerned that staying too long might arouse the Wind Star people's suspicion. Another worry was whether the Wind Star people had somehow communicated their situation back to their home planet. This question would have to wait until Academician Zheng's arrival. Less than half a day after the bioship departed, over 100 biologists were already on board, starting the collection work. Among them were a dozen top scientists, including Academician Xiao. Having these brilliant minds perform such basic tasks seemed like overkill. Moreover, with thousands of alien species samples just received, these biologists were eager to start their research. Even so, they all understood the urgency of Hu Yu's mission. Without any prompting from Hu Yu, the scientists worked tirelessly around the clock. They knew that if this plan succeeded, the fleet could experience a significant leap forward. Finally, Academician Zheng arrived with reinforcements. He brought not only the much-needed biologists, but also a team to conduct in-depth research on the Wind Star warships. The goal was to determine whether the Wind Star people had managed to send word of their encounter with humans back to their home planet. This task was equally monumental. On the data front, Zheng's team had completely decrypted the Wind Star warship's navigation logs and found no records of messages being sent back. Now, they needed to board the ships to see if there was an independent emergency system, typically isolated from the main system. These systems are usually very small but highly stable and secure, primarily used for transmitting urgent information. Human fleets had such systems, especially warships on special missions, often equipped with more than one transmission system. In emergencies, these systems could send messages through various channels. The current task was to see if the Wind Star people had a similar design. Meanwhile, the tech team was conducting a comprehensive analysis of the warships. Although time was limited, they were determined to gather as much information as possible. These valuable data would be crucial for the impending Wind Star War, especially in identifying the warship's weaknesses to devise targeted countermeasures. Academician Zhang and the scientists were tirelessly working on each warship. They conducted thorough searches, especially on the dozens of command ships in the fleet. Eventually, they confirmed that no messages had been sent back. This validated that humanity's four-dimensional communication network was indeed an advanced technology not mastered by every civilization. With this technology, the fleet's strength had increased by at least 50. Meanwhile, in the bioship, Hu Yu and Academician Xiao were testing a cloned Wind Star individual. This clone had no consciousness, and a holographic chip was implanted in its brain. Hu Yu donned special glasses, immediately entering the clone's perspective. Hu Yu struggled to adapt to walking on four legs. Having been accustomed to bipedal movement for millions of years, switching to quadrupedal locomotion felt incredibly awkward. After several hours of practice, he finally managed to walk without tripping over himself. Like Hu Yu, over 50,000 others on the Deep Blue were undergoing the same control training. These 50,000 Wind Star clones were the result of 2 months of tireless work by Academician Xiao and a group of scientists. Fortunately, they had extensive equipment for cultivating biowarriors. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to find so many incubation chambers in such a short time. The general stood at the center of the command room, his brow furrowed as he conveyed crucial instructions to the 2 academicians. You need to ensure that the Wind Star people take this pill once a month to slow down their physical growth, he said in a low, serious voice. To make them grow to this size in 3 months, we modified some genetic sequences. If they don't take the medication, their bodies will continue to grow. Academician Zheng took over from Academician Xiao and added, General, regarding the language system of the Wind Star people, although we've decoded it and embedded the translation system into the chip, individual speech habits will inevitably vary. To avoid any slip-ups, the best strategy is to speak as little as possible. Hu Yu nodded in understanding. Got it. Thank you both for your efforts. He removed his glasses, his vision returning to normal. When do we depart? Immediately, the general replied decisively. We'll trace the route back along these warships to find out what kind of star system could give rise to such a civilization that tramples on wisdom. Hu Yu suddenly thought of a question. By the way, have you found out why the Wind Star people were hunting down Mr. Daozi and humans back then? Academician Zhang shook his head. No, this fleet is too low-ranking, just an ordinary transport squadron with most of its weapon systems dismantled. We haven't found any relevant information. However, I believe the secret of feeding the Zerg, which Mr. Daozi accidentally stumbled upon, is the reason they were after him and us. I think so too, Hu Yu agreed. After finishing the Wind Star control practice, Hu Yu contacted Wen Zhonghua. Zhonghua, how's the search for the planetary system going? Wen Zhonghua's voice came through the communicator. We found a pretty good system here. It has 6 rocky planets, and the one closest to the star is still a whole astronomical unit away, making the temperatures ideal for our operations. Hu Yu nodded in satisfaction. Good, you're in charge over there. Once the survey is complete, start the relevant work immediately. Academician Zhang will redesign the warships based on the characteristics of the Wind Star fleet. This time, we aim to take down the Wind Star civilization in one fell swoop. Get everything ready. Academician Zhang and I will join you as soon as we're done here. Don't worry, old Hu, Wen Zhonghua replied. I've already arranged for the landing survey and dispatched multiple stealth ships to scout within a 500 light-year radius to ensure the base's safety. Near the Zerg star, 5,000 Windstar warships had been repaired. Over 50,000 Windstar people returned to their original posts, but these were merely appearances. Their brains were controlled by holographic chips. For over 3 months, Hu Yu and more than 50,000 others had been meticulously imitating the Windstar people's behavior, learning to operate their warships, adapting to their daily habits, and striving to recreate everything as it was. The Windstar battleship set sail once again, traveling at 1,000 times the speed of light towards its original star system. This operation was deemed a special infiltration mission of the interstellar age. The fleet would penetrate deep into the Windstar civilization's territory to ascertain their military strength and deployment. Hu Yu stood before the holographic star map in the command room, watching the light representing the Windstar battleship gradually disappear from view. He knew that this fleet would reach its destination in 4 years, and soon, they themselves would set off to catch up with the Deep Blue. Turning to face Academician Zhang and other senior officials, Hu Yu's expression was solemn. Facing this long-established, star system-level advanced civilization, our construction work will be extremely hectic. Defeating them will be no easy task. Academician Zhang nodded in agreement and added, over the years, our development has been overly focused on military strength just to survive in the harsh universe. The living standards of our people have hardly improved, and they have been confined to the fleet. Hu Yu gazed out at the starry sky through the porthole, lost in thought. Although the 20-kilometer-long Deep Blue was vast enough to provide ample living space, people living in such a closed environment were like being trapped in a never-ending steel city. They hadn't felt real sunlight or fresh air for a very long time. Even so, the people have never complained, Hu Yu said softly. Their silent contributions are why we have won one plundering battle after another. Academician Zhang walked over and gently patted his shoulder. General, we all understand how you feel. The more you want to quickly find a safe place for everyone, the more reality seems to defy you. Taking a deep breath, Hu Yu turned to the holographic star map. JD 3-star system, our third base. Academician Zhang, among these 6 planets, is there one we can terraform to give our people a real home? I'd be willing to delay the Windstar offensive by a few hundred years if necessary. Academician Zhang pulled up the planetary data and analyzed it carefully. Planet 6 has the most potential. It has glaciers, a magnetic field, and a thin atmosphere. The only issue is its gravity, which is more than twice that of Earth. We'll need to find a way to address that. Then we'll start with Planet 6, Hu Yu decided. But we must ensure this infiltration into Windstar remains undetected. If discovered, we might need to retreat immediately. Academician Xiao interjected. According to my calculations, the chance of being discovered is less than 1 in 10,000. Even if we are exposed, we will gain a wealth of useful information that will aid future offensives. Hu Yu nodded in agreement, then shifted the topic. Once we conquer the Windstar civilization, we must find a stable star system to settle in. Our people need a secure environment, and it's time for our other technological advancements to catch up. If we win this battle and integrate Windstar's technology, we won't be far from reaching the level of a small star region civilization, Academician Zhang added. By then, we'll have the capability to settle down, and can also start searching for the leader and minister Luo Zhigao. Hu Yu's gaze turned profound. It's been over 400 years. I wonder how they are doing. I hope they haven't been living as precariously as we have. General, there's no need to worry, Academician Zhang reassured him. I believe the leader and Minister Luo are safe and sound. Once we are settled, we can discuss how to contact them. Clenching his fist, Hu Yu's eyes filled with determination. Indeed, once we acquire Windstar technology and make a final push to break through to a small star region civilization, we'll be able to reunite with them. With the leader's guidance, we will eventually stand at the top of the galaxy. Windstar civilization is indeed a tough nut to crack, Academician Zhang sighed softly. Hu Yu's gaze was resolute. No matter how tough, we will crack it. This is both a tremendous opportunity and an unavoidable threat. If we don't eliminate them, they will become a major problem in the future, just like the Sand Python civilization did back then. 1,000 light-years away from the Fengxing civilization's territory, 5,000 warships from the Fengxing fleet had just passed by. Hu Yu's attention was caught by a surveillance satellite that suddenly appeared. He quickly sent a brief confirmation message according to protocol. Instantly, the space around the satellite began to distort violently, as if manipulated by an invisible giant hand, pulling another satellite from a light-year away to its vicinity. The 2 satellites made contact and exchanged information at an astonishing speed, completing the process in just 1 second. Immediately afterward, the first satellite ceased emitting energy, while the second one vanished and returned to its original position. This process continued like a relay race, with each satellite passing information to the next and pulling it closer for the handoff. Hu Yu watched all this intently, feeling both amazed and intrigued. He pondered that if humanity could master such technology, it might enable the long-range deployment of warships at speeds thousands of times faster than the current stealth ships. However, he quickly realized that even the functioning civilization could not apply this technology to the transportation of large objects, not due to a lack of desire, but due to limitations in capability. As the fleet advanced, the number of satellites who you discovered along the way kept increasing, reaching dozens. Even more astonishingly, he also identified several fleets hidden within the star system. As they got closer to the functioning civilization's territory, the density of these defensive installations increased dramatically, making any attempts at a surprise attack nearly impossible. When the fleet was just 1 light-year away from the functioning civilization's territory, control of the warships was suddenly taken over, switching from warp travel to conventional propulsion engines. It was then that Hu truly understood the meaning of an established galactic civilization. Here, functioning patrol fleets were ubiquitous, their sheer numbers staggering. Additionally, there were countless space-based turrets and interstellar mines, their density intimidating. Hu estimated that without the strength of at least a few billion warships, it would be impossible to extend defensive power to such distant areas. He realized that without the guidance of special routes, the fleet, with only 5,000 warships, wouldn't be able to safely traverse even 1 light-day before being completely annihilated by these defensive installations. The deeper they ventured into the core territory, the denser these defensive installations became. Hu conservatively estimated that the number of space-based turrets and interstellar mines alone could reach an astonishing tens of trillions, far surpassing the scale of the patrol fleets. This overwhelming defensive system undoubtedly showcased the immense power and unfathomable depth of the functioning civilization. It's really maddening to compare oneself to others. Hu stood by the porthole, gazing out at the vast interstellar territory of Feng star civilization, feeling a mix of emotions. He knew that his fleet, though reaching a star system-level civilization, was hardly a speck compared to Feng star civilization, not even a hair on 90 oxen. The dense network of space-based fortresses and interstellar mines, forming a three-dimensional defense system, was on a scale far beyond his mere 20 million ghost killers. Such a defense network must have consumed countless planetary resources to construct, making even minor star sector civilizations hesitant to intrude. Hu couldn't help but think of his 500-year development plan, now feeling that even 5,000 years might not be enough. After all, Feng star civilization had been here for over 50,000 years, with a depth of accumulation that was unfathomable. The battleship advanced slowly along a winding route. The conventional propulsion engines boosted the speed to 0.6 times the speed of light, yet it still took 3 whole years to traverse a light-year, finally reaching the core territory of Feng star civilization. When the battleship was 20 astronomical units away from Feng star civilization's home star, it re-entered warp state. The scene here was entirely different from the outskirts. No space-based fortresses or interstellar mines, replaced instead by a constant stream of ships. Billions of civilian ships, varying in size and design, created a bustling picture of space traffic. However, what truly shocked Hu was the planetary system here. The entire star system had 4 busy planetary orbits. The third orbit was densely packed with over 600 planets, while the second and first orbits were slightly less dense, each with 200 to 300 planets. The total number of planets in these 3 orbits exceeded 1,000. In contrast, the fourth orbit seemed less crowded, with just over 100 planets. Such a dense distribution of planets was clearly not naturally formed. Hu marveled at Feng star civilization's audacity and power. They must have scoured countless star systems to collect these planets and transport them here one by one. Even more astonishing was that every one of these planets was a life-sustaining planet. Transforming so many planets into habitable environments was no easy feat. Feng star civilization truly deserved its reputation as an ancient star system-level civilization, while Hu found it challenging to even terraform a single planet, let alone thousands. At a place 1 astronomical unit beyond the outermost orbit, stood a dozen massive space-based shipyards. Each shipyard was a giant square platform over 2,000 kilometers on each side, with several towering structures in the center. Hu's fleet docked at one of these shipyards, guided by a signal. Hu remotely controlled dozens of cloned Feng star people, the fleet leaders, to disembark and enter the buildings. To avoid any incidents, the regular crew stayed on the battleship. These buildings were clearly designed for the crew, bustling with Feng star people and other species, all seemingly serving the Feng star people. As soon as they entered, a Feng star person warmly greeted them. "Hey, Si Luo, back from a mission? Seems like it took a bit longer this time." Hu replied nonchalantly, "Oh, just a bit. 2 of the battleships had some issues and needed repairs." The Feng star person continued, "No worries, as long as everything's fine. You've been making quite a bit these years. Not everyone gets such a cushy job. How about enjoying yourself today?" Hu and the clones acted as information gatherers, silently recording all conversations within the building. Back on a science ship 4,000 light-years away, Computers and scientists quickly analyzed this information. Within seconds, Hu had all the details about the Feng star person in front of him. Mimicking the habits of the original Si Luo, Hu responded, Feng Jun, I always support your business when I come back. I've only been the transport captain for a short while. Speaking of cushy jobs, getting the shipyard management is the real deal. You earn a fortune without lifting a finger, while we toil away, earning hard money, only to be exploited by you. Enough chatter. The usual slow wine with fire beef. Sure thing, coming right up, Feng Jun replied, then added, Si Luo, you really should take a good rest here this time. I've got something new to show you, guaranteed to satisfy. Hu declined. No, I have another mission. Staying here for a few days would cost me years of work. Don't say that. Last time you promised to spend some days here. You said the same the time before that, and the time before that, Feng Jun insisted. Yeah, next time for sure. The farther I stay from you, the better. You blood-sucking leech, Hu joked. Don't say that. Honest to heaven, I give you the best prices, Feng Jun hurriedly defended. All right, go on with your work. I want some time alone. Hu dismissed him, ending the conversation. Hey, Si Luo, which planets are on the list for this mission? Feng Jun asked casually, swirling his glass of slow wine. Si Luo glanced around warily and lowered his voice. Why are you asking? Don't you know prying into fleet secrets could cost you your head? Feng Jun waved dismissively. Come on, it's not that big of a secret. With our relationship, what's there to hide? Do you think I'd harm you? Si Luo's expression softened slightly. I know, out of everyone in this entire civilization, you're the only one who wouldn't harm me. You'd rather see me live until the end of the universe so you can squeeze more value out of me. Feng Jun chuckled. All right. It's no big deal. Actually, out of the 300 mission planets assigned, I've only visited 20 so far, 10 each trip. I haven't decided which planets to pick next. They'll see what the other fleets choose first. It doesn't really matter to us. Any planet will do. He downed his glass of slow wine in one gulp. Let's finish this bottle and get a good night's sleep. Then well, think about it. Suddenly, Feng Jun's eyes lit up. He leaned in close to Si Luo's ear and whispered, Si Luo, if you go to planet 97, can you get me some local specialties? Si Luo recoiled sharply. Feng Jun, you're talking about something that could get us executed. No way. Feng Jun's eyes twinkled. Oh, come on. How about this? Tonight's on me. I'll throw in 2 more bottles of slow wine, half a pound of fire beef, and a quarter pound of wind lizard. Deal? It's not like it's your first time. I know you got some stuff from planet 469 for Dock 3 last time. Don't talk nonsense, Si Luo said nervously, looking around. And my life is worth more than just some wine and meat. Feng Jun sensed an opportunity. While slow wine was expensive, it was nothing compared to the specialties from planet 97. He pressed on, Si Luo, how about this? You get it for me, and we split the profits 70-30. I get 70, you get 30. Are you crazy, Feng Jun? Si Luo whispered harshly. I'm the one risking my head, and you want the bigger share? It should be 7,030 in my favor. I'm taking a big risk too, Feng Jun countered. The black market is heavily policed now. Several of our peers have been caught. Final offer, 50-50, or you can find someone else. Si Luo hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, deal. In the bar, other Fengxing crew members were loudly chatting and dancing under the influence of slow wine, releasing the stress of long-term space travel. Slow wine, a beverage specifically designed for Fengxing, could make them temporarily lose their inhibitions, similar to human recreational drugs, but without the addiction, and it helped relieve stress. For crew members who spent extended periods away on missions, a pricey bottle of slow wine upon their return was the best reward. Among the Fengxing elite, slow wine was almost a staple. The Wind Star people often lose themselves in the intoxicating effects of slow spirits, exhibiting all sorts of drunken antics. However, Hu and several dozen other Wind Star individuals remain sober. Even when these clones consume excessive amounts of alcohol, it doesn't affect the holographic operators controlling them from thousands of light years away. Members of the scientific ship patiently listen to the inebriated ramblings of these Wind Star individuals, meticulously collecting valuable information about their civilization. Hu learned about his fleet's mission from another operator. Without this information, he wouldn't have known how to respond to the inquiries of the Wind Star boss. The mission was to transport the biological life forms from over 1,000 planets in the first 3 orbits to feed the swarm. As more information was gathered, Hu gradually came to understand the mysterious Wind Star civilization. To his astonishment, Hu discovered that the Wind Star people were nurturing more than one swarm. The exact locations of these other swarms remain a mystery. The Wind Star civilization originated from an ordinary planet in this star system, a world where fierce winds raged through all 4 seasons. The harsh environment shaped the unique physiological traits of the Wind Star people. Their long fur helped maintain body temperature, and their limbs could grip the ground firmly to withstand the relentless gales. It was in such a challenging environment that the Wind Star civilization slowly emerged. The severe climate of Wind Star greatly hindered the development of their civilization. It took them millions of years to progress from the initial stages of civilization to a stellar-level society. In comparison, humanity achieved the same leap in just a few thousand years. The obstacles faced by the Wind Star people were numerous, and for most of their history, their efforts were primarily focused on survival and reproduction. When the Wind Star people finally reached a stellar-level civilization, the fierce winds could no longer impede their progress. However, their long struggle against nature had severely impacted their cognitive abilities. In their battle with the elements, the Wind Star people relied more on their robust bodies than their agile minds. Over millions of years of evolution, their brains did not significantly advance and may have even slightly regressed. Despite this, resilience remained the core trait of the Wind Star people. They did not give up due to the limitations of their brains. When they finally had the capability to leave Windstar, the entire population migrated to another planet in the star system. This new world was much more habitable, providing an ideal environment for technological development. In their new home, the Wind Star people's development was astonishing. In just 10,000 years, they advanced from a stellar-level civilization to a galactic level one. After another 50,000 years of effort, they progressed from the early stages of a galactic-level civilization to an advanced one. It was then that they initiated the unsettling swarm cultivation program. The crew members were also unclear about why the civilization's leaders wanted to cultivate the swarm. 10,000 years ago, the leaders suddenly ordered the collection of all subgalactic-level civilization planets within a 10th of sunlight-year radius. Each discovered planet was immediately relocated, ultimately amassing over 1,000 life-bearing planets. With the overwhelming power of their advanced civilization, these lower-level civilizations had little chance to resist. The Wind Star fleet swiftly destroyed their warships, and the home planets and colonies were relocated to this new star system. These conquered civilizations faced severe treatment. They were stripped of all technological and educational resources, and any technological research was strictly forbidden. Anyone caught conducting private research was ruthlessly purged by the Wind Star people. As for rebellion, these stellar or planetary-level civilizations were no match for the galactic-level Wind Star civilization. Moreover, their technological facilities had been destroyed, their entire scientific systems dismantled, and all scientific personnel executed. The remaining ordinary populace, even if they wished to resist, were powerless, unable to even overcome planetary gravity. These civilizations were forced to cultivate native flora and fauna while continuing their own reproduction. Periodically, the Wind Star fleet would visit to demand a tribute of biological life forms, including the civilization's own members. If the required numbers were not met, the Wind Star people would execute the leaders and appoint new ones to complete the task. Faced with the Wind Star people's brutal demands, these civilizations had no room for resistance. Every planet was under strict surveillance, and any sign of dissent could lead to the extermination of the entire species. The once civilized beings were reduced to breeding stock. Generation after generation, they reproduced, only to watch helplessly as their kin were taken aboard the Wind Star ships. Although they didn't know the fate that awaited their taken family members, it was undoubtedly death. The Wind Star people were adept at maintaining long-term control. Besides the periodic biological tributes, they refrained from imposing additional oppression on the conquered civilizations and even sought to improve their living conditions. Under such rule, many beings on these planets gradually became numb. For these lower-level civilizations, with lifespans often under 1,000 years, many held onto the slim hope that they might survive until the day before the next fleet arrival. However, more beings continued to strive to preserve the spark of their civilizations. For the sake of their species' continuity, they clung to the last vestiges of hope, dreaming of a day when they could break free from Wind Star rule and rebuild their own civilizations. Despite the minuscule chance of realizing this wish, they persisted with unwavering determination. The Wind Star beings have adopted a ruthless and shrewd strategy for selecting life forms. They only care about numbers, leaving the power of choice to the conquered civilizations themselves. This not only saves them trouble, but also cleverly sows seeds of discord within these races. The burden of life and death decisions falls on the civilizations themselves, shifting some of the hatred onto their own shoulders. Every time the Wind Star fleet arrives at a life-bearing planet, a great tragedy unfolds. These civilizations, though stripped of their technology, still possess vibrant thoughts and emotions. They are forced to face painful separations, watching helplessly as their loved ones board the Wind Star ships. In their eyes, the Wind Star fleet is like a cold and merciless court of death, pronouncing their fate. Even many Wind Star beings find it hard to endure such scenes. They can attack other civilizations without hesitation, but sending defenseless creatures to feed the swarm is a significant psychological test. This is why the transport mission is referred to as a plum job among the Wind Star beings. The Wind Star beings have repeatedly opposed their leader's decision to raise the swarm, but each time, they were met with brutal suppression. Nowadays, the Windstar civilization is under the absolute rule of their leaders. Over time, the Windstar beings have gradually become accustomed to this situation, choosing to turn a blind eye. The Windstar beings reside on the fourth orbital ring, outside the three swarm-feeding rings, spread across a dozen planets out of 100. Typically, Windstar beings are not allowed to enter the feeding bases, and apart from special figures like Feng Jun, most Windstar beings prefer to avoid those places. On these dozen residential planets, over 300 billion Windstar beings live. Many serve on warships, with an ordinary warship requiring 10 Windstar beings to operate. Besides the residential planets, there are more than 80 planets serving as rear bases, responsible for mining, constructing, and maintaining warships, and producing daily necessities. The total population of Windstar beings across these 100-plus planets exceeds 1 trillion, collectively pushing the vast machinery of Windstar civilization forward. In the dock, Huyu obtained a wealth of valuable information. Although he was eager to explore the residential planets of the Windstar beings, he decided to continue his current mission to avoid raising suspicion. More importantly, Huyu successfully acquired a long hair from Feng Jun. This long hair serves as Huyu's eyes in the dock. To avoid exposure, Huyu did not bring any surveillance equipment aboard, let alone install any in the Windstar dock. A foolish action only someone out of their mind would attempt. Next, Huyu needs to return to the swarm planet. Along the way, he will hand over the long hair to the biologist who will meet him. When the fleet returns from the swarm planet, they can bring back the cloned Feng Jun. Completing the designated route is necessary. Otherwise, fleet headquarters will quickly detect any anomalies. Without fully understanding the specifics of Windstar civilization, arbitrarily altering the route would be unwise. Huyu plans to replace the real Feng Jun when the fleet returns to Windstar. Given Feng Jun's social skills and extensive network, the information he holds is undoubtedly far greater than what Huyu has obtained. Despite Huyu and the numerous clone operators being mentally prepared, the sight that greeted them upon landing on these cultivated planets was still overwhelming. The alien creatures looked nothing like humans, but the fear and sorrow in their eyes were all too familiar, as if such intense emotions were universal. Standing on the deck of the spaceship, Huyu looked down at the planet beneath him. In that moment, the brutal laws of the universe came vividly to life before his eyes. Powerful civilizations like the Fengxing could trample on others at will, treating them like livestock. The weak could only be enslaved, bullied, or even reduced to food. Huyu couldn't help but feel grateful that humanity hadn't fallen to such a state. Despite the hardships of life in the fleet, they at least retained their dignity. Compared to these enslaved civilizations, the fleet's situation was like paradise. The transportation process began. This planet was clearly not being harvested for the first time, and the local creatures knew what was about to happen. The spaceship's doors slowly opened, and the creatures began to load various fed plants and animals inside. Once the required amount was reached, the creatures themselves started to walk into the spaceship in groups. Huyu watched as these creatures boarded the ship. With every step, they looked back, their eyes filled with longing for their loved ones and reluctance to leave their lives behind. Their fate was firmly controlled by the Fengxing. Resistance would only lead to the annihilation of their entire civilization. Ultimately, they could only board the Fengxing spaceship with a mix of emotions: resentment, helplessness, and despair. This heart-wrenching scene was broadcast live to every screen in the fleet. It served as an intensely vivid lesson, silently reminding every fleet member that the universe is cruel. Without effort, humanity's future could mirror that of these enslaved civilizations. Only by becoming strong could they enjoy a stable life. The loading process went surprisingly smoothly, with no resistance. Soon, 5,000 spaceships were fully loaded. As they set off toward the Zerg planet, the Fengxing were unaware that the swarm had already been annihilated by humans, and these spaceships had long fallen into human hands. In the coming centuries, these ships would continue to ply this route as usual until the human fleet grew strong enough to launch an attack on the Fengxing civilization. By then, the 5,000 ships could play a significant role from within. Huyu had considered the possibility of gradual infiltration, replacing the Fengxing from the bottom up. But he quickly dismissed the idea, and Professor Xiao also pointed out its impossibility. Anyone reaching a certain level would undergo strict checks when entering key locations, and mere physical resemblance would not suffice. Huyu felt powerless to save the enslaved creatures on the spaceship, nor did he intend to. Their fate was already sealed, and Huyu had neither the obligation nor the necessity to sacrifice for them. In some ways, their downfall was partly their own doing. Perhaps in the future, when humanity attacked the Fengxing, they could be liberated incidentally. Regardless, this infiltration mission had been a massive success. The fleet passed the check smoothly after just a few satellite confirmations. This was to be expected. The ships and personnel were indistinguishable from the originals. Huyu himself wouldn't have suspected anything. This experience was now part of the fleet's protocol. In the future, every returning member of the human fleet would undergo strict inspections. The Fengxing were, after all, just ordinary beings, in some aspects even inferior to humans. They couldn't have imagined that the wandering humans would happen upon the Zerg planet and encounter their transport fleet. Couldn't have imagined that due to the ships being overloaded, a few small gravity bombs from the humans could defeat them. And certainly couldn't have imagined that humans would clone their crew to infiltrate their civilization. Years passed quietly during this back-and-forth mission. As Hu Yu led the functioning fleet away from their territory, the 6 planets of the JD3 star system almost simultaneously activated their full-power operation mode. Here, Hu Yu would lead everyone in a thrilling arms race, with a clear and grand objective: to surpass the functioning civilization in total energy, annex their empire, and seize their technology. Humanity's counterattack had only just begun. In the age of the cosmos, mastery of energy determines victory. The Windstar civilization boasts massive energy reserves, with their fleet estimated to number between 3 to 4 billion ships. Hu Yu understands that while matching such scale in a short time is impossible, building a necessary fleet is imperative. In addition to the existing 3,000-meter-long ordinary warships, Hu Yu discovered a more formidable presence in the galaxy giant ships that are 10 times the length of the normal warships. These colossal ships are elusive and difficult to fully capture, but even from a distance, their menacing aura is palpable. Hu Yu realized that these are not residential ships like the Deep Blue, but highly threatening attack ships. Assessing the situation, Hu Yu decided to temporarily halt warship design and prioritize stockpiling materials and production equipment. He plans to infiltrate Wind Star territory again to gather more intelligence before making further decisions. The 6th planet in the JD3 star system caught Hu Yu's attention. This rocky planet, though with a thin atmosphere, has surface temperatures plunging to -100 degrees Celsius due to its distance from the star. It is slightly larger than Earth, with twice the gravity, and harbors a scorching iron-nickel core. A team of physicists led by academician Zheng Xiaoyuan is undertaking the arduous task of reducing the planet's gravity. The high-gravity environment places immense pressure on human organs, causing even seasoned crew members to feel exhausted over time. Hu Yu realizes that the confrontation with the Wind Star civilization is not a matter of days, and the original 500-year surpassing plan may need reevaluation. Soon, 3 proposals were put forward. First, to lay energy pipelines similar to those on the Deep Blue to reduce gravity, a massive engineering project. Second, to remove excess material to Earth levels. And third, to swap with Planet 3, requiring only the transfer of water and atmosphere. After weighing the pros and cons, Hu Yu chose the third option. Despite its magnitude, it is the shortest in duration compared to the other two. Hu Yu's gaze turned to the horizon. This is not merely for the present, but also for paving the way for the future. Once technology advances further, entire planets could move with the fleet, completely leaving behind the cage life of the Deep Blue. If they choose to remove the excess material, 60,000 gigatons would need to be removed, a process that could take decades via spaceship transport or electromagnetic rail launch. Laying energy pipelines would also be time-consuming and difficult to ensure uniform gravity. In contrast, the planet-swapping plan is more efficient, though it would result in some loss of atmosphere and water, which can be replenished later through artificial means. Hu Yu's resolve is firm, laying the foundation for humanity's long-term development in this star region. This colossal project will be a significant step towards humanity becoming a true cosmic civilization. The task of planetary relocation was daunting, requiring millions of stealth ships to act simultaneously. The plan commenced with the fleet splitting into 2 groups, positioning themselves around the 3rd and 6th planets. Under the precise control of the stealth ships, both planets gradually moved closer to the JD3 star, with the 6th planet leading and the 3rd following, maintaining a distance of 5 million kilometers. When they were 30 million kilometers from the JD3 star, all stealth ships simultaneously shut down their warp engines. Space returned to normal in an instant, and stellar winds directly struck the surface of the 6th planet. The planet's atmosphere began to strip away under the fierce impact, dispersing with the wind. The ancient glaciers on the surface rapidly melted, boiled, and turned into gas, blown away by the wind. The entire process resembled a grand interstellar alchemy. 3 days later, the 6th planet had lost all its atmosphere and water. Its surface temperature soared to over 1,000 degrees, becoming barren and desolate. The stealth ships then moved it back to its original orbit, allowing it to continue orbiting the JD3 star as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, 5 million kilometers away, the 3rd planet waited quietly. Like a diligent interstellar scavenger, it collected every molecule of atmosphere and water from the 6th planet bit by bit. Although it also endured the erosion of stellar winds, the losses were smaller due to the greater distance. The stealth ships continually adjusted its position, enabling it to capture the secondary stripped atmosphere and water molecules. After a week of scavenging, the 3rd planet acquired 70 of the 6th planet's water and atmosphere, far exceeding expectations. The subsequent steps of manufacturing water and atmosphere were thus rendered unnecessary. The 3rd planet was no longer a barren rock, but was covered with a thick atmosphere and water. Due to its smaller size, the atmosphere appeared particularly abundant, although the oxygen content was less than 1, with nitrogen and carbon dioxide being the main components. The stealth ships precisely placed the third planet in an optimal orbit, ensuring the sunlight intensity was comparable to Earth's. They also created a 65-degree axial tilt for the planet, laying the foundation for seasonal changes. Under the protection of the atmosphere, the surface temperature range narrowed from over 400 degrees to less than 100 degrees. Water molecules condensed in the atmosphere, forming continuous heavy rains that would last for months until the surface temperature stabilized completely. To create a habitable environment, you ordered the deployment of tens of thousands of nuclear bombs of varying sizes onto the third planet. The explosions created countless craters on the planet's surface, which would be filled with rainwater to form thousands of lakes. The use of fusion-type nuclear bombs ensured no harmful radiation was left behind. Although the water obtained from the sixth planet was less than one-third of Earth's, the third planet's flatter terrain resulted in a water surface area slightly larger than Earth's. The planet's rotation would drive water flow, carving out networks of rivers of various sizes. In this era of interstellar colonization, what was once considered useless waste had become valuable resources. All kinds of waste produced by human life, including leftovers and animal excrement, would play a crucial role in transforming the planet's ecosystem. These wastes were rich in microorganisms and various tiny life forms, which would significantly contribute to building a new ecosystem. All efforts aimed at transforming the third planet into a second Earth, progressing more smoothly than imagined. In less than 2 months, the preliminary transformation of the third planet was complete. The first batch of plant seeds was sown across the planet, taking root and sprouting in the thin oxygen, tasked with producing oxygen to pave the way for human survival on this new home. Now, we wait for the plants to grow and produce enough oxygen to improve the planet's environment, a process that will take anywhere from 5 to 10 years. The fleet continuously scatters plant seeds across the planet's surface, especially various weed seeds. These resilient plants have battled humanity countless times on Earth, surviving everything from cutting and burning to chemicals and machinery, only to return each spring. On this unfamiliar planet, weeds will become the second major force after microorganisms, using their incredible vitality to root, sprout, and grow in the harsh environment. Meanwhile, on the deep blue, the cultivation of plants is in full swing. Most of the plants on the ship are carefully selected ornamental species that, while beautiful, lack the hardiness of true weeds. These plants provide the necessary oxygen for the deep blue, but in the mission to terraform the new planet, they take a backseat. With the basic work complete, the long wait begins. At the same time, Puyo has ventured into the Wind Star Civilization's territory for the second time, a journey that takes 12 to 14 years round trip. To avoid exposing the existence of humanity, the espionage mission continues. On Planet 3, activity has already begun. Individuals carry simple oxygen tanks, taking breaths of high-concentration oxygen every few minutes to sustain themselves. After 20 years, plants have covered the entire surface of the planet's land, and aquatic life has started to slowly proliferate. However, these are freshwater fish and plants. Marine life has yet to be restored. In contrast to the relative calm of Planet 3, other planets are bustling with activity. Countless machines move across the surfaces, and giant excavators, towering over 100 meters, dig out hundreds of tons of ore with each scoop. Workers in spacesuits busily shuttle around, and huge factories made of steel plates rise from the ground. In the interstellar era, steel, a cheap and abundant resource, forms the foundation of all technological civilizations. With steel, sealed bases, factories, and various machines can be built, enabling humanity to construct powerful warships and secure their survival in the vast cosmos. This may be the last large-scale construction project directly involving humans. Holographic control technology is now very advanced, and the design of related robots is complete, with small-scale production and testing already underway. Future exploration and construction will likely be carried out by these intelligent machines. For centuries, humans have studied consciousness without uncovering its true essence. In the bright lights of the laboratory, scientists gaze at the brain composed of proteins and organic matter. It exhibits life activity cells divide. Neurons fire yet shows no signs of consciousness. This scene seems like a silent mockery of human technology. In Professor Zhao's lab, a person lies quietly in a transparent incubation chamber. This being is the result of over 100 years of meticulous molecular control. Outwardly, it possesses the perfect human form, with smooth skin and well-proportioned muscles. Instruments show it has a heartbeat, blood flow, nutrient absorption, and metabolism. However, when researchers attempt to communicate with it, they are met with only silence. It has no consciousness whatsoever. In the fleet's advanced laboratory, biologists are conducting a groundbreaking experiment. By precisely controlling a set of bioelectrical and chemical signals, they have successfully manipulated a body. Even more astonishingly, they can replicate these signals in another body and achieve the same expressions. Yet, When they transfer these signals to the brain of the created person, the results are disappointing. A researcher picks up a slender needle and gently pricks the person's arm. The instruments immediately show a pain response, but the person remains unresponsive, neither flinching nor showing any reflexes. This scene silently conveys a harsh truth. It is not a real person, not even comparable to a comatose patient. Professor Xiao stands before a massive star chart, his gaze sweeping over the twinkling points in the Milky Way. Each point could harbor a civilization, and each civilization contains billions of conscious beings. He murmurs, the number of consciousnesses may far exceed the stars in the galaxy, yet they are so elusive. Centuries ago, humans feared the possibility of computers gaining self-awareness. Today, any personal terminal in the fleet is exponentially more powerful than the supercomputers of the past. Professor Xiao turns to the supercomputer at the center of the lab, capable of accurately simulating a star's behavior and predicting the actions of fundamental particles. Yet, despite its power, it remains just a clever machine, devoid of any consciousness. Professor Zhao's gaze deepens as he softly speaks. Consciousness might involve the highest laws of the universe, only naturally arising and not from artificial constructs. His thoughts drift into the cosmos, imagining the various forms consciousness might take, perhaps as a planet, a gas cloud, as small as dust, or as vast as a mythical creature. Despite the inability to endow machines with consciousness, humanity has not halted its progress. In the fleet's factories, various types of robots are being mass-produced. Some, designed for simple tasks, are directly controlled by the fleet's large computers, while those meant for complex situations are equipped with holographic control systems, allowing for remote human operation. Professor Xiao stands in the command center, observing a construction base thousands of light years away through a holographic projection. He softly says, "This is the safest state for humanity. Even if other civilizations attack, they'd only destroy steel and iron. We can quickly rebuild elsewhere." With technological advancements, humans no longer need to travel to distant star systems themselves. Instead, countless robotic armies will operate throughout the galaxy, building a vast fleet for humanity. Professor Xiao turns to his assistant and solemnly states, "Our most important task now is to increase our population. Only then can we truly control our destiny." The fleet has been traveling since 2185, and now, over 400 years have passed. The population has grown slowly from 500 million to just over 800 million, a notably sluggish rate given that human longevity hasn't caused any population decline. Although the vessel Deep Blue can accommodate billions, people are generally reluctant to have their descendants grow up within a nomadic fleet. Everyone is waiting for Huyu to lead the fleet to settle on a habitable planet. Huyu deeply understands the traditional Chinese value of everything for the next generation, which has prevailed for thousands of years. He respects this widespread sentiment and has not imposed any strict policies on reproduction, leaving the choice entirely to the people. However, the situation is changing. Planet 3 is on the verge of becoming habitable, and the fleet is expected to remain there for several centuries. If conditions permit, they might even carry the entire planet along on their journey. This means people will no longer be confined to the limited space of the Deep Blue, potentially leading to a population boom. A rapid population increase would significantly boost productivity. With holographic technology, 1 in every 10 robots can be directly controlled by humans, and the number of robots can expand almost infinitely. This will greatly accelerate the fleet's construction speed. Huyu firmly believes that, given time, the human fleet's strength will surpass that of the functioning civilization. However, to truly defeat the functioning civilization, which boasts over 300 billion residents, more than 300 million warships, and billions of space-based turrets and interstellar mines, humanity would need to build at least 30 billion stealth ships. The sheer scale of this number gives even Huyu a headache. Nonetheless, human research on warfare might be the most advanced in the entire galaxy. No human leader would be foolish enough to assemble a massive fleet for a direct assault on functioning territory. Huyu certainly does not intend to create such a large fleet for a heathen confrontation. This is why he has gone to great lengths to infiltrate functioning territory, even pretending to transport biological organisms to feed the Zerg for functioning civilization. His goal is to defeat this formidable opponent with minimal military cost. During his second visit to Fengxing, Huyu had already covertly replaced one of the Fengxing shipyard operators, Fengjun. The current Fengju is actually controlled by a seasoned merchant from the fleet. This old merchant was a successful entrepreneur during Earth's era and has a similar business style to the real Fengjun. Both are shrewd vampires of commerce. After joining the fleet, this merchant had lost his stage to showcase his talents. Now, he has finally found an opportunity to fully utilize his abilities, contributing to Huyu's grand plan. The clone of Fengjun, controlled by the old merchant, exhibited talents in business and social interactions that surpassed those of the real Fengjun. Within just 2 months, the old merchant skillfully built connections with over a dozen other spaceship dock operators. Leveraging his substantial financial resources, he began to monopolize the sale of sluo liquor across the entire Feng Star civilization. This strategy allowed other operators to taste the benefits of a monopoly, while the Feng Star people were completely unprepared. The concept of monopoly had never existed in their understanding. They had always followed a simple business logic, to gain profits by constantly adjusting prices, oscillating between price hikes and cuts. Hu cautiously decided not to replace more Feng Star people. He understood that the more replacements he made, the greater the risk of exposure. He believed that as long as he effectively used Feng Jun, a local ringleader, it would be sufficient to stir up significant turmoil within the Feng Star civilization. After replacing Feng Jun, Hu carefully examined his financial records. What he discovered was startling. Feng Jun, who appeared to be merely a dock operator contractor, was actually a complex character. He not only exploited the crew's money, but also extended his underground activities to the upper echelons of civilization. Whether it was domesticated intelligent creatures or special items from other star systems, Feng Jun always managed to acquire them through various secret channels and quietly deliver them to the upper class. This explained why Feng Jun had the audacity to demand Hu obtain local specialties from Planet 97 for him. The so-called local specialties were actually code for the intelligent creatures of Planet 97. Feng Star regulations strictly prohibited individuals from owning domesticated intelligent creatures. Even those working as service personnel from other civilizations were under stringent control. This was because these domesticated intelligent creatures possessed considerable intelligence, and their large-scale integration into Feng Star society could lead to serious consequences. Intelligent creatures always have various peculiar habits, especially the high-ranking ministers of the Feng Star civilization, who had a particular fondness for the species from Planet 97. Hu had personally visited Planet 97 and observed that its intelligent creatures resembled meatballs. They had 6 limbs that could retract entirely into their spherical bodies, lacking a distinct head like humans or the Sha Meng civilization. They looked like beings with facial features painted on a soccer ball, with the entire sphere comprising their whole body. These creatures had a unique way of moving. When going uphill, they would extend their 6 limbs to support their half-meter-wide bodies and crawl slowly. On downhill slopes or flat surfaces, they would retract all 6 limbs into their bodies, occasionally extending 1 or 2 to propel themselves forward. To humans, these creatures appeared cute and amusing, but to the beings of Feng Star, these spherical creatures had an irresistible allure, leading many officials to secretly keep one at home. These spherical creatures were delivered to the officials through various hidden channels, becoming their playthings. Ultimately, all these creatures came from the black market. Only on the black market could one purchase these meatballs and other intelligent creatures. The leaders of the transport fleets were often colluding with black market leaders like Feng Jun, reaping enormous profits. The clone named Si Luo, controlled by Hu Yu, had been serving as a transport captain for less than a century when Feng Jun approached him to obtain creatures from Planet 97. This greed for profit, coupled with the powerful protection from higher authorities, made Feng Jun increasingly audacious. After replacing Feng Jun, the clone would leverage the monopoly on sluo liquor and his connections with the upper class of Feng Star to gradually expand his influence. His goal was to create internal turmoil within the Feng Star civilization when Hu Yu launched his attack. One day, Hu Yu personally traveled to Planet 97. After loading billions of meatballs onto the fleet, they set sail. Just as the warship was about to enter a danger zone, a small ship silently detached from the fleet. This small ship carried 100 live meatballs. Among the busy traffic of billions of civilian ships, it went unnoticed and finally docked at Feng Jun spaceport. The clone Feng Jun immediately dispatched people to swiftly transport the meatballs into the building, carefully hiding them. Aboard the Deep Blue, Hu Yu spoke to the old merchant responsible for controlling Feng Jun. Oldly, thank you for your hard work. Make sure these 100 creatures from Planet 97 are delivered to the upper echelon of the Feng Star civilization. Be cautious and find the right people. Don't get yourself into trouble. The old merchant replied confidently, rest assured, General. To be honest, no one does this better than me. I thought this skill would be buried forever, but now I have the honor of contributing significantly to the fleet. I feel immensely honored. General, whether it's Feng Star people or humans, I can tell at a glance who's the cat that catches the fish. Hu Yu nodded in satisfaction. Good. Once this mission is completed, I will personally award you the Gold Fleet Medal. Really? The old merchant exclaimed excitedly. Rest assured, General, I won't let you down. His face was full of excitement because receiving the Gold Fleet Medal was extremely rare in the entire fleet. Only those who made significant contributions could receive this award. Up to now, fewer than 10 people in the entire fleet had received the Gold Fleet Medal, and they were all scientists. The transportation mission was ongoing, and Hu Yu had long grown accustomed to this daily routine. Standing at the command post, his gaze swept over the waves of sentient beings boarding the warship, and he felt a surge of desire to save them. However, he knew it wasn't the right time. these civilizations still needed to endure hardships to truly mature. Today's cargo was particularly unique a group of self-moving tree people. These beings from Planet 33 once again challenged Huyu's understanding. The tree people varied greatly in size, with some only a few meters tall and others reaching heights of several dozen meters. Calling them trees wasn't entirely accurate, as they had the ability to walk, communicate, and think, distinguishing them from ordinary flora. Huyu observed these extraordinary creatures closely. Their roots dug deep into the planet's soil, typically used for absorbing water and nutrients. When they needed to move, these roots could deftly pull out from the ground, showcasing mobility surpassing many animals. The tree people reproduced like regular plants, through seeds that took root and sprouted, growing gradually. Their tops were adorned with short, sturdy branches and leaves, which, combined with their advanced root systems, allowed them to perform more complex actions than humans, even threading a needle with ease. From the gathered information, Huyu learned that the tree people had not developed a technological civilization. They were simply a species of intelligent beings. When the Wind Star people discovered Planet 33, they encountered no resistance. The fleet transported the entire planet with ease. Initially, the Wind Star people were intrigued by the tree people and conducted extensive research. Ultimately, they concluded that the tree people were merely a peculiar species and downgraded them to food for insects. The tree people's way of life was extremely simple. They only needed sunlight and water to survive. This advantageous condition actually hindered their development. According to the tree people, they had existed on Planet 33 for billions of years. But you looked around and indeed found no traces of civilization. For the tree people, the sky was their blanket and the earth their bed, leading a carefree existence where any extra labor seemed unnecessary. As the novelty wore off, Huyu began organizing the warship to reload the tree people. Surprisingly, the loading process went smoother than with other sentient beings. The tree people eagerly pulled their roots from the soil and hurried towards the warship, stacking themselves neatly layer upon layer, requiring no intervention from Huyu. Huyu watched the tree people eagerly boarding the warship and sighed inwardly. How could these innocent beings know the fate that awaited them? He couldn't help but draw a parallel to ancient humans. If an alien warship had landed, they would probably have been just as excited as these tree people. Once fully loaded, the warship swiftly headed into deep space. In an instant, the extreme cold of space seeped through the hull's pores, instantly freezing all life inside, including the naive tree people, into ice sculptures. Over the next 2 years, the warship would follow its preset course, only stopping once it had traveled a light year beyond the defensive perimeter. 5,000 warships departed in succession, some faster, some slower. The fastest would break through the defense line in a year, the slowest in 3. Huyu handed over control of the 4 spirals to another operator and turned to more urgent tasks. A new warship construction plan awaited his direction. Only when in the territory of Windstar would he personally command the 4 spirals. Academician Zhang's analysis of the Windstar civilization's warships yielded troubling conclusions. The warships were not only numerous and enormous, but their offensive and defensive capabilities were also nearly impregnable. They employed antimatter and gravitational fields for devastating attacks, supplemented by powerful laser cannons. To defeat such a fleet, the only apparent strategy was to overwhelm them with even more powerful warships. However, reality was harsh. The Windstar civilization had been developing for over 50,000 years and had become an advanced galactic civilization. In contrast, humanity had just reached the mid-stage of galactic-level military technology and lagged half a tier in overall civilization. Catching up in just 500 years was nothing short of a pipe dream. Since a direct confrontation was out of the question, academician Zhang turned his attention to the surrounding stars, particularly a Cepheid variable neutron star located 1,000 light-years away. These lighthouses of the universe were not only tools for astronomers to measure cosmic distances, but also contained unimaginable energy. Academician Zhang boldly proposed that if they could move this Cepheid variable star and send it into the Wind Star civilization's territory to detonate, the resulting energy would illuminate the entire Milky Way. This cosmic fireworks display would be difficult for even a galactic-level civilization to observe up close. However, this seemingly simple plan was fraught with difficulties. How could they transport such a high-density celestial body? How could they protect it during transit? How could they deliver it into the target area without alerting the Wind Star civilization? Each problem was as challenging as reaching for the stars. Even more problematic was the need to control the extent of the explosion's damage. If the Wind Star civilization's technological foundation were entirely destroyed, humanity's efforts would be in vain. They also had to consider how to shield the over 1,000 innocent civilizations from the blast. The most crucial concern was that such a large-scale operation would inevitably draw the attention of advanced civilizations across the Milky Way. If humanity's presence were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Huyu fell into deep thought. While the plan was bold, the risks were enormous. They needed more time and wisdom to devise a strategy that could defeat the Wind Star civilization without attracting the attention of other civilizations. Time was pressing, but they had no other choice. These issues will ultimately fall on the shoulders of academician Zhang and his team, who you deeply understood that despite having ample time, humanity could not outlast the Windstar civilization in a prolonged war. He stared at the massive figure of 200 billion people in the holographic projection, the foundation of Windstar's formidable logistical support. With a heavy sigh, he realized that only a swift and decisive strike could secure victory for humanity. The design blueprints for the new warship slowly unfolded before him. This colossal vessel, over 3,000 meters in length, was on par with the warships of the Windstar civilization. However, what truly stood out was its thick armor. Hu's fingers slid across the holographic image, revealing the armor thickness data. The hull generally exceeded 100 meters, and the vulnerable bow reached an astonishing 200 meters, far surpassing the 50-meter armor thickness of Windstar's ships. In interstellar warfare, armor thickness often determines a warship's survivability. Even the most advanced spatial distortion shields and anti-gravity defenses cannot completely block the energy penetration of enemy weapons. Even a small residual energy wave can cause destruction far exceeding that of Earth's-era megaton nuclear weapons. In this context, a few meters of armor are as fragile as paper. However, heavy armor also means greater mass, higher power requirements, and increased energy consumption. If not for the current strategic advantage allowing for delayed offensives, you would never have considered building such a solid iron club of a warship. But given the current state of defensive technology, this seemingly clumsy approach was a necessary choice. The holographic image of the new fighter, Windrider, replaced the warship blueprints. Designed specifically to counter the Windstar civilization, its construction difficulty far exceeded that of the Shadow Killer. The material consumption alone was 1,000 times greater. You pulled up the resource list, realizing that the remaining mineral deposits of the JD3 planetary system's 5 planets were far from sufficient to meet production needs. According to discussions with the academicians, at least 50 million Windriders needed to be built. This massive project would take at least 500 years, involving 20 million workers, 200 million robots, and over 1 billion pieces of large-scale machinery and factory equipment. Staring at these astronomical figures, you realized this would be humanity's largest construction project ever. Yet, he knew this was just the beginning. Future projects would be even grander and more breathtaking. The holographic projection switched to a live feed of the third planet. After more than 50 years of transformation, this once barren planet had been rejuvenated. Various residential houses had sprung up like mushrooms after rain, unlike the densely urbanized buildings of old Earth. Each family unit was surrounded by lush greenery, with the distance between houses generally exceeding 100 meters. Meandering rivers and sparkling lakes dotted the landscape, creating a picturesque and pleasant living environment under the blue sky and white clouds, filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. As Hu gazed at this beautiful scene, he felt both gratified and burdened. He knew that protecting this hard-won home would be a long and arduous task. JD3, the third planet, has been dubbed Earth 2.0 due to its striking resemblance to Earth. Under Hu's meticulous planning, this planet has evolved over several centuries into a perfect home, fulfilling his promise to everyone. To rapidly boost the population, the fleet implemented a series of incentives. On JD3, parents receive a 100 square meter house for each child they have, along with a 10 discount on fleet purchases. Those who have 3 children enjoy a 30 discount and receive a small spacecraft. This fully automated, 10-meter-long ship is as capable as the stealth assassin, allowing free interstellar travel. Parents of 5 children can upgrade to a larger spacecraft for free. These rewards were only available during the first 200 years of JD3's development, and the spacecraft could only be obtained through childbirth, not by any other means. These policies led to an explosive population growth. The population surpassed 3 billion in 100 years, reached 4.5 billion in 150 years, and soared from 6 billion to 8 billion as the 200-year mark approached. Some families, initially just a couple, grew to over 200 members after 200 years of expansion. This population boom was an inevitable result of significantly extended human lifespans and brought the long-awaited demographic dividend to the fleet. Despite the population surge, JD3 did not feel crowded. On the contrary, with more than twice the land area of Earth, the planet still seemed spacious. JD3 was designed to comfortably accommodate up to 50 billion people without compromising the living experience. The environment here is more pleasant than Earth's, with land and water interspersed, and bridges and roads each making up half of the network. No place is more than 2,000 meters from a water body, but there are no vast rivers or turbulent seas like on Earth. The entire planet resembles a gigantic, serene neighborhood, offering a sense of peace and tranquility. The rapid population growth put immense pressure on the fleet, particularly in the education sector. The number of educators multiplied several times in a short period. Even in a galaxy-level civilization, traditional school education remains irreplaceable. E-learning and home electronic tutors cannot substitute for real teachers. Teachers impart knowledge and, more importantly, shape children's characters through example, teaching them love, sharing, and dedication tasks that cold machines cannot accomplish. As the first generation of new citizens grew up, they quickly became the fleet's new driving force. Unlike the older generation, who worked out of duty and responsibility, these young people brought enthusiasm and interest. With their involvement, the fleet's overall work efficiency improved significantly. Currently, over 3 billion people work for the fleet, actively contributing to the surface of more than 20 planets like industrious bees. The most significant benefit of population growth has been the dramatic increase in the number of scientists. Young people often surpass the older generation in their recognition and understanding of new things. Over the past 200 years, more than 100,000 academicians were promoted, and the fleet's scientific staff, including over 1 million scientists, grew substantially. Even the number of academicians aboard the bioships increased from a dozen to more than 30. This influx of fresh talent has led to rapid advancements in fleet technology, with non-military technology catching up to military development. The development of non-military technology is equally important, as it enhances the fleet's overall strength. The entire technology tree is an organic whole, where progress in any branch can propel the overall development. In the past, due to limited resources and time constraints, the development of non-military technology was slowed. Now is the perfect time to focus on advancing these technologies. After 2 centuries of relentless effort by the people of Wenzhonghua, the JD3 star system has expanded from its initial 6 planets to 23. These 17 new planets were meticulously selected and transported from neighboring star systems for one purpose: to provide enough metal elements for the construction of 50 million warships. Throughout these long 2 centuries, technological advancements have gone hand in hand with the dedication of academician Zhang's team. They managed to decipher the technology of the Wind Star transport fleet within just a few months without disassembling anything, leading to a significant leap in the performance of human warships. Now, 10 million Wind Rider warships are ready and silently hovering in space. These colossal vessels have abandoned complex life support systems in favor of holographic controls and AI assistance, requiring only a single operator per ship, with all other tasks managed by artificial intelligence. The Wind Rider's travel speed has reached an astounding 1,000 times the speed of light, matching that of the Wind Star civilization's warships. Additionally, in terms of conventional propulsion, human warships are about 10% faster. This seemingly minor advantage can provide a significant tactical edge in chaotic space battles, whether in pursuit or retreat. Hu felt gratified by this achievement, understanding that lagging behind the Wind Star civilization in both numbers and speed would make the war hard to win. However, the scientists' hard work paid off, not only matching the enemy in warp travel but also surpassing them slightly in conventional propulsion. This gave Hu a sigh of relief, knowing that while they might not be invincible, their chances of survival had greatly increased. Just as Hu was about to hand over control to his assistant after navigating the 4-lobed clone out of the Wind Star civilization's defense zone, an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. 4 lobes. Hu was taken aback. The voice didn't come through his ears but resonated deep within his brain. He was certain it wasn't a signal from the 3rd planet. 4 lobes. The voice spoke again, and this time, Hu realized what it was. The voice was coming from the Wind Star fleet, 4,000 light-years away, perceived by the clone named 4 lobes. Hu was amazed and puzzled by this incredible interstellar connection. Who is it? Clone 4 Luo asked warily. Hu's mind went into overdrive, a twinge of unease flickering through him. Could the meticulously planned infiltration mission have been compromised? No, that seemed unlikely. Every operation followed strict protocols, with each word spoken subjected to multiple layers of verification. Moreover, after each transport mission, a team of intelligence analysts on the science ship would thoroughly review every detail of the operation, striving to identify any potential security breaches. Centuries had passed, and the intelligence department unanimously deemed the infiltration mission nearly flawless, with minimal chances of detection by the functioning civilization. As Hu pondered, the mysterious voice spoke again. 4 Luo, see you in 4 years. The voice vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. Hu immediately ordered 4 Luo to lead 10 crew members in a comprehensive search. They meticulously inspected every corner of the warship, but found nothing out of the ordinary. All the organisms on board were frozen solid by the extreme cold of space, their bodies covered in a thin layer of ice formed from water molecules in the ship and the moisture accumulated during planetary stops. Hu was certain he hadn't imagined the voice or experienced a brain malfunction, but its source remained a mystery. Over the next 4 years, Hu and his assistant took turns controlling the 4 Luo clone, yet they never heard the mysterious voice again. However, through long-term analysis and the assistance of Professor Xiao, Hu gradually pinpointed a possible origin for the voice. It might belong to a member of one of the 10 civilizations aboard the warship. By the time the fleet reached the insect planet, over 2 centuries had passed. The insect corpses on the planet had long been collected by the fleet for the extraction of the precious element chun. Although modern warp travel no longer relied on chun, it remained valuable in other fields. This time, instead of discarding the frozen organisms into a star, you decided to scatter them across the surface of the insect planet. On the planet's far side, away from the star, the temperature was similar to that inside the warship. If the mysterious voice indeed came from one of the warship's organisms, the temperature here should not be fatal. Several advanced Windrider warships had arrived on site in advance. Yu, donned in a spacesuit, stood at the massive open hatch, flanked by armed guards. As he watched heaps of frozen organisms being dumped onto the planet's surface like refuse, Yu couldn't help but reflect on the fragility of life. Half an hour later, the hundreds of billions of frozen beings from the 5,000 warships had all been unloaded, forming massive organic mounds on the surface. The Windrider warships hovered above these mounds, with Yu hoping to locate the source of the voice from 4 years ago. Suddenly, one of the mounds began to shift. It seemed as though a massive creature was struggling to emerge, causing the frozen beings to slide off the mound. Yu watched in excitement as the guards aimed their weapons at the spot. He signaled for them to remain calm, confident that no creature, however powerful, could pose a threat to the Windriders. A colossal figure, towering dozens of meters high, emerged from the Pylea Treant, though currently barren of leaves. It stared intently at Yu, standing at the hatch of the Windrider warship. So, it was you. Yu chuckled softly. General, how did you know it was me? The Treant asked. Simple, because your kind is unique, Yu replied. General, may I come aboard? It's unbearably cold here, and I can't hold on much longer, the Treant pleaded. Permission granted. Yu agreed. General, a subordinate expressed concern. It's all right, it's just a tree. It can't cause much trouble, Yu reassured them confidently. Fortunately, the Windrider's hatch was wide enough to accommodate the massive tree. Even so, it could only lie down inside. The Windrider warship, designed for short-term deployments, had a compact interior filled with weapons, ammunition, and crisscrossing steel beams for structural reinforcement. Now, you can explain your situation, Yu said calmly, standing beside the Treant. Don't worry, our human civilization isn't a bloodthirsty race. Since we've rescued you, we won't harm you and will ensure your safety, provided you pose no threat to us. Rest assured, General, I won't repay kindness with ingratitude, the Treant replied. I owe you my life and have no intention of threatening you. Besides, in my current state, I'm like a fish on a chopping block unable to pose any threat. Now, let me tell you everything that happened. The Treant stretched its massive form inside the warship. This time, Yu heard the voice directly in his ears, no longer just a whisper in his mind. When the Foam Star fleet first descended upon Planet 33, Yu sensed something was amiss. As a tree person, he possessed a unique ability to perceive the brainwaves of other beings. However, these so-called Foam Star people emitted no brainwaves at all, but rather strong electromagnetic waves. Yu quickly realized that these were not true Foam Star people, but puppets controlled by some unknown civilization. Yu astutely noted that this fleet returned to the Foam Star territory approximately every 12 years, estimating the journey to take about 4 to 5 years. Seizing the opportunity, he daringly boarded one of the controlled warships and successfully escaped from Planet 33. Aboard the ship, Yu expended a significant amount of energy to transmit his brainwaves into the puppets, hoping to draw the attention of their controllers. He wished that they would raise the ship's temperature to allow him some respite. To avoid detection by the Foam Star people, he had to forego using sound waves to communicate. However, the controllers were more cautious than he had anticipated, taking no actions beyond routine checks. With only enough energy left to barely sustain himself in the frigid environment, Yu clung to hope. Just as his energy was nearly depleted, the warship finally reached its destination. Any further delay, and he might have had to risk exposure by revealing himself prematurely. After being rescued, Yu expressed his deep gratitude to the general. He spoke candidly, General, I know you infiltrated the Foam Star territory with intentions that are likely harmful to the Foam Star civilization. Whether your goal is to steal technology or wage war, ask me anything, and I will tell you everything I know. Yu then inquired about the general's people, asking with concern, what about your people? How is it that only you survived? Were they all frozen to death? If you need help, we are willing to provide necessary support. The general's response was unexpected. People? Haha, there are no people. All the tree people are me. Yu was stunned. What? All of them are you? The general continued to explain. This was my greatest secret, but since you saved me, I'll tell you. In fact, all the tree people on Planet 33 are me. The primary consciousness resides with me. The other tree people are merely branches I control. Yu found it hard to believe and asked, you don't really think a single seed can grow into a tree person, do you? The general countered. Why not? Humans also grow from a single cell. It's not so strange that a seed could grow into a tree person. Besides, you are inherently special. During a deep conversation, the Treant revealed an astonishing secret about their species to General Hu Yu. The Treant explained that they do not reproduce through seeds, but rather through root division, which allows them to extend their consciousness. The seeds that appear to be the offspring of Treants are actually a survival strategy. The individuals that grow from these seeds resemble Treants in appearance, but lack true consciousness, functioning more like programmable biological robots. Upon hearing this secret, Hu Yu couldn't help but feel a deeper sense of trust toward the Treant. He praised, "The universe is indeed marvelous. To have such unique forms of existence like yours." The Treant humbly responded, "Thank you for your praise, General. We Treants can't become a technological civilization, so we need some means to survive in this universe." The Treant then introduced itself, "General, you can call me 97. Our names are very long and might be difficult for you to remember." Hu Yu chuckled and curiously asked, 97? Why such an unusual numerical name? The Treant explained, "Actually, I am the 97th prince of the Treant race. Millions of years ago, I had a minor disagreement with the great elder of our species and left our home planet in a fit of anger, wandering through star systems until I was captured by the wind star people 10,000 years ago." Hu Yu suddenly realized an issue. Wait a minute. You Treants haven't developed technology. How did you manage to leave your home planet? The Treant elaborated on their unique interstellar travel abilities. Despite not developing technology, Treants can achieve warp travel by accumulating energy within their bodies. Only those Treants who are over 1 million years old can do this, as their massive bodies can store enough energy to bend space. After hearing this, Hu Yu expressed his understanding. "Nothing seems strange to me anymore. Since we entered the universe, there have been countless things that surpass our understanding." He briefly recounted the major breakthroughs of human civilization in space exploration and expressed an open attitude towards the unknown. The Treant agreed, "General, I understand that your lifespans are short and your time in the universe has been brief, but having such an awareness makes you a competent leader." He then shared more of the wondrous phenomena he had witnessed in the universe, including creatures even larger than Treants. Finally, the Treant explained the principles and limitations of their enormous size. Their home planet has low gravity, and their robust body structure supports their gigantic forms. However, this advantage comes with mobility constraints, especially for the ancient members of their race. Through this conversation, Hu Yu gained a deeper understanding of the Treant race and further recognized the vastness and wonders of the universe. It seemed like Shu Run 97 hadn't had a conversation in ages. He spoke continuously, his large canopy slightly swaying, the rustling leaves emphasizing the importance of each word. Hu Yu listened quietly, occasionally nodding in response, but his mind was contemplating the commonalities of civilized beings. As he encountered more and more civilized beings, especially through his experiences with the Feng star civilization, Hu Yu gradually realized that social living forms the foundation of most civilizations. He imagined solitary beings drifting alone in the vast universe, never able to develop into true civilizations. The more Shuren 97 spoke, the more animated he became, while Hu Yu deliberately displayed increasing trust. He smiled, his eyes focused, leaning slightly forward, fully engrossed in every word. Despite a lingering sense of caution deep inside, Hu Yu understood that to get Shu Ren to speak without reservations, he had to show enough trust. Encouraged by Hu Yu, Shu Ren 97 seemed to fully open up, continuing his enthusiastic narration. Hu Yu couldn't help but compare him to other civilized individuals he had met before. Compared to the inscrutable depth of the third patriarch of the Shui star civilization, Shu Ren 97 was more like the young leader of the Yin Shui tribe, displaying a near-childlike frankness. Hu Yu pondered silently. Perhaps it was this simplicity that led Shu Ren 97 to venture alone into the perilous universe. He imagined the sight of a giant tree floating in space and couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for Shu Ren 97's situation. 97, Hu Yu asked softly, "It's been millions of years. Haven't you ever thought about returning to your home planet? Just as you said, it was only a small matter. Wouldn't it be safer to return early? I believe your home planet has the capability to protect you all." Shu Ren 97's leaves drooped slightly, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "Yes, although my home planet lacks technology, it is very powerful. The elders can protect every young member of our species, but I simply can't find my home planet anymore. Even if I wanted to return, I couldn't." Hu Yu raised his eyebrows in surprise. "What do you mean you can't find your home planet? Did you forget the coordinates?" Shu Ren 97 sighed, his leaves gently swaying. "No, it's not like that. My home planet is very special. It's not in this normal space. The elder trees, who are billions of years old, folded the entire star system's space for safety. A folded star system doesn't follow the movement of the central black hole of the galaxy. To avoid the influence of other normally moving celestial bodies on the space, The elders frequently adjust the position of the star system. Although it still exists in the three-dimensional universe, we can't determine its exact location. Folded space. On Planet 3, scientists including academician Zhang, who were listening to the conversation through synchronous transmission, almost jumped up in excitement. Academician Zhang couldn't contain himself and shouted into the communicator, "General, quickly ask how to fold space." The fleet space theory has always posited that folded space is a more advanced technology than curved space, but no one expected someone to actually achieve it. Prince 97 stood in the center of the command room, his tall, tree-like form swaying slightly, with his leaves rustling as if contemplating how to explain this complex concept to humans. "Imagine," he began, "curved space is like placing a heavy iron ball on a spring mattress." He gestured with his branches in the air. The mattress gets compressed and curves downward. Curvature navigation exploits this by continuously bending the space in front of the warship. The warship, akin to a smaller ball placed next to the heavy iron ball, moves towards the depression on the mattress. General Hu Yu and the other fleet officers listened intently, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. 97 continued, "Folded space is different. Suppose there are 2 points, A and B, on either side of the iron ball. When the iron ball sinks deep enough, points A and B on the mattress will converge, and the iron ball will vanish. This is folded space." The command room fell silent as everyone absorbed this astonishing concept. Sensing their shock, 97 added, "It sounds simple, but achieving it is incredibly difficult." He went on to elaborate on the current level of human space technology and the mysterious nature of the tree people's folded space technology. When he mentioned his limited knowledge of this technology, his leaves drooped slightly, showing a hint of regret. General Hu Yu nodded, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. "No worries, what you've told us is already more than enough." His tone carried a hint of gratitude. The conversation then shifted to the Windstar civilization. 97 detailed the number of Windstar fleet ships and their defense facilities, each statement provoking thoughtful expressions from the human officers. When he spoke about the Windstar civilization's purpose of breeding intelligent creatures, his voice took on a low, mysterious tone. "Just so you know," he said, "it's to feed the insectoids." He then recounted the convoluted journey through which he obtained this information and the strict secrecy maintained by the upper echelons of the Windstar civilization. When Hu Yu inquired about the mysterious 30-kilometer-long giant ships, 97's canopy quivered slightly, as if in recollection. "I have seen them a few times," he admitted. "These giant ships are very enigmatic. I do know their exact number, only 100. He openly acknowledged his limited knowledge about these ships. Finally, 97 straightened his trunk and spread his leaves, proudly stating, "General, although we tree people have not developed into a technological civilization, it doesn't mean we know nothing. In terms of theoretical knowledge, my home planet is at least at the advanced level of a small star cluster, far surpassing yours. Otherwise, we wouldn't understand folded space technology." A flicker of surprise crossed General Hu Yu's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He solemnly said, "Thank you. I will arrange for our civilization's scientists to contact you. If you can provide us with some assistance, we will be immensely grateful." 97's leaves swayed gently, his tone sincere. "It's nothing. Compared to my life, nothing else matters. Besides, sharing a bit of knowledge costs me nothing." The Windrider traveled at an astonishing 1,000 times the speed of light, twice as fast as the stealth assassin, reaching the JD3 planetary system in just over 10 days. Hu Yu settled 97 on the 3rd planet, which was the most comfortable for this special guest. 97, this is our residential planet," Hu Yu said seriously. "For now, you can't leave here. Once we complete our plan to attack the Windstar civilization, you will have complete freedom. I'll arrange a warship for you, and you can go wherever you want. In the meantime, feel free to experience the atmosphere of our civilization." 97's eyes flashed with concern. "General, I understand your determination, but with your current strength, it's impossible to conquer the Windstar civilization. I suggest you need at least 10 billion warships to have a 50% chance of success. More importantly, you should leave here as soon as possible. Once the Windstar people find out that the swarm has been wiped out, they'll trace it back here quickly." Hu Yu smiled confidently. "You don't need to worry about that. Our fleet has overcome danger time and again by making the impossible possible. As long as we try, nothing is impossible." Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "By the way, 97, how much do you know about the other civilizations enslaved by the Windstar people? If possible, we want to rescue them." 97 shook his head. "I only know what they look like. They are ordinary beings who die as soon as they board the ship, without having a chance to say anything. But I must warn you, the Windstar people have planted many spies on each planet. They transform their own species to look like other civilizations, blending in to prevent any uprisings." Hu Yu nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. If I or my people have any questions, I'll come back to you." For now, you can rest. If you need anything, let the planetary administration know, and they'll accommodate you. He gave a final reminder. Also, I suggest you avoid wandering around too much. Be careful not to step on my people. Rest assured, I'm quick and sharp-eyed, and I won't harm your people. 97 stood on this unfamiliar planet, looking around. This planet is quite beautiful, though not as magnificent as my home world. Still, it's pretty nice, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, a small figure caught his attention. Wow, is this one of your little ones? So adorable. 97 exclaimed excitedly, extending a gentle branch. Come here, let me hold you. From that day on, Earth 2 had a unique sight, a happy, giant tree with its branches always filled with human children. The kids would pull at the freshly grown leaves without hesitation, causing 97 some pain, but he never seemed to mind. 97 had a particular fondness for human children. Initially, the kids were terrified of the giant being, but over time, they grew bolder and would clamor to climb him whenever they saw him. Faced with these tiny beings, who were less than 1/50th his size, 97 would carefully lift them with his branches and place them on his crown, his slender branches holding them securely to prevent any falls. At first, the adults were also worried, but they soon realized that 97 took better care of the children than they did themselves. Some parents even began to drop their kids off with 97 and pick them up after work. 97 quickly integrated into human society. Apart from occasionally answering scientists' questions about the Windstar civilization, he spent most of his time with the children of Earth. Sometimes, exhausted parents would leave their children with him overnight. 97 always did his best, learning to dress, feed, bathe, and change diapers using his flexible branches. He even helped with homework and mastered human cooking to prepare delicious and nutritious meals for the kids. Huyu was puzzled by 97's love for human children. To most people, these kids seemed more like little devils than adorable angels. However, after more than 6 months, things began to change. Local residents started protesting against 97's behavior. It turned out that not only did 97 take care of the children, but he also indulged their mischievous antics. From petty theft to pranks, 97 led his little devil army in causing all sorts of trouble. They dug holes to trip passersby, put bugs in food, placed frogs in refrigerators, and even set up water buckets to fall on people's heads. The worst was when they used excrement for pranks. The residents had had enough and united to try to drive 97 away. But the giant tree simply moved to a new location and started his education anew. When people accused him, 97 argued that it was the adults who were stifling the children's natural tendencies and hindering their development. He insisted that his methods were truly beneficial for the children, helping them become more capable. Faced with continued protests, 97 would lie down on the ground, whistling like a human hooligan, showing a complete lack of concern. Shameless, the adults would curse angrily. Whatever, 97 would nonchalantly reply, continuing to lead the children in their mischief. Even when the Planetary Management Committee sent representatives to negotiate, it was to no avail. 97 maintained that he was not in the wrong. It was the adults who were mistaken. The committee had no authority to impose any demands on this extraterrestrial visitor, as they were only instructed to meet all his needs. Eventually, the matter was reported to Huyu. Normally, such a trivial issue wouldn't reach his attention, but given the unique circumstances and the committee's lack of authority, if the situation escalated, the residents might end up chopping down the tree for firewood. Reading the report, Huyu couldn't help but laugh. It seemed 97 genuinely cared for human children, though his methods were a bit misguided. With some guidance, this big alien might actually become a good teacher. 97, you've certainly made quite a stir. My people have complained about you all the way up to me, Huyu joked. General, 97 responded seriously. I know you care a lot about our little ones, but you haven't considered the cultural differences. Some things, like petty theft, are unacceptable in human society. If they get used to it, they might commit serious offenses in the future. It's not that serious, General, 97 argued. I know these things are wrong, but they'll naturally learn to distinguish right from wrong as they grow up. For now, it's just an exciting game that's good for their natural development. Ha, 97, you really know a lot, General, Huyu said with a smile, a hint of approval in his eyes. He continued, I admit it's quite thrilling and it does help develop one's nature. But humans have another trait, called habit becomes second nature. Huyu's expression turned serious. We humans have an old saying, steal a needle as a child, steal gold as an adult. You see the children's natural development, but you overlook the habit they might form of getting things without effort. Over time, they might think this way is an easier way to get everything they want. What's the point of hard work then, right? 97 remained silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Huyu's words. Well, that does seem to be the case, it admitted softly. Huyu continued, and those pranks, they might be fun, but adults come home after a long day's work just wanting to rest. If they still have to deal with your tricks, I don't know if you have a conscience, But if you do, can you really live with that? You could find other ways to play with the children. 97's tone became respectful. General, you're right. I think I understand where I went wrong. Don't worry, General. As long as I can stay with the children, I promise to change and not make the same mistakes again. Who use expression softened. It's not that serious, really. You just don't understand our civilization well. As the saying goes, ignorance is no crime. On behalf of everyone, I forgive you. He paused, a glint of wisdom in his eyes. Actually, your idea isn't wrong. I'll establish a special school here, and you'll be in charge of teaching the children. How does that sound? 97 exclaimed in surprise. Really? General, thank you. Thank you. This is wonderful. But I'm afraid I might still make mistakes. Who you reassured? Don't worry. I'll arrange for a few teachers to assist you. You'll set the curriculum, but it must be reviewed by the teachers. As long as there are no fundamental issues, they won't interfere. 97 promised excitedly. Great. Rest assured, General, I'll definitely nurture the children well. Who you curiously asked. 97. Why are you so invested in our human children? 97 seemed a bit puzzled too. I don't know why. When I see them, I feel a special kind of closeness and affection. I can't control myself. I wouldn't want them harmed even if it cost me my life. Who you asked. Aren't you planning to return to your home planet? 97 replied. We'll see. For now, I need to stay here under your supervision, right? Who you chuckled. If you want to go back, you can leave any time. I trust you won't betray your friends. 97 quickly said. No rush, no rush. Let's talk after you've conquered the functioning civilization. Before then, maybe the talents I cultivate can even help you. Who you nodded. Then work hard. Goodbye. With that, he turned and left, leaving 97 immersed in its dreams of the future. In the blink of an eye, another century had passed, and the fleet's construction speed had finally started to pick up. Over the 300 years spent in the JD3 planetary system, the number of Wind Riders had grown to over 20 million. Standing before the holographic display in the command center, Who you gazed at the densely packed fleet data, finally grasping the true meaning of strength in numbers. The fleet's population had reached 10 billion, increasing by 2 billion every century. Although there were fewer than 200 million elderly people left, genetic modifications had rendered their physical health comparable to that of the young, with only slight differences in appearance. Newborns could receive genetic treatments without needing contribution points, provided they reached adulthood. Aside from the few billion children and young people still in education, the rest of the population served as invaluable labor. Everyone worked hard for the fleet's development and survival in the vast universe. Who you had created a favorable living environment for the populace, providing ample fleet contribution points. A designated planet was set aside for the production of various goods and entertainment items, all of which could be exchanged for contribution points. Unlike the Earth era, there were no merchants in the fleet. All goods were supplied directly by the fleet. To counter the defense perimeter of the functioning civilization, Who you decided to reintroduce an old weapon from a few hundred years ago. This weapon could penetrate a tumper-thick steel plate at a speed of 2,000 meters per second. Now, with the fleet's electromagnetic rail launch, its initial speed could reach 50,000 meters per second. The warhead had also been upgraded to withstand higher armor strength. The element extracted from the bugs raised on functioning 300 years ago, known as chung, soon proved useful. These chung elements were integrated into the warheads of armor-piercing shells, which could reach temperatures over 20,000 degrees Celsius upon impact, enough to melt most metals. Even the current Wind Riders, without their force field protection, would have their armor penetrated by these shells, causing severe damage. After thorough reconnaissance, Who you confirmed that functioning civilization's orbital platforms and interstellar mines lacked both warp capabilities and force field protection. Using these new armor-piercing shells would certainly be effective. The design of these shells was extremely simple, eliminating the need for propulsion, tracking, targeting, and positioning systems, leaving just an alloy rod with some high-explosive material in the middle. The only thing simpler would be eating a meal. The defense perimeter of the functioning civilization spanned a full light year. Without clearing these orbital platforms and interstellar mines to open a path to the interior, the fleet would be trapped in this three-dimensional defense net and picked off by functioning ships familiar with the terrain. A sufficient number of armor-piercing shells would alleviate many of these problems for the fleet. However, as Treeman 97 had pointed out, it was nearly impossible to shake the functioning civilization with just this level of firepower. Even without a defense perimeter, 50 million Wind Riders were like moths to a flame. Who you knew that to win this war, breakthroughs were needed in other areas. 300 years had passed, yet academician Zhang and a group of physicists still hadn't figured out how to harness the Cepheid variable star. Over the years, the fleet's technological advancements had been remarkable. The speed of the Wind Riders had far surpassed that of the Shadow Killers, reaching 1,000 times the speed of light. The much larger Deep Blue could also achieve 800 times the speed of light. Transporting a planet the size of Earth could exceed 500 times the speed of light, and even a star the size of the Sun could approach 100 times the speed of light, something previously unimaginable. Unfortunately, during the battle with the Sand Python civilization, their fleet was reduced to basic particles, and their technology to move stars at 500 times the speed of light vanished into the cosmos. This technology clearly belonged to the small star cluster civilization that had instigated the Sand Python civilization to attack humanity. Cepheid variable stars were fundamentally different from ordinary stars. They possessed immense density and significantly warped space, while the Sun, despite its large mass, could be likened to an airplane on a runway that a strong human could pull. A Cepheid variable star was like a car stuck in mud. Although its mass was much smaller than the Sun's, even the strongest human couldn't budge it. Academician Zhang and his team of scientists exhausted their wisdom, running countless calculations, yet they still couldn't overcome the energy deficiency of the Wind Riders. Their predicament was akin to trying to move a massive iron ball like a Cepheid variable stair in a spring bed with a handful of marbles. Even if they gathered all the Wind Riders, their combined energy was still far from enough to budge the colossal object. Academician Zhang looked weary, his face prematurely aged beyond his 60 years. He approached General Hu Yu, his tone laced with defeat. General, we've tried every possibility, but we are still a long way from moving the Cepheid variable star. This problem has plagued us for 300 years. Standing nearby, Academician Liu Bo, a rising star in space physics during the Tiansong 5 era, nodded in agreement. We've truly given it our all. General Hu Yu comforted them. Don't burden yourselves. You've worked hard all these years. Perhaps I was too eager. Facing an ancient civilization, it's indeed challenging to surpass them. Academician Zhang, however, blamed himself. No, it's our incompetence. With over 20,000 people in the space physics department, we haven't solved this in 300 years. I've lost all my dignity. General Hu Yu shook his head. Don't say that. How about this? Take a month off to relax. Go out and explore. You might find new inspiration. Sometimes, a second of inspiration is worth more than a century of hard thinking. Seeing the hesitant expressions on the two academicians' faces, General Hu Yu had a sudden idea and suggested, forget it. Asking you to take a break on your own might be futile. Academician Zhang, do you remember our adventures in the solar system back in the Earth era? Academician Zhang's eyes lit up. How could I forget? Back then, you were just a young captain, bravely piloting a spaceship and venturing nearly 20 astronomical units out of the ecliptic plane. General Hu Yu smiled, a rare sight. Let's relive that experience today, shall we? It's been a long time since I've gone out myself. All right, Xiao Lu, let's join the general for a walk, Hu Yu said, his gaze sweeping over the elderly men present. You've had it the hardest these years, sticking it out with us old folks. Academicians, it's all for the fleet. There's no need to differentiate between us. As soon as he finished speaking, a small spaceship automatically flew to his side at his command. This 10-meter-long vessel looked just like the child-rearing reward ships from over a century ago, but its interior was far more advanced. As Hu Yu's daily ride, it was naturally more luxurious and comfortable than ordinary spaceships. The ship took only a few seconds to reach a position 2 astronomical units away from the ecliptic plane of the JD3 star system. At this distance, the JD3 star appeared directly below the ship, although in space, there's no actual up or down. Out of habit, the ship oriented its belly towards the ecliptic plane. The JD3 star now looked like a fist-sized ball of light, surrounded by 23 neatly arranged planets. At this distance, the specific features of the planets were hard to discern. Their positions could only be judged by the light they reflected from the star. Nevertheless, these planets were still the brightest objects in the sky apart from the JD3 star itself. Academician Zhang, I never thought we could advance to this level, Hu Yu remarked. If it weren't for the insectoid invasion, we might still be fighting other nations within the solar system. Should we be thanking those bugs? Indeed, we've made so much progress over the years, Academician Zhang concurred. Back then, it took us 7 to 8 months to travel 100 astronomical units. Now, it only takes a few minutes. It's unimaginable. Curious, Academician Liu asked. Academician Zhang, what exactly happened back then? You've mentioned it a few times with the general. Could you tell me the full story? Of course, Academician Zhang replied with a smile. You were born in the fleet and don't know much about Earth. Back then, when the first-tier insectoids invaded in large numbers, we fought a grueling 20-year war against them. On the first day of the invasion, we realized humanity had no chance of winning. Escaping the solar system was our only way to preserve our species. To do so, we secretly built 250 Polaris ships. You've seen the Polaris ships in Tiansong 5. They're only 5 kilometers long. Nowadays, such ships and their numbers are nothing special. But back then, they took all our resources and 20 years to construct. Continuing his story, Academician Zhang said, while preparing for the evacuation, I worked with Director Su of the Chinese Academy of Sciences to research warp drive technology. Despite spending 5 to 6 years on it, we made no progress. Remember, our lifespans were only about 100 years back then, so 5 to 6 years was a long time. When I was at my wit's end, the Ministry of Defense arranged for the general to take me on a year-long journey to clear my mind. We traveled as far as Uranus and then flew above the ecliptic plane to a point 20 astronomical units above the sun. From there, I saw the entire solar system in a way I had never seen before. It was breathtakingly beautiful. At that moment, a flash of inspiration hit me, leading to a breakthrough in warp drive technology. Within a month of returning to the lunar spaceship, we achieved spatial movement with a model ship in the lab. That model ship's warp drive became the foundation for all our current ships. So that's how it happened, Academician Liu said, enlightened. Is that model ship the one on your desk? Yes, it is, Academician Zhang confirmed. Back then, the pressure to drive it on a spatial level was unimaginable. With the insectoids threatening to overwhelm us at any moment, we prayed we could complete the Polaris ships on time. Fortunately, we did, just as the insectoids evolved beyond our ability to resist. That's why we have everything we have today. Academician Liu sighed. I can understand. Even though I wasn't born on Earth, I still yearn for it. My parents always told me that Earth is our true home. Sadly, we don't even know where Earth is now. Who you said firmly, Academician Zhang, Academician Liu, one day, we will find Earth again. Even if we can't, I'll create an identical one. I will rebuild the solar system. He fell into deep thought, mumbling to himself, sometimes I wonder, what is the meaning of our existence? What is the purpose of civilization? Why do wars always break out between civilizations? If we must become a top-tier galactic civilization to protect ourselves, what happens to the lesser civilizations? Academician Zhang stood on the observation deck of the interstellar fleet, gazing into the boundless universe, lost in thought. He slowly began to speak. Perhaps civilization is the greatest swarm in this universe. The development of civilization is like gradually devouring the universe until one day, the universe can no longer contain us. Is this the tragedy or the glory of civilization? The officer beside him was silent for a moment, then resolutely answered, Academician, that's a philosophical question I cannot answer. My thinking is simple, to ensure that the Chinese nation continues to thrive in this universe. For that goal, any sacrifice is worth it. The officer turned to face Academician Zhang, his expression serious. Let's talk about the functioning civilization. I can't let it go. Our current combat power is far from sufficient. Besides detonating Cepheid variables, we have no other options in the short term. Targeting stars is too conspicuous and easily intercepted, requiring large quantities, making it nearly impossible to succeed. Academician Zhang gently shook his head, trying to offer comfort. You don't need to put so much pressure on yourself. Even without detonating Cepheid variables, we still have some chances. At the very least, acquiring some technology from the functioning civilization is feasible. A glimmer of hope flashed in the officer's eyes. But I still hope to obtain the complete technology tree of the functioning civilization. Combining it with our own technology tree would allow us to advance to the minor star sector civilization stage more quickly. At this moment, Academician Liu Bo joined the conversation. General, Academician, what exactly constitutes a minor star sector civilization? The officer recalled, I'm not entirely sure. Previously, the 4 spirals of the functioning fleet mentioned that they had spent 50,000 years and would need another 50,000 years to confidently break through to the minor star sector civilization. He turned to Academician Zhang. What are your thoughts, Academician Zhang? After a moment of contemplation, Academician Zhang began to analyze. I do have a few ideas. The first is navigation speed. Xiao Lu, have you noticed that 1,000 times the speed of light seems to be a significant barrier we can't surpass? Academician Liu Bo nodded in agreement. I have noticed that. We've been stuck at 1,000 times the speed of light for a long time, with no further increase. Even if we enhance our energy levels, the speed doesn't change. Space is like a towel soaked with water. We've wrung out all the water, and no matter how much more force we apply, no more water comes out. Academician Zhang continued his analysis. That's right. Using spatial curvature for navigation has its limits. To break through this limit, we may need to find new approaches instead of solely relying on increasing energy levels to achieve higher curvature speeds. Breaking this limit might be one of the conditions for becoming a minor star sector civilization. He paused for a moment before adding, secondly, there are the weapons. Up to now, we are still using antimatter and lasers, just with much greater power. A minor star sector civilization might also use these, but they would certainly have new forms of attack as well. Finally, Academician Zhang summarized. In conclusion, a minor star sector civilization must have most of its technologies surpass those of a planetary civilization. Relying on 1 or 2 technological breakthroughs alone does not qualify one to become a minor star sector civilization. Academician Liu mused. I think the reason why the civilization in the Shaoxing region is so advanced might be because they have a deeper understanding of space. Perhaps they can even move a Cepheid variable star. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu immediately shook his head in disagreement. Moving a Cepheid variable star isn't that easy. Although its mass isn't as great as that of a main sequence star, it's still incredibly tough. It retains most of its parent star's angular momentum, and according to the law of conservation of angular momentum, the smaller its diameter, the faster it spins. Some of these stars can rotate up to 7 or 800 times per second. The high-speed rotation of such massive, high-energy objects causes significant spatial disturbances. Moving them is extremely difficult. Yu sighed and added, well, if we can't move it, even getting a piece of it would be something. Unfortunately, we don't have the capability to operate on the surface of a Cepheid variable star. Suddenly, Academician Lu's eyes lit up with excitement. Wait, getting a piece, yes, why didn't I think of that? Do you have an idea, Lu? Yu asked eagerly. Academician Lu explained, although we can't operate on the surface of a Cepheid variable star, we can still manage to extract some material from it by using other celestial bodies to collide with it? Yu guessed. Exactly, Lu confirmed with a nod. We only need a few pieces of the Cepheid variable star's material, specifically neutron-degenerate matter. There's no need to move the entire star. Attempting to move the whole thing might attract the attention of other advanced civilizations in the galaxy. Yu asked, how do we collect and preserve this material? Is it feasible? Academician Lu replied confidently, yes, it is. We just need to move a star close to it. The gravitational forces will cause a collision, and some of the Cepheid variable star's material will be ejected. We need special spacecraft for this task. They can't be too large, or the tidal forces from the Cepheid variable star will tear them apart. They also need to be fast because the ejected material will expand rapidly and undergo beta decay within minutes, releasing high-energy electrons and resulting in a massive explosion, turning into ordinary matter. We need to collect this neutron-degenerate matter within 20 seconds. Additionally, the spacecraft must have sufficient power to use directed force fields and magnetic fields to control the neutron-degenerate matter and prevent it from undergoing beta decay. Yu was skeptical. Is it really that simple? Academician Lu clarified. Yes, it is. The most challenging part is maintaining the neutron-degenerate state without decay. With our current energy capabilities, we can manage it. These materials are like compressed springs. It's difficult to compress a spring from an extended state, but it's much easier to maintain a compressed spring. So, controlling these materials in a small area is doable. However, once the spacecraft is loaded with this material, the force field will add the mass directly to the spacecraft, making it extremely heavy and slow. Yu sighed in relief. That's not a problem. If we can move stars, a few million tons of material is nothing. We can use the same method to transport the small spacecraft. Academician Lu immediately took action. Alright, in that case, Xiao Lu and I will start the simulation test right away. Meanwhile, let's design spacecraft that can operate within a few hundred kilometers of a Cepheid variable star. General, you handle the arrangements for moving the star. By the time the spacecraft are ready, the star will be in position. Yu tried to persuade them to stay. Both of you, take a break for a while. I know you, and who knows when you'll get your next rest. The three of them exchanged smiles and looked out the porthole at the tranquil starry sky. They all knew that this tranquility would be shattered in 6 years. The Cepheid variable star, 1,000 light-years away, would never have imagined that humanity, so seemingly insignificant, would set their sights on it. The plan proceeded smoothly. 600 light-years from the target Cepheid variable star, a yellow dwarf star with a mass similar to the Sun's was escorted by millions of wind riders to within 10,000 kilometers of the Cepheid variable star. As soon as the star was released, the immense gravitational pull caused it to begin orbiting the Cepheid variable star. The Cepheid variable star acted like the center of a vortex, with the star spiraling around it like a leaf caught in the swirling current, eventually plunging into the center. The wind riders retreated to a safe distance. The energy from the collision was immense, several orders of magnitude, greater than a stellar explosion. From a distance, the star appeared like a giant tadpole with a long tail, spiraling down towards the Cepheid variable star. Minutes later, the first batch of material from the star reached the surface of the Cepheid variable star. These were primarily hydrogen and helium, which were immediately subjected to the star's intense gravitational forces, breaking down their atomic structures. Electrons were compressed into protons, forming neutrons and becoming part of the Cepheid variable star, while releasing enormous amounts of energy. As the two colossal celestial bodies drew closer, they finally collided with a tremendous force. The smaller Cepheid star was engulfed by the larger star in an instant. The internal composition of the larger star changed rapidly, and its core energy was insufficient to counter the external pressure and the gravitational pull of the Cepheid. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the star shattered into tens of thousands of massive fragments, ranging in size from hundreds to tens of thousands of kilometers. The explosion produced a light equivalent to the simultaneous brilliance of millions of suns, illuminating the entire galaxy. 5 small spacecraft darted through the aftermath of the explosion like hummingbirds in a storm. Their hulls were composed of a special element called chan, which was the only material capable of withstanding such harsh conditions and keeping the spacecraft intact. The fleet had exhausted all its remaining chan elements to construct these vessels. However, if the mission succeeded and they defeated the Windstar civilization, these rare elements could be recovered. Fortunately, millions of Wind Riders retreated in time without overestimating their capabilities. The energy from the explosion far exceeded the scientists' calculations. Even the sturdy Wind Riders could be torn to pieces at such energy levels. At the moment of the explosion, the small spacecraft activated their curvature engines, navigating through the lightspeed energy waves to reach their predetermined positions 200 kilometers from the Cepheid. Their mission was to locate the secondary radiation source, the degenerate matter ejected from the Cepheid. Once separated, this matter would immediately begin beta decay, releasing high-energy electrons, rapidly expanding 1,000,000,000,000 times in volume and triggering a secondary explosion. Crucially, the expansion rate was faster than the decay. The small spacecraft had to precisely locate the Cepheid's matter within the vast stellar debris before this happened. These target materials ranged in size from sesame seeds to basketballs. Failure would mean the fleet would need to spend several more years transporting another star to the site. Fortunately, academicians Zhang and Liu had conducted countless simulations using the fleet's supercomputers over the years leading up to the collision. Despite the energy burst exceeding predictions, the ejection positions of the Cepheid's matter were remarkably close to the simulations, deviating by only a few dozen meters. The 5 small spacecraft arrived at their respective target locations almost simultaneously. Within a mere 0.001 seconds, their onboard computers identified and confirmed the Cepheid's matter. The spacecraft immediately opened their hatches, enveloping the precious material. At the critical moment just before the matter began to expand, directional force fields and magnetic fields arrived in time to compress the material from all directions, ensuring its integrity. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. From the ejection of the Cepheid's matter to the successful containment by the small spacecraft, the entire process took only 5 seconds. During this heart-stopping interval, the fate of the entire fleet hung in the balance, with everyone holding their breath, awaiting the outcome of this cosmic-scale adventure. Despite obtaining only a few cubic centimeters of neutron degenerate matter, the scientists couldn't help but smile with relief. They had finally succeeded. Although it wasn't a direct transport of a neutron star, those few cubic centimeters of degenerate matter significantly boosted the fleet's confidence. On the third planet, Hu was in a spacious office, receiving a report from the businessman Lao Li. Lao Li stood straight, his expression serious, as he began detailing the achievements of the past 3 centuries. By meticulously controlling the Fengjun clones, he had successfully monopolized 80 of Fengxing civilization's entertainment and food industries. These seemingly insignificant sectors were actually crucial, and such astonishing accomplishments were clearly not achieved through normal business operations. Lao Li explained that behind the Fengjun clones was an extensive network of connections, stretching from ordinary fleet crew members to the upper echelons of the civilization, with the only exception being the Fengxing civilization's leader. Leveraging this network, coupled with Earth-era business strategies and various underhanded tactics, Fengjun had grown increasingly powerful within the Fengxing civilization. Today, Fengjun was no longer just a shipyard operator, but controlled the commercial lifeblood of 3 planets within the Fengxing civilization. Hu nodded in satisfaction. Lao Li, well done. Lao Li responded modestly, General, this is just the beginning. Recently, I discreetly tested Earth-era addictive substances like ice and flour. The results were astonishing. Fengxing people are as susceptible as humans. A hint of surprise flashed in Hu's eyes. Really? Yes, General, Lao Li confirmed. Hu pondered for a moment before warning, do not use them yet. Your primary task now is to build a vast commercial empire, infiltrating every aspect. Every piece of intelligence could be key to our victory. If we stir things up too soon, it might backfire. Lao Li immediately understood. I get it. The test subjects have already been discreetly dealt with, and the Fengxing people won't notice a thing. With Fengjuan's power, handling a few individuals quietly was a piece of cake. A single command would see countless Fengxing people scrambling to do his bidding. Good. Hu nodded approvingly. Lao Li continued his report. Additionally, General, I've made connections with the Fengxing civilization's Minister of Military Affairs and Minister of Industry. These two are like leeches, but they serve my purpose well. They are pushing for me to become the Deputy Minister of Commerce. Hu asked curiously, why not directly connect with the Minister of Commerce? Wouldn't that be more straightforward? Lao Li smiled wryly. Ah, General, you don't know. The Minister of Commerce has already amassed enough wealth, and isn't as desperate as the Ministers of Military and Industry. Even if I gave him everything I have, he might not be interested. Besides, he's wary of anyone threatening his position. However, I've spent a lot of effort showing my loyalty and provided him with many novel items. I believe he won't strongly oppose my appointment as Deputy Minister of Commerce." Hu nodded in approval. "Go ahead. As I've said, once we conquer the functioning civilization, you'll be awarded the Golden Ship Medal." "Yes, General, I will complete the mission," Lao Li vowed solemnly. In a bustling shipyard within the functioning territory, warships came and went, and functioning people moved about busily. Yet, no one noticed the secret passageways opening simultaneously in rooms 1,000 miles apart on either side of the shipyard. Two small vehicles, each carrying a functioning person, moved discreetly and soon met in a luxurious hidden chamber beneath the shipyard. "Phone manager, you're always so cautious, choosing this place for our meetings," remarked the functioning civilization's Minister of Industry, a man so overweight he resembled a barrel. Feng Jun, the clone controlled by businessman Lao Li, responded, "Minister, it's all for your safety. It's my carefulness that has brought me to this position." The Minister of Industry nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, doing business with you is the safest." Feng Jun retrieved 2 meatballs from Planet 97 from a side room in the chamber. "Minister, please accept these small tokens." "Feng manager, you always know what I like. The 2 you gave me last year are already used up. These are just in time," the Minister of Industry said with a greedy smile. Feng Jun then produced a small chip. "Minister, there's also this. It contains 50 billion civilization contribution points." He briefly explained the chip's origin and usage, hinting that this huge sum would become the minister's private asset. The Minister of Industry pretended to decline. "Oh no, this is too much. I can't accept this." Feng Jun coaxed, "Minister, this is just half. Once you help me become the Deputy Minister of Commerce, there will be another half. And in the future, my tributes to you will only increase." The Minister of Industry immediately changed his tune. "Feng manager, you're straightforward. In that case, I'll accept it. You can rest assured about the Deputy Minister of Commerce position. I've already spoken to the leader, and there's no opposition. The chances are good." For 1,000 light-years away, businessman Lao Li cursed inwardly. This old fox, no opposition but no agreement either. "Sigh, I really envy you, sir." Old Li stood before Director Feng. His eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. He murmured, "You can see the leader anytime you want. I have never seen the leader in person. It's truly a regret." He looked up at Director Feng, his tone carrying a hint of flattery. "I believe it won't be long before you, Director Feng, can see the leader just as easily." Old Li shook his head, a self-mocking smile appearing on his face. "How can I compare to you, sir? 10,000 years ago, you and the military director helped the leader quell a rebellion, eliminating the former industrial minister who was preparing to revolt, and then crushing his allies, the previous military minister. Your great achievements are incomparable to a small businessman like me. Even if I become the Deputy Minister of Commerce, I could never see the leader as freely as you do." He paused, his expression turning serious. "Let's not dwell on the past. Seeing the leader is not always a good thing." Lowering his voice, a hint of unease in his eyes, he continued, "Sigh, in recent years, the military director and I have exhausted ourselves for the sake of our civilization, but we are the ones who get scolded the most. The leader has become very irritable, and we dare not speak out in his presence." Old Li's voice grew quieter, almost muttering to himself, "If he weren't the leader, I would have." "Sigh, forget it." He looked up at Director Feng, his tone carrying a hint of suggestion. "Sir, if you want to live comfortably, having money and power isn't enough. Unless you move up a bit more, you won't avoid suffering. If you are willing, I am ready to serve you at any time." Director Feng listened to Old Li's words, secretly surprised. He keenly picked up on the tensions between the industrial minister, the military minister, and the leader. From Old Li's tone, it was clear that these grudges had been brewing for years, not just recently. With a grave expression, Director Feng warned, "Old Li, you do realize that saying such things is a capital offense. If word gets out, you will be sent to the wind pit." At the mention of the wind pit, Old Li's face turned pale. The wind pit was the execution site for serious crimes in Windstar civilization, inhabited by terrifying Windstar flesh-eating insects. A single bite would render a person completely paralyzed, and the Windstar people strictly controlled the number of these insects. Those thrown into the wind pit often took days to be slowly eaten alive, a horrifying scene that deterred every Windstar resident. Taking a deep breath, Old Li forced himself to remain calm. "Sir, my fortunes are tied to yours. We rise and fall together. Why test me? I am a businessman, always striving to maximize profits. If you can climb one more step, the benefits I gain will undoubtedly far exceed what I have now." The conversation ends here, Feng. I'll pretend I never heard it. "We shouldn't meet again until you become the Deputy Minister of Commerce," the Minister of Industry said with a meaningful smile before turning to leave. Old Li quickly grasped the Minister of Industry's hint. This overweight Feng Xingren was indeed ambitious, craving power but not yet fully trusting him. Oldly calculated that he just needed to demonstrate enough capability and loyalty to gradually nudge Feng into action. Oldly immediately reported this intelligence to who you also saw it as a great opportunity. Exploiting the conflict between the Minister of Industry and the Minister of Military Affairs against the Feng Xingren leader could spark internal chaos within the Feng civilization. A brilliant move indeed. Who you cautioned Oldly not to rush. The Minister of Industry's trust in him wasn't fully established, and without the right timing, the Ministers of Industry and Military Affairs wouldn't succeed. Once the fleet was ready, they could then fan the flames and create opportunities for the two ministers. Although internal strife alone wouldn't be enough to completely destabilize the Feng civilization since their fleet was far superior to theirs, these factors would gradually increase their chances of success. Meanwhile, Treeperson 97 had settled on Planet 3, becoming the principal of the largest elementary school there. This school quickly became highly sought after by parents, who pulled all kinds of strings to get their children admitted. However, these efforts were in vain. 97 personally oversaw the admission criteria. Children had to be under 6 years old, and mischievous, the naughtier, the better. This unconventional admission standard delighted the parents of these troublemakers. These parents, who once wished they could undo their children's behavior, finally found a principal who could manage these little devils. It turned out that 97 had a unique educational approach. Rather than restraining the children, 97 led them in wild play, never following the rules. Initially, parents adopted a resigned attitude, thinking that as long as 97 could take care of their children, academic performance didn't matter. A few insightful parents decided to give it a year or two and transfer their kids if it didn't work out. However, the results a few years later astonished everyone. Under 97's guidance, the children not only excelled academically compared to other schools, but also demonstrated remarkable abilities in various areas. They were imaginative, independent, proactive, resilient, and eager to learn. People finally realized the effectiveness of 97's methods. Even those parents who initially opposed 97 started to ingratiate themselves. 97 quickly became one of the most sought-after figures on Planet 3, but due to limited personal capacity, the school could only accommodate around 2,000 students. Simultaneously, Merchant Oldly was making steady progress. He cleverly used the wealth accumulated from Feng Xingren clones on Fengstar to grease the wheels and finally, in the year 450, ascended to the position of Deputy Minister of Commerce, becoming one of the top 100 leaders of the Feng civilization. His position allowed him to wield significant influence, providing a wealth of confidential information about the Feng civilization to the fleet. A new type of slow liquor began to spread throughout the Feng civilization. This liquor was inexpensive, affordable for almost every Feng Xingren. Those who drank it found it increasingly addictive, feeling restless if they went without it for a few days. The entire Feng civilization started to indulge in its blissful illusions. The original slow liquor also induced a sense of euphoria but wasn't addictive and was expensive, enjoyed only by high-income groups and elites. Now that the timing was right, Oldly ordered the addition of addictive substances to the new liquor. Some clear-headed Feng Xingren began to question the new liquor and demanded Oldly stop its sale. Oldly quickly stirred public opinion among the lower classes. Why shouldn't common people enjoy slow liquor? This argument immediately gained widespread support among Feng Xingren commoners. Those clear-headed individuals were labeled as elitists trying to deprive ordinary people of their rights and were silenced by public criticism. Since the addictive substance was in trace amounts, even if Feng Xingren stopped drinking, they would only feel slightly lethargic for a few days. Such minor issues couldn't shake the position of Feng Xingren Merchant Oldly. His plan was to first eliminate any doubts about the new liquor and then gradually increase the dosage to eventually destroy the Feng Xingren's health, potentially incapacitating a large portion of them. Now, with the fleet preparations nearing completion, Oldly was also ready to take action. 50 million colossal battleships, each stretching 3,000 meters in length, were arrayed in perfect formation above the high orbit of the third planet, resembling a sea of metal stars. The birth of this massive fleet was the culmination of an entire civilization's efforts. 6 billion citizens participated, 300 million dedicated 500 years of their lives, and over 2 billion worked for more than 300 years. Over 30 billion automated robots operated tirelessly day and night, with countless machines working in harmony. The mineral resources of 18 rocky planets were completely mined to provide a continuous supply of raw materials for this monumental project. Each warship was equipped with at least 20 kilograms of antimatter, a seemingly insignificant amount that held tremendous destructive power. Just over 20 Wind Riders could destroy a low-mass star. In addition to antimatter, the fleet's other major weapon was the gravity bomb. As warp drive technology advanced, the power of gravity bombs also increased. However, the defensive capabilities of the enemy civilization also improved, creating a balance of power that kept the war's outcome uncertain. Beyond long-range weapons, high-energy lasers remained the weapon of choice for close combat. High-energy particle beams had become obsolete, as the warships of galaxy-level civilizations could now withstand the impact of a stellar explosion. In contrast, high-energy lasers, with their extreme temperatures, still posed a threat to these advanced warships. The number of armor-piercing shells had reached an astonishing several hundred billion. These weapons all came from a small factory, which, despite a daily production rate of only tens of thousands, had amassed a significant stockpile over 400 years of continuous manufacturing. Their primary use was to clear space-based turrets and interstellar mines in the Windstar civilization's defensive perimeter, though they were ineffective against the Windstar warships themselves. As the war approached, critical materials and equipment began to be transferred to Earth-2 and another resource-rich rocky planet. Who planned to take these two planets? Earth-2 would continue to serve as humanity's home, while the other planet had been transformed into a warehouse and production base. This resource planet boasted the richest mineral deposits among the 23 planets, and with surplus minerals transferred from other planets, its reserves were sufficient to build another fleet of 50 million Windriders. According to tradition, everything on the remaining 21 planets, from massive machinery to tiny screws, would be thoroughly transported to the resource planet. Household items would be selectively moved to Earth-2. This practice not only reflected the Chinese tradition of frugality, but was also a precautionary measure to prevent other civilizations from discovering traces of human civilization. This move is unlike any before. The fleet has cultivated these planets for 500 years, amassing countless supplies. The Deep Blue has been temporarily converted into a transport ship, with 300 shuttles traversing the stars and over 10,000 transport ships of various sizes joining in to handle the massive transfer of resources. Even with this effort, it will take at least a decade or more to complete this monumental task. Meanwhile, the war with the functioning civilization is imminent. Who knows that this battle cannot be delayed. If they miss their chance, they will have to retreat. Faced with this grim situation, he is more determined than ever to initiate the conflict. It's not just because the functioning civilization harbors hostility towards humanity. More importantly, the fleet's technological development has hit a bottleneck, with no progress in many fields for over 200 or 300 years. Without acquiring new technology through warfare, the fleet risks stagnating like the functioning civilization, spending millennia without advancing to become a minor star region civilization. The bottleneck in lightspeed technology is particularly pressing for Hu. Hundreds of years ago, it was proven that light speed couldn't be surpassed, so humanity turned to studying warp travel. However, upon reaching speeds of 1,000 times the speed of light, they encountered another insurmountable barrier. Plundering technology from other civilizations is undoubtedly the fastest way to progress, but it also carries immense risks. Technology from lower-level civilizations is useless, while stealing from higher-level ones is like taking a tiger by the tail. Even engaging with civilizations of the same level could lead to mutual destruction. Only a wandering fleet like Hu's can afford to take such risks. As Hu was discussing battle plans with his generals, an assistant reported that Oldley was waiting outside. Hu immediately set aside his work, realizing that Oldley's visit must be important. "General," Oldley said as soon as he entered. "Oldley, what's the matter?" Hu asked. "General, I just received a notification. The functioning civilization's leader wants me to gather 130 billion tons of food," Oldley said gravely. "Oh." Hu raised an eyebrow. Oldley continued, "General, this news might not seem significant, but during my meeting with the functioning leader today, I inadvertently discovered an old document. It recorded a conflict that occurred 20,000 years ago when the functioning civilization was relocating planets, resulting in a disastrous defeat. What does this mean?" Hu inquired. Oldley explained, "General, think about it. Such a document wouldn't appear on the busy leader's desk for no reason. Combined with his order for me to gather food, I suspect the functioning civilization is planning revenge." Hu pondered. 130 billion tons is indeed a significant amount. Normally, a settled civilization wouldn't need such a large food reserve. Oldley added, "General, the functioning fleet's daily food reserve is for 10 years, increasing to 20 years for patrol missions. Only in rare cases do they stock up for 50 to 100 years. Functioning people consume about 1 kilogram of food per day, and this reserve is enough for all their fleets for 100 years. If they weren't planning revenge, they wouldn't need to collect so much." Hu asked, "Where is that civilization located? Did the document mention it? Also, what is the deadline for your task?" Oldley pointed to the holographic star map in the meeting room and said, "It seems to be here, about 2,000 light-years from the functioning civilization. But I only glanced at it briefly, so I'm not sure. The leader gave me 3 years to complete the task." 3 years? Hu mused for a moment. "All right, I understand. Our fleet feeding the insectoids hasn't received any updates yet. Keep a close watch on the functioning civilization's movements, and report any developments to me directly." Hu turned and walked into the battle command room, addressing everyone. "Comrades, we have a new situation. The functioning civilization may be planning a large-scale fleet operation soon. If this is true, it's our opportunity. I want a new battle plan based on this information. Chief of Staff Wen Zhonghua asked. Old Hu, is the information reliable? If Old Li didn't misread it, there's an 80 chance, Hu Yu replied. Zhonghua, we need to act ahead of schedule. The transfer of equipment and supplies must be accelerated. Move as much as we can within a year. Anything we can't move should be destroyed on the spot or thrown into the JD3 star. After a year, Earth 2 and the resource planets will continue on their original course. Hu Yu stood in the command center, his brow furrowed as he contemplated the imminent battle. Turning to Lao Hu beside him, he said gravely, I'll arrange to transfer as many supplies as possible. The Fengxia fleet is also needed to protect Earth 2 and the resource planets. Lao Hu, how many warships can you allocate? We only have a total of 50 million ships right now. As Lao Hu was about to respond, Hu Yu added, you know the importance of Earth 2. No matter the cost, we must protect it. I want it to be as safe as possible. Taking a deep breath, he continued his analysis. If we can't conquer the functioning civilization, our situation will remain dire. Our technology has hit a severe bottleneck, and the minor star region civilizations behind the Sha-Meng civilization are constantly causing trouble. If we don't quickly advance to the level of these minor star region civilizations, we'll eventually be defeated. After careful consideration, Hu Yu made a decision. All right, I'll leave 10 million stealth killers to guard Earth 2. The remaining 40 million ships will join the battle. Lao Hu nodded in agreement. All right, let's go with that plan. As night fell, Earth 2 was peaceful and serene. The sky here was pure and unpolluted, and the light from 5 or 6 planets reflected off the JD3 star, penetrating the atmosphere and bathing every corner in a soft glow, making it even brighter than the nights on Earth 15. Everything was ready, just waiting for the departure day 2 years from now. At this moment, Hu Yu, like the other tens of billions of citizens, finally put aside his busy work and returned home to rest. He couldn't even remember the last time his whole family had been together. In the living room, Xiao Xiao saw Hu Yu and Hu Yunheng appear simultaneously and couldn't help but tease. What day is it today? It's so rare to see both of you generals here at the same time. This humble girl feels quite uneasy. Just as Hu Yunheng was about to speak, Xiao Xiao added, Mom, you're over 700 years old. Can you act a bit more mature? Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Xiao immediately erupted. You brat, shut up. How many times have I told you not to mention age? Despite her appearance still resembling a 30-year-old girl, the concern about age seemed to be a universal trait among women. Hu Yu quickly tried to smooth things over. All right, we won't mention it. Shower. I'm hungry. Can you make something to eat? It's been a long time since I've had your cooking. As she walked towards the kitchen, Xiao Xiao retorted sarcastically, Don't you love the fleet's meals? If you're hungry, go eat there and sleep there too. Don't bother coming back. Despite understanding Hu Yu's long absences due to his work, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but feel resentful. It only took a few minutes to get home, yet Hu Yu often chose to rest in the lounge when he was tired. How could this not make Xiao Xiao angry? Sensing the tension, the father and son wisely kept their mouths shut, letting Xiao Xiao vent. The sound of pots and pans clanging in the kitchen was mixed with her low mutterings, as if she were releasing years of pent-up frustration. Amidst the scolding, Xiao Xiao brought out a few delicious dishes. Hu Yu and his son devoured the food like ravenous wolves, a testament to their appreciation for Xiao Xiao's culinary skills. Hu Yu felt both love and a bit of fear towards his wife and the mother of his child. Usually, Xiao Xiao was very understanding and supportive of Hu Yu and their son Hu Yunhong's work, but when angered, her usual composure vanished. Experience had taught the father and son that silence was the best response when Xiao Xiao was upset. They ate in silence, waiting for the storm to pass. Sure enough, before they even finished their meal, the atmosphere had noticeably calmed. Yunheng, has work been tiring lately? Xiao Xiao asked gently, as if reverting to her usual kind self. It's manageable, just routine training, Yunheng replied, then turned to his father. By the way, Dad, now that the fleet can use holographic controls, why do we still need to board the ships? Hu Yu frowned, thinking his son was about to reignite the recently extinguished fire. He quickly interjected, Oh, I forgot. Xiao Xiao stood up and said calmly, All right, you two talk. I'm not unreasonable. I'll clean up the dishes. I don't have the energy to deal with you. I told you, Mom is the best. Yunheng sighed in relief and turned back to his father to continue the conversation. Hu Yu spoke seriously, Yunheng, do you think having holographic controls means we can abandon boarding the ships? What if a civilization cuts off our connection, or the holographic system gets destroyed? Are we just going to stop fighting? I've thought about that too, Yunheng explained, but training batch after batch of crew members without actual combat experience seems like a waste of resources. How can you call it a waste? Hu Yu said earnestly, these crew members are always an asset to our fleet. More importantly, as warriors, we must have courage. Especially now, with our fleet's military focus, we need to embody the warrior spirit. In case we ever need to board the ships, we won't be caught off guard. Yes, that's true. Yunheng nodded thoughtfully. Seeing his son understood, Yu moved to the main point. Since we're on this topic, there's a mission I need to assign to you. I wouldn't normally discuss this at home, but the command center has finalized it and plans to issue the order to you later. I'll inform you now. He paused and continued, in 10 days, you will lead 10,000 Windrider battleships to a location 3,800 light-years away to find a stellar-level civilization. The exact coordinates will be provided in the official mission briefing tomorrow. This civilization may have conflicts with the functioning civilization. Originally, this intelligence would be confirmed in 3 years, but if we wait for confirmation, it'll be too late. So we need to act in advance. He elaborated. The civilization that had conflicts with the functioning civilization is 2,000 light-years from functioning, while human civilization is 4,000 light-years from functioning. However, the three are not in a straight line but form a large triangle, making human civilization closer to that civilization. We could send unmanned ships instead, Yunheng questioned. Why do I need to go? This round trip will take 8 or 9 years. Yu was slightly annoyed. Are you thinking? We know nothing about this civilization. Sending unmanned ships would be like handing over our battleships. Holographic control technology is a secret of our fleet, and even the functioning civilization hasn't mastered this fourth-dimensional communication method. Sending unmanned ships would reveal our long-distance communication technology. In battle, as long as our ships aren't captured, the secret won't be leaked. Moreover, sending people increases the credibility of the information we provide. Oh, I see, Yunheng said, suddenly understanding. What next? Yu continued with the mission details. If 3 years later, Old Li's intelligence is proven wrong, you will return. If the intelligence is correct, you must find this civilization and persuade them to deploy a fleet to assist us in attacking the functioning civilization. Even if they don't want to attack, they should prepare for defense to help us hold off the functioning fleet. If the civilization you find has no conflict with the functioning civilization, you might have found the wrong place, and you need to quickly break contact and resume your search. Understood. Yunheng nodded in agreement. Yu added. Also, avoid any conflicts with other civilizations. Our battleship speed is at the limit of a stellar-level civilization, so breaking contact should be easy unless you encounter a minor stellar region civilization. After thinking for a moment, Yunheng asked, what if we find them? And they do have conflicts with the functioning civilization, but they refuse to cooperate with us or can't spare any fleet. And what if they leak the information to the functioning civilization? The functioning civilization would then be on guard against us. Yu gave his son an approving look. Good point. However, you overlooked one thing. By the time you arrive, we will be only 1,000 light-years from the functioning civilization. If Old Li's intelligence is correct, the functioning fleet will be 1,000 light-years away from their territory in 4 years. If that civilization chooses to abandon their past grievances or has issues with us and informs the functioning civilization, the time it takes for the message to travel back and forth, combined with the time you spend searching, means the functioning fleet won't have time to return. Of course, it would be best if the functioning civilization's fleet doesn't return. The battle might not go as smoothly. Yunheng nodded in agreement, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He turned to his father, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Dad, why am I the one going on this mission? Just to be clear, I'm not afraid, just asking. His father's expression was serious as he explained. This mission is far away and involves a small team. You come from the Earth era and have extensive combat experience, which is sufficient. This is your first long-range raid away from the fleet, and you might encounter various situations. He continued, Professor Zhang and I will stay in constant contact with you to help handle any emergencies. If communication is cut off, you need to adapt to the situation. His father's tone softened a bit. Complete the mission and then catch up with Earth 2 as soon as possible. At home, I hope you prioritize your safety. In the fleet, I hope you prioritize the mission. Yunheng nodded solemnly. I understand, Dad. Don't worry. His father patted him on the shoulder. I believe in your abilities, and the command center also thinks you're the best candidate. You'll be gone for a long time this time, so have a proper talk with your mom. Yunheng's expression changed. Why don't you talk to her? If I go, I'm a dead man. His father's face instantly darkened. You little brat, if I tell you to go, you go. Do I have to handle even this small matter? Yunheng shrank back. Fine, I'll go. Just admit you're afraid of mom. It's no shame at home. Stop talking nonsense and go. His father waved his hand impatiently. Reluctantly, Yunheng went to explain the situation to Xiao Xiao. He told a white lie, saying he needed to return to Tiansong 5 to retrieve something important from the third planet. Xiao Xiao knew that Tiansong 5 no longer existed, and that the original planets had drifted off to who knows where, but she didn't react explosively. This was partly because her mind had regained its sharpness and rationality, and partly because the fleet had made significant progress in recent years, with powerful warships. The mission to find the third planet of Tiansong 5 might take several years, but safety didn't seem to be a major concern. However, Xiao Xiao didn't realize one crucial point. Why not just send an unmanned warship? Robots could also retrieve the item. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was clear and firm. Hu Yunheng got up and opened the door, seeing a familiar figure. Oh, it's Uncle Zhonghua. He turned back towards the house and called out, Dad, Uncle Zhonghua is here. Zhonghua stood at the doorstep, hesitating whether to interrupt old Hu's family time. Just as he was about to turn away, the door suddenly opened. Zhonghua, do you need something? Old Hu's voice came from inside. No, if I had something important, I wouldn't bother you at home, Zhonghua explained awkwardly. I couldn't sleep and wanted to chat. Old Hu warmly welcomed him. Zhonghua, come in and sit down. I'll make some tea for us. Old Hu's wife peeked out from the kitchen and smiled. Hi, Zhonghua. Zhonghua quickly waved his hand. No need to make tea for me. I just want to take Old Hu out for a walk. Don't worry, he'll be back soon, and I won't keep him out too long. Old Hu's wife smiled helplessly. All right, you two go ahead. I'm used to it by now. As they stepped outside, they were greeted by the late autumn scenery of Earth 2. The planet's reflected light bathed the ground in a white glow, resembling a layer of frost and snow. Old Hu, are you really confident about this? Zhonghua couldn't help but ask. Old Hu gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Confident? We have only 50 million warships, while the functioning civilization has 7 times that number, and our ships don't have any significant advantage. Then why are you so determined? Can't we wait a bit longer? We can't afford to wait, Zhonghua, Old Hu said gravely. We're building ships, and so is the functioning civilization. Although they aren't mobilizing everyone like we are, they can still produce hundreds of thousands to a couple of million ships every century. It would take us tens of thousands of years to catch up in numbers, Old Hu continued, and the functioning civilization has been at the star system level for over 50,000 years. I don't think it will take them as long as we believe to break through to the small star cluster level. They have accumulated enough technology and could break through at any moment. Additionally, there's an unknown small star cluster civilization eyeing us, and the insect race has shown signs of activity in recent millennia. If a large star cluster civilization stops caring about lower-level civilizations like us, what will we do then? We need to become powerful quickly, as soon as possible. Zhonghua nodded thoughtfully. You have a long-term vision. Maybe you're right. Old Hu admitted, honestly, I don't have much confidence in defeating the functioning civilization. Even with all our preparations, I'm still not sure. I'm gambling if we win, it's great. If we lose, we've only wasted 500 years. For now, we can afford that. If we don't take the gamble now, we won't have the chance later. Zhonghua sighed. Old Hu, don't you think we're quite unlucky? When we were young, life on Earth was so good. I used to dream of visiting distant planets like Uranus and Neptune when I had the money. Little did I know it would happen so soon, but under such circumstances, we sacrificed so much just to buy 20 years to escape. We thought things would be better in space, but it turns out the universe is just a larger version of Earth, and we're still racing against the insect race. Old Hu consoled him. Yes, it's unfortunate. But Zhonghua, it's also an opportunity, a grand feast. Civilizations with the capability will rise quickly in this galactic wargame, while those without will be lost to history. I'm not boasting, but a conservative and unchanging civilization like the Fengxing won't survive this competition. Zhonghua sighed again. This game is too big, and one wrong move could lead to disaster. You know me, I can only focus on doing my job, managing the fleet well. The direction of our civilization depends on you. You've had the heaviest burden and the most pressure all these years. Old Hu showed a weary expression. I can't help it. When the leader entrusted this fleet to me, I couldn't let him down, nor could I fail our people. Sometimes I think about finding the leader and handing the fleet back to him, so I can just be an ordinary soldier. Fortunately, I have you all to help me. Otherwise, I would have collapsed long ago. Zhonghua patted Old Hu's shoulder. Well, you have to hold on, especially now. By the way, does your wife know about Yunheng? She knows a bit, Old Hu replied. Yunheng is smart. He told her he was going to Tianchang V to look for the third planet. Zhonghua frowned. You should consider her feelings more. Old Hu explained. Yunheng is indeed the best candidate. This battle is extraordinary, and we must seize every chance to tilt the scales in our favor. Zhonghua, keep a close eye on the planet's resource transfer, Old Hu instructed. Ensure we move as many resources as possible. Both the fleet and Earth 2 must depart on schedule. Zhonghua nodded in assurance. I'll keep a close watch. Don't worry. Meanwhile, on Fengxing, Fengjun Merchant oldly met again with the Minister of Industry and the Minister of Military in a luxurious secret room at the shipyard. Oldly respectfully greeted them. Good day, ministers. The Minister of Industry smiled. Fengjun, you're always so courteous. Oldly humbly replied. It's all thanks to your support that Fengjun has reached this position. Fengjun, what brings you to us this time? The Minister of Military asked directly. Oldly cautiously inquired. Do you know that the leader is planning a major operation soon? What operation? The two ministers feigned ignorance. Oldly smiled. Why pretend? The leader ordered me to gather 1.3 trillion tons of food. I'm sure you received related orders as well. The Minister of Military glanced at the Minister of Industry, who nodded. Military, no need to hide it from Feng Jun. He can be trusted. Besides, the whole functioning civilization will know sooner or later. Telling him now won't hurt. The Minister of Military then spoke. All right, Feng Jun, you're right. The leader has ordered us to repair the warships, reorganize the fleet, and prepare to attack the S-378 civilization in 3 years. Old Li's eyes lit up. Ministers, this is a great opportunity. What opportunity, Feng Jun? Asked the Minister of Industry. Old Li lowered his voice. Ministers, I know you're dissatisfied with the leader. To be honest, I've been unjustly scolded by him several times recently. I've heard that besides the Minister of Commerce, other high-ranking officials also have many grievances against the leader. Now, with the fleet going to war, we have the perfect chance to replace him. Feng Jun, you dare speak such treason? The Minister of Military said angrily. The Minister of Industry intervened. Military, let Feng Jun finish. Oldly continued. The leader is unwise, arbitrarily reprimanding ministers. We've been stuck at the star system level for thousands of years without any signs of breaking through to the small star cluster level, which is due to his incompetence. As for the events involving the former Minister of Industry and other ministers millennia ago, I don't believe you know nothing about it. You carried out the purge, didn't you? Do you really think the former Minister of Industry betrayed our civilization? You don't believe that yourselves? Oldly paused, then added, but I understand. It's not your fault. You were following orders and took the opportunity to rise in rank. That's understandable. The blame lies with the former Minister of Industry's incompetence. The Minister of Industry and the Minister of Military exchanged a silent look. They knew the truth. The former Minister of Industry and the other ministers hadn't betrayed the civilization. They had merely opposed the leader's plan to breed the insect race and were executed under false charges of treason. Oldly pressed on. Ministers, the leader is now dissatisfied with you. I don't know why, but do you think the same fate as the former ministers won't befall you? The conspiracy between the two officials quietly unfolded among the upper echelons of the functioning civilization. The Minister of Industry and the Minister of Military Affairs sat in a dimly lit conference room, whispering to each other. Ambition gleamed in the eyes of the Minister of Industry as he spoke. Instead of waiting for our demise, we should strike decisively. If we succeed, one of us will become the new leader of functioning. Even if we fail, we're just facing an earlier execution. With a meticulous plan, our chances of success are high. The Minister of Military Affairs nodded in agreement, but quickly furrowed his brow and said, the leader has become increasingly dissatisfied with us over the years. Even if he doesn't execute us, he might replace us. His tone carried a hint of worry. The Minister of Industry sneered and reminded, don't forget, you have always been my subordinate. We were originally mid-level officials in this civilization. It was by exploiting the leader's dissatisfaction with the previous ministers and fabricating charges that we rose to our current positions. However, the Minister of Industry soon shook his head and spoke cautiously, but even if we assassinate the leader, it's difficult to become the new leader. The leader of our civilization is always chosen by the chieftains of various clans, who recommend the most suitable person. Chieftains are not official positions, so they are relatively impartial, and the new leader can gain the people's support. These old folks are immune to both wealth and violence. Our approach won't work. At that moment, Feng Darren, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, his eyes gleaming cunningly. I have a solution. New slow wine is the perfect weapon. He elaborated on his plan, using the grand ceremony of the fleet's expedition to supply the entire civilization with slow wine laced with addictive substances, making everyone dependent on it. The Minister of Industry immediately retorted, addictive substances are low-level materials and can be easily countered. The current small amount, combined with our suppression, means no one dares to speak out. But once large-scale addiction occurs, they'll quickly find a way to counter it. Feng Darren calmly explained how to control the materials needed for the counter, using the expedition fleet's supply demands as a cover. His plan was meticulous, even including how to subtly control the chieftains and eventually eliminate these old folks, one by one. After listening, the Minister of Industry's eyes flashed with caution. Feng Darren, it seems you've planned everything out and are just waiting for us to board the ship, right? Feng Darren replied candidly, sir, I'm a businessman. In pursuit of greater profits, I'll do anything. If you don't seize this opportunity, once the fleet returns, we won't have another chance. The military forces you command are no match for the leader's fleet. In the end, the three reached a consensus, deciding to risk everything. They began meticulously planning every detail, from dealing with the leader's personal guards to the most advantageous time to act, down to the specific steps of their operation. Every second and every action was carefully considered. Thus, a grand conspiracy to replace the leader of Fengxing quietly took shape. However, only Lao Li knew that the key moment of this plan would be when the fleet attacked the Fengxing civilization. Lao Li reported this astonishing news to Hu Yu. Hu Yu was both shocked and delighted. Shocked that a small merchant like Lao Li could accomplish such a high-stakes task. Delighted that if the coup succeeded, Fengxing would fall into chaos, greatly increasing the fleet's chances of victory. This all proved that the most outstanding businessmen are not always the most successful. Lao Li's lack of great wealth during the Earth era wasn't due to a lack of capability, but rather a lack of the right timing, location, and people. Now, he not only held the position of Deputy Minister of Commerce in the Fengxing civilization, but also orchestrated a monumental coup. However, despite Lao Li's tremendous success, he had made no progress in his mission to acquire the Fengxing civilization's tech tree, which remained his only regret. The Fengxing civilization takes extreme measures to safeguard its technology. Once someone applies to become a scientist in Fengxing, the action team from the technology department secretly relocates them along with their family. The hiding of the technology core is personally overseen by successive leaders, and even the ministers have no knowledge of it. All technological achievements are directly transmitted from core scientists to the leader, who then distributes them to the ministers for implementation. Old Li pondered that if Fengxing's technology core were as open as the human fleets, he might have a chance to access the technology tree and thus avoid initiating wars, saving a lot of trouble. In contrast, Hu Yu, while also valuing technology, considers the feelings of scientists. They are not permanently confined to one place, but are allowed to mingle with the public during their breaks. Hu Yu elevates the status of scientists, making them revered like celebrities. Former celebrities, on the other hand, have become ordinary cultural workers. Though they have lost their glamour, they remain an essential part of the fleet, bringing joy, laughter, and passionate energy. Under the personal supervision of Wen Zhonghua, the transportation of supplies is proceeding in an organized manner. The surface of the resource planet is nearly covered with various items, temporarily left unorganized in the rush to transport everything quickly. The sorting can be done gradually during the journey. However, the sheer volume of supplies is so enormous that even with this effort, the original 10-year transportation plan cannot be completed within a year. When Zhonghua personally inspects each planet, selecting only the most crucial supplies for transfer, low-level equipment like large smelting plants and factory shells, which are cumbersome and time-consuming to move, are abandoned. With an entire planet serving as a resource base, these simple facilities can be rebuilt in a short time. Priority is given to compact, high-tech, and time-consuming to manufacture precision equipment such as various automated machine tools and robots. To maximize the transport of supplies, countless citizens have voluntarily joined the effort. They operate over 200 million small spacecraft, which swarm the resource planet like locusts, handling the transport of scattered and small items. Although the small spacecraft have limited capacity, their sheer number, combined with the voluntary participation of billions of citizens, nearly doubles the transportation capacity in a short period. These small spacecraft were once cherished as much as the first cars and households, with people caring for them more than their family members. But at this moment, such concerns are set aside. Scratches on the exterior are ignored, obstructive interiors are removed, and dust and rocks inside the spacecraft are disregarded. People's only hope is to be faster, to carry more. Every piece of material is vital to the fleet's future, each one stained with their sweat. Only those who have personally experienced the construction can understand this sentiment. These materials were crafted bit by the people, consuming countless days and nights and embodying their sweat and hardships. How could they bear to part with them? Earth 2 and the resource planet, escorted by 10 million Wind Riders, entered warp travel and continued along their predetermined route. Meanwhile, the remaining 40 million Wind Riders embarked on a daunting task, moving the 21 remaining planets. These massive celestial bodies were set to be hurled into the flames of the JD3 star, erasing all traces of human existence. The energy fluctuations caused by the planets colliding with the star were astonishing, but to humans who had witnessed stellar explosions, the scene was nothing more than a spectacular fireworks display. Only a few personnel, controlling the Wind Riders through the holographic system, could witness this event firsthand. Most ordinary citizens were already zooming away on Earth 2 at 500 times the speed of light, leaving everything about JD3 far behind. The Wind Riders, with their defenses far surpassing stellar levels, easily withstood the impact of the energy waves. A few days later, after completing their planet destruction mission, the Wind Riders set off for Windstar, accompanied by the modified stealth killers. Although the stealth killers were smaller in size, even when equipped with warp engines of the same power as the Wind Riders, they couldn't break the barrier of 1,000 times the speed of light. This invisible wall strictly separated galactic civilizations from subgalactic ones. After careful consideration, Hu Yu decided to install neutron degenerate matter stripped from Cepheid variables on the 5 heavily modified stealth killers. Although these stealth killers had weaker offensive capabilities, they were highly maneuverable, had smaller targets, and were harder to hit. The Wind Riders, on the other hand, were known for their massive size and formidable defenses. Meanwhile, the Quad Helix fleet, having just completed its final mission of transporting civilized beings, was returning and approaching the defensive perimeter of the Windstar civilization. Originally anticipating a centuries-long vacation, they received urgent orders for repairs and reorganization. The news of the Windstar civilization's fleet preparing to set out was repeatedly confirmed, giving Huyu some peace of mind. The control systems of the 5,000 Windstar warships had been completely hacked by Huyu, who could sever their connection with the Windstar civilization with a single command. Through Old Lee's efforts, this fleet was stationed within the Windstar civilization, fully armed, ostensibly to deal with potential internal rebellions. 3 years later, the Wind Rider fleet quietly arrived at the outermost satellite detection ring of the Windstar civilization. Drawing on years of experience, Huyu easily bypassed the monitoring system and headed straight for Wind Star territory, still 1,000 light-years from the target. The Windstar civilization was bustling with activity. Incited by their leader, hatred for the S-378 civilization was at an all-time high, and 200 million warships were dispatched amid the enthusiastic send-off from the populace. Yet, Huyu couldn't completely relax. Although the fleet did set out as planned, multiple inquiries by Old Lee revealed that no one knew of any past conflict between the Windstar and S-378 civilizations, not even the ministers of industry and defense. Huyu could only surmise that this unsavory part of history had been deeply buried by the leader. At the farewell celebration, Deputy Minister of Commerce Feng Jun provided the entire Feng Star civilization with free slow wine. This time, he secretly added more addictive substances to the slow wine. Unaware, the Feng Star people drank and celebrated wildly, immersed in a sea of joy. This grand festivity was set to last for an entire month, and Feng Jun had prepared thoroughly. Since becoming Deputy Minister of Commerce, Feng Jun's efficiency had greatly improved. He was secretly relieved, knowing that in the past, he wouldn't have been able to supply such a large quantity of slow wine. This special wine, enhanced with more addictive substances, would continue to be sold at a low price until Huyu's fleet arrived. Just after the Feng Star fleet departed, the Minister of Industry eagerly sought out Feng Jun to discuss the timing of their rebellion against the leader. However, the shrewd and calculating businessman Feng Jun calmly analyzed the situation. It's not the right time to act. The fleet has just left and could return at any moment. We must wait until the fleet is a safe distance away, ensuring enough time to stabilize the situation. Once stability is achieved, even if the fleet returns, they will have no choice but to accept the reality. At that point, we can fabricate some lies and manipulate public opinion. Even if the fleet's high command knows the truth, they won't dare to act rashly. In the following days, the Minister of Industry repeatedly approached Lao Li to discuss the timing of the rebellion, his eyes gleaming with a desire for the leader's throne. But each time, Lao Li skillfully persuaded him to hold back his restless ambition. Meanwhile, Hu Yunhong's fleet continued its journey at full speed. The incredibly long route, spanning trillions of kilometers, would still take 10 months to reach the S-378 civilization territory, as claimed by the Feng Star civilization. Lao Li was also working tirelessly within the Feng Star civilization, trying to obtain the exact coordinates of the S-378 civilization. However, this crucial information seemed to be known only to the leader. With the fleet and the Minister of Military Affairs gone, only the leader's direct departments had the means to communicate with them. Lao Li dared not act rashly and could only cautiously seek information in secret. When the fleet was just 5 light-years away from the Feng Star civilization, they could no longer evade the omnipresent surveillance satellites. 40 million Wind Riders were finally exposed to the Feng Star civilization's view. The leader's think tank quickly analyzed various data and soon concluded that the incoming fleet was from another star system-level civilization, specifically the human civilization that the leader had ordered to be hunted down hundreds of years ago. Given that it was the human civilization, their intentions were self-evident. However, the leader showed a slight contemptuous smile. A mere 40 million warships, even though the Feng Star civilization had dispatched most of its fleet to the S-378 civilization, they still had 150 million warships left, nearly 4 times that of the human civilization. Coupled with countless space-based turrets and interstellar mines, the human civilization's forces seemed insignificant to the leader and others. Despite underestimating the opponent, the think tank sprang into action, aiming to annihilate the human fleet in the simplest and quickest way possible. The ideal scenario was to destroy them outside the defense perimeter. At this point, the human fleet was less than 5 light-years away from the defense perimeter. The think tank didn't have time to analyze why the detection systems within 1,000 light-years had all failed. They had to immediately mobilize warships to intercept the enemy. Normally, transport fleets and patrol fleets had to follow special routes to avoid collisions with the defense system. Even traversing just 1 light-year through the internal defense perimeter would take 1 to 2 years. However, the Feng Star civilization was not foolish. The defense system had pre-designated combat passages. Otherwise, trapping themselves within the defense perimeter would be self-defeating. 100 million warships were divided into 4 fleets, each exiting the territory through one of the 4 passages. The Foam Star fleet had just arrived outside the defense perimeter when the Wind Rider fleet caught up. From formulating the defense strategy to gathering forces, and then having the warships exit the defense perimeter, all these actions took the Foam Star fleet a few days. Being able to mobilize such a massive fleet in such a short time demonstrated that the Foam Star civilization's combat readiness was at least on par with, if not superior to, that of the human civilization. However, these few days had been enough for the Wind Riders to reach the outskirts of the defense perimeter. Within just half an hour, billions of armor-piercing rounds rained down like a storm. Faced with such a dense barrage of armor-piercing rounds, the Foam Star warships momentarily panicked and quickly tried to evade. But they soon realized that the armor-piercing rounds couldn't harm the warships. Nonetheless, these few minutes of evasion allowed the barrage to breach the warship defenses and penetrate directly into the defense perimeter. The battleship advanced at 0.6 times the speed of light, launching a barrage of even faster armor-piercing projectiles. These alloy rods zipped through space like arrows, rendering the space-based defense platforms and interstellar mines helpless. Despite their high level of intelligence, the space-based platforms struggled to detect these simple, signal-free weapons, each less than a meter long. The armor-piercing projectiles, with their high initial speed and straightforward design, paradoxically had a higher survival rate. The projectiles tore through everything in their path. Upon impact, they generated temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees, melting through the outer shell and triggering internal high-explosive charges. Although their yield was equivalent to only a few hundred kilograms of TNT, it was sufficient to disable space-based platforms and interstellar mines. From a distance, the destruction resembled a grand space fireworks display. However, clearing this path would take a year and a half, meaning the battleship had to fend off the functioning civilization's fleet during this period. Due to the vast distances involved in interstellar warfare, large-scale fleet engagements were rare. In this battle, the Yufengza and functioning warships were spread across a three-dimensional area spanning a light-year, with distances ranging from several thousand to several million kilometers. This dispersed deployment meant the war could last decades, or even centuries, explaining why the functioning ships carried such large quantities of supplies. The immediate priority was to await news from Hu Yunhang, hoping that the S-378 civilization would launch an offensive. One part of their fleet could hold off the functioning forces, while another part could strike directly at functioning territory, implementing a strategy of indirect attack. However, Hu Yunhang had been near the target area for over 2 months without finding any trace of the S-378 civilization, causing Hu Yu to feel uneasy. On the battlefield, the Yufengza and functioning warships clashed fiercely. Both sides occasionally engaged in warp travel, disturbing space and forcing more ships to rely on conventional engines for maneuvering. They darted back and forth like moths to a flame, seizing opportunities to strike. Over 10 billion satellites were deployed to provide precise coordinates and gather intelligence. These satellites were constantly destroyed and redeployed. In a battle of evenly matched forces, the number and performance of satellites became crucial factors. At this moment, Li, an insider within the functioning civilization, relayed critical information. Out of the 50 million functioning warships guarding their territory, 10 million were heading towards the incoming armor-piercing projectiles, seemingly to intercept them and prevent the creation of a path into their territory. If the projectiles were intercepted now, penetrating functioning territory would become much more difficult. The current battle was merely a stalling tactic to buy time for the projectiles to clear the path. Outside the defensive perimeter, the Yufengza had no advantage. Once the path was opened, the Yufengza could breach functioning's territory, forcing the functioning warships to act cautiously, while the Yufengza could launch unabashed attacks, dramatically increasing their chances of victory. Hu Yu made a swift decision and issued an order to Li. Li, the time has come. Prepare for your defection. Understood, General, Li replied. Within the functioning civilization's territory, Li, a merchant, found the Minister of Industry. The Minister of Military Affairs had already departed with the fleet, leaving the control of the remaining warships to the Minister of Industry. These warships were the loyal followers of the Minister of Military Affairs, with unquestionable loyalty. Li got straight to the point. Minister, I just received news that the human civilization is invading our functioning civilization. The Minister of Industry responded nonchalantly. Li, your information network is impressive. Li explained, Minister, it's hard not to know. Everyone in functioning is aware of it now. The Minister of Industry sighed. Such things are hard to conceal. Besides military personnel, there are many maintenance workers for the defensive perimeter, and their security clearance is quite low. The news probably leaked from them. It's not important, my lord. Our opportunity has arrived, whispered the merchant loudly, eyes gleaming with excitement. The Minister of Industry leaned in closer and asked softly, What do you mean? Lao Li quickly glanced around to ensure no one was listening, then explained, Human civilization is advancing, and most of the fleet has been deployed elsewhere. The Führer's building is in chaos. If we seek an audience with the Führer now, we can smuggle in a weapon, and I have a way to deal with the Führer's personal guards. The minister raised an eyebrow, skepticism in his voice. Really? Lowly smiled mysteriously, pulling a small package from his pocket. My lord, look at this, he said, carefully unwrapping it to reveal a uniquely shaped weapon. This is a bone pneumatic gun, Lowly explained, gently running his fingers over the weapon's surface. These bones come from a beast on Windstar, hollow and sturdy, capable of withstanding 20 MPa of pressure. Every part of this pneumatic gun, including the bullets, is made from these bones, allowing it to bypass security scans. He continued, under normal circumstances, anyone entering or leaving the Führer's vicinity would undergo strict searches. But right now, with so many people coming and going, only unfamiliar faces are scrutinized. High-ranking officials like the Minister of Industry, who meet the Führer almost daily, aren't delayed by searches. The guards wouldn't dare waste time on them, especially when their business is urgent. The minister frowned in thought for a moment and asked, Master Feng, what is this? Firearms are primitive weapons that Windstar abandoned years ago. Only human civilization still clings to such archaic weaponry. Lowly nodded and added, for human civilization, firearms are more symbolic, a kind of relic. In the interstellar age, they hold little practical value. When they do use firearms, they prefer more powerful ones like laser or railguns. Railguns, in particular, fire explosive rounds that detonate upon impact, causing severe damage. They're more like cannons than guns. He continued, Windstar's everyday security forces mainly use laser and particle beam weapons. These are vastly different from human firearms due to our technological differences. Observe, my lord, Lowly said as he quickly began assembling the pneumatic gun. His movements were swift and practiced. The design is very simple, requiring just a bottle of compressed gas and a stray-through tube. However, for convenience, this pneumatic gun is designed for rapid fire, with bone bullets. He picked up a small bone sphere and continued, 20 MPa of pressure exerted on a sphere less than 5 millimeters in diameter is equivalent to 200 kilograms of weight on a chopstick. While the force isn't immense, it's more than enough to deal with Windstar residents. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.